A legendary warrior returns from prison, only to discover that his daughter is gravely ill and his wife has vanished without a trace. Chapter 1. Do not fear, for father is here. Hello, are you my father? Mommy left me all alone in the hospital, and I am so scared. The nurse is so mean, she hit me. The prison of Lon Hai. A strange phone call rang into Yin Qianfan's room. Listening to the girl's voice, laced with tears on the other end, he felt a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Little one, who are you? My name is Yunxing, my nickname is Nionyou. My mother is Suqing. Are you my father? Boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck Yin Qianfan, shocking him to his core. Suqing. It had been 6 years since he had last heard that name. Yet now, the memories he had buried deep within surged forth like a tidal wave. His hand holding the phone trembled. Yes, I am. Good child, where are you? I will be back soon, very soon. The esteemed Yun Wang found himself trembling with excitement at that moment. Yunxing, wasn't that the combination of his and Suqing's names? I am sick. Mommy brought me to the city hospital, but she had to leave for something. The nurse said I was disobedient and kept hitting me. Daddy, where are you? I am so scared. I miss you so much. Her voice, filled with tears, twisted Yin Qianfan's heart in anguish as he trembled and said, Do not fear. Father will be back soon, very soon. Mommy said you don't want us anymore and told me not to call you. Daddy, where are you? I miss you so much. The girl on the other end finally broke down in tears. Before Yin Qianfan could respond, he heard the girl's piercing scream. Ah! At this moment, the phone call was abruptly terminated. Yin Qianfan stared at his phone, his mind still in a daze. Then, a furious roar reverberated throughout the Blue Sea prison. Ah! Clang! He kicked open the iron gate of the prison with a forceful blow. He took out his phone and dialed the monarch. Shortly after, a deep voice resonated from the other end. What is it? I want to go home. Yin Qianfan's voice was as cold as ancient ice. After a few seconds of silence, the man on the other end finally spoke. Go ahead. The private jet is ready for you. Yin Qianfan ended the call and departed from the prison. 10 minutes later, in the vast square outside the Blue Sea prison, countless men clad in prison uniforms knelt on one knee, watching Yin Qianfan board the plane. We bid farewell to King Yun. Several hours later, a taxi came to a halt at the entrance of the city hospital. Yin Qianfan eagerly leaped from the vehicle, hastening towards the inpatient building. He murmured softly, Daughter, my dear daughter, Daddy is here, don't be afraid. Filled with overwhelming excitement, Yin Qianfan entered the inpatient building. Approaching the front desk, he inquired, Excuse me, is there a little girl named Yunxing? Which room is she in? The nurse at the front desk glanced at him. Yunxing, right? Let me check. After a brief look at the medical records, the nurse slowly replied, She is in room 302. Thank you. As his words fell, Yin Qianfan had already dashed towards the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the door of ward 302, Yin Qianfan could no longer contain the surge of excitement within him. Suqing had given birth to a daughter, and he was about to see her at last. Would she resemble me? Or would she take after Qing'a? His mind began to spiral with wild imaginings. With a mix of nervousness and exhilaration, he pushed open the door to the ward. Inside the ward, there were 3 beds. The other 2 were vacant, devoid of patients. On the innermost bed lay a little girl. Yet the girl appeared to be in a state of unconsciousness, with an 4 needle inserted into her hand. He held his breath and approached the bedside. Gazing at the face that bore an 8-part resemblance to Suqing, his heart raced. Nionyou, my daughter, Daddy's back. Trembling, he reached out his hand and gently caressed her face. The girl seemed to respond, her eyes still closed, murmuring, Daddy, where are you? I miss you so much. Daddy is here. Daddy has returned. Yin Qianfan, with reddened eyes, held Nionyou's cold little hand tightly. Daddy, it hurts so much, my hand hurts. No, I don't want to get an injection. Nionyou's body trembled, her small hand seemingly pushing against something. A pang of pain shot through Yin Qianfan's heart as he firmly grasped her flailing little hand. Daddy is here. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Seemingly comforted by his words, Nionyou's mood calmed significantly, and she gradually fell back into slumber. Watching his daughter slip into unconsciousness, Yin Qianfan's expression darkened. He lifted the sleeve on Nionyou's arm. Swish! The air fell into a profound silence. On her snow-white arm, numerous needle marks were scattered everywhere. He was furious. His teeth ground together with a sharp sound. Lifting the covers revealed that Nionyou was wearing a somewhat tattered short skirt. On her tender little calves, there were bruises and patches. Huh. His heavy breaths burst forth from his nostrils. He carefully covered Nyonyo with the quilt again and left the ward like a cold frost. Upon reaching the nurse's station on the third floor, he observed several nurses engaged in lively conversation. In a frigid tone, he demanded, "Who is in charge of Ward 302? One nurse paused her chatter and glanced at him. "That's me. What is the matter?" Yun Qianfan strode forward and raised his hand to deliver a slap. Smack. The resounding sound echoed in the ears of everyone present. "You deserve to die." Chapter 2, taken away by her father. The sudden slap startled several young nurses. "What give you the right to strike me?" The nurse who was struck covered her face. Her cheeks flushed. Yun Qianfan's cold gaze resembled that of a ferocious beast, instilling fear in those who met his eyes. His icy voice pierced the air. "You are the one who inserted the needle into my daughter's arm, aren't you? The bruises on her leg, were they inflicted by you as well? For this alone, that slap is hardly sufficient." The last 3 words were nearly a roar. The nurses stood frozen in shock, unsure of how to respond. The struck nurse, her eyes reddened with tears, pleaded, "I didn't make the decision. It was our head nurse who instructed me. I'm just a newly arrived intern." This was her first encounter with such an incident, and she was terrified. Yet, before she could finish, her left cheek met another slap from Yun Qianfan. "Slap. She is merely a child. How can you bring yourself to act so cruelly? Do you not feel pain when the needle pierces another skin? Are those bruises on her leg not your doing?" The nurse could no longer hold back her tears. Yes, she had indeed inserted the needle. But it was only 3 or 4 times, while the bruises on the leg were not her fault. "No, please don't hit me. I admit a few needle marks were due to my improper technique, but the rest were done by our head nurse. The injuries on the little girl were also inflicted by her. This has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan's mood calmed slightly. "Consider those 2 slaps a punishment for your mistaken needlework. Where's your head nurse? Take me to her." Those 2 slaps spared her life, a display of his mercy. If all the injuries on the girl had been her doing, even if she were a girl, she would have to face the king of hell. "Our head nurse is in a meeting. She will return shortly." The nurse crouched on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The other nurses could only stand by, paralyzed with fear. What happened? What was going on? A woman in her 40s, clad in a white coat and wearing nurse's cap, approached. The young nurses, upon seeing her, called out in a panic, "Head nurse!" At the mention of the head nurse, Yun Qianfan's expression turned icy. He whirled around, his piercing gaze fixed on the approaching head nurse. "Are you the head nurse?" As the head nurse drew closer and noticed the crouching nurse, her expression darkened immediately. "Is it you who struck her? How dare you assault someone in our hospital? Do you believe I want to have you imprisoned?" Yun Qianfan, filled with rage, chuckled coldly, his gaze growing even more frigid. "The villain accuses first, right before my eyes. You're the one who struck the girl in room 302. Am I correct?" The head nurse scrutinized Yun Qianfan. "Who are you? What is it to you?" As soon as the words left her mouth, a resounding slap landed on her face. Slap! Her heavily made-up face revealed a clear, crimson handprint. Blood even seeped from the corner of her mouth, demonstrating the force of the blow. "I ask you again, was it you who struck the girl in room 302? Yun Qianfan's voice was chilling, sending shivers down the spines of the nurses present. They stood frozen, too frightened to move. So what if it was? She's just a poor, ugly little girl. What difference does it make if I killed her? The head nurse shouted angrily at Yun Qianfan. Then you might as well die first. Yun Qianfan seized the head nurse by the throat, lifting her off the ground effortlessly. With a slight squeeze, her eyes bulged as she struggled desperately, attempting to pry his fingers from her throat. Her breathing became increasingly labored, her eyes rolling back. Just then, a beeping sound emanated from the side. A nurse glanced at the warning device, her face turning pale. Room 302. Upon hearing the young nurse's words, Yun Qianfan paused momentarily before releasing his grip and rushing into the patient room. The head nurse, who had narrowly escaped, gasped for breath, nearly losing consciousness. "Doctor! Doctor!" Yun Qianfan's furious roar echoed from room 302. The nurses exchanged glances before hurrying over. Upon arrival, they found the little girl lying on the bed, devoid of breath. Her complexion ashen. "Quick, call the doctor. Prepare for surgery." One nurse urgently instructed another. Below the Phoenix bar, Su Qing staggered out, her gaze somewhat dazed. "Mr. Qian, let us finalize this contract." A man in his 50s emerged, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his lecherous eyes scanning Su Qing from head to toe. "Little Qing, you know this contract is worth quite a sum. Many wish to collaborate with me. Though he didn't finish his sentence, Qiannan's intentions were clear. Su Qing's complexion shifted multiple times, finally forcing a smile. Mr. Qian, I don't understand what you mean. I've had drinks and meals with you. Don't you want to collaborate with the Su group? Qiannan sneered. It's not that I refuse to collaborate. It's before he could finish. He stepped forward to embrace Su Qing's delicate waist. However, Su Qing took a step back. Mr. Qian, please be respectful. Qiannan snorted, discarding his cigar. Su Qing, let me make myself clear. If you don't make me happy today, I won't sign this contract. Don't forget, without a new contract, you might find yourself expelled from the Su family, and then you'll truly be finished. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's face turned pale. This was the final opportunity granted to her by the family. Failure meant expulsion, losing all financial support. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening. Seeing her distress, Qiannan stepped closer, softly reassuring her, Little Qing, I know it's not easy for you, raising a daughter. If you're truly expelled from the Su family, how will you support her? I only asked for your company once. It's not as if I need you to be with me every day. This contract is worth 30 million, and I'll throw in an extra 100,000 for you. What does that sound? With that, Qiannan's hand inched toward Su Qing's shoulder. Yet, as if she had made a decision, Su Qing retreated once more. Mr. Qian, I'm sorry. I cannot fulfill that request. With those words, she turned and boarded a taxi, leaving Qiannan no chance to respond. Watching her departing figure, Qiannan spat angrily. His gaze icy. Just wait. One day, I will make you kneel before me. Inside the taxi, Su Qing's eyes brimmed with tears. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she murmured, It's been 6 years. Will you truly not come back? Have you really forgotten me? Tears streamed down her cheeks, evoking deep sympathy. Just as she was regaining her composure, her phone rang. It was a call from the hospital. Hello, is this Su Qing? Your daughter is in critical condition and has been taken to the emergency room. Please come immediately. Also, there's a man here claiming to be your daughter's father. Please come to confirm. With that, the call ended abruptly. Su Qing sat in the car, enveloped in a daze. Nyonyo was critically ill. Father? Suddenly, as if recalling something, her eyes brimmed with tears. Driver, to the municipal hospital, quickly. Chapter 3. My disappointment in you outside the operating room. Yun Qianfan stood at the door with an icy demeanor, anxiously awaiting the conclusion of the surgery. An hour had passed since Nyonyo was taken in, and still, the operation was not complete. From a nurse, he learned the reason Su Qing had left after bringing their daughter to the hospital. It was astonishing. She had gone to socialize, drinking with other men. How could she abandon her sick daughter for such trivialities? Contemplating this, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number he hadn't contacted in ages. Hello, who are you looking for? Came the mature voice from the other end. It's me. Yun Qianfan's tone was somewhat frigid. Yunyi, you're back. The voice on the line was filled with excitement. Yes, I need you to do me a favor. Of course, anything you need, even 1,000 tasks. Just say the word. Bring a few doctors to Yin Chuan Municipal Hospital. Remember, I want the very best. After a brief silence, the voice acknowledged the urgency. All right, I'll be there in an hour. Hanging up, Yun Qianfan took a deep breath and gazed at the ceiling. Su Qing, is this truly who you are? For the sake of a mere banquet, you would forsake your own daughter? If that is the case, then I shall take care of our daughter from now on. His heart ached with profound sorrow. Why had he returned to find such a situation? A few minutes later, the operating room door opened, and several doctors clad in surgical gowns emerged. Yun Qianfan, filled with anxiety, rushed forward to inquire, How is my daughter? The lead surgeon, Zhang Qi, removed his mask, shook his head slightly, and let out a deep sigh. Sir, we managed to save her, but his unfinished sentence, coupled with the sorrow etched on his face, conveyed everything. What is it? Yun Qianfan struggled to maintain his composure. Your daughter has severe leukemia and requires a substantial bone marrow transplant from a matching donor. Additionally, due to her high fever, precious time has been lost. She has only 5 days left. Without a suitable transplant, she may at this point. Yun Qianfan understood all too well. In 5 days, if a compatible marrow was not found, Nyonyo would perish. A wave of murderous intent began to swell within him. His cold gaze swept over the group, particularly lingering on the head nurse, who trembled involuntarily under his fierce stare. If my daughter dies, you shall pay with your life. Not even the heavens can save you. He pointed directly at the head nurse. To recklessly use needles on a child. Each of these actions is a capital offense in my eyes. What do you intend to do? Do you dare to kill? Just moments ago, she had narrowly escaped his wrath. Now, her voice faltered. Sir, please, do not be agitated. If possible, let us proceed to draw blood for testing. Zhang Qi attempted to soothe him, believing that Yun Qianfan was merely overwhelmed with emotion. In this society, who would dare to commit murder? Very well. Yun Qianfan nodded, preparing to follow Zhang Qi for the blood test. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. At the far end, Su Qing rushed over, her face pale. When she saw Yun Qianfan, the air seemed to still. Their eyes met, each seemingly focused solely on the other. Yet, in Yun Qianfan's gaze, there was only indifference, as frigid as ancient ice, impervious to the sun's warmth. Suppressing her tears, Su Qing approached him, striving not to cry aloud. Forcing a smile, she said, "You finally." Before she could finish, a slap struck her face. Stunned, she stood frozen. He was enraged. Yun Qianfan's eyes burned crimson, his body trembling with fury. Each word he spoke was laced with anguish. It's been 6 years. Our daughter suffers from leukemia, burning with fever. You went drinking, leaving her alone in the hospital. Do you have any idea what she has endured? Needles piercing her skin, being struck? How many bruises does she bear? Do you understand? She has only 5 days left. Is this your notion of maternal duty? The last sentence was nearly a roar. He regretted not returning sooner. He should have been back a year and a half ago. Perhaps then, Nyonyo Wunti have fallen ill. But now it was too late. Su Qing, I know you're disappointed in me. Likewise, I am deeply disappointed in you. With that, Yun Qianfan turned and walked past her toward the blood testing area. The doctors, onlookers, patients, and their families were left speechless. No one could fathom the tragic ordeal the little girl had endured. How could a mother so neglect her own child? It was disgraceful. She was unworthy of the title of mother. If only she had never given birth to her. Even if she had chosen to terminate the pregnancy, the poor girl would not have to suffer. Even a tiger would not harm its young. She was less than a beast. Dear child, may heaven show mercy and grant you the strength to survive this trial. Su Qing's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. What had happened? Chapter 4. A deliberate conspiracy in the hospital corridor. Su Qing's frail form trembled slightly, her eyes swollen from crying. She had never anticipated that their first encounter after 6 years would be so heart-wrenching. Moreover, with Nyonyo's life hanging by a thread and only 5 days remaining, the prospect of finding a matching marrow seemed bleak. Feeling somewhat numb from her weeping, Su Qing finally rose and headed towards the blood testing area. Outside the examination room, at the stairwell, smoke wafted through the air, littering the ground with cigarette butts. Yun Qianfan chain-smoked, his brow furrowed. He was uncertain whether his marrow would match. But he would not give up as long as there was a glimmer of hope. After all, this was his own flesh and blood. Can we speak for a moment? Su Qing approached, her elbow pressed with a cotton swab, indicating that she had also come for testing. However, her pallid complexion, purple lips, and reddened eyes were heart-wrenching. Her white dress had gathered dust, adding to her pitiful appearance. What do you wish to say? Or do you seek to explain something? Yun Qianfan discarded his cigarette, but, crushing it underfoot in a gesture that seemed to vent his inner fury. Su Qing observed his actions, forcing a bitter smile as silent tears slipped down her cheeks. Is this your way of expressing your discontent? Or was your return merely a coincidence? The promises of that year were but illusions, were they not? Over 6 years ago, he and she graduated from university. He was an orphan, relying on the support of villagers to pursue his education. Diligent, ambitious, cheerful, and responsible. He embodied the spirit of perseverance. She, on the other hand, was the daughter of the distinguished Su family, born into affluence and privilege. Yet, despite their disparate backgrounds, their hearts entwined. However, their relationship was soon discovered by her family. One stood exalted, while the other was as humble as an ant. Her family forbade her from seeing him, threatening to break his legs should she disobey. That year, coincidentally, marked the invasion of enemy forces, and the nation was rife with conscription orders. In a bid to be worthy of her and for the sake of the country, he resolutely joined the ranks of those resisting the invaders. On the eve of his departure, their feelings ran deep, yet fate intervened. He entered the battlefield, while she concealed her turmoil. Ultimately, however, the truth could not be hidden. The arrival of Nyonyo altered the course of her life irrevocably. I have never forgotten, nor dare to forget. When I received the call from Yonyo, you cannot fathom the depth of my anguish and torment. How could you abandon her alone in the hospital? What a splendid mother you are. Yun Qianfan laughed, a smile tinged with sorrow and pain. Throughout these 6 years, he never once forgot his promise to her. Su Qing fell silent, tears tracing her cheeks. I understand now. I am sorry for failing in my duty as a mother. With that, she turned and left, fearful of losing control and shouting at Yun Qianfan, demanding to know how he could remain oblivious to her suffering all these years. Why had he not returned to cast even a fleeting glance? Yun Qianfan stood still, making no attempt to pursue her. Yet a solitary tear silently slipped from the corner of his eye. He longed to confess that he was the one who owed an apology. However, the thought of Nyonyo lying in the intensive care unit twisted his heart in agony. With a snap, a cigarette was lit and smoke curled around him. While he indulged in this brief respite, his phone rang. Young Master Yin, we have arrived at the hospital lobby. Where are you? I will be there shortly, he replied. I am at the blood testing area. Come quickly. After ending the call, he adjusted his attire and descended the staircase. 2 minutes later, a robust man approached, accompanied by a team dressed in formal attire. Upon seeing Yun Qianfan, the man instinctively knelt. Please, rise. It is inappropriate in public. Yun Qianfan gestured, signaling him to refrain. Yes, young Master Yun. What brings you to the hospital? Chu Xiong inquired, somewhat astonished. As it was unusual for Yun Qianfan to visit a hospital when the medical facilities there paled in comparison to those in the combat zone. We have no time. Follow me, Yun Qianfan replied, shaking his head with a bittersweet expression. Chu Xiong's heart sank at this sight. Did something happen to a family member of young Master Yin? If so, it would be dire news. He waved to several top doctors he had brought from the front lines, urging them to follow closely behind Yun Qianfan. Upon reaching the entrance to the intensive care unit, they were halted. I'm sorry, but you cannot enter. This is an area for critical patients. Yun Qianfan remained silent as Chu Xiong hastily stepped forward, producing his identification badge. The masked doctor shuddered at the sight, recognizing the insignia that depicted a golden dragon alongside the word war. Across the nation, the name of the Zhanlong army was known far and wide. We need to see a patient. You will guard this entrance. No one is permitted entry without my consent. Understood? The doctor, visibly shaken, nodded vigorously. A member of the Zhanlong Army S elite was present. This was a prelude to a significant event. Beside Nyonyo's hospital bed, Yun Qianfan gazed at her. Sorrow etched across his face as he observed her struggling with the respirator, his fists clenched in anguish. Chu Xiong trembled as he looked at the little girl, recognizing the resemblance to young Master Yun. Could it be? He dared not entertain the thought, fearing Yun Qianfan's wrath. Taking a deep breath, Yun Qianfan seemed to sense his unease. You are correct. She is my daughter. Upon hearing Yun Qianfan declare this, Chu Xiong fell to his knees. Young Master Yun. He began, but was swiftly interrupted. I did not summon you here to apologize. Chu Xiong quickly rose, then turned to the elite doctors, sternly commanding. What are you standing around for? Get to work. If you miss even the slightest detail, I will ensure you pay dearly. The doctors, trembling with fear, began their examinations. As for any necessary supplies, they were to request them from the doctor at the entrance. Meanwhile, Yun Qianfan leaned against the window, lost in thought. Several hours later, at the staircase adjacent to the intensive care unit, a sudden thud echoed. All, including Chu Xiong, fell to their knees. Young Master Yun, Chu Xiong gasped. Drenched in cold sweat, this day was about to take a turn for the worse. The top doctor had just discreetly informed him that the child's illness had been induced by an injection. Yun Qianfan surveyed the kneeling figures, a foreboding sense settling in his chest, his gaze sharp as a knife. Speak. What transpired? Chu Xiong realized the truth could no longer be concealed. Young Master Yun, Nyonyo's illness was caused by a deliberate injection. Chapter 5. The 3 Million Conditions. Bang! Upon hearing this revelation, Yun Qianfan's fist struck the wall with tremendous force, creating a deep indentation with a steel rebar bent under the impact. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. Do you know the specifics? His piercing gaze swept over the top doctors, who felt as though they had been cut by a blade. Young Master, if all goes according to plan, your daughter has been maliciously injected with leukemia cells. Given children's naturally low immunity, the leukemia cells have rapidly proliferated. Based on my extensive experience, Your daughter must have been injected with the leukemia cells 3 years ago. The doctor spoke with trembling lips, unable to fathom the potential fallout. This man before them was the king of the Zhanlong army, a figure who had once executed a marshal for the sake of his subordinates. Even then, he had faced no retribution from the sovereign, a testament to his formidable presence. Understood. Ensure my daughter is transferred to the Southern Battle Zone Hospital to check for suitable bone marrow for transplantation. My blood sample is available at this hospital. You can retrieve it. Chu Xiong, come with me. With that, Yun Qianfan lit a cigarette and made his way toward the head nurse's office. Chu Xiong, aware that a crisis loomed, waved at the doctors, instructing them to heed Yun Qianfan's orders and to avoid any errors that could cost them dearly. After that, he hurried to catch up with Yun Qianfan. In the head nurse's office, Lu Juiying sat with a furrowed brow, displaying visible distress. Isn't she just a poor girl? Who made her cry and cause a scene? The memory of being choked by Yun Qianfan, that suffocating sensation, sent a shiver of fear through Lu Juiying, particularly those eyes, so cold they were frightening. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed from outside. Who is it? Come in. Lu Juiying took a sip of tea and called out to the door. The door opened, and Yun Qianfan and Chu Xiong stepped into the office, promptly locking the door behind them. Upon seeing the visitors, Lu Juiying immediately panicked. What do you want? This is a hospital. You can't act recklessly. Yun Qianfan sat down on a nearby stool, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke. How do you intend to settle the account regarding my daughter? His gaze lifted slightly, resting on Liu Yuling. I must inform you that this is a hospital. If you continue like this, I will call for help. Lu Juiying was clearly frightened, her stout body trembling. Call for help? I wouldn't mind, but I can assure you that after you do, you will find yourself lying here. Yun Qianfan spoke calmly. Lu Juiying stared deeply at him. So what do you want? With a snap, the cigarette but in Yun Qianfan's hand fell to the ground, which he crushed underfoot. A glimmer of cold, murderous intent crossed his eyes. Someone like you is unworthy of being a doctor. I hope you can be a decent person in your next life. Chu Xiong, give her potassium chloride. Make her drink an entire bottle. Next to the Su family villa, there stood a small house, initially intended for servants. It had now become Su Qing's residence. In the living room, Su Qing leaned against the sofa, her eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Her heart ached intensely, so much so that she felt breathless. Yet, despite this agony, she still dialed her father Su Chong's number. The reason was simple: money. Nyonyo had been diagnosed with leukemia, and the treatment costs were astronomical. She could not produce a single penny, let alone save Nyonyo. As for Yun Qianfan, Su Qing had no desire to rely on him, nor did she need to. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. Su Qing quickly stood up, tidied her appearance, and hurried to open the door. At the entrance stood a middle-aged couple. The man was her father, Su Chong, and the woman was Zhao Shuixian, Su Chong's second wife. As for her mother, she had passed away during childbirth. Before even stepping inside, Zhao Shuixian disdainfully remarked, "Is this a place for humans? Ugh, it's filthy. Even my dog wouldn't stay here." Su Qing's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, yet she could only muster a faint smile to greet them. "Dad, Aunt Zhao, please come in." Su Chong offered an awkward smile to Su Qing, saying, "Qinga, your Aunt Zhao is like this. Don't take it to heart." After speaking, he shot a fierce glare at Zhao Shuixian. Unbothered, Zhao Shuixian turned her head away, refusing to speak. On the sofa, Su Chong took a sip of water, quietly waiting for Su Qing to speak. Su Qing lowered her head, biting her lip, lost in thought. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Dad, about what Grandpa discussed with you last time, is it still valid?" Su Chong smiled slightly. "Of course it is valid. You are my daughter. How could it not be? As long as you agree, you can return to the family, and the family will treat you as the next heir to nurture. You know your cousins are not favored by the old man. Among the Su family, the one most likely to become the heir is you. If it weren't for..." At this point, Su Chong wisely chose to fall silent. This matter was not to be discussed by anyone in the family, including himself. Zhao Shuixian, however, sneered. "Is it about that little soldier who brought shame to the Su family back then?" Upon hearing this, Su Chong's expression darkened. "The old man forbids any discussion of this matter. You better watch your mouth." Zhao Shuixian immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, Su Qing's face turned pale, realizing that even her father was implicated. As a daughter, she felt not a trace of paternal love. "Dad, Please go back and tell Grandpa that I agree to his proposal. The condition is that I need 3 million. Once the 3 million is transferred, I will sign the contract. Otherwise, I will not sign it. Upon hearing the figure of 3 million, Su Chong's expression soured. Chinger, the family is doing this for your own good. Marrying young Master Yang isn't a bad thing. Why do you need 3 million? The family will definitely not give you that money. Su Ching smiled, a painful smile. Dad, if I marry Yang's son, I want to even mention the benefits the family will gain. I only ask for 3 million. If the family is unwilling to provide it, then so be it. I would rather be expelled from the family than marry him. Su Chong's expression immediately changed. Chinger, let us discuss this calmly. 3 million is not a small sum. The family cannot just give it to you without reason. How about this? I'll call your grandfather and let him talk to you. What does that sound? Su Ching nodded, not refusing, yet deep within her eyes lay a trace of determination. Chapter 6. The beginning of Love the Night descended slowly. The night in Yunchuan was particularly lively. Neon lights flickered, and traffic flowed endlessly. In a luxurious villa, which was just purchased by Chu Xiong for Yun Qianfan, he leaned back on the sofa, gently exhaling a puff of smoke. Any news? Chu Xiong stood respectfully beside him. Master Yun, my subordinates are still investigating. I will inform you immediately once there is any news. As he spoke, Chu Xiong's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he hung up, his expression darkening as he glanced at Yun Qianfan's icy demeanor, unsure whether to speak. Yun Qianfan extinguished his cigarette, and urged, speak. Chu Xiong took a deep breath. Master Yun, your blood type does not match Nyonyo's, so a bone marrow transplant cannot be performed. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan abruptly stood up. Not compatible? Does that mean Nyonyo cannot be saved? His voice was sharp, chilling to the bone. Chu Xiong quickly shook his head to explain, Master Yun, it's not as you think. Nyonyo can still be saved. It's just that your bone marrow does not match hers. The only person who can match with Nyonyo now is your wife. If that doesn't work, then Yun Qianfan's gaze turned cold. Then what? Chu Xiong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, saying the only option left is to have another child, which would greatly increase the chances of matching with Nyonyo's bone marrow. Yun Qianfan let out a bitter laugh. Have another child? Is it that simple? Not to mention, I understand. You can take a rest. I need to go out for a while. After speaking, Yun Qianfan left the villa. Outside the villa, he gazed up at the stars in the sky, lost in thought for a long time. Eventually, he took out his phone, staring at the familiar number. He pressed the call button. 1 ring, 2 rings. It wasn't until the 10th ring that the call was answered. On the other end, a weak and exhausted voice came through. Hello. Yun Qianfan took a deep breath. It's me. Instantly, there was silence on the other end. After a few seconds, Suing Fainity spoke. What's wrong? The voice was somewhat distant, tinged with a hint of choking emotion. Do you have time? Shall we meet and talk? Yun Qianfan ultimately uttered these words. To claim that he did not miss Su Qing would be a falsehood. However, witnessing Nyonyo's condition at that moment was overwhelmingly painful. As soon as the words left his lips, a man's voice came through the phone. Qinger, who is it? Grasping his mobile, Yun Qianfan was momentarily frozen, his expression blank. The tone of Su Qing on the other end was now laced with urgency. I have something to attend to. I will call you back shortly. The line went dead with a beep. Yun Qianfan stood outside the villa, lost in thought for a long while. A cold, humorless laugh escaped him, chilling to the bone. He turned and entered the living room. The following day, at dawn, Yun Qianfan sat in the living room for the entire night. The ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. One phone call had kept him waiting for a whole night. Chu Xiong emerged from a room and was taken aback upon seeing Yun Qianfan seated on the sofa. Yin Yiyu. Before he could finish, Yun Qianfan waved his hand. I'm fine. You may go about your business. I expect to hear some news today, understood? Chu Xiong trembled, yes. I understand, master. With that, he exited. After Chu Xiong left, Yun Qianfan leaned back against the sofa, gazing at the pristine ceiling. It seemed to reflect the visage of a gentle girl, revealing a shy smile directed at him. Su Qing. He murmured her name, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth, albeit icy. Suddenly, his phone on the table rang. Noticing the caller ID, he exhaled a cloud of smoke and answered. Hello. Apologies, I was exhausted yesterday and fell asleep, forgetting to return your call. Su Qing's voice came through, laced with regret. It's all right. Do you have time to talk now? Yun Qianfan struggled to suppress the anger bubbling within him, striving to maintain a calm tone. All right, you choose the place. and I will come over. Let us meet at Yonghe Dojiang, she replied. With that, Yun Qianfan hung up the phone. Yonghe Dojiang, the place where their acquaintance blossomed, also the genesis of their love. Half an hour later, at the Yonghe Dojiang on campus. Boss, 2 cups of soy milk, 2 youtiao, and 1 egg, Yun Qianfan ordered. The proprietor, an elderly man with graying hair, greeted him warmly upon his arrival. Coming right up. Within 2 minutes, 2 cups of soy milk, 2 youtiao, and 1 egg were placed before Yun Qianfan. You look somewhat familiar, the boss remarked, scrutinizing Yun Qianfan. After operating this soy milk shop for over 20 years, he had encountered many memorable faces, though this young man struck him as oddly familiar. Yun Qianfan smiled slightly. Old Wang, have you forgotten me? I used to have breakfast here often. There was a time when I even had a fight right outside your shop. The old man paused, then a figure flashed through his mind. A tall, slender youth who would appear punctually regardless of the weather, always ordering the same soy milk and youtiao. Accompanying him was a charming girl. It's you, Yun Qianfan. Old Wang finally recognized him, his face lighting up with delight. He patted Yun Qianfan's shoulder heartily. Goodness. It's been years. I thought you had moved to another city. Yun Qianfan took a bite of the youtiao and sipped the soy milk. No, I enlisted in the army and just returned. I crave your soy milk and youtiao. Old Wang chuckled heartily, nodding incessantly. Enlisting is great. After all these years, you've grown into quite the man. Yun Qianfan smiled. Indeed, and you still look fit as ever. Boss, could I have a cup of soy milk to go? Old Wang, hearing this, clapped him on the shoulder. You eat first. I'll go attend to my chores. I'll come back to chat later. You go ahead, don't worry about me. Yun Qianfan savored his meal, alternating between bites of youtiao and sips of soy milk. A few minutes later, a Ferrari pulled up not far from the small shop, instantly capturing the attention of onlookers. This car was worth millions. Who would drive a sports car to such a humble place for breakfast? Yun Qianfan turned his head to glance, his heart sinking further. Su Qing, appearing somewhat weary, sat down across from him and quietly requested, Boss, 1 cup of soy milk, half a youtiao, and 1 egg. Chapter 7. Unspoken secrets at the entrance of the soy milk shop. Oh, little girl, it's you. Old Wang appeared before Su Qing, holding the soy milk and youtiao. Upon recognizing her familiar face, he couldn't help but smile. Old Wang, it's been a long time. Su Qing had not visited this place for breakfast in ages. She had almost forgotten its flavors. Haha, are you two together now? I remember clearly when you both came here every day. Old Wang laughed. Yes. No. The two answered in stark contrast. Su Qing responded affirmatively, while Yun Qianfan denied it. Old Wang was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. You too. Yun Qianfan shook his head. Old Wang, you may resume your work. Seeing this, Old Wang opted not to press further and returned to his tasks, but not before casting a lingering glance at the Ferrari. Knowing Su Qing had just alighted from that vehicle, with a man seated in the driver's seat. Upon hearing Yun Qianfan's response, Su Qing's gaze dimmed slightly. Taking a sip of the warm soy milk, she bit her lip and asked, You wanted to see me. Is there something you need? Yun Qianfan remained silent, quietly finishing his meal. Moments later, both had finished eating. Nyonyo's blood type does not match mine. Could you possibly help? Yun Qianfan finally spoke, his eyes steady as he regarded Su Qing, akin to familiar strangers. I will try. No need for you to mention it. By the way, here is some money. Take it and leave. Nyonyo's condition, I will manage it myself. As she spoke, Su Qing retrieved a bank card from her bag and placed it on the table. Yun Qianfan smiled, a smile filled with heartache. Su Qing, is this your answer to me? Su Qing, witnessing the smile on his face, felt her heart bleed. Yet, she suppressed the urge to cry. Yun Qianfan, I will treat Nyonyo's illness myself. If you have no other matters, I will take my leave. With that, she stood, slinging her bay over her shoulder. After taking a couple of steps, she paused and added, I'm going to the hospital to check the test results. Without looking back, she climbed into the parked Ferrari. With a roar, the Ferrari sped away, leaving Yun Qianfan staring at the bank card on the table. He chuckled, his gaze turning colder. He picked up the bank card, toyed with it briefly, and then tossed it. The faint sound echoed as it landed directly in the trash bin. Approaching noon, the soy milk shop was left deserted. Would you like something? Wang Yi held a bottle of Erguo too and gestured towards Yun Qianfan. Yun Qianfan nodded. All right. It's been so many years since we last met. Accompany me for a couple of drinks. Wang Yi raised his glass. Yun Mianfan chocolate, Vangye. You remain just as you were before. Aging has not changed your fondness for a little drink and idle chatter. Wang Yi downed his erguo tu in one gulp, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Yun Qianfan, not to be outdone, finished his drink as well. Qianfan, do you have something on your mind? Speak to this old man. Wang Yi munched on peanuts while observing Yun Qianfan. Having lived so long, if a person harbors secrets, it shows in their eyes. This lad has something weighing on his heart. Yun Qianfan tossed a few peanuts into his mouth, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. Do you really want to hear it? He hesitated, feeling that some matters were burdensome enough to bear alone. Wang Yi paused, playfully chiding, otherwise, am I feeding you peanuts for nothing? All right, I'll share with you. As they drank, stories unfolded and peanuts were consumed. After a long while, the liquor was finished, leaving only a few peanuts. Unexpectedly, your story is quite intriguing, Wang Yi remarked, smiling after hearing Yun Qianfan's tale. Wang Yi, do you think I made a mistake? Yun Qianfan's expression turned somewhat grim. There's no right or wrong. You must understand, sometimes a woman's words should not be taken at face value. She may have her reasons, which you might not see. Try to consider her perspective. It may not be easy for her either. Wang Yi stood up and patted his shoulder. Go on. I'm heading home to sleep now. At the municipal hospital, Su Qing stared incredulously at the document in her hand. It clearly stated that Nyo had been transferred to the South Region Military Hospital. She wasn't naive. She understood the implications of a military hospital. But who would take Nyo there? Was it him? Impossible. If it were indeed Yun Qianfan. He had the authority to send Nyo to a military hospital. Why then had he returned after 6 years? Even a brief visit would suffice. But now, it was too late for anything. Gripping the document tightly, Su Qing's expression was complex. Qing'er, what is the matter? Yang Sun stepped forward, attempting to place a hand on her shoulder. However, Su Qing took a step aside. Master Yang, please respect me. I am not married to you yet. Her tone was rather frosty. Instantly, Yang Sun's expression turned cold, but he quickly regained his composure. Had it not been for the invitation from the Su family patriarch to discuss the wedding with Su Qing, he wouldn't have bothered to visit. He had spent the night at the Su residence, and this morning, as Su Qing was leaving, he gallantly offered to accompany her to a soy milk shop to foster their relationship. All right, I won't pressure you, but I hope you understand one thing. I do not wish for any unexpected occurrences at the wedding in 5 days. Do you comprehend? I understand. I want to run away. Su Qing replied coldly. Yang Sun sneered inwardly, thinking, if you want to escape, you'll need to be able to first. Still, he feigned concern and inquired, how is Nyo? She is fine. You need not worry about it, Master Yang. As long as she is fine. Yang Sun replied with a bright smile, though he was far from convinced. Fine? Does he truly believe that? I bet that child is on the brink of death. He scoffed internally. A child born from someone else, and yet he expects me to care for it? Dream on. Let's go. It's almost noon. We should eat first. Visit the wedding venue, choose a wedding dress, take photos, and there is so much more to do, Yang Sun said with a smile. Su Qing shook her head slightly. I'm sorry, but I have matters to attend to, so I will not accompany you. With that, she left alone. Watching Su Qing's retreating figure, Yang Sun's expression grew increasingly cold. Very well. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Find out where Su Qing's child is. Also, investigate a person. The name is Yun Qianfan. Chapter 8. The Call to Arms at the South Region Military Hospital in the Intensive Care Unit. Yun Qianfan looked sorrowfully at the small figure lying on the hospital bed. Dean Zhonghan pursed his lips and pointed toward the outside. Gently, Yun Qianfan caressed Nyo's pale face before following Zhonghan outside. Yun Yi, the situation is dire. I have ordered a search for matching bone marrow. We should have news in a few days, but I cannot guarantee that the young lady will hold on. Zhonghan's words darkened Yun Qianfan's expression further. We must find it within 3 days. Zhonghan appeared helpless. Yun Yi, you must understand that the probability of matching bone marrow from 2 different individuals is more difficult than winning the lottery. I want to expedite this as much as you do, but Yun Qianfan nodded, his face full of bitterness. I was too hasty. Rest assured, I will expedite matters and gather the nation's top doctors for consultation. Thank you for your efforts. Just then, a young attendant rushed over. Dean, there is a woman named Su Qing outside who wishes to see you. Zhonghan was taken aback. He didn't recognize her. Meanwhile, Yun Qianfan's expression shifted slightly, and he instructed, let her in and explain Nyo's situation. Zhonghan glanced at Yun Qianfan and quickly deduced the woman's identity. Understood. Yun Qianfan turned and entered the stairwell, lighting a cigarette with a snap. As he gazed at the white clouds above, he silently vowed, "Daughter, I will do everything in my power to save you." Just then his phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was Chu Xiong. "Yunyi, we have news." "Speak." Yun Qianfan's expression turned icy, his grip on the cigarette crushing it to dust. 3 years ago, Nyonyo was hospitalized due to a fever. The doctor who treated her at the district hospital was responsible for her subsequent leukemia diagnosis. "I understand. I'm on my way." Hanging up, Yun Qianfan's fist clenched, cracking with tension. What kind of doctor would dare act so recklessly? It was obvious this was premeditated. Exiting the South Region Hospital, he drove the military SUV straight to the district hospital. Half an hour later, at the district hospital entrance, Chu Xiong stood respectfully beside Yun Qianfan. Feeling the intense murderous intent radiating from Yun Qianfan, he couldn't help but shudder. It had been long since he had seen Yunyi this furious. "That doctor is doomed. Where is he?" Yun Qianfan's voice was cold, his eyes devoid of emotion. On the third floor of the emergency office, the call for Lu Haoda was made. Chu Xiong hastily spoke up. "Have I brought my golden dragon mask?" "Yes, I dare not forget." Chu Xiong quickly retrieved a delicate box, no larger than the palm of his hand. However, he understood that this mask could only be worn by one person in the entire Shenzhou, and that person was Yun Qianfan. With reverence, he presented the box with both hands. Yun Qianfan accepted it and slowly opened the box. It had been a long time since he last donned the golden dragon mask. "Send someone to seal off the hospital. No one is to enter or leave," Yun Qianfan commanded. Donning the mask, as he made his way towards the hospital's main hall, Chu Xiong was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This was a grave matter. It was certainly not as simple as it appeared. Anyone associated with Nyonyo was doomed. Yet, he dared not disobey Yun Qianfan's orders. He quickly took out his phone and dialed a number. "Commander Chu Xiong." A steady voice came from the other end. "Zhao Kuei sent 1,000 guards to seal off the entire district hospital. No one is to enter or leave." Chu Xiong spoke with a solemn expression. 1,000 guards? Seal off the hospital? Zhao Kuei's voice was evidently puzzled. Chu Xiong took a deep breath and spoke deliberately. "The king has returned." With that, he hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuei in the southern region stared at his phone, at a loss. A glimmer of tears welled up in his eyes. It had been years since he heard any news of the king. Now, Commander Chu Xiong had informed him that the king had returned. Their brothers in the Zandergong squad had waited for this moment for so long. 1,000? Not enough. "Men!" Zhang Kuei roared, his voice echoing throughout the camp. "Yes." A guard rushed into the tent. Zhang Kuei, trembling hands retrieving a delicate box from beneath the table, gently placed it on the desk. As the box opened, a horn was revealed. The black horn was adorned with a golden dragon in gilded patterns. Upon seeing the horn, the guard immediately stood at attention. "Sound the horn." Zandergong, 3rd Division, 3,000 guards. "Full speed ahead, target. Yinchuan District Hospital, seal it off." "Yes." The guard cradled the horn and exited the tent. Taking a deep breath, he blew into it with all his might. The resounding sound, akin to a dragon's roar or a tiger's growl, reverberated throughout the southern base. Boom! Countless guards in training trembled at the sound of the horn. It had been years since they heard the battle horn of Zandergong. Yet at this moment, the horn was sounded once more. Swiftly, numerous guards donned their gear and began to assemble. Minutes later, they stood outside Zhang Kuei's tent. Clad in battle armor, Zhang Kuei's piercing gaze swept across the assembly. "The battle horn of Zandergong has sounded. Do you understand what this signifies?" The soldiers remained silent, standing at attention. "It signifies that the king has returned." Zandergong, 3rd Division, heed the command. With Zhang Kuei's thunderous shout, the 3,000 guards responded in unison, "Yes." "Target. Yinchuan District Hospital, seal it off. Move out." The roar of engines filled the air as vehicle after vehicle departed the base, heading towards Yinchuan City. Chapter 9. The Poison of Years at the district hospital. On the 3rd floor, Yun Qianfan inquired at the front desk, "Excuse me, how do I get a doctor?" Lu Haoda's office? The nurse, curious, glanced at him, wondering why someone would wear a mask for a mere consultation. Yet, it was rather striking. "Doctor, Lu's office is over there, the 3rd office on the left," she pointed. "Thank you," Yun Qianfan replied, turning towards the direction indicated. After a brief moment, he arrived at Dr. Lu Haoda's office. At that moment, there were no patients in the office. Dr. Lu was seated, idly playing on his phone. He looked up only when someone entered, momentarily startled to see Yun Qianfan in a mask. Who is this? Wearing a mask for consultation? Is he out his mind? The psychiatric department is to the left, 4th floor, Lu Haoda remarked curtly. However, Yun Qianfan did not leave. Instead, he closed the door and locked it. Lu Haoda furrowed his brow. What are you doing, sir? Yun Qianfan remained silent, calmly taking a seat opposite him. I have a heart condition. I would like Dr. Lu to take a look. Lu Haoda was taken aback, then asked, what symptoms are you experiencing? Or was there something troubling you? Both, Yun Qianfan replied, further deepening Lu Haoda's confusion. The man seemed to be either genuinely unwell or feigning illness. Go on, Lu Haoda prompted. Yun Qianfan spoke slowly. 3 years ago, my daughter was hospitalized for a minor fever, but upon discharge, she was diagnosed with leukemia. I do not understand how this happened. Now, my daughter lies in the ICU on the verge of death, and I am at a loss. Doctor, what should I do? Lu Haoda frowned, sensing a familiarity in the man's words, yet he dismissed the thought. This illness was serious, but it was treatable. A compatible bone marrow transplant was needed. However, this illness was caused by someone deliberately injecting leukemia cells into my daughter. Yun Qianfan's tone grew increasingly cold, a faint aura of menace filling the air. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoda's expression changed. No wonder it felt so familiar. It was because he was the one responsible. He suddenly sprang from his seat, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Yun Qianfan. Who are you? How do you know about this? This matter was known only to him and that other person. If the authorities found out, it would mean disaster for him. He did not wish to see his promising future thwarted. But the man before him spoke as if he had experienced it firsthand. How could this be? I'm the father of that girl. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoda stumbled back a step, tremblingly pointing at Yun Qianfan. You are the one from back then. Yun Qianfan slowly rose, letting out a light laugh. Indeed, you finally remembered. I thought you had forgotten. Lu Haoda, upon hearing this, sat back down in shock. Impossible. How could you be alive? He vividly recalled that person had assured him no one would seek retribution, and he need not worry about that individual returning, for he had arranged for someone to eliminate him. Yet, this man was the very one who had once fathered a child with Su Qing. It was known that this man had enlisted. Now that he had returned, he must certainly be a high-ranking officer. This was not something a mere doctor could contend with. I am alive. You are surprised, aren't you? Yun Qianfan smiled faintly, but then his tone suddenly turned cold. Do you know that my daughter lies in a hospital bed, suffering immensely? As a father, how deeply it pains me. 3 years ago, she was merely 3 years old. How could you dare to harm a child of that age? Lu Haoda, you do not even deserve your own name. Each word struck Lu Haoda like a dagger, piercing his heart. As Yun Qianfan approached step by step, Lu Haoda fell into utter panic. What are you trying to do? I warn you, this is a hospital. Do not act recklessly. Even if you're a high-ranking officer, committing murder in public is a grave crime that you cannot escape. Lu Haoda stared in horror at the golden dragon mask on Yun Qianfan's face. A high-ranking officer? You do not even have the qualifications to carry my shoes. The mocking laughter shattered all of Lu Haoda's illusions. He thought that no matter how formidable Yun Qianfan was, he was still just a high-ranking officer. But now, to hear that he did not even qualify to carry his shoes, what rank does he truly hold? Before Lu Haoda could finish his thoughts, Yun Qianfan struck him across the face. The force of the slap shattered his teeth. Speak. Who gave you the audacity to treat my daughter this way? Yun Qianfan's eyes were icy as he gazed at Lu Haoda. In his eyes had already become a dead man. Even if the king of heaven were to arrive, he could not save him. You dare. Lu Haoda's mouth was filled with blood, and his eyes grew increasingly terrified. He shouted toward the door, help. Someone is trying to kill me. Just as he finished, Yun Qianfan had already grasped his neck. My patience is limited. I shall give you one more chance to speak. Otherwise, smack. His left hand struck heavily on the corner of the table. The corner of the table exploded, shards falling to the ground. I believe your bones are not stronger than this table. Lu Haoda's eyes bulged, his face turned crimson, and he could no longer speak. Have you thought it through? Yun Qianfan asked again. Lu Haoda nodded uncontrollably. Seeing him nod, Yun Qianfan finally released his grip. Cough, cough, cough. After a series of coughs, Lu Haoda finally regained his composure. It was the third young master of the Wu family, Wu Yin, who instructed me to do this. The leukemia virus blood was also provided by him. The third young master of the Wu family, Wu Yin? A glimmer of cold, murderous intent flashed in Yun Qianfan's eyes. Very well, very well. To dare to lay a hand on my daughter is truly audacious. However, Yun Qianfan's gaze fell on Lu Haoda. I shall give you the opportunity to say your last words. Lu Haoda's eyes widened in shock. You want to kill me? It is not a matter of wanting. You must die. Yun Qianfan's voice was as frigid as eternal ice. Those who harm my daughter must perish. You dare? This is a hospital. If you dare to act, you will be apprehended by the police within 10 minutes. Lu Haoda did not believe that Yun Qianfan would truly dare to kill him here. Is that so? Yun Qianfan chuckled. Just then, the cup on the table began to tremble, as if an earthquake were shaking the ground. Yun Qianfan revealed a long-lost smile. Has it arrived? Chapter 10. The youngest king of the Shenzhou, Yinchuan City. Outside the district hospital. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Run. The tremors from the ground caused the nurses, doctors, and patients in the hospital to panic and rush outside. However, upon exiting, they were startled by the scene before them. The entire hospital was sealed tight. Countless guards clad in battle attire stood resolutely at the entrance, guarding all exits. Truck after truck lined the street outside. The onlookers were struck with fear at the sight. Numerous individuals were capturing the moment on their phones. Commander Chu. Zhang Kuei appeared before Chu Xiong and saluted. Chu Xiong waved his hand and then gazed towards the third floor of the hospital. The king has returned. Prepare yourselves. His voice trembled slightly. Following his gaze, Zhang Kuei looked towards the district hospital, excitement and exhilaration evident in his eyes. Yes, the 3rd Division of the War Dragon is always ready. They had never forgotten that a year and a half ago, Yun Qianfan was taken away by the monarch and imprisoned in the Blue Sea prison. Yet they believed one day the king would return. Now, after a year and a half, the king has returned. In front of the emergency office window, Lu Haoda stared blankly at the scene outside, his legs trembling. So many guards, sealing off the entire hospital? What rank of official could accomplish such a feat? He dared not imagine, nor could he bear to think. My lord, I was wrong. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Please spare my life. His legs gave way, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Yun Qianfan. Yun Qianfan remained indifferent. Such a person was not worth mourning. The path you chose is your own. You must always consider the consequences before taking action. Upon hearing these words, Lu Haoda's face twisted in agony as he realized that there was no escape. Then you shall die first. With a furious roar, he grabbed the cup from the table and swung it violently at Yun Qianfan's head. However, to Yun Qianfan, his movements seemed utterly feeble. He lifted his hand and pointed. Smack! His slender finger, as swift as lightning, pierced Lu Haoda's brow. The brilliance in Lu Haoda's eyes gradually faded as his body weakened and slumped. The cup slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Yun Qianfan's expression remained calm, as if he had merely performed an inconsequential task. One must learn to take responsibility for oneself. After speaking, he pulled out a tissue to wipe the blood from his fingers. From his pocket, he retrieved a cigarette, flicked his lighter, and lit it. He opened the door and left nonchalantly. Upon reaching the first floor, the 2 guards stationed at the entrance trembled upon seeing Yun Qianfan, adorned with the golden dragon mask, and immediately stood at attention. It is the King Yun. The 2 guards respectfully bowed, tears welling in their eyes. Yun Qianfan exhaled a puff of smoke and nodded slightly. Yes. Chu Xiong and Zhang Kuei also spotted Yun Qianfan emerging from the building. They exchanged glances, excitement reflected in their eyes. As Yun Qianfan approached the flag of the district hospital, Chu Xiong bellowed. The 3rd Division of the War Dragon pays homage to King Yun. We pay homage to King Yun. Almost simultaneously, thousands of guards stood at attention and saluted. Their voices resounded, echoing through the air. The surrounding civilians trembled with excitement. Is this a king? In an entire realm, there are but a handful who can claim the title of king. And the name of King Yun has long since soared to the pinnacle. Throughout Shenzhou, who does not know, who does not acknowledge? It is a pity that few have seen the true visage of King Yun. Among the crowd, many returning veterans also stood in awe. Upon witnessing the silhouette standing beneath the national flag, one cannot help but straighten their posture and pay their respects. Who? Yun Qianfan exhaled a plume of smoke, closed his eyes, and discarded the cigarette butt. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and let out a long roar. Yun Fan set sail. The 3,000 guards, including Chu Xiong and Zhang Kuei, shouted in unison, "Invincible in battle." How many years had it been since they had heard this phrase? Now, they heard it once more. Yun Qianfan felt a surge of emotion. These old comrades remained steadfast. He stepped forward to Chu Xiong and Zhang Kuei, offering a faint smile. "Yin Wang." Zhang Kuei gazed at Yun Qianfan with excitement. "Call me Yun Yi. I prefer that name." "Yes, Yun Yi," Zhang Kuei bellowed, standing tall. Yun Qianfan glanced at the guards who had arrived and nodded slightly. However, his expression quickly darkened. "I instructed you to seal off the hospital, not to bring so many people. Withdraw." Chu Xiong also wore an awkward expression and then playfully gave Zhang Kuei a slap on the back of the head. "I told you to bring 100 men, and you brought 3,000. Are you trying to rebel?" Zhang Kuei looked innocent, "Commander. You didn't say I couldn't bring." Before he could finish, he received another playful slap. "Bring what?" "Quickly withdraw the men." Chu Xiong's reaction prompted Yun Qianfan to cast a sidelong glance at him. The latter, sensing Yun Qianfan's gaze, broke into a cold sweat. "Yun Yi, all right, let's withdraw." "Yes." Within mere minutes, the video of Yun Wang's appearance spread throughout Yunchuan City. Countless ordinary citizens trembled with excitement at the roar of the thousands of guards. The man adorned with the golden dragon mask was indeed Yun Wang. Meanwhile, at the upper echelons of the Su group, the senior members of the Su family watched the news on their phones, filled with admiration. Truly the youngest king of the land. Old Master Su nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with awe. Ah, how wonderful it would be to meet such a figure. The other senior members of the Su family echoed their sentiments. The old master set his phone down and addressed his descendants. "By the way, how is the collaboration with the Yang family progressing?" As he spoke, everyone regained their focus. Su Chang replied, "Father, the Yang group has drafted the contract and is currently in the process of confirmation. However, there is a stipulation. It requires Qing'er's signature to take effect. She should be trying on wedding dresses with young Master Yang right now." Old Master Su nodded approvingly. "Excellent. Call Qing'er and ask her to bring young Master Yang over to finalize the contract. As for the 3 million, if we must, we shall part with it." However, before he could finish, Su Mei, Qing'er's second sister, interrupted. "Grandfather, I have a way to save that 3 million. Su Mei vil das lai is might." Having investigated the reason behind Qing'er's financial request, Old Master Su paused, then chuckled. "Then pray tell, how do we save it?" "Grandfather, from what I understand, Qing'er needs that money for that unfortunate child's treatment. I've heard he suffers from leukemia, severe in nature, requiring substantial funds for treatment. She would agree to marry young Master Yang for the sake of that child. We can have her sign the contract first and then provide her the funds. After she signs, it will be effective, and even if we don't pay, what can she do?" Chapter 11. Another one? At the Combat Zone Hospital, Su Qing left the director's office with a worried expression. She learned from Zhang Han that the hospital was doing everything possible to find a matching bone marrow donor, but it would take some time to have results. Yet, her daughter's time was running out. When she inquired about who brought her daughter in, the hospital director fell silent, stating that the person's name could not be disclosed, but it had no relation to her. Who could it be? Could it be a comrade or a superior? Su Qing speculated on the individual's identity, vowing to express her gratitude if given the opportunity. However, the most pressing matter was the treatment costs. The director's words nearly left her in shock. At least 4 to 5 million. But where could she possibly acquire such a sum? Just as she hesitated over whether to plead for more funds from her family, her phone rang. "Hello, Dad." Su Qing spoke with a hint of discomfort. "Qing'er, are you with young Master Yang right now? If so, are you returning to the company? The contract is drafted and just awaits your signature. Once you sign, the money will be credited to your account." Su Chang's voice conveyed a sense of excitement from the other end. Su Qing managed a bitter smile. "Dad, I need more money, 5 million. If possible, I'll return to sign right away." There was a brief silence on the other end. "This matter requires discussion with your grandfather. Come back first, and you can speak with him directly." In the car, Chu Xiong, "Investigate the Wu family for me." Chu Xiong, who was driving, paused momentarily. "Yun Yi, the Wu family?" "Yes, I need to uncover their entire background, all connections, and any misdeeds or crimes they have committed over the years. Dig it all up." Yun Qianfan's tone turned icy. The Wu family dared to lay hands on his daughter. They must be prepared for the consequences. "Understood. I'll initiate the investigation immediately." He finished speaking and took out his phone to make a call. Leaning back in the car, Yun Qianfan gazed at the familiar number on his screen, uncertain whether he should make the call. Was it true, as old Master Wang suggested, that he had wronged her? After a prolonged moment, he finally pressed the dial button. Seconds later, the call was answered. What is it? The voice on the other end was slightly cold and weary. Where are you? I wish to discuss something with you. Yun Qianfan finally articulated this request, recognizing that some matters required face-to-face clarification. Su Qing fell silent for a few seconds. I'm currently at the Su group. All right, I'll come over now. Without allowing Su Qing a chance to refuse, Yun Qianfan ended the call. Turning to Chu Xiong, he instructed, make a U-turn. We're heading to the Su group. Yes. Moments later, Yun Qianfan stood before the Su group's towering 30-story building, shaking his head slightly. The Su group? To him, it was nothing significant. Years ago, the entire Su family opposed Su Qing's relationship with Yun Qianfan. Even Su Qing's father, Su Chong, had approached Yun Qianfan, thrusting a bank card into his hands. There are 100,000 in this card. Leave Su Qing alone. But could Yun Qianfan be swayed? He had refused. Su Chong had then warned him to either take the card and depart from his daughter's life or face the consequences of having his legs broken. Yun Qianfan had simply stood up and bid farewell to Su Chong. Over 6 years had passed since then. Yin Yi, should we notify them? Chu Xiong inquired respectfully. Yun Qianfan waved his hand dismissively. No need. I want to see their reactions when a once impoverished youth returns. As he entered the lobby, the receptionist immediately stood up, a smile gracing her face. May I assist you, gentlemen? Yun Qianfan smiled faintly and inquired, I am looking for Su Qing. Is she available? Upon hearing this, the receptionist immediately realized they were searching for Miss Su Qing. However, she replied apologetically, I'm sorry, but she is currently in a meeting on the top floor. Could you kindly inform her? Just mention that her husband has arrived. At the mention of this, the receptionist's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the man before her. You are Miss Su Qing's husband? Yun Qianfan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, without a doubt. Please make the call. I will take responsibility for any issues that arise. Doubtfully, the receptionist dialed the phone. Secretary Wang, there is a man downstairs claiming to be Miss Su Qing's husband. Could you please notify President Su and see if he can come up? On the other end, Secretary Wang paused. Miss Su Qing's husband? ISNT young Master Yang, supposed to arrive in a few minutes? Has he arrived early? Understood. After hanging up, he approached the meeting room and knocked on the door. Guomin. The voice of the elder Su resonated from within. Secretary Wang opened the door, revealing Su family executives, including Su Qing, all present. President Su, there is someone downstairs claiming to be Miss Su Qing's husband and wishes to come up. What do you think? Su Chong was taken aback and then looked at the elder. Father, could it be that young Master Yang has arrived? The elder Su smiled slightly. It seems so. Please invite young Master Yang up. He waved at the secretary and hurriedly left the meeting room to call the receptionist. Quickly, please ask young Master Yang to come up. The receptionist had already received the news and was startled. Young Master Yang, President Su requests your presence upstairs. Yun Qianfan was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. All right. He understood that the Su family had mistaken identities. However, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. There is only one husband of Su Qing. And who is this Yang's son? Beside him, Chu Xiong was equally bewildered. Yun Ye's wife has 2 husbands? How can this be? In all the world, even a monarch has but one wife. As Chu Xiong and Yun Qianfan ascended in the elevator, a luxury car parked at the entrance of Su Group. A man in a suit stepped out. Yang Sun smirked coldly, carrying documents and flanked by subordinates as he strode towards the lobby. Upon reaching the receptionist, she respectfully asked, Sir, may I know who you are? Yang Sun, anticipating his imminent marriage to Su Qing, smiled slightly. Hello, I am Miss Su Qing's husband. The receptionist was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? How can there be another husband for Miss Su Qing? Chapter 12. Confrontation at the venue Su Group. On the top floor, the elevator doors opened slowly as Yun Qianfan entered with Chu Xiong. Secretary Wang had long awaited them at the entrance, but she anticipated that the individuals appearing were not young Master Yang, but rather 2 strangers. With a puzzled expression, she inquired, Gentlemen, may I ask who you are? Yun Qianfan's lips curled into a slight smile. I am Su Qing's husband, Yun Qianfan. Upon hearing this, Secretary Wang's eyes widened in shock. This name was taboo within the Su family. No one was allowed to mention it. for this man had caused the Su family to be unable to hold their head high in Yunchuan for many years, only recently beginning to recover. But now, the principal had appeared. Secretary Wang instinctively took 2 steps back, staring at Yun Qianfan in horror. Please inform the meeting room that I am here for a chat. Not to cause trouble, Yun Qianfan said with a smile. Secretary Wang cast a deep glance at him, fully aware that this man had returned at a most opportune moment. As secretary to President Su, she was privy to the family's affairs. Su Qing was about to marry young Master Yang, and this had nearly become a foregone conclusion. Yet, Yun Qianfan's appearance threatened to disrupt this outcome. Before she could voice her thoughts, Yun Qianfan waved his hand dismissively. It's been a while since I've seen my father-in-law. I shall enter myself. Secretary Wang was momentarily taken aback, and before she could react, Yun Qianfan had already pushed open the meeting room door. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned towards him. When Su Qing saw Yun Qianfan standing at the doorway, her eyes filled with disbelief. Why you're here? She had expected to see Yang's son. She never imagined it would be Yun Qianfan. Da Elzu, Su Cheng, Su Mei, Su Ye, and Su Feng were all momentarily stunned. He has returned? Su Chong sprang to his feet, his expression darkening. It's you, the boy from back then. Yun Qianfan smiled faintly. Long time no see. Future father-in-law. Father-in-law? The others from the Su family turned pale with shock. He is the man who caused Su Qing to give birth to a daughter. The one who brought disgrace to the Su family for years. The elder Su slammed his hand on the table, his aged face revealing rare anger. You, that surname Yun boy, how dare you show your face here? As the elder expressed his fury, the Su family became unsettled. You, surname Yun, this is not a place for you. Get out. Yes, get out. Hurry and leave. Yun Qianfan surveyed the crowd with a slight smile, yet a chilling glint flickered in his eyes. Soon, however, he regained his composure. I apologize for the embarrassment I have caused you all for so many years. He then bowed slightly to the assembly. Leave. Su Chong pointed towards the door, his face particularly grim. Surname Yun boy, I refrained from targeting you back then, hoping you would recognize your own limitations. Yet I never anticipated that you would have the audacity to father a child with my daughter. At this, a chill passed through Yun Qianfan's gaze. He chuckled softly, father-in-law. No matter how one looks at it, that is still your granddaughter. If your granddaughter is a disgrace, then what does that make you and the others? Illegitimate child? In an instant, the air in the Su family meeting room grew still. Yun Qianfan's words had effectively scolded the entire Su family. Chu Xiong at the door felt his lips twitch. Yun Yi's verbal prowess was not to be underestimated. In the past, during the border war in the north, Yun Yi had single-handedly shouted across the river for 2 hours without repeating himself, and not a single vulgar word was uttered, infuriating the opposing army of 300,000. The opposing commander even vowed to tear Yun Yi's mouth apart. That scene had left not only Chu Xiong, but also the 10,000 soldiers of the Zhanlong army dumbfounded. Yun Yi's talent for cursing was unrivaled in the realm. If he claimed second place, no one would dare to claim the top. The present situation paled in comparison to those past events. It remained to be seen whether these old-timers from the Su family could withstand Yun Yi's barbed words. You insolent fool. The elderly patriarch of the Su family was livid, his face turning an ominous shade as he pointed at Yun Qianfan and bellowed, You, get out. Leave at once. Grandfather, as your granddaughter's husband, how can you ask me to leave? Yun Qianfan cast a fleeting glance at Su Qing, his eyes betraying a hint of remorse. She, in turn, felt the weight of his gaze but instinctively lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yun Qianfan, let me make this clear. Either you vanish from my sight now, or I will have someone dismember you. Do not think that merely having spent a few years away makes you formidable. In my eyes, you remain utterly insignificant. Su Chong's rage was palpable, his teeth clenched, his body trembling with fury. Yet, he underestimated Yun Qianfan. Father-in-law, are you threatening my life? How terrifying. If I were to perish, your daughter would become a widow. What would the outside world think? Would they not say, look at the Su family, they cannot even protect their own son-in-law, willingly condemning their daughter to widowhood? Would that not tarnish your reputation? Su Chong was nearly apoplectic, his finger trembling as he pointed at Yun Qianfan. You! Feigning shock, Yun Qianfan exclaimed, Father-in-law, what ails you? Are you about to spit blood? Please do not. If you were to die, I would lack the funds for a cremation. I would have to dig a hole and bury you. At that moment, Chu Xiong could no longer contain his amusement, bursting into laughter at the doorway, utterly entertained by the spectacle. Goodness, the wit of Yun Qianfan is astonishing. Meanwhile, Su Chong clutched his chest, visibly in distress. Zhao Shuixian, standing beside him, quickly supported her husband and scolded Su Qing. You wretched girl. Are you going to just stand there and watch your father be driven to an early grave by this little bastard? As Su Qing opened her mouth to speak, Yun Qianfan interjected, casting a glance at Zhao Shuixian, whose heavily made-up face resembled a bloated water balloon. I presume you are Qing'er's stepmother? Good day to you. I have heard so much about your beauty from Qing'er. Seeing you today, I find you truly exceptional. The makeup you wear could surely be used to make hundreds of dumplings. By the way, do you enjoy dumplings? I could borrow some of that powder to prepare them for you. You. Zhao Shuixian struggled to articulate her fury, her entire body trembling with rage, realizing he had slyly insulted her appearance. I suggest a visit to a cosmetic clinic. A thorough makeover would do wonders for you. The layer of makeup on your face is probably impervious even to a razor. Yun Qianfan continued with mock seriousness. Ah, I will kill you, you scoundrel. Zhao Shuixian could no longer restrain herself, storming toward Yun Qianfan, her anger palpable. However, the head of the Su family slammed his palm onto the table. Silence. Instantly, the room fell into an eerie calm. Yun Qianfan regarded the elder with a hint of amusement. What do you desire? Su Chong's voice was laced with menace. Before he could respond, Secretary Wang entered, glancing at Yun Qianfan before announcing, Mr. Su, young Master Yang has arrived. All eyes, except Yun Qianfan's, shifted, their expressions shifting dramatically. A slight smile graced Yun Qianfan's lips. Ah, the guest of honor has arrived. How delightful. Yang Sun strode into the conference room clad in a tailored suit. Upon spotting Yun Qianfan, his demeanor darkened considerably. Mr. Su, what is the meaning of this? He had not anticipated Yun Qianfan's presence on the day of their contract signing with the Su family. Su Chong's expression remained grim. Young Master Yang, do not worry. I will have security escort him out immediately. He signaled Secretary Wang to summon security. Nevertheless, Yun Qianfan smiled. Feel free to continue your meeting. I shall take my wife out for a stroll. He approached Su Qing, extending his hand with a warm smile. Shall we? Su Qing gazed at his outstretched hand, yearning to grasp it. It had been 6 long years since they had held hands. She longed to do so, but, I'm sorry, I cannot leave. The apology struck Yun Qianfan's heart with a pang. He quickly withdrew his hand. No worries, I will wait for you downstairs. However, Su Qing added, there is no need to wait for me. You should go ahead. Her tone was filled with sorrow and anguish. Yun Qianfan hesitated, then nodded, departing without further ado. Yang Sun burst into laughter. Smart move, kid. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made out of here alive. By the way, I forgot to mention in 3 days. It will be my wedding with Qing'er. Do not forget to come and raise a glass. The declaration fell upon Yun Qianfan like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through him. Even Chu Xiong outside shuddered at the news. It's over. This time, it's truly over. Yinchuan will explode. This man is doomed. Even a monarch's intervention could not save him. Yun Qianfan turned back with difficulty, smiling at Su Qing. Is what he said true? Su trembled, they are speeding forth. She wished desperately to deny it, to say it was not true, but something lodged in her throat prevented her from speaking. Seeing her silence, Yun Qianfan nodded. I understand. I will take my leave. He turned to depart, but as he passed Yang Sun, he overheard the latter's whispered taunt. Kid, I will make you witness your woman donning a wedding gown beside me. The words were barely audible, and only Yun Qianfan and Yang Sun caught them. Regrettably, he had miscalculated. Yun Qianfan raised his gaze, meeting Yang Sun's smug grin, and chuckled softly. I will be waiting for that day, but I hope you manage to survive until then. With that, he strode away, leaving no trace behind. As he left, Su Qing could no longer hold back her tears. She longed to tell him it was not as it seemed. All she wished for was a normal life for him and their daughter. Nothing more. Yet, Yun Qianfan could no longer hear her. Outside the Su group building, the flick of a lighter ignited the cigarette at the corner of Yun Qianfan's mouth. He exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Chu Xiong, investigate the Yang family's background. Every detail, every generation. Leave no stone unturned. His tone was icily resolute. Even Chu Xiong felt the chill in the air, sensing the impending doom for the Yang family. Yes, Master Yun. He promptly took out his phone to contact his subordinates. Simultaneously, Yun Qianfan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he quickly answered. Master Yun, I have good news. We have found a matching bone marrow for Nyonyo. Upon hearing Zhang Han's excited voice on the other end, Yun Qianfan's tall frame trembled with anticipation. Upon discovering the truth, hope ignited for the daughter's salvation. Excellent. I shall come immediately. Yet, just as he was preparing to rush to the battlefield hospital, Zhang Han's voice took on a somber tone. However, there is some bad news. Yun Qianfan's expression darkened upon hearing this. What is it? The individual whose bone marrow matches that of Nyonyo is quite stubborn and impoverished. We attempted to reach out to him, but he is unwilling to undergo the surgery. Yun Qianfan's countenance soured. He understood that one cannot coerce another against their will. Yet, with opportunity now at hand, he could not afford to surrender. Is this person located in Yinchuan or elsewhere? Fortunately, he resides in Yinchuan. I will send you his contact information. After glancing at the location sent to his phone, Yun Qianfan ended the call. Meanwhile, on the side of Chu Xiong, their discussion was also concluding. After a brief look at the location, Yun Qianfan entered his vehicle to the 13th Street of the Old Town. Understood. With a press on the accelerator, the off-road vehicle sped away. Half an hour later, Yun Qianfan and Chu Xiong arrived at the 13th Street of the Old Town. Upon disembarking, they ventured into a narrow alley, where the sounds of grunts echoed, akin to someone practicing martial arts. At number 8 on 13th Street, they halted before a dilapidated entrance. Through the crevice of the door, they could see a bare-chested man, his back to them, muscles rippling as he struck a homemade punching bag with powerful blows. Observing this, Yun Qianfan smiled slightly. Not bad. He possesses some foundational skills. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. The door swung open, revealing a sweat-drenched man who regarded the two visitors. However, upon seeing this individual, both Yun Qianfan and Chu Xiong were taken aback. This was no man. He appeared to be a mere boy. His somewhat youthful visage suggested he had not yet surpassed the age of 20. Whom do you seek? Greetings, are you Yin Mo? Yun Qianfan inquired with a slight smile. Yin Mo paused momentarily before nodding. Who are you? We are from the battlefield hospital. Upon hearing this, Yin Mo immediately grasped the purpose of their visit. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree. Please leave. He reached for the door to close it. However, Yun Qianfan swiftly intervened, grasping Yin Mo's hand firmly. Yin Mo's expression darkened, his muscles tensing as he forcefully attempted to break free from Yun Qianfan's grip. Yet, he had underestimated Yun Qianfan. His strength was rendered ineffective before him, not even managing to budge an inch. Yin Mo's expression shifted again. He realized that this man was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Thousand Gene drop. With a powerful stomp, Yin Mo unleashed in even greater force, attempting to wrench Yun Qianfan's hand downward. Interesting, Yun Qianfan remarked with surprise. This lad possesses considerable strength. Your technique is commendable, yet it is futile against absolute power. Releasing Yin Mo's wrist, he pressed his index and middle fingers against Yin Mo's chest. The latter staggered backward as if struck by a vehicle, barely halting before colliding with the wall, his eyes wide with astonishment. It seemed unfathomable to him that he had been repelled by merely 2 fingers. He was acutely aware of the might of his 1000 Gene drop. It would take the combined effort of 3 adults to match his strength. Who are you? Yin Mo glared at Yun Qianfan, a hint of reluctance in his gaze. Agree to save my daughter, and I shall answer your inquiries. Yun Qianfan smiled gently. Yin Mo was taken aback, then gradually realized. You are the father of that little girl? Yun Qianfan nodded silently. Yin Mo fell silent. He was not devoid of compassion, but he harbored a dream. Should he lose a portion of his strength due to this surgery, he would drift further from his aspirations. Observing Yin Mo's indecision, Yun Qianfan spoke. Whatever you desire, I can accommodate. At these words, Yin Mo's head shot up, his gaze fixed intently on Yun Qianfan. You truly can fulfill any request? Skeptical, yet something in Yun Qianfan's eyes compelled him to believe. Speak your wish. Taking a deep breath, Yin Mo looked at Yun Qianfan and articulated slowly. I wish to join the Zhanglong army. If you can make it happen, I will agree. Yun Qianfan was momentarily stunned, and Chu Xiong appeared equally astonished. They exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. What do you find amusing? Yin Mo fumed. Is it so ridiculous to aspire to join the Zhanglong army? It is my lifelong dream. Upon witnessing the sincerity etched on Yin Mo's youthful face, Yun Qianfan stifled his laughter. Your dream is commendable. Your condition is quite simple for me. To this, Yin Mo scoffed incredulously. Do you fancy yourself as Yin Wang? Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong erupted into laughter once more. Yin Yi, I cannot contain myself. This little fellow is too amusing. Yin Qianfan regarded Yin Mo with a smile, while Yin Mo, sensing something, looked at him with a mixture of shock and skepticism. However, when he saw Yin Qianfan produce an item from his pocket, he stood frozen in place. The golden dragon mask was donned upon Yin Qianfan's face. Warrior Yin Mo, heed my command. His voice reverberated like thunder in Yin Mo's ears. Yin Mo trembled slightly and stood at attention. Present. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the first team of Zhanlong, under the protection of Chu Xiong. Do you consent? 2 hours later, outside the operating room of the battlefield hospital, Yin Qianfan paced anxiously, his brow furrowed. His apprehension was palpable, prompting Chu Xiong to speak up. Yin Yi, please do not fret. Nianyo will be all right. Chu Xiong, unmarried and without children, could not fathom the urgency that gripped a father like Yin Qianfan. Yin Qianfan shot him a glare. When you have a daughter, I shall see if you are as composed as I am. Chu Xiong's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Indeed, he had no experience of the anxiety a father feels while his daughter undergoes surgery. The operation stretched close to 5 hours before Zhang Han emerged from the surgical suite, clad in scrubs and glistening with perspiration, accompanied by several doctors. Yin Qianfan and Chu Xiong hurried to meet him. How'd it go? Zhang Han removed his mask, revealing a faint smile. All is well. The surgery was a success. The young brother possesses a robust constitution, and the bone marrow will not have significant repercussions. He will require some time to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Yin Qianfan's anxious heart finally found solace. Thank you. Too kind, Yin Yi. When did you suddenly acquire a daughter? Zhang Han, intrigued, pondered how Yin Yi had fought valiantly in the southern realms for years without ever mentioning family or friends, only to now present them with a daughter. It is a long story, which we shall discuss at another time. Yin Qianfan was reluctant to elaborate further. Very well, I shall have them transferred to a regular ward. A little over 10 minutes later, in the ward, Yin Mo had already awakened. Upon seeing Chu Xiong and Yin Qianfan, he immediately attempted to rise and pay his respects. Yin Qianfan smiled gently and waved his hand, urging him to rest comfortably and to simply express any needs he might have. Yin Mo revealed a faint smile, acknowledging yes. Yun Yi. He had learned that in the presence of outsiders, it was imperative to refer to him as Yun Yi rather than Yun Wang. Yin Qianfan approached Nianyo's bedside, observing her somewhat pallid little face with a sense of relief. He gently caressed her small visage, whispering, Nianyo, Daddy has returned. I shall never allow you to suffer any grievances again, not even a little. It seemed Nianyo heard her father's words. Her tightly shut eyelids fluttered as she murmured, Daddy, is that you? Mommy, Daddy is leaving us. I do not want him to go. Seeing the conflicted expression on Nianyo's face, Yin Qianfan felt a pang of sorrow within. How much had this child endured to feel this way? Chu Xiong stepped forward and whispered into Yin Qianfan's ear, Yin Yi, we have completed the investigation into the Wu family's background. The Wu family hails from Yinchuan and is backed by the Yang family, serving as their pawns. The Yang family employs various underhanded tactics through them, and the head of the Wu family, Wu Gang, has blood on his hands. This matter is likely instigated by the Yang family. Yin Qianfan rose, his gaze chilling. Wu family, Yang family. Excellent. Chu Xiong observed his demeanor and seemed to have more to say. With a furrowed brow, he continued, Yin Yi, just hours ago, the Yang family publicly announced their impending union with the Su family, with your wife as the bride. Chapter 15. A joyous occasion turns to mourning, as I said. Nianyo, what would you like to eat? Daddy will go buy it for you. Yin Qianfan gazed at Nianyo, who sat by the bed, her face beaming with smiles. The pallor of her face had somewhat faded, and her spirit appeared to have lifted considerably. Daddy, I miss Mommy, Nianyo said. Her head bowed, her small fingers incessantly fidgeting. Yin Qianfan took a deep breath. Nianyo had been awake for 2 days now. Today marked the 3rd day, coinciding with Su Qing's wedding. The venue was the luxurious Shangshi Ronghua Hotel. Nianyo, shall we go find Mommy? Yin Qianfan asked as he lifted her gently, affectionately brushing his finger against her little nose. His eyes brimmed with tenderness. All right, Mommy must miss me too, Nyonya replied, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a kiss on his cheek. Let's go find Mommy. The news of the Yang family's young master's wedding had long spread throughout Yinchuan. Today, a convoy of luxury cars was en route to the Su family to escort the bride, a spectacle that no ordinary family could rival. The wedding was held at the most opulent hotel in Yinchuan, Shangshi Ronghua. The streets outside the hotel were lined with a multitude of luxury vehicles. Those attending the Yang family's young master's wedding were none other than the elite of Yinchuan, including directors from major corporations, heads of prominent families, and esteemed officials. All present, the wedding venue was filled with a diverse assembly of individuals. Yang Sun stood at the center of the stage, microphone in hand, wearing a beaming smile. Thank you all for attending my wedding. Today is the most significant day of my life, and I hope you all will witness this moment. Indeed, young Master Yang is truly a dragon among men. The crowd erupted in praises, which Yang Sun relished. The most important day of his life? Nonsense. Marrying Su Qing was merely a means to seize the Su family's assets. As for her, she was but a plaything, never truly taken seriously. However, he had to maintain appearances. Everyone present knew that Yang Sun was a notorious philanderer. Would he really marry a woman who had borne a child? One absurd joke. Once he grew weary of her, she would likely be discarded, left for his subordinates to toy with. Beside Yang Sun stood Su Qing, adorned in a white wedding gown and draped in a white veil. Her eyes were filled with despair. She had never anticipated that her father and the old master would conspire with Yang Sun to deceive her. The promised 3 million had not been received. They claimed it would be given only after the wedding. She had contemplated fleeing, but her residence was already under surveillance, leaving her with no escape. Ever since signing the contract, she had been treated like a prisoner, confined within the villa, unable to venture out, let alone see her daughter. Nyonya, it is your mother who is useless. In the next life, I will accompany you. Su Qing had prepared herself. Hidden within her sleeve was a fruit knife. Should Yang Sun dare to harm her, she would take her own life. Now, let us invite the bride and groom to the stage. As the MC announced, Yang Sun approached Su Qing. Come, let us go up, he whispered, reaching for her hand. However, Su Qing stepped aside. Young Master Yang, I expect you to honor your promise. After our marriage, I want the 3 million transferred to my account. This was Su Qing's sole thought, to obtain that 3 million after marrying Yang Sun. If she failed to receive it, she wished for nothing more than to cease existing. Yang Sun's expression turned icy, yet he smiled. Rest assured, it is merely 3 million. I would not deceive you. However, you must cooperate with me, understand? If anyone perceives our facade, it would reflect poorly on both of us. Su Qing remained silent, quietly moving forward. Yang Sun followed, his demeanor growing colder. Wretched girl, still so arrogant. Once the wedding concludes, you shall see my true power. As for your daughter, she should already be on the path to the underworld. You think you will receive any money? Not a single cent. And that little one will not survive the day. As the couple reached the center of the stage, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Now, let us invite the bride and groom to bow to heaven and earth. The MC stepped aside, microphone in hand. Yang Sun and Su Qing approached the front, bowing slightly. Gazing at the firmly closed doors, Su Qing wore a bittersweet smile. Now, we bow to our parents. Yang Sun's parents sat on a red floral bench, beaming with smiles. The couple approached and bowed again. Husband and wife bow to each other. With this declaration, a grin spread across Yang Sun's face. Wretched woman, you cannot escape now. He cast an evil glance at Su Qing, who was veiled in white. Su Qing's heart raced. She did not wish to participate in this bow. The thought alone made her grip the fruit knife hidden in her sleeve. I would rather die than comply. Her heart belonged to only one man, Yun Qianfan. Just as they were about to bow, a loud crash interrupted everyone's actions. All eyes turned towards the source of the noise. The doors had swung open. Standing at the entrance were 2 figures, a tall man holding a little girl's hand. Their silhouettes were cast long in the sunlight. Chapter 16. Kneel and apologize. And I shall leave you whole, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for my tardiness. Yun Qianfan grasped Nunyo's small hand as they stood outside the grand entrance, his gaze sweeping over the assembled guests. He smiled faintly in response to their scrutiny. Who is this? I do not recognize him. Yet, there's something vaguely familiar about him. That little girl seems to be Su Qing's daughter. The crowd buzzed with speculation regarding the newcomer's identity. However, the members of the Su family had already risen, their expressions dark as they glared at Yun Qianfan from the doorway. On the stage, Su Qing was reduced to tears, her sobs falling like scattered pearls upon the ground. She had not anticipated Yun Qianfan's arrival, nor had she expected that Nyonyo's illness had been cured. Yun Xiaozai, let me make this clear. This is not a place for you, so be gone at once, or you shall leave with consequences that you will not enjoy. The elder of the Su family, gripping his cane, glared icily at Yun Qianfan. Su Chong and the others wore equally grim expressions. Did this Yun Qianfan truly fear for his life? How dare he bring that illegitimate child to the wedding of Yang Sun? Is that so? The corners of Yun Qianfan's mouth lifted slightly, and he spoke loudly. Are you all curious about my identity? Although many in attendance remained silent, they had already begun to piece together his background. Indeed, I am the man who has brought disgrace upon the Su family. This is my daughter. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This man had the audacity to speak such claims openly, striking a blow to the Yang family in front of everyone. Though the attendees were aware that Su Qing had borne a child, the Yang family's power had silenced any further discussion. Moreover, the Su family had never held a wedding ceremony. This matter had only circulated among the upper echelons of society, leaving those of lesser status in ignorance. Now, however, everyone knew that the young master of the Yang family, Yang Sun, was set to wed a woman who had already given birth. Yun Qianfan, you are courting death. Yang Sun's expression twisted into a snarl as he gritted his teeth and spoke each word with venom. Yun Qianfan abruptly turned to face Yang Sun, his icy gaze causing the latter to feel as if he had fallen into a pit of ice. Yang Sun, is it? Rest assured, I will settle our debts. But not today. Today, I have come to claim my bride. With that proclamation, gasps echoed through the crowd. Was he truly intending to confront Yang Sun at his own wedding? What an audacious joke. Huh. Yun Qianfan, what do you think you are? How dare you come to my territory to claim a bride? I shall take pleasure in tormenting your woman right before your eyes. As he spoke, he reached out towards Su Qing. Yet, she was prepared. A fruit knife was swiftly grasped in her hand, and she plunged it towards his approaching hand. The blade pierced Yang Sun's arm, and blood gushed forth. Ah, how dare you? Yang Sun had not anticipated such an occurrence. Su Qing stumbled backwards, her heart racing as she gazed at the knife embedded in Yang Sun's arm, filled with trepidation. The guests were stunned, and Yun Qianfan stood frozen in disbelief. He had not expected Su Qing to be armed. Knowing her character, he realized she was not one to act without preparation. This knife was not intended for Yang Sun, but rather, Mommy. Nyonyo's panicked voice broke through Yun Qianfan's thoughts. He looked up to see Yang Sun darting toward Su Qing, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across her face. The sound echoed in the ears of all present. Unbalanced, Su Qing fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Boom! Yun Qianfan's fury ignited. The earlier slap he had delivered to Su Qing was for Nyonyo's sake. In truth, he had failed to fulfill his duties as a father. He had been in the wrong. However, Yang Sun dared to strike his wife. Yang Sun, Yun Qianfan lifted Nyonyo into his arms and rushed towards Su Qing. But, don't move. The fruit knife that had pierced Yang Sun's arm was suddenly drawn out and pressed against Su Qing's neck. If you dare to move, this blade will go in. Yang Sun's face contorted with malice. At that moment, the guests had regained their composure. All eyes were fixed on the unfolding scene, enveloped in silence. Bring them in. Yang Sun shouted toward the entrance. Suddenly, a throng of over a dozen bodyguards surged into the hall. Upon witnessing this, Su Qing's eyes turned red with fear. She cried out to Yun Qianfan, "Don't worry about me. Take our daughter and run." Hearing his wife's voice, filled with desperation akin to that of a cuckoo mourning its young, Yun Qianfan smiled, genuinely pleased. He realized that from the very beginning, he had misjudged Su Qing. Perhaps, as old Master Wang had suggested, Su Qing harbored unspoken burdens she was reluctant to share with him. "Darling, it's all right. I owe you an apology." As he gazed upon Yun Qianfan's familiar smile, Su Qing too smiled, joy radiating from her. Finally, he understood. Alas, it was too late. Yang Sun would surely not let them go. Mommy, I am scared. Come back." Nyonyo clung to Yun Qianfan's neck, tears streaming down her face. Yun Qianfan gently stroked the little girl's head, assuring her, "Do not fear. Daddy is here. Nothing will harm you." Yet Yang Sun held a different conviction. Is that so? Yun Qianfan, I admire your courage, but this ends here. You will not leave this grand entrance today, and your illegitimate child shall perish alongside you. As for your woman, I will discard her to my subordinates once I tire of her." With those words, a heavy silence fell over the guests. It was clear that Yang Sun intended to eliminate Yun Qianfan without hesitation. "Young Master Yang, you have gone too far," Elder Su remarked with a grim expression. He had not anticipated the situation would escalate to such a degree. However, regardless of the circumstances, Su Qing remained a member of the Su family. Yang Sun's words amounted to a slap in the face to the Su family. "Elder Su, what are you? Your precious granddaughter has been taken by an insignificant nobody, and she bore his child. Have you lost all dignity and are now afraid to speak?" With that statement, Yang Sun had severed all ties with the Su family. Yang Sun's father, Yang Yishan, inhaled deeply. He did not oppose his son's actions. The Su family was merely a stepping stone in their grand scheme to expand the Yang family's influence. Yun Qianfan laughed, his mirth resonating throughout the venue, before abruptly turning cold, locking his gaze onto Yang Sun. "Kneel and apologize. I may consider leaving you whole." Chapter 17. Who is mad? At the wedding venue. The moment Yun Qianfan's words left his lips, the crowd was taken aback. Could this man truly be mad? After all, this was the territory of the Yang family. With a single call to arms, hundreds of bodyguards materialized. Did he truly intend to commit murder? A somewhat corpulent man seated in the front row slowly rose and declared, "Enough of this farce. Let the wedding proceed." At the sound of his voice, the crowd gasped in astonishment. This man was none other than Wang Nan, the chief of the Yunchuan City Police. His position was not to be compared with that of any family. Even the Yang family had to concede him some respect. As Wang Nan spoke, Yang Sun's father, Yang Yi, also interjected. "All right, Sunner, that will suffice. Let the wedding continue, with Captain Wang present. No one dares to cause a ruckus, rest assured." Yang Sun, upon hearing this, fixed a cold glare upon Yun Qianfan and then turned to Wang Nan. "Captain Wang, may I break a few limbs of certain individuals?" Wang Nan had received considerable favors from his family, and in both sentiment and reason, he should side with them. Now, as Yang Sun sought to have Yun Qianfan's limbs shattered, Wang Nan would likely turn a blind eye. "Do as you wish. I did not witness anything," Wang Nan replied, reclining back on his chair, crossing his legs, and puffing on a cigarette. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than Yun Qianfan interjected. "Is the authority of the police so vast now? When someone commits an offense in plain sight, they are disregarded." At his words, all eyes turned to him. Had this young man lost his sanity? That was the chief of police. To provoke him would yield dire consequences. In all of Yunchuan, who would dare to disrespect Wang Nan? Upon hearing this, Wang Nan extinguished his cigarette and rose, scrutinizing Yun Qianfan from head to toe before letting out a light chuckle. "At present, I suspect you're involved in a murder case. I must trouble the bodyguards of young Master Yang to apprehend you. Should you resist, feel free to end him." Yang Sun erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, boy, you might have a chance at life provoking me, but if you incite Captain Wang, your life shall meet the king of hell." No one anticipated Wang Nan would directly condemn Yun Qianfan. This was indeed a sentence of death. The gazes directed at Yun Qianfan from the crowd brimmed with sympathy. This young man was doomed. Even if he survived, he would spend the rest of his life in prison. "Huh, the number of lives I've taken exceeds 8,000, if not 10,000. Yet, I cannot recall a specific instance." Yun Qianfan chuckled lightly, as the sheer volume of lives lost by his hand was unfathomable. At his words, Wang Nan's expression darkened. Even when faced with death, this fellow remained defiant. "Young Master Yang, the sinner has confessed. Shall we not take action?" Wang Nan scoffed, his anger palpable. No matter the circumstances, Yun Qianfan was certainly headed for a grim fate. "Yes, Captain Wang, you all seize him. Should anyone dare to resist, kill him," Yang Sun commanded, and a dozen bodyguards stationed at the entrance surged forward. "Qianfan, run!" Su Qing, constrained by Yang Sun, could only cry out to Yun Qianfan. However, barely had her words left her mouth and a slap landed across her face. The resounding impact left 5 red finger marks on her cheek. Witnessing this scene, Yun Qianfan could no longer suppress the murderous intent within him. He slowly lowered his head, then raised it again, his icy gaze fixed upon Yang Sun. Faced with Yun Qianfan's terrifying stare, Yang Sun instinctively took a step back. That look was akin to an ant confronting a true dragon. impossible to behold. The frigid word escaped his lips. With a forceful push of his feet, the ground beneath him cracked. In an instant, like a cannonball, he appeared before Yang Sun. Before Yang Sun could comprehend what transpired, Yun Qianfan had grasped his throat. Gasping for air, Yang Sun's eyes bulged as the overwhelming sensation of suffocation turned his face crimson. Stop! This is outrageous. Both Yang Yi and Wang then spoke simultaneously. Yet, Yun Qianfan paid them no heed. He turned to Su Qing, his eyes filled with regret. I'm sorry for arriving late. Su Qing shook her head, tears blurring her vision. Yun Qianfan placed Niao down. Niao, go to your mother. Niao leaped into Su Qing's arms, her small hand caressing her face. Mommy, don't cry. Daddy will punish the bad guys. Su Qing wept even more sorrowfully. Yes, Daddy will punish the bad guys. Yun Qianfan regarded the approaching Yang, Yi, and Wang Nan, revealing a chilling smile. You two had best abandon your little schemes. I possess considerable strength, and might inadvertently crush him. With that, he tightened his grip. Ugh! Yang Sun struggled, his body convulsing, his eyes rolling back as he neared unconsciousness. Let him go. I will allow you to leave. Yang Yi, unwilling to witness his only son perish at Yun Qianfan's hands, hastily offered to let the three of them depart. Very well. Yun Qianfan slightly loosened his grip, granting Yang Sun a breath of respite. He turned to Su Qing and said, We shall exit first. Su Qing wiped her tear-streaked face and nodded earnestly. Under the gaze of all the guests, Yun Qianfan single-handedly held Yang Sun, retreating with Su Qing and her daughter to the entrance. Zhu Xiong, Yun Qianfan called out sharply. Instantly, a robust man emerged from the shadows. Take him away. Chu Xiong nodded at Su Qing and her daughter. Yes, Miss Su, please follow me. As Chu Xiong prepared to lead them away, Su Qing resolutely shook her head. Though she was unaware of Yun Qianfan's current identity, she could not allow him to remain here alone. I want to go. I want to stay with Daddy. The delicate timbre of Su Qing's voice intertwined with Niao's soft plea, reaching Yun Qianfan's ears. His smile broadened. Do not worry, I will be fine. You go with my brother first, and I will join you shortly. Zhu Xiong. As Yun Qianfan spoke, a glimmer of determination flashed in Chu Xiong's eyes as he gently pressed a finger against Su Qing's neck. Instantly, her vision darkened and she fainted. My apologies, Miss Su. With that, he cradled Su Qing and Niao and strode toward the SUV parked nearby. Moments later, the vehicle sped away, while at the entrance of the wedding, dozens of bodyguards had gathered, encircling Yun Qianfan within. With a smile, Yun Qianfan brought Yang Sun back into the wedding venue. To all those uninvolved, you have 3 minutes to leave. Chapter 18. Everyone was stunned. A cold voice echoed through the venue. The guests exchanged bewildered glances, yet none made a move to depart. Observing this, Yang, Yi, and Wang then also spoke up. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for today's events. We must attend to some private matters. Please exit for the time being. Yang Yi clasped his fists in apology to the guests. Only then did they begin to leave in succession, aware that something monumental was about to unfold here. Even so, lives may be lost. Some things are better left unknown. One guest after another departed, leaving the grand wedding venue with only a handful of bodyguards and a few individuals, including Yun Qianfan. Kid, you are indeed a man. However, today, you cannot escape death. Yang Yi cast a cold gaze at Yun Qianfan. No matter what, it was impossible for Yun Qianfan to leave through those gates today. Shut down the surveillance here. With a single command from Yang Yi, all monitoring devices were immediately turned off. Yun Qianfan smiled, a smile that was audacious. You are quite understanding. Wang Nan, standing nearby, lit a cigarette. He then gently patted Yang Yi's shoulder, saying, I saw nothing. Just remember to clean up afterward. I'll take my leave now, but I will return in half an hour. With that, Wang Nan departed as well. Thus, only a few bodyguards, Yang Yi and Yang Sun, whom Yun Qianfan had by the throat, remained on the scene. Yang Yi cast a chilling glance at Yun Qianfan. Release my son, and I will leave you in one piece. However, before he could finish his words, Yun Qianfan raised his left hand and delivered a resounding slap across Yang Sun's face. The sharp sound echoed throughout the venue. Yang Sun's teeth shattered upon impact. Yet being gripped by the throat, he could not even spit out the remnants. His eyes widened in terror as he stared at Yun Qianfan. Yang Yi's eyes turned blood red. How dare you? Yun Qianfan smirked Glancing at Yang Yi, slowly declared, "This slap is for my daughter." With that, 2 consecutive slaps landed on Yang Sun's face, leaving it swollen and bloody, causing him to lose consciousness. "You are courting death." Yang Yi's voice grew colder, while the bodyguards were already on high alert. Each one fixed a menacing gaze on Yun Qianfan, ready to pounce should he dare to loosen his grip. "These 2 slaps were for my wife." Yang Yi thought it would be over. However, Yun Qianfan tightened his grip. A crisp crack echoed through the air as Yang Sun's breath faded. Releasing his hand, Yang Sun's lifeless body slumped to the ground like a pile of mud. "I am done, so now you can die." "No." Yang Yi's eyes burned with fury as he gazed at Yang Sun's lifeless form sprawled on the ground, shouting, "Attack! Kill him!" With that, he drew a large machete and charged at Yun Qianfan. Yun Qianfan shook his head slightly. "You all think too highly of yourselves." As he spoke, he deftly dodged the incoming strike from a bodyguard behind him. Turning, he delivered a punch. The bodyguard who missed was sent flying, crashing into several others who had rushed forward. Yun Qianfan's legs moved, and the ground beneath him cracked. With a powerful kick, he swept his leg out. The bodyguards beside him, who had yet to raise their weapons, were knocked to the ground. At this moment, Yang Yi had also reached Yun Qianfan's side, thrusting his knife forward. Yet, before the blade could touch Yun Qianfan, a massive fist collided with his face. The impact left his visage distorted, rendering him unconscious. The fight lasted no more than a few minutes. Scanning the scene, aside from Yun Qianfan standing in the center, not a single person remained upright. Dozens of bodyguards lay on the ground, with about 10 moaning in pain, while the rest had lost the strength even to move. With a thud, Yun Qianfan retrieved a cigarette and lit it for himself. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a plume of smoke, then turned and headed toward the back door. Half an hour later, Wang Nan arrived outside the wedding venue, leading 3 police vehicles. "Is it not over yet?" Half an hour had already passed. He knitted his brows. Glancing at the time, it had been 40 minutes. Why were the gates still tightly shut? He motioned for a nearby officer to open the door. "Yes, Captain." The young officer quickly jogged forward and pushed open the grand door. However, upon seeing the scene within, he couldn't help but shiver, instinctively swallowing hard. He turned back to Wang Nan and stammered, "See, Captain, something terrible has happened." Wang Nan's heart raced, an ominous premonition creeping in. His somewhat rotund figure rushed toward the door, followed by over 20 officers. Upon reaching the entrance, they were left dumbfounded. Inside the venue, dozens of bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, none standing. Only a few could still manage a faint groan. In the center, the bodies of Yang Sun and Yang Yi stood out starkly. Wang Nan's corpulent frame trembled, his body quaking. He glanced around but found no sign of Yun Qianfan's body. How could this be possible? What on earth had transpired here? He clearly remembered Yang Yi shutting down all surveillance cameras to avoid leaving evidence before taking action. And now, it had turned out like this. This was serious. He could not contain it. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Trembling, he took out his phone and called his superior, Governor Wan Fan. "Hello, Captain Wang. What is the matter?" Wang then wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Brother Wen, something terrible has happened. The young father and son are dead." "What?" A furious shout erupted from the other end of the line. "What happened? Weren't you attending the wedding of that young kid? How did it come to this?" I. Wang Nan was at a loss for words. Was this the doing of a single individual? Clearly, it was impossible. Yet, he had no evidence. "Where are you right now?" Wen Fan's voice turned icy. "I am at the wedding venue, the Shangshi Ronghua Hotel." "All right, wait there. I will be there shortly." 20 minutes later, Wen Fan arrived with a team of professionals. Upon witnessing the scene, he gasped in shock. So many lives lost. Where are the surveillance cameras? He turned to Wang Nan. Wang Nan shook his head with difficulty, his face etched with bitterness. There are no cameras." Slap. Wen Fan immediately delivered a resounding slap to him. "If this matter doesn't reach a conclusion, you can forget about your position." Chapter 19. Returning to the family, the local news reported a large brawl at the Shangshi Ronghua Hotel, resulting in 36 fatalities and 12 serious injuries. Among them, Yang, the president of the Yang Group, and his son Yang Sun perished in the altercation. This news spread throughout Yinchuan in just half an hour. Everyone speculated about who could be involved in this incident. As for the abduction by Yun Qianfan, they hardly took notice. How could one person, no matter how formidable, contend with over 40 bodyguards and cause so many deaths? They speculated whether it was an enemy of the Yang family seeking revenge. Meanwhile, at the Su family's villa, the members of the Su family wore grim expressions as they gazed at the chilling images broadcasted on television. Over 30 lives have been lost, a matter of considerable gravity. Now, the two most powerful figures within the Yang Corporation had perished. The contracts they had previously signed were rendered void. Although they were not directly affiliated with the Yang family, losing the contract meant that their chances of rising again were slim. What on earth had transpired? With both Yang father and son deceased, who possessed the audacity to orchestrate such a calamity? Su Chong furrowed his brow, seemingly in disbelief. With the fall of the Yang family, the Yang Corporation would likely be swiftly taken over. You all must keep a keen ear to the ground. As soon as someone assumes control of the Yang Corporation, move to negotiate a partnership. Understood? Old Master Su cared not for the lives lost. His sole concern was profit. Presently, the Su family could only be considered a second-tier clan in Yunchuan, a mere shadow compared to the first-tier families. The Yang Corporation, meanwhile, stood at the pinnacle of second-tier families, poised to ascend into the ranks of first-tier. This collaboration had been motivated by that very potential, prompting them to seek a union with the Yang family. Yet, none had anticipated such an event would unfold. Father, could this incident be connected to that young man? Inquired Su Qing's second uncle, Su Yi, unable to restrain himself. The response was a chorus of disdain from the entire Su family. Second brother, have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe that a character like Yun Qianfan could orchestrate such a scheme? Just because he spent a few years in the military? Does he suddenly possess the capability to turn the tide? After receiving a rebuke from his elder brother, Su Ye's expression soured. Indeed, he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. If Yun Qianfan had such prowess, he would have approached the Su family long ago instead of waiting for this moment. By the way, where is Su Qing? Why hasn't she returned yet? Old Master Su's gaze turned icy as he looked at Su Chong. Su Chong hesitated, then replied, Father, I will call her immediately and instruct her to return. Additionally, I will have someone investigate whether that young man has made a name for himself these past years. Upon hearing this, the old master slammed his palm on the table, fuming. What? Are you suggesting we haven't embarrassed ourselves enough? That young man caused a scene at the wedding. What else could he be capable of? Call Qing girl and ask her if she is willing to come back to the family. The moment these words left his lips, the Su family fell into stunned silence. Su Qing's brothers panicked. They had only managed to secure their positions in the family due to Su Qing being the last remaining daughter. Now, the old master was suggesting that Su Qing return, which would mean she had a chance to become the family's heir. Grandfather, I oppose this. Su Mei was the first to speak up. I also disagree, grandfather. Just think about it. If Su Qing returns, won't our family lose face? Furthermore, she has given birth to an illegitimate child, added Su Yi's son, Su Ping. Exactly, grandfather. Su Shui began to voice her objections. But old Master Su interrupted with a fierce slap on the table, his face flushed with anger. What? Have I not yet departed this world? And you are already squabbling over the inheritance? I have observed Su Qing's capabilities. She is far superior to all of you inept fools. If she does not return, you will inevitably squander the family's fortunes. Eldest brother, call Su Qing and inform her that the family is willing to welcome her back. Ask her what conditions she requires. Wasn't she seeking 3 million before? Give it to her. With the old master's command, silence fell over the room. After all, in the Su family, the old master was the true authority. The words of others held no weight against his. In the villa, Yun Qianfan sat by the bedside, cradling a bowl of porridge, his gaze tenderly fixed on Su Qing, who lay in bed. She had struggled to eat and sleep these past few days, haunted by nightmares of Nyo's suffering on a hospital bed. Yet in a blink, she found herself in Yun Qianfan's embrace. His gentle eyes were even more affectionate than before. Tears streamed down her flushed cheeks, and she longed to voice her feelings. Yet the words stuck in her throat. Why did you come? Why? Do you not understand how perilous it is? If you hadn't returned, what would I have done? What about Nyo? Su Qing collapsed into Yun Qianfan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Fool, if I hadn't come, you would have become someone else's wife. I cannot allow that. You are destined to be mine. Yun Qianfan tenderly caressed her hair, soothing her. But I do not wish for you to take risks. Su Qing clutched him tightly, fearing he might slip away at any moment. Enough now, do not cry. Nyo is sleeping next door. Yun Qianfan smiled gently, prompting Su Qing to gradually cease her tears. As she pulled away from his embrace, her eyes were still red as she looked at him. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't take good care of Nyo. If I hadn't left her alone at home, none of this would have happened. Su Qing regretted leaving Nyo by herself. Had she stayed close, so much misfortune could have been avoided. It's all right. Nyo is recovering well. She just needs some time to heal. Su Qing nodded slightly, but soon asked, "Tell me, did you borrow money from your comrades? Otherwise, how did you manage to pay for Nyo's treatment?" Yun Qianfan hesitated, a look of helplessness crossing his face. He wanted to say, "Do you truly think I am incapable of affording it?" However, he found himself relishing the moment. "Yes, I borrowed from comrade. His family runs a company and has more money than he knows what to do with, so he lent me a little." Su Qing shot him an annoyed glance. Who would complain about having too much money? Regardless, you borrowed it, so how much did you take? Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Su Qing's previously cheerful expression darkened. Yun Qianfan glanced at her, his brow furrowing. "If you don't wish to answer, let it ring." Su Qing remained silent, answering the call. "Qing, or where are you right now? Your grandfather is preparing to have you return to the family. Whatever conditions you have, feel free to state them. Your grandfather will agree." After ending the call, Su Qing remained silent for a long while. Yun Qianfan chose not to interrupt her, understanding that, regardless, it was still her family. Whether she returned or not, he would respect her decision. "Qianfan," she finally spoke after a lengthy pause. Before she could finish her thought, Yun Qianfan sensed her intent. "It's all right. It is time to return." Su Qing nodded and then recounted the current situation of the Su family in detail to Yun Qianfan. After listening, Yun Qianfan understood. It turned out that the Su family was already at their wits' end. Their marriage with the Yang family had been a strategic move for the sake of the clan. In pursuit of development, the Su family had recklessly acquired numerous worthless properties and nearly bankrupt small companies, believing they would profit handsomely. Little did they know, this strategy had led to a financial crisis, and they had even begun to sell off some properties and small companies at a loss, with a significant portion still unsold. Su Qing possessed remarkable abilities, and under her counsel, the Su family managed to save a significant amount of funds, providing them with a chance to alleviate their circumstances. However, she has since departed from the Su family. Consequently, discord arose among the senior members of the Su family and some external shareholders, leading to threats of complete divestment of their shares. Should such a scenario unfold, the Su family would face unprecedented repercussions, potentially descending into utter destitution. Nevertheless, if you choose to return, I shall accompany you, for we have children together. Even if your father refuses to acknowledge them, they remain your offspring." Yun Qianfan remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's eyes instantly reddened. In the vehicle, Chu Xiong was driving with Yun Qianfan, Su Qing, and Nyo seated behind. "Daddy, where are we going?" Nyo inquired, perched on Yun Qianfan's lap, her face brimming with curiosity. "We are going to visit your grandfather," Yun Qianfan replied, gently ruffling her hair with a smile. "Grandfather? Who is that?" Nyo asked, her curiosity piqued. Yun Qianfan fell silent, realizing that Nyo was still unaware of her grandfather's identity, an indication of the status Su Qing and Nyo held within the Su family during their time there. However, today's visit aimed to rectify that situation. "By the way, Qianfan, the place we are currently residing in is not actually yours, is it?" Su Qing questioned. Her eyes filled with skepticism as she scrutinized Yun Qianfan. She was acutely aware that their current residence was an opulent villa, not easily attainable even for the wealthy. The neighboring villas belonged to the elite families of Yun Chuan, and commoners lacked the privilege to purchase such properties. In truth, Yun Qianfan was reluctant to disclose his identity to Su Qing at this moment, for he had only a year and a half before he must return to the battlefield. Revealing too much would only add to Su Qing's worries. Thus, he preferred to remain silent. "It belongs to me, in a sense. A comrade of mine, upon returning to his territory, allowed me to take charge. He gifted me this villa when I first arrived," he replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong, who was driving, could not help but flinch at the absurdity of Yun Qianfan's pretense. The villa was, in fact, a purchase he had orchestrated himself. However, such a narrative was beneficial in maintaining his anonymity. "Do you truly believe me to be foolish?" Su Qing's expression was earnest as she regarded Yun Qianfan. "Why do you ask such a thing? You're far more intelligent than I, he chuckled. But do you honestly expect me to believe that your comrade would casually gift you a villa worth tens of millions? Her disbelief was not due to a lack of trust, but rather an inability to accept such a notion. The entirety of the Su family's assets barely amounted to a few hundred million, primarily allocated for operational expenses. Investing such a sum into a villa would lead to the family's financial ruin. Yun Qianfan's expression turned slightly awkward, yet he quickly asserted, "If you do not believe me, I can call my comrade right now to provide proof." "Very well, go ahead," Su Qing insisted, clearly requiring tangible evidence to support his claims. "Oh no, my comrade is busy with work. I can arrange for him to meet at a later date," he lamented, feeling exasperated at having to justify his finances to his wife. Yet, it was understandable that Su Qing remained skeptical. After all, who would believe such an outlandish tale? "All right, I shall await the evidence," she replied resolutely. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Su family villa. "Xiao Chu, you may leave now," Yun Qianfan instructed, eager for Chu Xiong to depart before any discrepancies arose. "Understood," Chu Xiong replied and drove away. Meanwhile, Su Qing held Nyo and gazed at the villa before her, her expression a mixture of emotions. Yun Qianfan gently patted her back. "Let us go. We are at your doorstep, yet you hesitate to enter." A few minutes later, within the living room of the Su family villa, the elder Su sat at the head of the table, flanked by Su Qing's father and two uncles, while the younger generation occupied the rear. "Now that everyone is present, I shall speak candidly," the elder Su began, casting a glance at Su Qing. "Since Qing'er has returned, I hope we can resolve the internal conflicts within the family amicably. Qing'er, I wish for you to reclaim your former position and fulfill your duties." As the elder Su posed his inquiry, all eyes turned to Su Qing, who was aware that this was a gesture to grant her a semblance of respect. The presence of Yun Qianfan and Nyo, who remained in the background, elicited little attention from the gathered family members. "Grandfather, I am willing to return, but under one condition. I wish to marry Qianfan and hold a wedding," she stated firmly. Her declaration was met with immediate opposition. "No, as the third young lady of the Su family, how can you marry someone of such humble origins?" Her father, Su Chong, retorted, glaring at Yun Qianfan. "Exactly, third sister. It is not that I am disparaging you, but even if you have children, that does not justify marrying someone so beneath you," her elder sister, Su Shui, chimed in, her heavily made-up appearance exuding a somewhat alluring aura. Yun Qianfan, standing behind Su Qing, remained silent, a smile on his face as he observed the unfolding drama. Did it matter to him to be labeled a poor boy? To him, money was merely a collection of numbers. Whether in abundance or scarcity held little significance. For if he desired wealth, a mere word could manifest billions into his account. Yet, he saw no necessity for such extravagance. "Grandfather, I shall accept this one condition. If you agree, I will return to the family. If not, I would rather wander with Qianfan than return," she asserted. The living room fell into silence, all gazes converging on Yun Qianfan, who remained unfazed. Su Qing's motivation for this stance was to secure a rightful identity for herself and her daughter. "You wish to be with him. That is acceptable. Marriage is a commendable aspiration. However, anyone seeking to marry into the Su family must demonstrate their worth. Otherwise, they should consider becoming an adopted son," the elder Su declared, prompting laughter from the family members. No one anticipated such a turn of events from the elder Su. The idea of becoming an adopted son was particularly humiliating for any man, as it implied a loss of dignity. "This is a brilliant proposal. I am in favor." Su Chong, Su Qing's father, expressed his support for Yun Qianfan's adoption into the family, believing it would mitigate some of the family's embarrassment. "We concur," her siblings chuckled derisively, eager to witness how this seemingly ineffectual husband would respond to the elder's proposition. Su Qing's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and flushed. "Being adopted? That is out of the question," she began, but before she could finish, Yun Qianfan interjected. "Do you wish to witness my capabilities? Very well. The contract you previously had with Yangshe Group should now be void, correct? I shall have my wife re-establish a contract with Yangshe Group." He held Nyonyo in his arms, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at the venerable elder of the Su family. Upon hearing this, cold laughter erupted from Su Yi and the others. "Who do you think you are? The Yangshe Group is currently leaderless and uncertain of its next steps. Do you think you can merely declare contract? Indeed, the Yangsher Group is struggling for survival. Whether we wish to collaborate with them is quite another matter. Boasting requires substance. Anyone can bluster. I could claim to have acquired Yangsher Group myself. In the face of their mockery, Yun Qianfan merely smiled and remained silent. Nyonyo, go to your mother. Father needs to make a phone call. Setting Nyonyo down, Yun Qianfan took out his phone and exited the living room. The members of the Su family observed this scene, and laughter erupted among them. He certainly puts on quite a show. Indeed, if he truly could secure a contract with Yangsher Group, I would gladly consume this table. The elder of the Su family furrowed his brow. He sensed that Yun Qianfan was not merely indulging in idle talk. However, the Yangsher Group is in dire straits. Without a buyer, its collapse is inevitable. Yet, aside from a few prominent families, who could possibly acquire Yangsher Group? Yun Qianfan's background had already been thoroughly investigated. He was merely a poor lad from the countryside, having attended university only through the support of his entire village. Now, having emerged from the ranks, he was at best a senior officer. A senior officer acquiring a second-tier family's conglomerate? What a farce. Outside the living room, Yun Qianfan dialed a number, reaching Chu Xiong. Yun Yi. Chu Xiong's respectful voice came through the line. Put aside your current tasks and proceed to acquire Yangsher Group. Yun Qianfan lit a cigarette and exhaled a plume of smoke. What? You want a bottom-tier family, Yun Yi? Chu Xiong was perplexed. Could someone like Yun Yi truly be interested in a family like Yangsher Group? Such families were abundant in Jingcheng, with a mere desire. Yun Yi could easily purchase dozens or even hundreds. Just do as I say. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Yun Qianfan chided lightly. While Yangsher Group held little value for him, it would be beneficial for Su Qing. Acquiring it would alleviate many concerns. Understood, I will handle it immediately. After the acquisition, let us invite some media to create a grand affair. By the way, what is the situation with the Wu family? Upon mentioning the Wu family, Yun Qianfan's expression darkened. Wu Jia, Wu Yan. Nyonyo's ailment originated from him. Yun Yi, the Wu family is in complete disarray, following the downfall of the Yang family. They are currently seeking a new ally. Is that so? Very well, we shall leave it at that for now. I will call you later. With that, Yun Qianfan ended the call. Upon returning to the living room, he was met with the derision of Su Mei and the others. So what now, poor lad? Have you managed to resurrect Yangsher Group? He remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the elder of the Su family. In one day, I will have Yangsher Group at our doorstep to sign a contract. If not, I will become an in-law. His tone was calm, devoid of any tremor. The elder Su furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Su Qing appeared anxious, tugging at Yun Qianfan's sleeve. Do not speak such grandiose words. Yun Qianfan gently patted her hand and smiled. Rest assured, 6 years ago, I could not provide you with a wedding. Now that I have returned, I shall give you a perfect ceremony. Su Qing's eyes glistened with tears as she nodded earnestly. She had awaited this day for far too long. Yun Qianfan, if you wish to marry my daughter, the dowry is 500,000. If you can procure that, what is to stop her from marrying you? Su Chong interjected, a cold smile on his lips. Initially, he had no particular thoughts on the matter. If Yun Qianfan had the capability to re-establish a contract between the Yang and Su families, then marrying his daughter would not seem a poor outcome. However, a remark from Zhao Shuixian reminded him, one must not accept a daughter without a dowry. 500,000. Father, how can you say such a thing? Su Qing rose abruptly, her face pale. To demand 500,000 was unrealistic for Yun Qianfan, especially considering he had borrowed substantial sums from his comrades. Qing, if he cannot even muster 500,000, do you expect to suffer alongside him? Not to mention, you now have a child. Do you wish for them to endure hardship as well? While the words were harsh, the implication was clear. Without such funds, even if the elder agreed, he would not. This was his own daughter, not merely the elderess. Father, you're being unreasonable. Su Qing's face turned ashen, her grip around Nyonyo trembling. Nyonyo reached out, wrapping her arms around her mother's neck. Mama, what is wrong? Su Qing stroked Nyonyo's small head, reassuring her. Mama is fine. Yun Qianfan lifted Nyonyo, gently brushing his nose against hers before turning to Su Chong, his eyes icy. Each attempt to belittle him made him wonder if they truly believed him to be so easily intimidated. Father-in-law, 500,000, is it? I can indeed procure that, provided one condition is met. I shall not be responsible for any issues arising from a Su family. Su Chong chuckled upon hearing this. You think you can manage that? Enough with the idle talk. If you can present 500,000, I will consent to your marriage with Ching. Chapter 22. Tonight, as expenses are on me, within a modest house adjacent to the Su family villa lay the dwelling where Su Ching had previously resided with Nyonyo. Upon entering, Yin Qianfan realized he had misjudged Su Ching. The interior was devoid of extravagant decorations or valuable possessions. A single table and a few stools. Not even a television. Against the wall stood a solitary bed, a thin blanket, and an old pillow. Its only virtue was its cleanliness. Ching, did you truly live here? Yin Qianfan's fists clenched tightly. It was evident that this had once been a storeroom. Before Su Ching could respond, Nyonyo chimed in, yes, my mother and I used to live here. Hearing Nyonyo's words, Yin Qianfan's expression darkened further. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, observing his troubled countenance. Su Ching stepped forward, linking her arm with his. It's all right. I have grown accustomed to it. Let's return home. We will not stay here any longer. Holding Su Ching's hand, he exited the small dwelling. Su Ching did not resist, yet her eyes brimmed with tears. She felt a profound sadness for having endured years alone with Nyonyo, toiling daily for their livelihood, particularly when Nyonyo was small and required proper nourishment. Those were the most arduous and painful times. Back then, she longed for Yin Qianfan to return, even just for a moment. Now he had come back. Upon their return to the villa, Su Ching finally spoke. Qianfan, this is not truly our home. If we remain here, your friends may have objections. It will be best for us to return. Although she yearned for a place to call her own, it was evident that this was not it. She had always perceived this place as merely a temporary abode lent to them by Yun Qianfan's friend. Chinger, do you trust me? Yun Qianfan turned to her, their eyes locking. I trust Dad. Nyonyo chimed in, extending her little hand to pinch Yun Qianfan's cheek. Haha, splendid. From now on, this shall be Nyonyo's home. Do you like it? Yun Qianfan laughed heartily, lifting Nyonyo into his arms. Yes, it's so spacious and beautiful. Nyonyo clapped her hands joyfully, her rosy cheeks adorably charming. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the highest floor of the police precinct, Wen Fan glared frostily at his subordinates. How is the investigation progressing? The situation with the Yang family has escalated. The higher-ups are already aware. If we cannot apprehend the perpetrator, my position as governor may be at risk. 30 lives lost. Given my status, I cannot suppress this. Every day, countless media outlets gathered outside the precinct, inquiring about the outcome. All he could say was that they had a suspect, and were in the process of confirming it. Wengu, the surveillance footage has been disabled. We have no idea who the culprit is. The only person we can suspect is that troublemaker. One captain spoke up. Wang Nan added, Wengu. We currently cannot identify the murderer, nor do we know which family is responsible. Perhaps we should capture that boy and use him as a scapegoat? Our primary objective now is to find a scapegoat to quell the uproar. Otherwise, if the Mo family, who supports the Yang family, begins to inquire, the pressure on us will be immense. Wen Fan snorted coldly, casting a glance over the group. Do you think I don't want to? However, without evidence. On what grounds can we detain someone? He too wished to find a scapegoat. But without proof, how could he proceed? If they apprehended the boy and he refused to confess, the ensuing media uproar would cost him his position. Wengu, I am the evidence. I was present at the scene and can attest that the boy was the one who instigated the altercation. Wang Nan suddenly stood up. He had indeed been at the scene, albeit only before the fray began. He could easily claim to have hidden in a corner, witnessing the entire brawl, with Yin Qianfan as the central figure. A flicker of hope crossed Wen Fan's expression. If what you say is true, it seems plausible. You were attending the wedding, and that boy just happened to cause a ruckus there, even threatening the young master of the Yang family. Yes, that works. His eyes brightened, and he immediately commanded, Wang Nan, you lead the team to track down that boy. Once you find him, arrest him immediately. If he resists, eliminate him on the spot. Wang Nan's face lit up with joy, and he straightened up. Yes, sir. As night deepened, the bustling city of Yunchuan remained alive with activity. Are you really going out at this hour? Su Qing gazed at Yun Qianfan, who was dressed and preparing to leave, perplexed. Nyonyo had just fallen asleep, yet he was heading out. I have some matters to attend to. Get some rest. My friend is waiting for me. Yun Qianfan replied with a gentle smile, signaling her not to worry. He, too, longed to spend quality time with Su Qing, but the tasks at hand remained unfinished. He needed to complete them before he could find peace. Make sure to return early, Su Qing said, her eyes filled with concern. She refrained from inquiring about his destination or purpose, placing her trust in him. All right, go rest. Don't let Nyo sleep alone, he said, before departing. Upon reaching the street, Yin Qianfan lit a cigarette and dialed a number on his phone, summoning Chu Xiong to pick him up. Within 10 minutes, Chu Xiong arrived. Yun Yi, he greeted as Yin Qianfan took a seat in the passenger side, his gaze turning icy. Where is Wu Yin? Have you ascertained his whereabouts? He is drinking at the Hao Ting bar, Chu Xiong replied respectfully. Let us go. After about 10 minutes, they arrived outside the Hao Ting bar. The cacophony of music was somewhat grating. Yin Qianfan frowned. Such places were not to his liking. In the center of the dance floor, several dancers performed alluring routines, while patrons swayed to the rhythm. Chu Xiong led Yin Qianfan directly towards a private room in the back. Upon reaching the entrance, they were halted by 2 bouncers. Sorry, but unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside. Only the affluent and elite may enter. You two look like you expect to gain entry? The bouncer sneered. Oh, what must one do to gain entry? Yin Qianfan inquired with a faint smile. One must spend over 100,000 to receive a special VIP card, which grants access. One bouncer replied, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Is that so? Yin Qianfan pondered for a moment, then patted Chu Xiong's shoulder. Chu Xiong immediately understood his intent, leaped onto the stage, seized a microphone from the resident singer, and with a slight grin, proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, I shall cover all the expenses for tonight. In an instant, the stage erupted with excitement. Who is this sudden tycoon? They murmured. Yin Qianfan calmly lit a cigarette, disregarding the 2 bouncers. Is this sufficient? Chapter 23. A taste for you to experience inside a lavish private room at Hao Ting Bar. Wu Yin listened to his assistant's report with a hint of surprise. Someone just reserved the entire venue? Yes. Who possesses such audacity to do so? Wu Yin responded, astonished. Reserving the entire venue entailed covering the expenses for all attendees that night, a feat not achievable with mere hundreds of thousands. Just one of his large rooms alone cost tens of thousands, not to mention the wealthy clientele ordering bottles worth hundreds of thousands. By the end of the night, it would easily amount to millions. Even he would not dare to make such a claim. At most, he would only cover a round or 2. I don't recognize him. He doesn't appear to be a local figure. The assistant shook his head in uncertainty. Wu Yin took a sip of his drink, his eyes gleaming with ambition. If he could form a connection with such a person, his standing within the family would soar. Do we know which private room he has entered? Just as he finished speaking, a knock echoed at the door. Wu Yin furrowed his brow. He had not invited anyone over for drinks tonight. However, those familiar with him knew about his room. Come in. He reclined back, casually placing his arm around a nearby hostess, his hands roaming. As the door swung open, Yin Qianfan and Chu Xiong stepped into the room. Wu Yin Gongzi? Yin Qianfan lit a cigarette, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Wu Yin, who was languidly reclined on the sofa. Wu Yin looked at him with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. How did this person know his name? Just as he was about to speak, his assistant interjected. Young master, this gentleman is the one who has reserved the venue for tonight. Instantly, Wu Yin sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief. This man was the one who had booked the entire place? He had been contemplating how to befriend such a figure, only to find that the opportunity had come knocking at his door. It was nothing short of a stroke of fortune. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to seize this chance. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I wish to discuss a collaboration with you, Yin Qianfan remarked with a subtle smile, maintaining his gaze on Wu Yin. Wu Yin immediately grasped his meaning and gestured for the several hostesses and his assistant in the room to leave. Observing this, Yin Qianfan waved his hand, and Chu Xiong nodded, exiting the private room as well. At that moment, only Wu Yin and Yin Qianfan remained. Please take a seat. Wu Yin hastily offered a spot for Yin Qianfan to sit. Yin Qianfan accepted without hesitation, settling onto the sofa. Drawing in a deep breath of smoke, he inquired, Young Master Wu, are you familiar with the Yang Corporation? Wu Yin was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Wasn't he this man here to discuss a partnership? Why the sudden mention of the Yang Corporation? What do you mean by that? He asked. Yin Qianfan smiled and said, Young Master Wu, the Yang Corporation has met its demise. Would you be interested in taking the reins of the Yang Corporation? Upon hearing this, Wu Yin instantly stood up. his expression one of sheer astonishment as he stared at Yun Qianfan. May I ask who you are? This individual was proposing to acquire the Yang Corporation right off the bat. Could he possibly be the heir of a prominent family? My surname is Yun, Yun Qianfan replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. Yun? Wu Yin pondered, realizing that no elite family in Yunchuan bore that surname. Nevertheless, it mattered not. If he was not from Yunchuan, he could very well be from elsewhere. Mr. Yin, you just mentioned that you intend for me to take over the Yang Corporation? His hands fidgeted with excitement, and his enthusiasm was palpable. Is that not to your liking? Yun Qianfan glanced at him. No, I'm very much interested. Wu Yin would never decline such an opportunity. Working for a person like this would undoubtedly yield immense benefits. However, before his excitement could dissipate, he was met with Yun Qianfan's chilling voice. There is one thing I wish to inquire of you. Do you recall what Yang Sun instructed you to do 3 years ago? The moment those words left Yun Qianfan's lips, Wu Yan's complexion shifted dramatically, instinctively taking a step back. He remembered that incident all too vividly, targeting a 3-year-old girl. Such an atrocity was impossible to forget. Mr. Yin, what do you mean by that? Wu Yan's expression turned grave, realizing that this man had come with a premeditated agenda. Otherwise, he would not have uttered those words. Nothing much. Do you know how the Yang father and son met their end? Another cloud of smoke escaped Yun Qianfan's lips, his eyes glinting with an icy light. Wu Yan's heart sank. He was still in the dark about how the Yang family had perished. Even the police had yet to uncover any leads. Did this man possess knowledge that eluded them? Mr. Yun, do you know who the murderer is? Wu Yan asked, a hint of desperation in his voice. Yun Qianfan's lips curled into a slight smile. Isn't it sitting right in front of you? The revelation struck Wu Yan like a thunderbolt, causing him to stagger back 3 steps. You. He could hardly believe that this individual was the perpetrator. Yet, the admission hung heavy in the air. Someone, help! He shouted towards the door. But no one came to his aid. Panic seized him as he turned to flee. But as he took a step forward, a sharp pain shot through his knee, causing him to collapse to the ground. His agonized cries echoed in the private room, yet the cacophony of music outside drowned out his pleas. At his feet, a shattered glass lay in pieces. Best not to move, or I cannot guarantee you will leave this room, Yun Qianfan remarked, slowly rising to approach Wu Yan. He crouched down, a smile reminiscent of a demon gracing his features. Do you know whose daughter that little girl was, whom Yang Sun instructed you to poison? Wu Yan felt his scalp prickle at Yun Qianfan's malevolent grin, but he steeled himself against the dread welling within him, retorting coolly, I warn you, do not act recklessly. I am a second young master of the Wu family. If you dare to harm me, I assure you, you will meet your end on the streets by tomorrow. Yun Qianfan erupted in laughter. I recall Yang Sun uttering similar words, yet he now wanders the underworld. I imagine he's been waiting for you for quite some time. Wu Yan trembled. What do you intend to do? Intend? Since you revel in poisoning others, I shall allow you to experience the excruciating pain that penetrates to the marrow. As he spoke, a syringe materialized in his hand, filled with crimson liquid. Guess what this contains? Yun Qianfan smiled faintly. But Wu Yan had no mind for guessing at that moment, shouting frantically, someone, quickly someone. Yet, no one responded. With a swift motion, the syringe pierced his arm, the red liquid gradually flowing into his body. What have you injected me with? Wu Yan's face reflected sheer terror as he stared at the syringe in Yun Qianfan's hand. He sensed that the contents were far from benign. Nothing much, just a little something that will allow you to die a silent death over the course of 6 months. Yun Qianfan chuckled, his smile appearing casual, yet to Wu Yan, it was nothing short of horrifying. One must learn to take responsibility for their actions. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, this poison is incurable. With that, Yun Qianfan delivered a swift kick. Bang! Wu Yan's head collided with a hard surface, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Yun Qianfan lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. Those who dare to harm his daughter must be prepared for death. Over the next 6 months, this murderer would succumb to an unending terror. As he exited the private room, Chu Xiong stood waiting at the door. Meanwhile, Wu Yan's bodyguards and assistants had long been knocked unconscious and disposed of in the restroom. Yun Yi, Chu Xiong acknowledged with a nod. Let's go. Before leaving, Chu Xiong did not forget to settle the bill at the front desk. The total amounted to millions. Yet to Chu Xiong, it was inconsequential. On the way home, Yin Qianfan spoke slowly. Remember to hold a press conference tomorrow and rename the Yang Corporation to Qingyun Corporation. Yes, Yin Yi, Chu Xiong replied, having already secured control of the Yang Corporation earlier that day. The shareholders were well aware that the Yang Corporation was now teetering on the brink of disaster. The prominent second-tier and first-tier conglomerates are all eyeing this lucrative opportunity. Now, Chu Xiong is moving to acquire it. Naturally, this aligns with their wishes, and the price is quite reasonable. They are more than willing to sell their shares. At dawn the following day, a throng of journalists gathered in the lobby of the Yang Corporation. These reporters, drawn by the news, were there to cover the mysterious announcement that the Yang Corporation would be renamed today, with 90% of its shares purchased by a single individual. The remaining shares were held by various investors. Dear friends in the press, I sincerely appreciate your presence today to witness the rise of Qingyun Group. I firmly believe that, through the dedicated efforts of my many employees, Qingyun Group will soar to new heights. Chu Xiong proclaimed loudly before the assembled reporters as he outlined his forthcoming plans. Numerous inquiries regarding the shares were posed by the journalists, all of which Chu Xiong addressed in detail. In essence, he expressed that with abundant funds, he could act as he pleased. However, when a reporter approached the podium with a microphone, inquiring whether the deaths of a Yang father and son were linked to Qingyun Group, an unsettling silence enveloped the room. Hundreds of eyes fixed intently upon Chu Xiong. Initially, no one had broached this topic, but now it loomed large in their minds. It had been a mere 48 hours since the tragic demise of the Yang family. And within that brief span, the Yang Corporation had transformed into Qingyun Group. To claim there was no connection would be hard for many to accept. With a slight smile, Chu Xiong regarded the reporter who posed the question. My dear brother, are you out of your mind? What connection could this have with Qingyun Group? The deaths of the Yang father and son have yet to yield any conclusions from the police. I am at a loss as to how to respond to your inquiry. Upon hearing Chu Xiong's reprimand, the reporter's expression shifted dramatically. He turned pale, yet seeming unconvinced, he pressed on, Mr. Chu. Could you enlighten me on how much you paid to acquire the Yang Corporation? Its valuation is no small matter. This remark elicited several disapproving glances from the crowd. Was this individual truly so naive? Such information was a closely guarded commercial secret. Why would they divulge it? Even if they did, could he afford it? Your question is indeed astute, but I prefer not to answer it directly. However, I can inform you that if you can muster around 10 billion, I would be willing to sell Qingyun Group to you. Chu Xiong retorted with a cold chuckle before redirecting his attention to inquiries from other reporters, leaving the foolish questioner in the lurch. At the Su Corporation's executive conference room, everyone was transfixed by the latest news broadcast. They gaped in astonishment at the press conference held by the Yang Corporation, now known as Qingyun Group. In a mere 2 days, the Yang Corporation had been acquired. Such rapid mobilization of funds by a first-tier family was unprecedented. Who possessed such capability? Su Chong and his colleagues gasped in disbelief. The elder Su wore a grave expression. In Yinchuan, there were only 3 first-tier families: the Mo family, the Qian family, and the Shui family. Aside from these, no other family could amass sufficient capital to acquire the Yang Corporation all at once. From what I understand, the Mo family is the power behind the Yang family. He noted. He was acutely aware that the Mo family supported the Yangs. The deaths of the Yang father and son had left the Yang Corporation leaderless, and the Mo family would undoubtedly not remain passive. Moreover, Yang Yi's sister, Yang Qian, was married into the Mo family. This incident could very well have been instigated by her. The Mo family is impressively swift, Sui exclaimed in awe. In such a short time, they have mobilized such substantial funds. It seems they aspire to become the foremost family in Yinchuan. Su Chong's countenance darkened. Regardless, we must negotiate a partnership with Qingyun Group post-haste. Otherwise, the pressure on our family will be immense. The elder Su rose, fixing his gaze on Su Mei. Su Mei, you must immediately gather a team and head to Qingyun Group to meet with their executives. If the opportunity arises, finalize a contract at once. Do you understand? Su Mei's face brightened with excitement. Yes, grandfather. I shall go at once. This opportunity felt like a windfall. Securing a partnership with Qingyun Group would undoubtedly elevate her standing within the family. Just as she was about to push open the conference room door, it swung open unexpectedly. Su Qing, dressed in formal attire and holding a stack of documents, entered. Su Qing, what brings you here? Su Mei's expression soured upon seeing her. I've come to attend the meeting. Is there a problem? Now that she had regained her previous position, Su Qing had no intention of being cordial with Su Mei. Su Mei attempted to suppress her anger, but managed only a feigned smile. Suit yourself. However, grandfather has entrusted the partnership negotiations with Qingyun Group to me, so you shall have to watch from the sidelines. In Yunchuan, at the Mo family's villa, a heated argument ensued between a man and a woman. The woman was Yang Yi's sister, Yang Qian. I do not care. If you refuse to assist me this time, we shall sever all ties. But the police have yet to reach any conclusions. How can I assist you? With the Yang Corporation now under new ownership, Yang Yi's brother and nephew's deaths would not go unaddressed by his elder brother. The emergence of Qingyun Group had disrupted the existing economic structure in Yunchuan, and the Qian and Shui families would not remain passive either. Yang Qian's rage was palpable. What about the deaths of my brother and my nephew? No matter what, I will avenge them. She seethed, recalling the tragic events of the wedding where her brother and nephew were slain, with even the cameras mysteriously shut down. She had already inquired with the police, but they claimed it was her brother who had insisted on the shutdown. What can I do if I cannot find anyone? Mo Qingyun also felt anger rising within him. The police are utterly useless. They have uncovered no leads after 3 days. Wasn't there commotion at the wedding? How could it not be connected? Yang Qian, astute and perceptive, had not married into the Mo family solely for her beauty. Her intelligence was her true asset. Everyone present at Yang Sun's wedding knew that a man had caused a disturbance, even attempting to abduct Yang Sun as a hostage. Coincidentally, she had been away from Yunchuan that day and had not witnessed the chaos. Otherwise, she would not have let it go. Such a significant incident occurring shortly after the guest departed. There's no way it is unrelated to that man, she mused. Mo Qingyun furrowed his brow, seemingly struck by a thought. He then pulled out his phone and dialed one fan. Mr. Mo, what brings you to call me? One fan's voice came through, tinged with a hint of nervousness. The Mo family provides substantial benefits each year, and it is impossible for them to remain uninvolved in such matters. When Dudu, I would like to inquire if there are any leads. Mo Qingyun's expression darkened slightly. We have largely ascertained that the young man who caused a ruckus at the wedding is closely tied to this incident. His location has been identified, and we have already dispatched personnel to apprehend him. Upon hearing this, Mo Qingyun's expression softened somewhat. That's good to hear. If when Dudu has any updates, please respond promptly. Certainly, I will provide you with feedback once he is captured. After hanging up the phone, Mo Qingyun sighed in relief, casting a somewhat helpless glance at Yang Qian. Are you feeling reassured now? He had been on speakerphone, and Yang Qian had overheard everything clearly. Yang Qian's expression had eased considerably, yet a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, that young man must die. And furthermore, does he not have an illegitimate child? With that, she took out her phone. Outside the villa, Yin Qianfan was playing in the yard with Nyonyo. Observing Nyonyo's joyful demeanor, he felt a surge of contentment. Fortunately, he had not missed out. Had he arrived a month later, he might never have seen his daughter again. Nyonyo, slow down, be careful not to fall. Yin Qianfan could not help but call out. I know, Daddy. Nyonyo was picking flowers from the bushes in the yard, one after another. Just then, a series of urgent breaking sounds resonated outside the villa. Yin Qianfan furrowed his brow and looked up. 3 police cars were parked at the entrance. Over a dozen armed officers, their expressions grave, stepped out of the vehicles. Wang Nan led the way, his gaze icy. Open the door, he shouted angrily towards Yin Qianfan inside. This young man nearly caused him to lose his esteemed position. This time, he would ensure to teach him a lesson. A cold smile crept onto Yin Qianfan's lips. Approaching the gate, he opened the iron door. The moment the door swung open, several armed officers surged in, ready to handcuff him. However, Yin Qianfan took a step back, raising his hand. I need to make a phone call first. A few officers exchanged glances with Wang Nan, who sneered. Young man, it won't matter who you call. Let us see what good it does you to make a phone call now. Wang Nan, remember what you said. Yin Qianfan retrieved his phone and called Chu Xiong. Come back immediately. Take care of Nyonyo. The officers from the police station are taking me away for a matter, understood? After saying this, he hung up. Nyonyo had also noticed the commotion. Daddy! She ran over, her small legs moving quickly. However, she did not pay attention to her footing and stumbled to the ground. Yin Qianfan immediately rushed to pick her up, but several officers stood in his way. Young man, you need to come with us. Wang Nan brandished a pair of handcuffs, a cold smile on his face. Yet, Yin Qianfan suddenly turned around, his gaze icy as it fell upon Wang Nan. A chill ran through Wang Nan's heart. That look in his eyes was nothing short of terrifying. The instant he was fixated upon, Wang Nan felt as if he had been bitten by a venomous snake, nearly succumbing to death on the spot. The temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees. The officers blocking Yin Qianfan's path also trembled involuntarily. "Let me pass." With a swift motion, the officers instinctively parted to create a path. They felt an overwhelming sense of dread. If they did not step aside, they might perish. Yun Qianfan moved forward, reaching Nyonyo's side. He gently lifted her, brushing the dust off her. "Daddy, who are they?" Nyonyo's eyes were red as she clung to his neck. "They are the police, uncles. They have some matters to discuss with Daddy. You must stay at home and wait for Uncle Chu to come over, all right?" Yun Qianfan smiled gently, playfully rubbing her nose. "No, I want to be with Daddy." Nyonyo stubbornly shook her head. Observing her demeanor, Yun Qianfan stroked her little head. "Wait for Uncle Chu at home. Daddy will return shortly and bring you chocolate, okay?" Upon hearing this, Nyonyo pouted slightly. "Then, Daddy, you must come back early, or I will miss you." "All right, Daddy promises." After saying this, he extended his pinky finger, making a pinky promise with Nyonyo. Once everything was settled, Yun Qianfan placed Nyonyo at the entrance of the house. "Go inside now. Be good and wait for Uncle Chu to return, all right?" "Daddy, I will be good." Nyonyo nodded earnestly, still clutching the flowers she had just picked. "See you soon." Yun Qianfan waved goodbye to Nyonyo as he boarded the police car. As the vehicle drove away, Nyonyo, her face filled with disappointment, walked into the living room. Just as she was about to close the door, a hand suddenly blocked it. Chapter 26. Where is she? A few minutes later, Chu Xiong returned to the villa. He quickly exited his car and dashed toward the villa. However, the moment he entered, his heart trembled violently. The door leading to the living room was ajar, and several dew-kissed flowers lay on the ground. Gulp! He swallowed hard, praying that the situation was not as dire as he feared. Approaching the door, Chu Xiong picked up the fallen flowers and headed to the garden. "Nyonyo, where are you? Uncle Chu bought you chocolate." There was no response. A wave of worry washed over Chu Xiong as he dashed into the garden. However, after thoroughly searching the garden, he found no one. He then rushed into the living room, but still, there was no sign of Nyonyo. 10 minutes later, Chu Xiong's expression turned icy as he stared at the flowers in his hand, his murderous intent surging. He had searched the entire villa, but found no trace of Nyonyo. The flowers that had fallen on the ground could not possibly have been discarded by Nyonyo herself. Although he had not spent much time with her, he knew Nyonyo was well-behaved and sensible. She would never carelessly toss aside freshly picked flowers at the doorstep. "Anyone who dares to touch Nyonyo shall die." A furious roar echoed through the yard, followed by Chu Xiong bursting out the door and jumping in his car, flooring the accelerator. He understood the significance of Nyonyo in Yunye's heart. She was undoubtedly as precious as Miss Suqing, if not more so. To endanger Nyonyo was to provoke Yunye's wrath. The dragon's reverse scale, touch it and die. Chu Xiong took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "You better not lay a finger on a single hair of Nyonyo." Otherwise, in the interrogation room of the police station, Yun Qianfan was handcuffed and confined within. A few minutes later, Wang Nan and Wen Fan entered. Their faces bore no expression, only cold indifference. This was the first instance of a Dudu and a division commander personally interrogating an individual. The officers present were left dumbfounded. Wang Nan held a notebook, while Wen Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, taking a seat opposite Yun Qianfan. "So, you're Yun Qianfan?" Wen Fan began, his eyes reflecting some surprise as he scrutinized Yun Qianfan. This young man appeared rather ordinary. However, he had the audacity to cause a scene at Yang Sun's wedding, even threatening to abduct a bride and using Yang Sun as a hostage. Just this audacity alone surpasses that of the ordinary man. Yun Qianfan slowly lifted his head, revealing a faint smile, clearly feigning ignorance. Wen Fan's expression darkened as he slammed his palm on the table. "Impudent. This is the constabulary, not your home." The latter chuckled lightly. "Is it? For me, entering the constabulary is easier than entering my own house." Upon hearing this, Wen Fan's gaze turned icy. "Tell me, how did you murder the Yang family and those 36 bodyguards?" Meanwhile, Wang Nan had already taken out a pen, ready to document the confession. He sneered inwardly, "Kid, blame your misfortune for crossing paths with the MO family. We can only use you as a scapegoat. In your next life, do not be so impulsive." In his eyes, Yun Qianfan was already a dead man. Even if they refrained from acting, The Mo family would not spare him. Which of your eyes saw me commit murder? Even during an interrogation, evidence is required, is it not? Yun Qianfan smiled calmly, gazing at the two men. Evidence? Let me inform you. Our constabulary has already gathered evidence. Wang Nan, enlighten him. When Fan sneered. He and Wang Nan had long been prepared. This kid was undoubtedly doomed. Kid, I am a witness. You threatened young Master Yang as a hostage, and I distinctly remember that you intended to kill him. After Yang Zong sent the guests away, you immediately struck down young Master Yang. Young Master Yang was killed by your hand, correct? Yun Qianfan looked at Wang Nan with curiosity, thinking it a pity for such a man to be the chief of the constabulary. Indeed, and then what? Wang Nan and Wen Fan were taken aback, staring at Yun Qianfan in disbelief. Initially, they had planned to resort to severe interrogation, but it seemed unnecessary now as this fellow had confessed. You admit it? What else is there? Yun Qianfan regarded the two with a look of condescension. Both men felt their intelligence insulted, their expressions darkening. Since you have confessed, there is nothing more to discuss. Sign here. Wen Fan produced a confession document and placed it before Yun Qianfan. Glancing at it, Yun Qianfan chuckled. That sentence? Ha! Throughout the entire Shenzhou continent, only the sovereign is entitled to impose such punishment upon oneself. No one else possesses that right. Even when a marshal was executed in a fit of rage, the sovereign merely sentenced him to 3 years in Lanhai prison. Now, a mere constabulary dares to issue a death sentence without trial? Are you planning to administer extrajudicial punishment against me? Yun Qianfan did not sign, merely smiling at the two. They were taken aback. This man seemed to know quite a bit. So what? A person like you, with unspeakable crimes, even if brought to trial, would merely waste time. Wen Fan snapped. If it were not for the fact that this is the constabulary, I would have killed you already. Can I assume this is your prerogative? Yun Qianfan inquired further. You may consider it so. Wen Fan nodded without a hint of concealment. Very well, then I shall sign. I hope you do not regret this decision. Yun Qianfan revealed a slight smile, poised to take the pen when a furious roar erupted from outside the constabulary. Get out. In that instant, the temperature in the interrogation room dropped several degrees. Wen Fan and Wang Nan involuntarily shivered. Why has it suddenly become cold? Bang! The handcuffs binding Yun Qianfan shattered, splintering into 2 pieces that fell to the ground. Wen Fan and Wang Nan stood frozen in shock. Those were crafted from pure steel. How could they break so easily? What do you intend to do? Yun Qianfan's gaze was as frigid as ice, fixated on the two. Come with me. In the constabulary's hall, Chu Xiong held the Zhanlong Ling, surveying the armed constables before him. The constables exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what era it was to still see such a command token. They were unaware of what this token represented. They simply sought to maintain order within the constabulary. I warn you, this is the constabulary. Do not act recklessly. The dark muzzle of a gun was aimed at Chu Xiong, yet he remained icy. You have 3 seconds to get out of my way. Just as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. No need. Yun Qianfan emerged from the interrogation room, followed closely by Wen Fan and Wang Nan. However, the expressions on their faces were filled with terror, their legs trembling. Upon seeing the command token in Chu Xiong's hand, they could no longer contain their fear and fell to their knees. Similarly, Chu Xiong knelt down. Lord Yun, my subordinate has failed in his duties. Please bestow punishment. The floor beneath Chu Xiong's knees had cracked, demonstrating the force with which he knelt. Were they? The voice, though low, reverberated like thunder throughout the constabulary. Chapter 27. They have arrived. Within the constabulary, the astonished constables looked at their kneeling chief and governor, uncertain of what to do. Wen Fan stared at his subordinates, still standing in place, startled. What are you dawdling for? Kneel. His furious shout jolted the dazed constables into action, hastily dropping to their knees, flustered and unsure. I ask you, were they? The murderous intent in Yun Qianfan's eyes was palpable. Upon hearing Chu Xiong's roar, he knew that Niao was in peril. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to seek him out. Lord Yun, Niao has likely been abducted. Chu Xiong's voice trembled. Gazing into Yun Qianfan's penetrating eyes, he seemed to envision a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, with countless generals bowing in submission. Lord Yun? At the mention of these words, Wen Fan and Wang Nan were drenched in cold sweat. They recalled an incident from a few days prior. A doctor in the district hospital's emergency room had died. That day, the entire district hospital was sealed off. Present there was none other than Wang, the strongest of Shenzhou. The only one. Moreover, the command token just produced by the burly man, if he was not mistaken, was indeed the Zhanlong Ling. Gulp. The two instinctively swallowed hard. Exchanging fearful glances, they realized the gravity of their predicament. It was over. They had inadvertently forced Lord Wang to confess. To a death sentence, no less. Their bodies trembled incessantly, terrified that this sovereign's wrath might lead to their immediate execution. Even if they were slain, no one in the entire Shenzhou would dare to utter a word in their defense. This was the might of the sovereign. Investigate. Within a day, I want to see all the information. If you fail to uncover anything, bring your heads to me. The chilling voice pierced through the ears of all present. Yes. Chu Xiong then rose, his knees already stained with blood. He departed from the police station with great difficulty, mobilizing all the covert guards at his disposal to fervently search for Nyonyo's whereabouts. After Chu Xiong left, Yun Qianfan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Meanwhile, one fan and the others knelt on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Beads of sweat, as large as soybeans, dripped onto the floor, and a terror emanating from the depths of their souls constricted their throats like a giant hand, rendering them breathless. After a long pause, Yun Qianfan finally opened his eyes. He turned to face Wen Fan and the others, stating, "I shall not hold you accountable for today's events. However, if my daughter's disappearance is linked to you, you shall take matters into your own hands. Do you understand my meaning?" His icy gaze fixated on Wen Fan and Wang Nan. "Yes, we comprehend," Wen Fan replied, trembling. The implication was unmistakable. If the disappearance of this esteemed person's daughter was indeed tied to them, they would be left with no choice but to end their own lives. As for fleeing, that was an impossibility. Even if they escaped to the ends of the earth, this man would not relent. Moreover, should even a whisper of my information leak, you are aware of the consequences. With that, he departed from the police station. It was only after a considerable time had passed that Wen Fan and the others dared to rise. Gazing at the puddle of sweat on the ground sent chills down their spines. Fortunately, that esteemed individual arrived in time. Otherwise, our lives would have been forfeit. Wen Fan said, still trembling with fear, had it not been for Chu Xiong's timely arrival, interrupting Yun Qianfan's signature, once the pen touched the paper, they would have faced certain death. In all of Shenzhou, who would dare treat a king in such a manner? Even the sovereign would not act so brazenly. Could mere governor dare? Anyone who dared to divulge even a hint of today's events should prepare for their own demise. Do you understand clearly? As Wen Fan spoke, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Yes. Several policemen nodded vigorously. One relatively young policeman, unaware of the context, timidly inquired, "Governor, who exactly is that person?" Upon hearing this, Wen Fan let out a bitter laugh. That person? He is half of Shenzhou, the king of the Battle Dragon Army, known as Yun Wang. Several minutes later, Yun Qianfan returned to the villa, his gaze cold as he surveyed the empty abode. The joyful sounds that once filled the space had vanished. "Nyonyo, if you are missing even a single hair, I shall demand their lives in return." The sound of cracking bones echoed ominously. As night approached, Su Qing returned home, weary from her day at work. Upon entering the living room, she was met with a thick cloud of smoke. Frowning, she turned to see Yun Qianfan sitting on the sofa, smoking. She knew that he refrained from smoking when Nyonyo was home, heightening her anxiety. "Qianfan, where is Nyonyo?" She forced a smile, striving to maintain her composure. Yun Qianfan extinguished his cigarette and managed a strained smile. "You're back. You must be hungry. Let me prepare something for you." He began to turn towards the kitchen to make dinner for Su Qing. However, Su Qing's voice rang out sharply, her eyes immediately welling with tears. "I ask you, where is Nyonyo?" Yun Qianfan halted in his tracks, turning back to meet Su Qing's tear-streaked gaze. "Rest assured, Nyonyo is certainly safe." Upon hearing this, Su Qing realized that something had gone awry with Nyonyo. Overcome with darkness, she nearly collapsed. Yun Qianfan swiftly stepped forward, catching her in his arms. Tears streamed down Su Qing's face as she pleaded, "Tell me, what is happening?" Yun Qianfan gently wiped away her tears, assuring her, "Do not cry. Nyonyo will be fine." He guided Su Qing to the sofa and recounted the events in great detail, albeit omitting certain details, such as how he had exited the police station. "I have already instructed my friends to investigate. We should have news by tomorrow at the latest. Do not worry." He cradled Su Qing's delicate face. his thumb gently brushing away her tears. Feeling the warmth of his touch, Su Qing could no longer contain herself and collapsed into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably until fatigue overtook her and she fell asleep in his arms. Yin Qianfan looked down at Su Qing, a smile gracing his lips. From now on, I shall ensure that neither you nor our daughter suffers even a hint of distress. He kissed her forehead and gently carried her back to their room. After tucking her in, he returned to the living room and dialed Chu Xiong's number. What news do you have? In a dilapidated house on the outskirts of Yinchuan City, a burly man, chewing on instant noodles, looked curiously at the man beside him. Brother Wolf, are the MO family members insane? They actually want us to kidnap a 5-year-old child. Brother Wolf revealed a cold smile, admonishing, do not ask what should not be asked. Just remember, money for services rendered. To be candid, he found it somewhat astonishing. 3 million to abduct a 5-year-old girl seemed rather extravagant. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed. Brother Wolf's eyes brightened. They're here. 3 men clad in black suits and a woman in an exquisite qipao entered the lair of the Wild Dog Brothers. As expected of Yunchuan's elite, they acquired her so swiftly. Yang Qian chuckled lightly and beckoned. One of the bodyguards stepped forward, placing a briefcase on the table. With a click, the case opened, revealing a sea of red bills. 3 million, counted meticulously. The wild dog stepped forward, casually grabbing a stack of cash from the case, smiling slightly. We trust Madame Yang's credibility, no need to count. This was not their first collaboration with Yang Qian, and they had profited handsomely from her in the past. 3 million was neither too much nor too little, and they believed it would not be their last transaction. Very well, we shall take our leave with the child. Yang Qian raised her fair arm, gesturing, and the 3 bodyguards promptly moved toward Nuno. Nuno had been given half a sleeping pill by the 2 of them, and would not awaken until at least the following morning. As they watched Nuno being carried away by Yang Qian's bodyguard, the Wild Dog Brothers remained unperturbed. Madame Yang, is this child the daughter of your enemy? Upon hearing this, Yang Qian's expression turned frigid. Her tone icy. She replied, is it not your own rule to not break your own agreements? The wild dog's complexion shifted slightly. Apologies. I spoke out of turn. Since their inception into this line of work, they adhered to one principle, to take money and avert disaster. They would never ask what was not meant to be asked. His curiosity was merely piqued by the extravagant sum spent to kidnap a 5-year-old girl. Hearing this, Yang Qian smiled alluringly. Do not worry. There will be future business. I must take my leave now, until we meet again. With that, she departed with her 3 bodyguards. Shortly after, the roar of a vehicle echoed outside the dilapidated building. The wild dog furrowed his brow. The moment the little girl was taken away, he felt an unsettling chill wash over him, a fear that stemmed from deep within. Elder brother, Yang Qian is undoubtedly a nefarious individual. As the saying goes, calamity does not involve one's family. Yet this woman had the audacity to abduct a 5-year-old girl. Before Ergo could finish his words, Yigo abruptly interrupted him. How long have we been in this line of work, brother? Ergo calculated the time, approximately 8 years. Why do you ask? Yigo's expression darkened, his tone unusually grave. For 8 years, I have never felt fear, but the moment that little girl was taken away, I was terrified. Upon hearing Yigo's admission, a look of horror crossed Ergo's face. Brother, do not frighten me. I cannot bear the fright. Yigo fell silent, leaning back in his chair, brows furrowed. Lost in thought. Moments later, he suddenly sprang to his feet, startling Ergo beside him. Brother, your sudden movements could give me a heart attack. Do you remember the incident a few days ago when a young father and son were murdered? Yigo looked at Ergo, his eyes heavy with gravity. Yes, I remember. Yang Qian is the sister of Yang Yi. Ergo exclaimed in realization. No more words. Gather your things. We must leave Yunchuan immediately. If we delay, we may not be able to escape. Yigo finally comprehended that Yang Qian's motive for having them kidnap the little girl was to avenge the Yang father and son. It is crucial to note that the Yang family's backing is the Mo family. As a member of the Mo clan, Yang Qian has attained a significant position, which is indeed alarming. In other words, even the foremost families of Yinchuan dare not strike hard against the Yang family. At most, they would only administer a lesson. But now, the Yang father and son are dead. How could Yang Qian not be enraged? Furthermore, those daring enough to commit such an act against the Yang family are no ordinary individuals. It is evident that they are not. With this realization, everything fell into place. Half an hour later, As the two brothers finished packing and prepared to leave their hideout, they sensed something amiss. Outside the door, it seemed numerous people had arrived. The sounds of engines shutting off echoed one after another. The brothers frowned. This was the outskirts, and there should not be so many vehicles. Go check what is happening. Ego instructed Air, go to take a look from the window. Ergo slung his backpack over his shoulder and approached the window. Upon reaching the window, they were stunned by the sight before them. Brother, it seems we cannot escape. Ego's expression changed, and he dropped what he was holding, rushing to the window. However, when he reached Ergo's side, he too was taken aback by the scene outside. On the dimly lit road, though the streetlights were faint, they could clearly see over 20 dark green military vehicles parked beneath them. Each vehicle disgorged individuals armed to the teeth. They even spotted 3 cannons aimed directly at their position. Ego's legs weakened, his eyes filled with despair. Damn Yang Qian, even in death, I will not let you off. He roared, collapsing to the ground. Is there any point in running? We might as well stay here and await our fate. If they attempted to flee, he had no doubt that the 3 cannons would unleash their fury, obliterating them. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the iron door was kicked open. Chu Xiong entered the room with 2 imposing soldiers, his gaze icy. Where are they? His voice, though not loud, was chilling. Ego and Ergo trembled, instinctively aware of the overwhelming strength of their adversaries. The person has already been taken away. Ego's voice quivered as he spoke. Chu Xiong's expression darkened with rage, and he struck the wall with his fist. Bang! A large hole was created in the wall. Too late. He inhaled deeply, slowly retracting his fist, and commanded his subordinates, handcuff them. Yes. The 2 grim-faced soldiers stepped forward, producing handcuffs from their pockets as they approached the brothers. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Yun Xianfan sat in the living room, smoking, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on his phone, waiting for Chu Xiong's call. Over 10 hours had passed since the disappearance of Nyonyo. Even now, there was no news. He extinguished his cigarette, leaning back on the sofa. Just as he prepared to light a second one, the phone rang. Yun Xianfan hastily grabbed his phone, pressing the answer button. Is there news? His voice was barely above a whisper, fearful of waking Su Qing, who was sleeping upstairs. Yun Yi, we have captured the person, but Nyonyo has been taken away. We are waiting for you to come. Click. Yun Xianfan's fist tightened, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Wait. I am on my way. Chapter 29. It is not your concern. 40 minutes later, Yun Xianfan arrived at the old-style house. Greetings, Yun Yi. Chu Xiong and the 2 soldiers bowed in unison. Yun Xianfan waved his hand, his gaze landing on Yi Go and Ergo, who were handcuffed to the table. The moment they saw Yun Xianfan, they realized the main person had arrived. The father of that little girl must be this man before them. To mobilize such a force, his identity was beyond the scope of even the foremost clans of Yunchuan. Combined, they would not dare to challenge him. Where's my daughter? Yun Xianfan approached, standing before the 2 men. With a flick, he ignited a cigarette and took a deep breath. Sir, I plead, can you spare our lives? No sooner had he spoken than a resounding slap struck his face. Crack! Bloodied teeth flew from Yi Go's mouth, his face swelling in an instant. You are not in a position to negotiate with me. Thick clouds of smoke billowed from Yun Qianfan's mouth. Yi Go felt a searing pain on his face but dared not utter a word of protest. He understood that for him and his brother, today was likely their end. Whether they spoke or remained silent, both paths led to death. If they spoke, perhaps they could find some relief. Sir, the one who took your daughter is Yang Qian, the wife of Mo Qingyun, the second in command of the Mo family, and also the sister of the Yang family head, Yang Yi. Yi Go revealed everything without reservation. Yang Qian, the wife of the second in command of the Mo family? Excellent. The veins on Yun Qianfan's temples throbbed, his piercing gaze chilling. Sir, I ask for nothing else. Just a swift end for my brother and me. Yun Qianfan discarded his cigarette, but, casting a glance at the 2 men, he said nothing more, merely turned to leave. As he reached the door, he finally spoke, grant them a swift end. With that, he descended the stairs. Meanwhile, upstairs, Chu Xiong approached the 2 brothers. You should never have provoked Yun Yi. In your next life, remember who you can provoke and who you cannot. With that, he prepared to snap Yi Go's neck. However, Yi Go interjected, before I die, could you tell me who that esteemed person is? It would be good for my brother and me to be enlightened. Chu Xiong gazed at the 2 individuals, exhaling a deep breath of frustration. In that case, remember this well. My surname is Yun. My given name is Qianfan, and I am known as the King of Clouds. The eyes of Ego and Ergo widened in disbelief. Could it be that they were in the presence of a figure who represented half of the celestial realm of Shenzhou? They were fortunate indeed to witness the true visage of the King of Clouds. With a swift motion, Chu Xiong crushed the necks of both men. He then rose and departed the modest dwelling, accompanied by his two subordinates. On the street below, hundreds of soldiers stood in perfect formation before Yun Qianfan, awaiting orders. Yin Yi, shall we proceed to the MO residence? Chu Xiong respectfully inquired as he appeared before Yun Qianfan. Without uttering a word, Yun Qianfan retrieved the golden dragon mask from his pocket. As he donned the mask, a profound reverence swept over the gathered soldiers, including Chu Xiong, as they all knelt on one knee. We have witnessed the King of Clouds. Yun Qianfan's gaze was icy, devoid of any trace of emotion. Let us depart for the MO residence. In the backyard of a villa, Mo Qingyun regarded the young girl bound to a chair with a furrowed brow. What purpose do you serve by binding a mere child? His expression darkened. A well-known adage states that in the realm of commercial warfare, family should remain untouched. One may target an individual, but it is unwise to involve their kin, lest one be scorned by other families. This child is the daughter of the woman who wed my nephew, the very same girl who caused a scene at the wedding. Even if he has no direct connection to this affair, I shall ensure he pays the price. Yang Qian's face twisted with malice. Her brother was dead. Her nephew was dead. The people she held dear in this world were gone. Revenge was not merely an option. It was a necessity. But is it truly necessary to abduct a child? She appears to be no older than 4 or 5. Mo Qingyun expressed his distaste for Yang Qian's actions. If your brother and son were slain, would you not seek vengeance? Yang Qian, her face ablaze with anger, jabbed a finger into Mo Qingyun's chest. Bring me this wretched child and awaken her. With a wave of her hand, 2 bodyguards stepped forward, bearing a ladle of water. Splash! The water drenched Nyonyo, awakening her. Upon seeing the unfamiliar faces surrounding her, fear gripped her heart. Daddy, where are you? Nyonyo cried out in terror. Yang Qian approached, squatting down to scrutinize the delicate features of Nyonyo, a cruel smile creeping across her face. Little wretch, are you searching for your father? Witnessing this, Mo Qingyun felt a pang of sympathy and turned to retreat into the living room. Leaning against the sofa, he contemplated and dialed a number. Before long, a weary voice answered on the other end. Who is it? It is I, Mo Qingyun. Instantly, the voice perked up. Mo Zong, is there something you need? Mo Qingyun's brow furrowed. Did you not inform me that you had dispatched someone to capture that boy? Why have I received no news? On the other end, when Fan hesitated before responding, I did capture the individual, but his words trailed off, not out of reluctance, but from fear. The superior had warned him that revealing even a fragment of information would cost him dearly. But what? Mo Qingyun was perplexed by one Fan's hesitance, sensing that something was being concealed from him. Mo Zong, I apologize, but I am tired. Let's discuss this tomorrow. The call abruptly ended. Mo Qingyun's expression darkened. When Fan had the audacity to hang up on him, this was a death wish. When he attempted to call again, the phone was already switched off. Mo Qingyun's expression soured as he slammed his phone against the ground. When Fan, I invested everything to elevate you to the position of governor. And now you dare to challenge me? If you do not provide an explanation by tomorrow, you may as well relinquish that title. He struck the table with force and then strode toward the backyard. Upon reaching the backyard, he was met with heart-wrenching cries. Woo-woo! Mo Qingyun's brow knitted in dismay. How could this woman be so cruel? To harm a child without hesitation? Your actions are utterly excessive. Yang Qian whirled around, her eyes aflame with rage. Get lost. This is none of your concern. With that, she struck Nyonyo's frail body once more. Chapter 30. Not even in death will you be forgiven that hurts. Nyonyo, bound to the chair, curled her small frame, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Still crying? Crack. Another fierce slap landed on Nyonyo's fragile form. Yang Qian's face contorted with fury, her eyes devoid of compassion. Only a fervent desire for revenge remained. Wait, Mo Qingyun interjected, seizing Yang Qian's hand to stop her. Her expression darkened. What? You wish to intervene? Montauk Qingyun inhaled deeply. Something has gone awry. For reasons unknown, he sensed that Wen Fan was hiding something from him. Logically, he had provided numerous benefits to Wen Fan over the years. In times of his own need, Wen Fan would surely assist him. Yet this time, not only had he failed to act, but he had also offered no explanation. Mo Qin-yun felt a foreboding sense that trouble was imminent. Yang Qian's expression shifted as she followed Mo Qin-yun back into the living room. What is it? Mo Qin-yun recounted his phone call with one fan in detail. Yang Qian picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, and reclined on the sofa, silent for a long while. Eventually, she extinguished the cigarette. Tell me, aside from the Qian family and the Shui family, who would dare to target my brother? Her gaze shifted to Mo Qin-yun. Among the first-rate families of Yinchuan, besides the Mo family, only the Qian and Shui families remained, and it was common knowledge that Yang Yi was her brother. She could not fathom who would seek to harm him. The Qian family would not be so idle as to provoke her brother, nor would they resort to violence. As for the Shui family, they had no vested interest in conflict with her. However, one fan's reaction is puzzling. How dare he turn off his phone and ignore my call? Mo Qin-yun's complexion darkened, an instinctive feeling that something significant was about to transpire. Could it be that a formidable figure has recently arrived in Yinchuan? Just as he spoke, the ground began to tremble. The water cups on the table rattled as if an earthquake were occurring, albeit subtly. What is happening? Mo Qin-yun rose and peered outside. Upon seeing a multitude of headlights illuminating the night, his brow furrowed. What was going on? Where did so many cars come from? Yang Qian also turned to look. And outside the villa, over 20 vehicles were lined up on the street, their deep green bodies unmistakably prominent. Her complexion shifted as a memory surged to the forefront of her mind. Recently, the district hospital had been besieged by thousands of guards, and the presence of the Yun Wang was undeniable. In the streets, Yun Qianfan descended from the lead heavy truck, his gaze as frigid as ice. Adorned with a golden dragon mask, his features remained obscured, yet the intensity of his eyes instilled a deep-seated fear akin to that of ancient glaciers. Seal off the villa. Not even a fly is permitted to escape. His chilling voice reverberated among the assembled soldiers. Yes, hundreds of guards echoed in unison, brandishing their weapons as they commenced the encirclement of the entire villa. Yun Qianfan advanced toward the villa, with Chu Xiong closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the entrance, he peered through the glass door and beheld Mo Qin-yun and Yang Qian in the living room. With a resounding crash, the 5-centimeter-thick bulletproof glass shattered under a single kick, scattering shards across the floor. Mo Qin-yun and Yang Qian were left in a state of shock. The golden dragon mask was all too familiar. The viral videos from the district hospital had circulated widely, and they were not oblivious to its wearer. You are Yin Wang. Mo Qin-yun's voice trembled, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Yun Qianfan cast a cold glance at Mo Qin-yun, the second in command of the Mo family, before shifting his gaze to Yang Qian, the sister of Yang Yi. Am I mistaken? The two remained silent, offering no words. Yin Yi, Nyonyo is over there. Chu Xiong pointed toward the backyard, his hand trembling. Nyonyo's body was marred with handprints, some green, some purple. Yun Qianfan followed Chu Xiong's pointing finger, and upon seeing Nyonyo, bruised and battered, he froze in place. With a thunderous crash, the ground cracked as he appeared beside Nyonyo. The ropes binding her were torn apart in an instant. Daddy, it hurts so much. They hit me. I'm so scared. Nyonyo flung herself into Yun Qianfan's embrace, her anguished little face breaking hearts. The marks on her face contorted with even the slightest touch. Don't be afraid, Nyonyo, Daddy is here. Tell Daddy who hurt you. Yun Qianfan lifted Nyonyo, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone present. Nyonyo raised her red, bruised hand, pointing at Yang Qian in the living room. Upon seeing the vivid marks on her arm, Yun Qianfan trembled with rage. I understand now. Were it not for Nyonyo's presence, he would have struck Yang Qian dead without a second thought. However, he did not wish for Nyonyo to witness such a bloody scene. Be good, Nyonyo. Please go with Uncle Chu to the hospital, all right? Yun Qianfan gently kissed her forehead. Daddy, you must come quickly to be with me. Nyonyo clung tightly to Yun Qianfan's neck. Yes, Daddy will be there soon. With that, he entrusted Nyonyo to Chu Xiong, who promptly took her away from the villa, arranging for a vehicle to transport them to the hospital. Meanwhile, Mo Qin-yun and Yang Qian were already engulfed in despair. They had never anticipated that this girl's father would be Yun Wang, let alone the most formidable king in the land, Yun Qianfan. Big man, this has nothing to do with me. It was all her doing. I had no part in it. Mo Qin-yun fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. With a few utterances, he attempted to distance himself from the situation. If he did not, he feared he would be left with nothing but bones. Yang Qian's expression was one of utter humiliation as her gaze fixated on Yun Qianfan. Did you kill my brother? Yun Qianfan's cold eyes met hers. You dare to harm my woman, my daughter. Do you think I would let them live? Yang Qian's voice faltered before she spat venomously. You kill my brother. I will avenge him. You shall have no opportunity. With a swift motion, he commanded several guards to seize Yang Qian. Bind her. Without further ado, Yun Qianfan simply wished for her to experience the sensation of retribution. Mo Qingyun remained on the ground, trembling. One of the guards glanced at him. Yin Yi, what about him? Yun Qianfan ignited a cigarette. Send him to meet Yin Wang. He exhaled a plume of smoke. Did you truly believe you could escape consequence by disassociating yourself? A guard stepped forward and delivered a punch directly to Mo Qingyun's temple. The impact sent Mo Qingyun crashing to the floor, blood gushing from his orifices. He perished before he could utter a single plea for mercy. Yun Qianfan, I shall haunt you as a ghost. Yang Qian's hoarse, vengeful voice echoed within the living room. You have no chance left. Yun Qianfan's voice was as frigid as the winter wind. Bind her. A thunderous command encapsulated all his fury. Yes. Two guards dragged Yang Qian to the weight-bearing pillar in the backyard and secured her with ropes. However, several of Yang Qian's personal bodyguards, witnessing the scene, attempted to intervene. Before they could advance, they were restrained by several individuals. Move, and you die. Yun Qianfan cast a cold glance at the bodyguards, discarding his cigarette butt. He removed his belt with a swift motion. The sound of his clenched fists echoed ominously. The suffering she inflicted upon Nyo would be repaid 100-fold. Take them away. I do not wish to see them again. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 guards promptly escorted the 3 bodyguards from the backyard. The only ones remaining were Yang Qian, bound to the pillar, and Yun Qianfan. What do you intend to do? As she gazed at the belt in Yun Qianfan's hands, a flicker of fear coursed through Yang Qian. No matter how many handprints are on my daughter, I shall return the pain to you 100-fold. She raised her hand to trace the belt, her eyes cold as frost. You dare. Yang Qian shrieked, hair, face, baling. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a vicious strike of the belt landed across her face. The crimson whip mark blossomed on her pallid skin, tiny droplets of blood emerging. I will kill you. The stinging pain ignited Yang Qian's fury as she screamed at Yun Qianfan. Yet, her response was met with another lash of the belt. The sounds of cracking echoed in the backyard, chilling under the night sky. After dozens of strikes, Yang Qian was left battered, her clothing tattered, her body a canvas of bruises and blood. Please, spare me. I will never dare again. Her feeble voice lingered in Yun Qianfan's ears. Tears and blood streamed from her eyes, mingling indistinguishably. Yun Qianfan cast a cold, penetrating glance at her. If I spare you, who will spare my daughter? Another lash struck her, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream that pierced the night. Residents in the neighboring villas contemplated stepping outside to discern the commotion. However, upon witnessing the procession of dark green heavy trucks, they retreated back into their homes, fully aware they could not afford to provoke such figures. The agonizing screams persisted until the early hours of 5 o'clock in the morning, finally coming to a complete halt. As he departed from the villa, Yun Qianfan wiped the blood from his hands and discarded the whip beside him. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and surveyed the surrounding guards, gesturing for them to return. The guards exchanged glances before standing to attention, affirming their compliance. Shortly thereafter, over 20 vehicles vanished from sight. Only then did Yun Qianfan retrieve his phone and dial one fan's number. Have you awakened? Came one fan's somewhat groggy voice from the other end. Who is it? Is there a dead body this early? Yun Qianfan frowned slightly. Governor One, has it been so long that you've forgotten me? Upon hearing this, Wen Fan jumped out of bed as if jolted by electricity. Master Yun, what can I do for you? Bring some people over to Mo Qingyun's villa to clean up, Yun Qianfan instructed before abruptly ending the call. He then proceeded to contact Chu Xiong. Master Yun. Chu Xiong responded with his usual composed tone. How is Nyo? She has sustained some minor injuries, merely superficial wounds. She is receiving treatment at the Zhanyu Hospital and will be fine in a few days. Hearing this, Yun Qianfan finally exhaled in relief. All right, I am on my way. With that, he hung up and drove directly to the hospital. An hour later, Wen Fan arrived at Mo Qingyun's villa with his subordinates. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by the overwhelming stench of blood. In the front courtyard lay several bodies of bodyguards. At first glance, they bore no visible wounds. However, Wen Fan, having served as a governor in the patrol office for many years, could tell at a glance that these guards had their necks crushed. "Clean this up," he commanded, waving his hand for a few subordinates to remove the bodies, while he ventured into the living room. There, sprawled on the floor, was Mo Qingyun, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, already lifeless. A jolt of shock coursed through Wen Fan. The second in command of the Mo family was dead, which was a significant matter. However, contemplating the identity of the perpetrator, he quickly realized that this incident was trivial in the grand scheme of things. At the very least, in the eyes of that individual, it meant nothing. Gazing at the blood-stained whip on the ground, Wen Fan gasped. A long trail of blood led towards the backyard. Following the trail, he was nearly taken aback by what he encountered. In the backyard, tied to a support pillar, was a woman, drenched in blood. Aside from her recognizable face, her body bore no intact skin. The bloodstains were still fresh, indicating that she had likely died not long ago. "Madame Young, why did you choose to provoke that esteemed individual? Who among us can afford to offend him?" Wen Fan sighed deeply at the sight of Yang Qian's corpse, then waved his hand to have her removed. If Mo Nan inquired later, they would simply say it was a revenge killing. Whether he believed it or not was beyond Wen Fan's concern. At the Jianyu hospital, Yun Qianfan looked at Niao, who was bandaged and lying in bed, feeling a pang of sorrow. "Niao, do you feel unwell anywhere?" Shaking her head, Niao, with a pained expression, said, "Daddy, I'm a bit hot. Can you take off these bandages?" "No, they can only be removed in a couple of days," Yun Qianfan replied, gazing at her with affectionate eyes as he gently pinched her cheek. "All right," Niao pouted before asking, "Daddy, what about the chocolate you promised to bring me? I want some." Yun Qianfan froze momentarily. "I'll go get it for you right now." Just as he spoke, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he quickly answered. "Yun Qianfan, where have you been?" Su Qing's anxious voice made his heart ache. "I'm at Jianyu Hospital. Niao has a few superficial injuries, but she is fine." As soon as he finished speaking, the call was abruptly disconnected. He didn't need to guess. Su Qing was certainly on her way. Seeing this, Chu Xiong approached and quietly murmured in his ear, "Master Yun, the Su family has already sent someone to our company to discuss a partnership. Should we refuse, or—" In the executive suite of Qingyun Group, Su Mei had arrived for the second time. The first time, the CEO of Qingyun Group was absent, resulting in no business being conducted. This time, however, she came with great sincerity, prepared by the old man to exert considerable effort to secure the contract. Yet once again, she found herself unable to meet the CEO of Qingyun Group. Moreover, several families were vying to collaborate with Qingyun Group. In the expansive hall, numerous family managers sat waiting. "Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on for a moment. Our CEO will be here shortly," announced a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, clad in a uniform, with a warm smile. This woman, Zhao Yanran, was one of Chu Xiong's key subordinates and the only female general among them. With her striking beauty and poise, she commanded respect. Yet her methods made even Chu Xiong's other generals wary. Upon hearing Zhao Yanran's words, most attendees remained patient, aware that the owner capable of purchasing the Yang family's group was certainly not one to be trifled with. However, some could not contain their frustration. "Your Qingyun Group certainly has a lot of clout. We've been waiting here for 3 hours, yet your CEO hasn't even shown up." The speaker was Ma Wei, the manager of the second-tier Ma family group from Yunchuan, who had been waiting since early morning. "It's high time we left. It seems Qingyun Group doesn't need to cooperate with anyone." His words stirred the sentiments of the others, inciting a wave of dissent. Zhao Yanran's expression hardened as she cast a glance at the two individuals. However, she quickly regained her composure and scanned the assembly with indifference. "Everyone, our CEO operates in a manner beyond my control, so if you are unwilling to wait, you may leave." Her statement ignited outrage among the long-waiting managers. "Who do you think you are, a mere secretary, to dismiss us? When did Qingyun Group come to be governed by a secretary's whims? Clearly, we misjudge Qingyun Group if a secretary dares to speak thus. Their CEO must be nothing of significance." Many scoffed and prepared to exit, including the two individuals Zhao Yanran had previously surveyed. Just as they reached the door, a vehicle sped into view, halting before the crowd. From a car emerged Chu Xiong. stepping down with a deliberate calmness. Wearing a pair of sunglasses, his tall stature appeared particularly imposing. Ladies and gentlemen, are you here to discuss collaboration with my Qingyan group? Chu Xiong removed his sunglasses and smiled at the crowd, who were about to leave. Taken aback, they quickly changed their expressions. We thought you were too busy, President Chu, and wouldn't have time to meet us. We were prepared to reschedule. Indeed, you are quite the busy man, President Chu. Chu Xiong chuckled, apologizing for being delayed due to some matters. Now, shall we proceed upstairs for a detailed discussion? Outside the war zone hospital, Su Qing glared icily at Yun Qianfan. Can you tell me what is going on here? Faced with Su Qing's frosty countenance, Yun Qianfan found himself at a loss for words. The perpetrator had already been eliminated by him, and at this point, further explanation seemed unnecessary. However, was it truly the right moment to reveal his identity to Su Qing? That seemed rather inappropriate. Qinger, there are certain things I cannot express too clearly, but I assure you that such incidents will never occur again. I stake my life on it. Neither you nor Nyo will ever face such circumstances again. Yun Qianfan raised 3 fingers in front of Su Qing. Just as his hand was raised, Su Qing leaped into his embrace, her eyes reddening. Do not speak such foolishness. Yun Qianfan held her tightly, reassuring her that everything would be fine. You should head to Qingyun Group to sign the contract. I will take care of Nyo here. Su Qing nodded slightly, promising to bring them food after work. She stood on her tiptoes and pecked Yun Qianfan on the cheek. Her face flushed as she departed. It had been years since she had experienced such a moment. The sensation of a racing heartbeat surged within her once more. Watching Su Qing's retreating figure, Yun Qianfan smiled faintly before taking out his phone to call Chu Xiong. After a brief pause, Chu Xiong's voice came through. Mr. Yun, yes, my wife is on her way. You can handle the contract situation as you see fit. I do not wish for any other members of the Su family to acquire this contract. Do you understand my meaning? From Su Qing, he learned that the elder of the Su family had entrusted the contract matter to Su Mei, Su Qing's second sister. Presumably, Su Mei was currently at Qingyun Group, preparing to discuss the contract with Chu Xiong. Understood. I will ensure Ms. Su receives a lucrative contract. However, Mr. Yun, there is something I need to discuss with you. Chu Xiong's tone turned more serious. Yun Qianfan frowned slightly. What is it? It seems we have attracted the attention of the Qian and Shui families. Yinren mentioned that they have been stirring up trouble, claiming that our Qingyun Group is too influential. Yun Qianfan, who initially thought there was another issue, chuckled. Is that so? Then let us go along with their wishes and announce that any company collaborating with the Qian or Shui families will be excluded. The Qian and Shui families are top families in Yinchuan. Without having investigated Qingyun Group's origins, they would not stand idly by while this cake is monopolized. Interference is to be expected. However, since they wish to interfere, they must be prepared for suppression. Yes, I understand. Chu Xiong hung up the phone and entered the conference room. Surveying the numerous general managers and executives present, he smiled gently. May I inquire which friends present have collaborations with the Qian or Shui families? HM? The crowd looked at Chu Xiong in confusion, unsure of the meaning behind his words. President Chu, what do you mean by that? Some could not help but ask. Chu Xiong shook his head, conveying no further implications. The crowd exchanged glances, and, eventually, 7 or 8 individuals raised their hands. Among them were not the 2 individuals previously targeted by Yinran. Chu Xiong's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression growing increasingly frosty. My message is clear. Those who have collaborations with the Qian or Shui families, please raise your hands. If anyone intends to probe for information about my Qingyun Group, do not blame me for the consequences. Upon hearing this, 3 more individuals raised their hands, including the 2 he had previously noted. Bang! Chu Xiong slammed his fist onto the table, causing the surface to dent. I will say this once more. Are there any more? In the top-level conference room of Qingyun Group, Chu Xiong cast a cold, sweeping gaze across the room, and those he focused on felt a chill run down their spines. Out of over 20 people, 11 had raised their hands. This meant that half of those present had collaborations with the Qian or Shui families. President Chu, what do you mean by this? Some of those who raised their hands were bewildered. They had come here to discuss collaboration. What did their other partnerships have to do with this? Do you not understand? A cold smirk crept across Chu Xiong's lips. Any family with a collaboration with the Qian or Shui families, please leave. For the time being, our Qingyun Group shall not engage in collaboration with you. This statement shocked those present, especially those who had raised their hands, Their expressions turned to confusion. President Chu, what do you mean? Our collaboration with the Qian and Shui families does not preclude us from collaborating with your esteemed company, does it? One man, sent by the Qian family, asked with a disgruntled expression. Chu Xiong glanced at him, a smirk playing on his lips. I will give you 3 minutes to leave my Qingyun group. Do you comprehend? What does the Qian family think they are? Do they wish to take a share of my Qingyun group's cake? At this, the faces of those present changed. This statement was a direct slap to the face of the Qian family. They all knew that this man was the owner of a subsidiary under the Qian family. Coming to seek collaboration with Qingyun Group was certainly not a simple matter. Moreover, the Shui family had also sent representatives. After all, the Yang family, being a second-tier family in Yinchuan, ought not to fall into the hands of others, even if it faced collapse. The Mo family had not shown up. And before the Qian and Shui families had even made their declarations, they had already been acquired. They could not simply watch as this cake was devoured by others. You. Fine. I will relay your words in full to my superiors. I hope your Qingyun group can survive. The representative from the Qian family, infuriated, stormed off. The representative from the Shui family, seeing this scene, also left in a dejected manner. Now, everyone please leave. My Qingyun group does not accept companies with collaborations with these two families. If you wish to collaborate with my Qingyun group, you must relinquish your partnerships with the Qian and Shui families. Chu Xiong sat calmly in his chair, observing the crowd with a tranquil expression. The remaining few glanced at one another, and no one stayed behind. They all departed. Now we can engage in earnest discussions regarding collaboration. Chu Xiong smiled gently and began to negotiate with each company in turn. After discussing a few partnerships, it was finally time for the Su family. Su Mei solemnly presented the proposal she held. President Chu, this is the initial draft of the plan for my Su family. I kindly ask you to review it. She felt a surge of excitement, as the prospect of collaboration was imminent. Once the contract was finalized, her standing within the family would rise significantly. The position of family heir would undoubtedly be hers. At that moment, Miss Su Mei, is it not? Chu Xiong placed the planning document on the table, gazing at her with a smile. It was indeed an honor that President Chu even knew my name. The fact that the CEO of Qingyun Group had heard of her was quite surprising, suggesting he had already familiarized himself with her. Given this, the likelihood of securing the contract seemed assured. Sensing Su Mei's thoughts, Chu Xiong chuckled softly. I'm afraid, Miss Su, I cannot sign this contract with you. Taken aback, Su Mei seemed momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend his words. After a few seconds, she looked at Chu Xiong in disbelief. President Chu, are you joking with me? She firmly believed he must be jesting. This is no jest, Miss Su. Please leave, Chu Xiong said with a smile, extending a hand. Why? She questioned, puzzled by his refusal to collaborate with the Su family. Just as her words fell, a knock echoed from outside the door. Kumin, Zhao Yanran entered, smiling slightly. President Chu, Miss Su is here. Everyone present was taken aback. Misu? They all recognized Su Mei, yet the woman before them was indeed another Miss Su. Even Su Mei stood frozen in place. Chu Xiong seemed to have anticipated this, urging, please invite Miss Su in. Understood. Zhao Yanran exited the conference room, and soon after, Suing stepped inside. The moment the crowd laid eyes on her, they were left speechless. Su Mei stared at Su Qing in disbelief, pointing at her. Suing, what are you doing here? I'm here to discuss a collaboration with Mr. Chu. Is there a problem? Su Qing smiled gently, seemingly aware of the unfolding situation. However, she was astonished to discover that Chu Xiong was the CEO of Qingyun Group. Discuss a collaboration? Huh. Su Qing, President Chu has already declined to collaborate with my Su family. Your presence is futile. Su Mei scoffed, crossing her arms, looking down at her. Before Su Qing could respond, Chu Xiong interjected. Miss Su Mei, it seems you are mistaken. I have only declined to collaborate with you, not the Su family. The revelation left everyone present in shock. What was happening here? Both Su Mei and Su Qing belonged to the Su family, yet they knew that Su Qing had nearly been cast out. Moreover, she had been taken away during the wedding of a young master from the Yang family, and both the Yang father and son had perished. It was impossible to say she was uninvolved. Yet now, it appeared that Su Qing had returned to the family, albeit with a diminished status. President Chu, what do you mean by this? Su Mei's expression darkened. Is my meaning not clear enough? Chu Xiong chuckled lightly, harboring disdain in his heart. In his eyes, Su Mei was hardly a noteworthy figure, daring to vie for a collaboration with the wife of Lord Yin. Very well. Su Qing, you have done well. I will explain this matter to my grandfather. With that, Su Mei, filled with rage, departed the conference room. Ladies and gentlemen, my collaboration with the Su family is a business secret. I kindly ask you to step out for a moment, and we will discuss further matters later. Chu Xiong extended his hand to the others. Understanding the complexity of the situation, the others exited the conference room. At the Wu family villa, "Father, you must save me. I don't want to die." Wu Yin knelt before his father, Wu Zhuang, his face contorted in pain. His hair had thinned considerably over the past few days, coming out in handfuls. In a panic, he had consulted numerous doctors, yet none could identify the poison afflicting him. Wu Zhuang's countenance was somber as he observed his son's distress. "I have already sent for the world's most renowned doctor. He will arrive early tomorrow morning. Stay calm at home. How dare a mere soldier lay hands on my son? I will ensure you have no place to rest," he stated, pulling out his phone to make a call. 5 million. Get rid of Su Qing and that fellow named Yun Qianfan. After a prolonged pause, the voice on the other end replied, 300,000 as a deposit. I will send you the account. You will receive a response tomorrow. Chapter 34. Do you dare? Dad, are we truly leaving this matter to Su Qing? If the CEO of Qingyun Group learns of this, what will become of the Su family's reputation? I'm afraid they might cancel the contract. In the study of the Su family villa, Su Feng expressed his frustration to the elder Su. As Su Mei's father, he naturally desired his daughter to secure the position of family heir. If they could finalize the collaboration with Qingyun Group, he believed the position would be practically guaranteed. However, he was astonished when the CEO of Qingyun Group declined to sign with Su Mei, yet showed willingness to collaborate with Su Qing. This raised significant suspicions. Elder Su Fronev, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. After a while, he turned to Su Feng. If Su Qing secures this contract, it would bring no detriment to our family. I understand your concerns, but let me remind you, family interests take precedence. You should comprehend the implications. Upon hearing this, Su Feng immediately fell silent. The elder was clearly inclined to protect Su Qing, though not definitively. Father, do you believe Qingyun Group would easily sign a contract with us? Is there not a hidden agenda? I heard from Mei that Qingyun Group rejected collaborations with the Qian and Shui families, and even declined to work with companies that had ties to them. Elder Su was already aware of this information, but struggled to understand why Qingyun Group would refuse to collaborate with the two prominent families. The benefits from these alliances would undoubtedly be substantial. I do not know what the CEO of Qingyun Group is thinking, but on the surface, it appears there may be grievances with the two families. Whether these grievances are significant or trivial, I cannot ascertain. Investigate the identity of the CEO of Qingyun Group, but do so discreetly. Upon hearing this, Su Feng's expression grew uneasy. This implied he was willing to do anything to secure the contract for his daughter. Go ahead. Once the collaboration with Qingyun Group is finalized, Su Mei will still be in charge of the subsequent contract. The elders seemed to have discerned Su Feng's intentions and stated it plainly. A glimmer of joy crossed Su Feng's face. Understood. I will go right away. He then turned and exited the study. In the living room, he glanced at Su Mei, who was sulking on the sofa, and exchanged a knowing look with her. Understanding his cue, Su Mei followed her father outside the villa. All right, your grandfather has made it clear. Even if that wretched Su Qing signs the contract with Qingyun Group, the subsequent responsibilities will still fall to you. Initially lost in thought, Su Mei's face lit up with a smile. Dad, I knew it would work out. How could grandfather allow a woman who has brought shame to our family for 5 years to inherit? That would tarnish our family's reputation. A cold laugh escaped Su Mei, her eyes filled with jealousy. Very well, just keep that in mind and avoid speaking carelessly. The head of the Mo family, Mo Nan, and the third elder of the Mo family, Mo Lao San, gazed grimly at the two corpses lying on the ground. They had been away for a few days, engaged in a significant business deal, entrusting the matters at home to Mo Qingyun and Yang Qian. However, to their utter shock, both his younger brother and sister-in-law had perished in their own home within such a short span of time, and even the bodyguards had failed to escape. The esteemed second elder of the Mo family had met his untimely demise, shrouded in mystery, with all surveillance footage inexplicably erased. Wendidu, I expect an explanation for this matter. Imogen turned, his gaze icy as it bore down on the man standing beside him, when Fan. He found it hard to believe that the perpetrator had left no trace. If that were the case, wouldn't the entire Yunchuan be thrown into chaos? Master Mo, I truly find myself powerless in this situation. I am deeply saddened by the deaths of Mr. M.O. and Mrs. Yang. However, I assure you, we will exert every effort to uncover the truth, Wen Fan replied with an unusually solemn tone. Yet internally, he scoffed. Investigation? Dare he? Not only would he be in jeopardy, but even his superiors would feign ignorance should they learn of the perpetrator's identity. Otherwise, the consequences would be unthinkable. Not only they, but the entirety of Yunchuan, indeed the entire southern region, could not withstand the wrath of that individual. Wen Fan, I caution you against uttering such futile words. Should we fail to identify the murderer, do not blame us for being ungracious. Over the years, you have reaped numerous benefits, and I trust you are aware of the repercussions. Mo Lao San snapped, his temper flaring as he advanced and seized Wen Fan by the collar. Wen Fan did not resist, merely spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Third Elder, are you not making this difficult for me? Without any leads, we do not know where to begin our inquiry. I care not. Your responsibility lies in my brother's death. If the murderer remains unaccounted for, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Mo Lao San was beyond caring at this point, reaching for his pocket. However, Mo Nan swiftly grasped his hand. Stop. Only then did he relent, glaring at Wen Fan with a scowl. Wen Fan's expression darkened, his tone turning hostile. Third Elder, were you preparing to eliminate me? Or perhaps to sever our ties? Without my intervention, the actions you have undertaken would warrant execution multiple times over. Shall we test the waters and see who meets a more tragic end? Initially, he had no desire to sever ties with the Mo family. Yet the current situation suggested that these two brothers intended to end him. You dare repeat that? This time, Mo Lao San was completely enraged, revealing a compact and deadly handgun that he aimed at Wen Fan's head. Wen Fan remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm. The police station is merely downstairs. Do you dare to fire? Mo Lao San was ready to disengage the safety and eliminate the man before him. Yet, Mo Nen intervened, seizing the gun. Enough. He understands that Wen Fan is no ordinary individual. If he were to die at the hands of his own family, the ramifications would be severe. Wen Dudu, I merely wish to understand the circumstances surrounding this incident. You must know better than anyone else. With all the surveillance footage vanished, and no records remaining, am I the fool, or are you? Such authority to erase evidence. Aside from you, who else in the police station possesses such capability? Mo Nan was acutely aware that Wen Fan knew who was behind the attack. Yet, due to the overwhelming power of that individual's backing, he dare not speak the truth. The consequences of doing so would lead only to a dead end. In response, Wen Fan shook his head in resignation. Mr. Mo, it is not that I am unwilling to speak. Rather, you cannot afford to know. The conversation has reached its limit, and I have matters to attend to. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Lao San could not contain his fury any longer. Nonsense. Is there anyone in Yunchuan that my Mo family cannot confront? Are you jesting with me? Chapter 35. Night attack at the military district hospital. Observing the peacefully sleeping Nyonyo, Yun Qianfan and Su Qing exited the ward. You should return to rest. I will remain here to watch over Nyonyo. You have work tomorrow, Yun Qianfan suggested, his heart heavy at Su Qing's apparent fatigue. After so many years apart, do you have nothing to say to me? Su Qing gazed at him with a complex expression. Since his return, they had not had a proper conversation. Everything had transpired too abruptly, leaving no time for a heartfelt discussion. Noticing the beauty in her eyes, Yun Qianfan smiled gently and lightly brushed his fingers against her nose. Go back and rest. Once Nyonyo is well, I will share everything you wish to know. There are some matters I cannot disclose. Su Qing understood that knowing would not yield benefits, but rather could lead to trouble. He did not want his wife and child to be in peril. Thus, he chose to conceal the truth. Feeling a sense of disappointment, Su Qing lowered her head. Very well, I shall return. Let me arrange for someone to take you home, Yun Qianfan said, finding a soldier at the hospital to drive Su Qing back. He felt uneasy about her returning alone. Following the incident involving Nyonyo, Yun Qianfan had grown increasingly cautious. After a moment's thought, he took out his phone and called Chu Xiong. Yunye, please inform Zhang Kuei to send a few capable soldiers to ensure the safety of Su Qing and Nyonyo. Understood. After hanging up, Yun Qianfan quietly re-entered the ward. Sitting by the bedside and watching Nyonyo sleep, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the car, Su Qing, sitting in the back seat, turned to the soldier driving. Yan Montak, Do you know what rank Yin Qianfan holds in your unit? Yin Mo was taken aback by the question. Having spent this time shadowing Yun Yi, he understood well which topics were permissible and which were not. Madam Su, did not Yin Yi inform you? No, he merely mentioned that he holds a regular rank. What does that even mean? Su Qing asked, her curiosity piqued. Yin Qianfan had never shared the details of his identity with her, and she believed it was far more complex than he let on. Yin Mo felt a tremor of unease. Regular? The esteemed Yun Wang of the Shenzhou. A mere regular rank? What ist? Across Shenzhou, how many would dare show disrespect to Yun Wang? However, since Yun Yi had chosen not to disclose this to Madame Su, there must be a reason for it. As a mere soldier, he could not speak out. Madame Su, I'm not fully aware of Yun Yi's status either, but it is certainly much higher than ours. Hearing this, Su Qing felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that learning about Yin Qianfan's identity from others was quite challenging. She would have to wait for him to reveal it himself. As they spoke, the vehicle arrived at the villa. Madame Su, we have arrived. Yin Mo quickly exited the car to open the door for her, his face filled with respect. It was indeed an honor to drive the wife of Yun Wang. Thank you. Su Qing smiled gently, preparing to step into the villa. Just then, several shadowy figures leapt out from the dark corners nearby. We've waited long enough for you. Halt. In the dim light, they brandished gleaming daggers, their intentions ominous. Yin Mo's expression shifted at the sight. Madam, quickly retreat, he urged, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Qing. The sight terrified Su Qing, rendering her pale as she hastily made her way towards the villa. However, the masked figures would not let her escape so easily. Seize her. Yin Mo's countenance darkened as he instinctively reached for his waist, only to remember that he had not brought his firearm. Madam, please call Master Yin once you enter, he instructed, pushing her into the villa and standing resolutely at the doorway. How dare a mere bodyguard obstruct my path? You seek death. The leader spat, lunging forward with his dagger aimed at Yin Mo's chest. Meanwhile, the others pursued Su Qing. Without a moment's hesitation, Yin Mo sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick to the man chasing Su Qing. The attacker, taken by surprise, was struck forcefully in the chest. Though he raised his arms to shield himself, the tremendous force nearly shattered his bones, sending him crashing into two of his companions. In the scuffle, Yin Mo sustained a knife wound to his arm, blood streaming forth. He retaliated with a swift elbow strike to the assailant's head, forcing the man to stagger back, dazed. In that fleeting moment, the adversary comprehended the exceptional prowess of this bodyguard. Confronting him head-on would not yield victory. Shaking his head to regain composure, he glowered. Who are you? Yin Mo's response was a sudden kick. The man, now terrified, raised his hands in defense, but the impact sent him flying, accompanied by the sickening crack of bone. Retreat. It's a trap, he yelled, turning to flee. The remaining assailants, still pursuing Su Qing, scrambled to their feet, abandoning their chase without hesitation. Yin Mo contemplated pursuing, but was deterred by the thought of Master Yun's wife still being in danger. Suin, Shjakin, stood at the villa's entrance, her face ashen. It wasn't until she saw the attackers flee that she regained her senses. You're bleeding. Come in so I can bandage your wound, she insisted, reaching out to tend to his injury. Yet Yin Mo hesitated, knowing the gravity of his position as Master Yun's bodyguard. Madam, please return to the villa. I will call Master Yun. This injury is minor, he insisted, waving his hands dismissively before stepping aside to dial Yun Qianfan. Su Qing wanted to say something more, but seeing his demeanor left her at a loss, and she resolved to wait for Yun Qianfan's return. Meanwhile, Yun Qianfan, still awake, stood by the window gazing at the stars. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Yin Mo. His brow furrowed as he pressed the answer button. What is it? Yin Mo's tone was grave. Master Yun, my lady and I were ambushed at the villa entrance, but they have fled. I refrained from pursuing out of concern for her safety. Yun Qianfan inhaled deeply, his gaze chilling. Understood. I shall return immediately. Chapter 36. Price increase. Wu boss. This deal cannot proceed. The somber voice on the line caused Wu Zhuang's expression to darken instantly. You have already accepted a deposit of 3 million. To suddenly declare it unfeasible seems rather irregular. His anger was palpable. Several million was not a trivial matter. Wu boss, have you even investigated Su Qing's background? I can assure you, she is protected by a formidable bodyguard, and my men have sustained injuries. The man on the other end of the call spoke with evident indignation. His comrades had been hurt, particularly the second brother, whose hand was nearly shattered by the bodyguard's kick. No ordinary person possesses such strength. It is absurd. Wu Zhuang struggled to believe this. Su Qing had nearly been expelled from her family. How could she afford such a powerful bodyguard? Wang Matzi, are you mistaken? Wang Matzi's voice turned cold. Wu boss, do you think after all these years in this business, I would make such a mistake? I shall not take this job. And as for the deposit, consider it compensation for my brother's medical expenses. With that, Wang Matzi attempted to end the call. Wait, Wu Zhuang interjected, his tone somber. Is there something else? Wang Matzi, sensing Wu Zhuang's determination, was perplexed as to why he would confront a woman and a perceived weakling. Speak plainly. What will it take for you to assist me in eliminating them? Wu Zhuang knew Wang Matzi well. He was not one to accept payment without delivering results. It was either that the compensation was insufficient or that the targets were too formidable to confront. After a brief silence, Wang Matzi replied, 20 million, and I will ensure they are dealt with, eliminating any future threats. That is out of the question. Wu Zhuang rejected the proposition without a second thought. Even if he could muster 20 million, it would be a significant blow to his finances. Spending such an amount to eliminate 3 inconsequential individuals seemed grossly unwise. It would be swifter to hire some reckless thugs to deal with them directly. Matzi, we have known each other for years. 20 million is excessive. Wu Zhuang decided to negotiate. Wu boss, this is not our first collaboration. Given that woman's formidable bodyguard, I may have to arm my men next time. This increases our risk significantly, and you should understand the implications. Wu Zhuang's brow furrowed. He could not fathom why such a capable bodyguard had suddenly appeared beside Su Qing, compelling even the likes of Wang Matzi to arm himself. It was well known that civilians in Shenzhou were prohibited from possessing firearms. If discovered, the penalties were severe. Yet, 20 million was exorbitant. Present a fair price. If it suits me, I shall pay immediately. He was not incapable of raising the 20 million. He merely believed it was imprudent to expend such resources on a family of no consequence. Then I will be direct. I offer a flat rate of 15 million, and you shall receive my news within 3 days. In the villa's courtyard, Yin Mo had already bandaged his arm and stood beside Yun Qianfan. This is how the events transpired, Master Yin. I believe they were well prepared. Their target was either you or the madam. Listening to Yin Mo's account, Yun Qianfan furrowed his brow. If what Yin Mo stated was true, then those individuals had undoubtedly conducted thorough surveillance on Su Qing and their residence. This evening, the matter at hand is undoubtedly more complex than one might initially perceive. Yin Qianfan nodded, his countenance somber. Subsequently, he retrieved his mobile phone and placed a call to Chu Xiong. Yin Yi, came Chu Xiong's respectful voice from the other end. Investigate any suspicious individuals that appeared around the villa today. They have the audacity to act against Qing. Upon hearing Yin Qianfan's cold directive, Chu Xiong's expression stiffened. Understood? Yin Yi. After disconnecting the call, Yin Qianfan turned his attention to Yin Mo. Are you injured? Yin Mo smiled, shaking his head. Yin Yi, you underestimate me. This minor injury is inconsequential. A few days of rest will suffice. To him, this injury was trivial. Moreover, he regularly trained. Thus his recovery abilities surpassed those of an average person significantly. Yin Qianfan nodded and then produced a bank card, offering it to Yin Mo. Take this. From now on, your responsibility is my wife's safety. Is that agreeable? Yin Mo dared not accept and hastily declined. Yin Yi, I cannot before he could finish. Yin Qianfan shot him a cold glance. This is an order. Accept it. Faced with this, Yin Mo could only comply. Qianfan, sounded Su Qing's voice from the living room. Yin Qianfan acknowledged her and signaled Yin Mo to stow away the bank card. Entering the living room, Su Qing had prepared a bowl of egg noodles for the two. I made egg noodles for you. Hurry and eat. Yin Mo glanced at Yin Qianfan, hesitant to reach for the food. Yin Qianfan chuckled. Go ahead and eat. By the way, Qing, from now on, this young man, Yin Mo, will be your designated driver. Upon hearing this, Su Qing shot him an exasperated look. We don't even have a car. Where would a designated driver come from? Let Yin Mo return to rest properly. Yin Mo's arm was injured because of her. Furthermore, she learned from Yin Qianfan that Yin Mo was merely 20 years old, still a boy at heart. No worries, I will buy a car tomorrow. This is some money I saved while in the army. It should be more than enough to purchase a vehicle. Otherwise, as the third miss of the Su family, It would be quite embarrassing to rely on public transport. Yun Qianfan grinned, retrieving a bank card from his pocket, which he had arranged through Chu Xiong, containing several million. No. Unsurprisingly, Su Qing rejected the offer outright. All right, then I shall give it to Yin Mo for him to buy a car and drive you around. As he spoke, he tossed the bank card to Yin Mo. Yin Mo had no choice but to accept it. You will buy a car tomorrow and ensure my wife's safe commutes. That is paramount. At this point, Su Qing could no longer refuse. By the way, the collaboration with Qingyun Group seemed to proceed smoothly today. It's about time we prepare for the wedding, don't you think? Ah, Su Qing's cheeks flushed. Isn't that a bit too hasty? The following day, Yun Qianfan returned to the villa with Nyonyo. Children possess remarkable recuperative abilities. Nyonyo's superficial injuries had healed swiftly with the aid of some specialized medication. Nyonyo, once your injuries are healed, shall I take you to the amusement park? Yun Qianfan leaned back on the sofa, observing the faint red welts on Nyonyo's skin. A flicker of pain evident in his eyes. Sure, I've never been to an amusement park. Mom always says there are many fun things there, but she has been too busy with work to take me. Upon saying this, Nyonyo lowered her head, appearing somewhat aggrieved. However, she quickly perked up, her beautiful eyes fixated on Yun Qianfan. Daddy, why have you taken so long to come back and see me and Mommy? This question left Yun Qianfan momentarily speechless. His expression turned pained. He longed to return, yet the nation comes first. Without the country, where would one find home? If he did not fight, how could he safeguard this vast expanse of territory? Nyonyo, Daddy wishes to return, but he has important tasks to fulfill, which is why I couldn't come back sooner. Now that I have some time to rest, I am here to see you and Mommy. He gently stroked Nyonyo's small head, his gaze filled with affection. Can you tell me about Mommy's past? Yun Qianfan smiled softly, lifting Nyonyo onto his lap and tenderly pinching her round little face. Sure, Mommy. Just as she began to speak, Yun Qianfan's phone rang. A glance at the screen revealed a flash of cold light in his eyes. Nyonyo, Daddy needs to take this call. He picked up the phone, placing it to his ear. Yin Yi, we have already located the individuals involved last night. They are likely affiliated with Yun Chuan's Gray Forces, led by a man named Wang Matzi, with several hundred underlings, all of whom are ruffians. Additionally, he operates an underground boxing ring, engaging in illegal fights and recruiting skilled fighters. Upon hearing Chu Xiong's report, Yun Qianfan's lips curled into a slight smile. Illegal fights? How intriguing. Where's this taking place? I shall pay a visit. At North City Road, Qingjiang Bar. Yunyi, do you intend to go there? Perhaps. Chu Xiong understood that Yun Qianfan would undoubtedly proceed. The purpose was self-evident. No need. I shall go alone. Just have Zhang Kuei come to find me. There is no need for anyone else. Remain at Qingyun Group and handle the company's affairs. Upon receiving this directive, Chu Xiong's tone immediately faltered. Yunyi, I truly dislike dealing with such matters. They are tedious and uninteresting. Why not pass it to Yin Ran, and I can come accompany you? Chu Xiong was most reluctant to remain at the group, feeling as though he was stagnating amidst contracts and monotony. For just a few days, stay put and do not leave without my command. With that, Yun Qianfan ended the call, denying Chu Xiong any opportunity for rebuttal. Daddy, who were you talking to? Nyonyo clung to Yun Qianfan's neck, her big eyes filled with curiosity. I was chatting with your Uncle Chu. However, in a little while, Daddy will take you to a fun place. But you mustn't tell Mommy, all right? As his daughter, he wished for Nyonyo to grow beyond the ordinary path of life, to become someone influential in her own right. Otherwise, his efforts over the years would be in vain. Okay, but why can't I tell Mommy? Nyonyo looked at him with curiosity. Well, it's just something you can't share with Mommy. If you don't agree, then I won't take you. Yun Qianfan chuckled. All right, let us make a promise. If you break it, you'll be a little puppy. After a span of 10 minutes, Zhang Kuei arrived. Yunyi, he greeted, bowing respectfully. No need for formalities. Nyonyo, this is Uncle Zhang. He held Nyonyo, gesturing towards Zhang Kuei. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Nyonyo smiled sweetly, her adorable demeanor endearing. Such a good girl. Uncle has some candy for you. Sang Kui Grinnet, pulling a piece of candy from his pocket and offering it to Nyonyo. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Nyonyo happily accepted the candy. Let us go. Yun Qianfan, cradling Nyonyo in his arms, boarded the vehicle, while Zhang Kuei took the wheel. After nearly 40 minutes, the trio finally arrived at Qingjiang Bar in the northern part of the city. At the entrance stood 2 security guards, who halted them upon their approach. "Excuse me, sir, but children are not permitted entry." Yun Qianfan cast a glance at him, retrieving a wad of cash from his pocket. "Is this sufficient?" The guards exchanged glances and smirked. "Sir, you must be joking. Please come in." They discreetly accepted the cash and stepped aside. After all, who would dare provoke someone so casually brandishing a stack of money? "All right, where is the underground fighting arena? I wish to partake." Yun Qianfan, holding Nyo, exuded an air of a wealthy patron. Zhang Kuei stood behind him, his imposing stature instilling a sense of trepidation in the guards. "Ah, someone will guide you inside," one of the guards indicated towards the bar. Without a word, Yun Qianfan, with Nyo in his arms and Zhang Kuei by his side, entered the bar. As soon as they stepped inside, a server approached them. "Sir, would you like a drink or to place a bet?" "I wish to place a bet." "Right this way." Under the server's guidance, the trio finally arrived at the underground arena. Before even entering, they were met with the deafening roars of the crowd. "Fight! Kill him! Come on, finish him off! You useless fool! I bet 5 million on you." The dimly lit underground arena was thick with a metallic scent of blood and the stench of sweat. Nyo wrinkled her nose and complained, "Daddy, it smells awful. I don't like it here." Yin Qianfan turned to the server. "Do you have private rooms?" The server's eyes brightened. "Yes. However, it's a bit pricey, 50,000 for the day." "Take me there." To him, 50,000 was but a trifling sum. The private room was significantly more comfortable than the main hall, furnished with fruits, beverages, beer, and red wine. "Sir, may I assist you with anything else? If not, please accompany me to settle the payment." Yun Qianfan snapped his fingers. "Zhang Kuei, go pay and then entertain them." Zhang Kuei grinned. "Got it, Boss Yun." The server regarded Yun Qianfan with surprise. Was he not there to play, but to fight? Zhang Kuei approached the front desk, producing a bank card. "First, I'll pay. Then I'll register. Also, I'll place a bet on myself to win. Let us start with 10 million. Chapter 38. Smash the venue, 10 million right off the bat? The man responsible for placing bets looked astonished. "Sir, are you registering?" Zhang Kuei let out a cold laugh. "Today, Boss Yin is here to stir up trouble. Whether you accept or not, this is happening." "No, but I need to consult the boss first." The man appeared somewhat flustered and retreated into a room, dialing Wang Maji. "Boss, someone wants to register for the fight and is betting on themselves to win. The amount is 10 million. Wang Maji, resting in his room, pushed the woman off him upon hearing this. 10 million? A newcomer? His brow furrowed. Such individuals rarely frequented this establishment. Were they seeking amusement or trouble? "I'll be down." He ended the call, dressed, and glanced at the woman still on the bed. "Stay here and have fun. I have business to attend to." Upon reaching the ground floor, Wang Maji's eyes locked onto Zhang Kuei at the front desk, sensing an undeniable intensity. This man was certainly no ordinary individual. Having navigated the underworld for so long and with a history of numerous deeds, the aura emanating from him was palpable and suffocating. Zhang Kuei narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Wang Maji. The aura surrounding him was formidable, yet at best, he seemed merely a captain. "Brother, I'm curious what brings you here. Why don't we go upstairs for a drink and then have some fun?" Wang Maji understood that this man was not merely there for entertainment. He likely harbored ulterior motives. "Drinking? I have no interest in that. Let me play a few rounds, and perhaps after I tire, I might join you for a drink." However, several of Wang Maji's subordinates bristled at this exchange. One particularly bold lackey stepped forward, jabbing a finger at Zhang Kuei's chest. "Who do you think you're to speak to our boss like that? Are you seeking death?" The subordinates glared at Zhang Kuei, ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. Zhang Kuei's expression darkened as he cracked his neck. "Is that so? I'm eager to see what moves you lapdogs possess to address me in such a manner." You're courting death." One thug seized a nearby iron rod, swinging it toward Zhang Kuei's head. "Stop." Wang Maji's face darkened as he glared at his underlings. "Who gave you the audacity to act out?" His cold gaze silenced them. Turning to Zhang Kuei, he said, "Brother, since you wish to play, I'll let my subordinates entertain you. However, I believe we can forego the monetary aspect, yes?" 10 million was not a sum he could not afford, but he did not wish to create enmity with Zhang Kuei over such a trivial matter. "No worries, if I lose, I won bat an eye at this amount. However, ensure my opponent is formidable. Otherwise, it would be quite dull if I were to defeat him with just a few blows." Upon hearing this, Wang Maji's expression turned even graver. "All right, As you wish. Haizi, take this brother to the ring. Wang Maji gestured, and the subordinate promptly led Zhang Kuei towards the arena. Meanwhile, Wang Maji remained, his expression dark and contemplative. Go, summon Gui Mian. Even with 10 million at stake, he needed him to take action. The faces of his subordinates paled at this command. Yes, boss. Once everything was arranged, Wang Maji sat down, his brow furrowed. As if recalling something, he turned to the subordinate who had escorted Zhang Kuei. Did he come alone? The subordinate quickly shook his head. No, he came with another person, and there is also a little girl. Wang Maji immediately sprang from his chair. Where are they? In room 8. Daddy, look. Uncle Zhang is going on stage. What is he going to do? Nyo exclaimed, gripping Yin Qianfan's sleeve in excitement. Yin Qianfan smiled gently. Uncle Zhang is down there to fight bad guys. Oh, are all those people below bad guys? Nyo asked, her small hands fidgeting. Not necessarily. As they spoke, the arena, previously occupied solely by Zhang Kuei, suddenly welcomed another contender. Wearing a menacing mask, the newcomer's muscles bulged with explosive strength, each step resonating with confidence. Yin Qianfan's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. How could there be such a person here? From the opponent's stride and aura, he discerned that Zhang Kuei's adversary was a formidable character, rivaling the strength of an ordinary Qianfazang. However, against Zhang Kuei, he would surely be overwhelmed, for Zhang Kuei was a general of great renown. On the stage, Zhang Kuei also regarded the figure known as Gui Mian with astonishment. He had not anticipated that within such an underground boxing arena, there existed a master of Qianfazang caliber. It was truly a rarity. The man named Gui Mian lifted his gaze towards Zhang Kuei, his expressionless eyes betraying no emotion, only a chilling coldness, resembling a numb killing machine. The surrounding audience erupted into screams and roars upon Gui Mian's entrance, chanting his name. Gui Mian. Gui Mian. Kill him. They were astounded that this unexpected newcomer was matched against Gui Mian. It was known that no one in this underground boxing arena had ever bested Gui Mian. With a record of 126 matches, he had never tasted defeat, and none of his opponents had endured even 3 of his punches. For this reason, Gui Mian had not competed for several months. This time, he was to face a newcomer. Quickly, place your bets. I wager 3 million. I wager 5 million. I wager 3 million, plus my Porsche outside. Almost everyone present staked their entire fortunes. Wang Mazi's expression shifted dramatically. The spectacle of Gui Mian's entrance was simply overwhelming. If Gui Mian were to win, he feared he would be left with nothing. Yet, he had no choice but to take this bet. Even with odds of 1 to 3, he had to proceed. The 10 minutes for betting passed swiftly. Those who intended to wager had already done so. After collecting all the funds, Wang Mazi stood up and made his way to the private room number 8. He was eager to discover what kind of person dared to disrupt his establishment. Meanwhile, on the arena, the referee's command echoed. Begin. Outside the private room, a knock resounded. Wang Mazi stood at the door, anxiety etched across his face, his mind racing with thoughts about the identity of the person within. In the entirety of Yinchuan, aside from the 3 prominent families, who else possessed such prowess? Come in, a man's voice beckoned from within. Wang Mazi inhaled deeply and stepped inside. Wang Mazi, Yin Qianfan, cradling Nyonyo, did not even turn his head, merely gazing intently at the screen before him. Wang Mazi's heart skipped a beat. This person knew him? May I ask, who are you? Although many in Yinchuan were familiar with his name, most he recognized. He was certain he did not know the man before him. Yet, there was an unsettling familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Who I am is of no consequence. I am here for but one matter. Yin Qianfan's tone was frigid, and a glint of frost flashed in his eyes. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a dull thud resonated from the screen. Zhang Kuei's opponent, the man known as Gui Mian, was struck against the iron mesh with a single punch. Blood gushed from his mouth and nose. He could scarcely muster the strength to rise. Wang Mazi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Gui Mian be knocked out so quickly? It had barely been a minute since he entered private room 8. Gui Mian could not withstand even a minute against this man. He found it unimaginable that anyone other than the 3 great families could possess such a bodyguard. On the arena, Gui Mian slowly rose from the ground, clutching his chest. His gaze fixed on Zhang Kuei with fierce intensity. You are not from Yinchuan, he growled. No one has ever defeated me in such a short span of time. Who are you? In response to Gui Mian's inquiry, Zhang Kui smiled faintly. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that your allegiance to Wang Matsi seals your fate. With that, Zhang Kui lunged forward with lightning speed, seizing Gui Mian by the throat. To spare you the agony of dying in ignorance, I shall reveal my identity. I am from the Zanlong army. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Kui tightened his grip. Crack! Gui Mian did not even have time to react before his neck was snapped. Thud! His body crumpled to the ground, eyes wide open in shock, failing to comprehend why Wang Matsi had crossed paths with the Zanlong army. After the deed was done, Zhang Kui turned and made an okay gesture towards the camera. In the private room, Yun Qianfan withdrew his gaze, looking down at the drowsy Nyonyo in his arms, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Oh, you little one. He then turned his attention back to Wang Matsi, who was still in a state of shock from the scene that had just unfolded. His ace had been eliminated so easily, without even a whimper. Who are you? Faced with Yun Qianfan's icy stare, Wang Matsi finally felt a twinge of fear. I ask you, who directed you to capture Su Qing? Yun Qianfan rose slowly, his gaze sharp as ice. Upon hearing Su Qing's name, Wang Matsi finally recognized the identity of the man before him. Why, you are Su Qing's man, Yun Qianfan? The photograph provided by the Wu family had included Yun Qianfan's image. While that photo was a few years old, it bore little difference to his current appearance. You are correct, but you have yet to answer my question. Wang Matsi regarded him, taking a deep breath. This was his territory. No matter how formidable his adversary, could he not subdue a mere bodyguard with his hundreds of subordinates? Yun Qianfan, I intended to search for news of you, but I did not expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. Since you are here, you shall not leave. With a booming voice, Wang Matsi summoned several of his underlings, who rushed into the private room, each wielding a machete and glaring menacingly at Yun Qianfan. In response, Yun Qianfan smiled slightly. Since I have arrived, I will not depart until my business is concluded. Saying this, he gently pressed a specific acupoint on Nyonyo, causing her to instantly fall asleep. Once satisfied, he retrieved the Jinlong mask from his pocket. The moment the mask adorned his face, a dramatic transformation overtook Yun Qianfan. The air in the private room seemed to grow cold. Upon seeing the Jinlong mask, Wang Matsi stood frozen, his face ashen. Why you are? He dared not imagine or utter the truth. The news of the Yun Wang's appearance in Yunchuan still dominated the headlines, its fervor unwavering. The Jinlong mask signified an identity, a symbol. I grant you 3 seconds to respond to my inquiry. His voice was as frigid as eternal ice, penetrating to the bone. The knife-wielding subordinates trembled at the knees. It was the Wu family. The head of the Wu family, Wu Zhuang, spent 15 million to have me eliminate Su Qing, as well as you and your daughter. Wang Matsi could no longer conceal the terror within him and fell to his knees with a thud. In that moment, he finally understood that Yun Qianfan was none other than the Yun Wang. It was no wonder that the Yun Wang appeared in Yunchuan. After all, his wife and child resided there. Unfortunately, this news was something he could not divulge. The Wu family? It seemed the lesson he had received previously was insufficient. However, now that you are aware of my identity, do you believe I will spare you? Upon hearing these words, Wang Matsi panicked. He hastily bowed his head to Yun Qianfan and pleaded, My lord, I was wrong. I beg you to spare my life. The other subordinates were stunned, and seeing this, Wang Matsi shouted, Why aren't you kneeling? Only then did the others react, falling to their knees in supplication. Yun Qianfan took a deep breath and said, In truth, I would very much like to kill you, but doing so would yield me no benefit. However, given your previous actions against my wife, I present you with 2 choices. The first, you shall have 5 fingers severed, including your own, and then submit to me. The second, death. Wang Matsi trembled at the prospect. His face turned ashen, drenched in cold sweat. I choose the first option. He understood, well, which was more valuable, 5 fingers or his life. Before this esteemed individual, escape was not an option. With a grim determination, Wang Matsi seized a cleaver from one of his subordinates and placed his left hand upon the table. With a resounding thud, he struck down, severing all 5 fingers, which fell to the ground as blood gushed forth, staining the floor. The other subordinates trembled in fear. Throughout the ordeal, Yun Qianfan's expression remained unchanged. Wang Matsi proved to be a perceptive individual, acting decisively. He tossed a note with his contact information, saying, Remember my words. Anyone who acted that night shall have 5 fingers severed. If you fail to comply, you know the consequences. Chapter 40. You are not dead yet? At the entrance of Qingjiang Bar, Zhang Kuei questioned, Yin Yi, are we truly letting them go just like that? He found it perplexing that they were released after merely losing a few fingers. This did not align with Yun Ye's character. He has been a fixture in Yunchuan for many years, and his network is extensive. If he has any news, I'll be the first to know. It is far more beneficial to keep him alive, Yin Qianfan replied. Zhang Kuei chuckled. Enough with the flattery. Let us head home. Indeed, Zhang Kuei responded, driving Yin Qianfan and Nyonyo back to the villa. In the underground fighting arena, Wang Mozi's hand had been bandaged, his face pale and cold. Go summon the second-in-command and the others. The subordinate, seeing his grim expression, silently exited the room. A few minutes later, those who had attacked Su Qing that night appeared. Upon seeing Wang Mozi's bloodied hand, they were taken aback. Boss, what happened? Who did this? I will kill him right now. Wang Mozi glanced at them coldly and commanded. Now, I need you to do something. Boss, whether it's 1 task or 10, we will do it. The second-in-command spoke first. Yes, boss. Just tell us who did this, and I will bring you his head. Another man with a fierce countenance chimed in. Wang Mozi surveyed them and said, that person is called Yin Wang. Off you go. Silence enveloped the room. The second-in-command's lips twitched. Boss, you cannot be serious. How could Yin Wang possibly come to a place like ours? If this was indeed the work of Yin Wang, they would not survive. What if what I say is true? Wang Mozi pulled out a cleaver and placed it on the table, his gaze icy. The others fell silent, sensing that he was not jesting. Boss, are you saying this is true? Accept your fate, you lot. Each of you must sever 5 fingers. Anyone who dares to refuse, I will assist them. At these words, their expressions shifted dramatically. Boss, what do you mean by this? We have followed you for years, and now you want to harm us? Boss, such actions would be disheartening to the brothers. Their faces reflected their dismay. However, Wang Mozi suddenly rose, his gaze fierce as he glared at them. Do you think I want to do this? That person is Yin Wang. How many dare to claim themselves as Yin Wang? If you do not act, death awaits you. I do this to protect your lives. He nearly shouted this last statement. Instantly, they fell silent. Boss, why would Yin Wang come after us? The second-in-command still seemed confused. How could someone of Yin Wang's stature trouble mere ants like them? Because Su Qing is his wife. Now do you understand who he is? If anyone dares to speak of this matter, they shall die. Do you comprehend? A bomb seemed to detonate in their minds, leaving them all stunned. Get to work. Once completed, each of you will receive 3 million for medical expenses. He had said all that was necessary. Should anyone remain unwilling, he would have to take matters into his own hands. As the sun set, Su Qing entered with a beaming smile, announcing, Qianfan. We have finalized a contract with Qingyan Group. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yin Qianfan was not taken aback. Is that so? That is splendid news. We can now proceed with our wedding. He smiled broadly, having contemplated the wedding for quite some time. With a partnership with Qingyan Group established, the first condition had been met. The Yang family business had been renamed Qingyan Group. Now, only the 5 million dowry remained, a sum insignificant to him. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's cheeks flushed slightly. Nyonyo, curious, gazed at them and asked, Mommy, why is your face red? Hearing this, Su Qing blushed even more. She scooped up Nyonyo, saying because Mommy is going to marry Daddy. Nyonyo looked puzzled. What does getting married mean? Just as Su Qing was about to explain, Yin Qianfan smiled and ruffled her hair. You'll understand when you grow up. He stood to head to the kitchen. However, Su Qing quickly interjected, No need, tonight. Meng Meng is treating us to dinner. Meng Meng? A girl-esque image surfaced in Yun Qianfan's mind. Luo Xiaoming had been Su Qing's close friend during university, and they were often inseparable. Today, while signing a contract at the Qingyan Group, I encountered Meng Meng and her boyfriend. She remarked that it had been a long time since we last met, and insisted on treating us to a meal. Reluctantly, I agreed, as it meant I wouldn't have to cook. Yun Qianfan chuckled. While they were conversing, Su Qing's phone rang. After a brief exchange, she hung up. Meng Meng had called, and they were waiting for us at the Luohua restaurant. We should hurry. Observing the joyful expression on Su Qing's face, Yun Qianfan smiled faintly, as it had been a long time since he had seen her this happy. Outside the villa, a newly purchased Huading was parked. Yin Ma stood by the car door and greeted Yun Qianfan and Su Qing as they emerged. Yun Yi, Su Jia. The term Su Jia was requested by Su Qing. as addressing her as Madam felt too aging. Let us go to Luohua restaurant. Yin Qianfan didn't mind, understanding that Yin Ma was still quite young. All right. After more than half an hour, the car stopped at the entrance of Luohua restaurant. Suqing took out her phone to call Luo Xiaoming, informing her of their arrival. Within minutes, a woman with light makeup emerged, carrying an expensive handbag and adorned with a necklace worth hundreds of thousands. She epitomized elegance. Qing, it's been a while. Luo Xiaoming greeted Suqing with a beaming smile. Upon noticing the child Suqing was holding, her eyes widened in surprise. Is this your daughter? She is truly beautiful. Nyonyo quickly greeted Ani Luo. Suqing relished the praise her daughter was receiving. Ani Luo, hello. Nyonyo obediently greeted her. Luo Xiaoming's gaze then shifted, and she finally spotted Yin Qianfan standing beside Suqing, her mouth agape. You were Yin Qianfan? I thought you were dead? At the entrance of the restaurant, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Luo Xiaoming's face flushed with embarrassment, though a hint of disdain lingered in her eyes. Yin Qianfan, however, was unfazed. After all, during his time in the military, his friends had all known about his situation, and such rumors were to be expected. On the battlefield, life and death are decided in an instant. Surviving is an accomplishment in itself. Nevertheless, Suqing's expression darkened. Meng, your words upset me. Seeing Suqing's displeasure, Luo Xiaoming quickly took her other hand, apologizing. I didn't mean it. You mentioned he went into the military, and given the circumstances back then, it's fine. I don't mind. Returning alive is my fortune. Yin Qianfan interjected, attempting to mediate. Only then did Suqing's countenance soften somewhat. Observing this, Luo Xiaoming smiled broadly and led Suqing upstairs. Let us go. My boyfriend is waiting for us upstairs. Upon entering the private room, a man wearing glasses was seated, engrossed in his phone. As they entered, he quickly set it aside to greet them. You're here? Suqing was taken aback upon seeing him. Ligan, you're with Meng now? Yin Qianfan recalled a memory. During their university days, among Luo Xiaoming's many admirers, Li Gun was the least conspicuous. He had spent his tuition money to buy her a new phone in hopes of winning her affection, only to receive a simple thank you in return. Who would have thought they would end up together now? Since we all know each other, no introductions are necessary. King Yao, please seat. Let us have a good chat. Luo Xiaoming urged Suqing to take a seat while Yin Qianfan held Nyonyo, feeding her while listening intently to the women's conversation. They reminisced about their university days, right up to graduation. By the way, Yin Qianfan, what do you do now? Suddenly, the conversation shifted to him. Yin Qianfan paused momentarily before responding with a smile. I am currently an unemployed wanderer. At this, Suqing's expression grew awkward. It was true. Yin Qianfan was indeed without a job. So you're a full-time dad now, solely responsible for the children? Luo Xiaoming looked at Yin Qianfan in surprise, her disdain evident. Furthermore, she wrapped her arm around Li Gan's, beaming as she added, Li Gan is now the front desk manager at Qingyan Group, managing quite a number of people. Yin Qianfan, don't forget that Qing is the third young lady of the Su family. If you continue like this, the Su family might look down on you. Would you like me to have Li Gan find you a job? I heard their company is looking for a few security guards, with a salary around 5,000. It would suit you well. Qingyan Group? Yin Qianfan chuckled. Never mind. I'm quite content being a stay-at-home dad. He shook his head in refusal. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiaoming retorted. Yin Qianfan, that's salary isn't low. If you wish to marry Qing even if the child isn't yours, you still have responsibilities, don't you? In reality, you are the one benefiting from this. The atmosphere grew silent. Suqing's face turned pale in an instant, and Yin Qianfan's expression darkened further. Luo Xiaoming gazed at them with confusion. Yin Qianfan, you can't possibly think this child is yours and Qing's, can you? This remark escalated the already tense atmosphere. Meng, what are you saying? Suqing stood up, her face ashen as she shouted. She had never done anything to betray Yin Qianfan. Let her speak. Yin Qianfan's voice turned icy as he looked down at Nyonyo's innocent eyes, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. His daughter was not his? Before Suqing could respond, Luo Xiaoming, now visibly irritated, pointed at Yin Qianfan and exclaimed, Yin Qianfan, what with your attitude? For Qing to notice you is your fortune. You, a country bumpkin, have no right to be with her. Let me tell you, back in the day, suitors for Qing lined up from the teaching building to the school gate. What do you amount to? Qing if he doesn't want you. I can introduce you to someone 100 times better. Hearing this, a cold, painful smile appeared on Yin Qianfan's face. Be quiet, Su Qing shouted at Luo Xiaoming. Then turned to Yin Qianfan, her expression filled with anguish and tears brimming in her eyes. You don't believe me? Without uttering another word, Yin Qianfan picked up Nyonyo and walked toward the exit. Witnessing this, Su Qing stood frozen in place, collapsing onto a chair, her eyes lost in thought. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Qing don't cry. He.S. just a useless man with no skills, wanting you to support him. He.S. worthless. I can introduce you to someone 100 times better. Luo Xiaoming sat beside Su Qing, trying to console her. However, Su Qing glared at Luo Xiaoming with rage. Why do you say the child ISNT is? Luo Xiaoming appeared bewildered. After he left, weren't you with Wang Rui? Who told you that? I never was with him. He was merely a friend. Su Qing, unwilling to elaborate further with Luo Xiaoming, turned and hurried after Yin Qianfan. Upon reaching the ground floor, she found the car had vanished without a trace. She stood there in a daze, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Inside the car, Nyonyo, with a face full of grievance, looked up at Yin Qianfan, her eyes reddened. Hearing her call him daddy, a pang of pain struck Yin Qianfan's heart. Is Nyonyo truly my daughter? Be good. Your mother is busy with something and will be back shortly. He gently stroked Nyonyo's little head. Deep down, he still found it hard to believe that Su Qing had betrayed him. Yet, memories of the times when Nyonyo fell ill and Su Qing went out drinking with other men under the pretense of work haunted his mind. Just because he did not mention it did not mean he had forgotten. Daddy, can we go back to find Mommy? You miss her. Nyonyo clung to Yin Qianfan's arm, pouting adorably, eliciting a sense of heartache. Be good. Mommy is working and a bit busy. Let's go home and wait for her. Yin Qianfan suppressed his thoughts, holding Nyonyo close. All right. The car drove on until they finally arrived at the villa. As they entered the living room, Yin Qianfan smiled slightly. Nyonyo, how about I cook you some noodles? Sure. Daddy's noodles are the best. Half an hour later, after playing, Nyonyo fell asleep on the sofa. Gazing at her peacefully slumbering form, Yin Qianfan took a deep breath. He stepped outside with a cigarette, lighting it with a soft click, looking up at the starry sky. Do you believe in me? In the courtyard, Su Qing's slightly swollen eyes fixed on Yin Qianfan. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette before exhaling a puff of smoke. I believe in you, but I hope you have no secrets from me. I want to know what Luo Xiaoming's words meant today. Upon hearing this, Su Qing forced a bitter smile. In the end, you still refuse to trust me. If you want to know, then let me tell you. The man I waited for over 6 years, yet he does not believe me. Even his own daughter. He is reluctant to trust. How absurd is that? After you left back then, I was heartbroken. You know Wang Rui, who used to play with us. He and Xiaoming often came to comfort me, urging me to move on. Sometimes we would go out for meals together, and a few times Xiaoming invited me. But when I went, she never showed up, saying she had something to do. I couldn't just leave, so I only departed after finishing my meal. That's all. Hearing this explanation, Yin Qianfan tossed aside his cigarette, but, turning to Su Qing's red-rimmed eyes, he pulled her into his embrace. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you. At that moment, Su Qing could no longer hold back, breaking down in tears within his arms. After a long while, she finally ceased her sobbing. Returning to the living room, Yin Qianfan carried Nyonyo to the adjacent room to sleep before heading back to his and Su Qing's room. Their eyes met, filled with tenderness. Is it all right? Yin Qianfan opened his strong arms, enveloping her in an embrace, his warm breath brushing against Su Qing's face. No, I can't. It's that time. Upon hearing this, Yin Qianfan gently kissed her forehead. No need, get some good rest. I'll take a shower. The next day at dawn, Yin Qianfan awoke to find Su Qing at the mirror, applying makeup. So early, who are you dressing up for? Su Qing turned and smiled. Today, the president of Qingyun Group is coming to sign the official contract. Of course, I need to dress up for the reception. Yin Qianfan smiled back, though he felt a tinge of curiosity. Su Qing rarely wore makeup, perhaps only once every few months. Even without it, she remained strikingly beautiful. For contract signing, it made sense, so he did not dwell on it. At 9 in the morning, in the lobby of Su Shi Group, over a dozen receptionists stood ready. Su Qing stood at the entrance, her face adorned with a smile. Today marked the signing day of the contract with Chu Xiong. Once finalized, her wedding with Yin Qianfan would be set in motion. A sense of joy accompanied her. After about 10 minutes, a luxury car pulled up to Su Shi Group. Chu Xiong, dressed in a suit and carrying a briefcase, walked in. Upon seeing Su Qing waiting at the door, he clearly appeared startled. However, with so many eyes upon them, he had to maintain composure. "Mr. Chu, welcome," Su Qing greeted him. "Thank you, Miss Su," Chu Xiong replied with a faint smile. "Please, let us head upstairs. I prepared some hot tea for you." A few minutes later, in Su Qing's office, she rose with a beaming smile, gazing at the signed contract on the desk. "Mr. Chu, may our cooperation be fruitful." With that, she extended her hand. Chu Xiong glanced at it, but hesitated to shake, thinking, "This is Yun Ye's wife. Miss Su, our cooperation is now confirmed. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Chu Xiong left in haste. In the office, Su Mei watched him depart, brimming with excitement. From the moment Chu Xiong entered, she had been observing. He left so quickly. It must mean the contract was signed. "Dad, Su Qing has already signed the contract with Mr. Chu, and he has left," she announced, pulling out her phone to call Su phone. "Okay, I will inform the old master right away." Meanwhile, in Su Qing's office, looking at the contract in her hands, she felt a torrent of emotions. Soon, she would be able to hold a grand and legitimate wedding with Qian Fan, free from the disdain of others. Before she could revel in her happiness for long, the office phone rang. "Hello? Qing, Grandpa wants you to come to the conference room for a meeting, and please bring the contract with Qingyun Group." Her father's excited voice came through the line, revealing how significant this contract was for Su Chong. "All right, I will be there shortly." After hanging up, Su Qing held the contract and took the elevator straight to the top-floor conference room. In the conference room, all the senior executives of the Su family were present, each wearing a smile, though Su Mei's smile was the broadest. When Su Qing pushed open the office door, all eyes turned to her. "Qing, well done. You truly are the most formidable one in the Su family," Su Chong praised as he saw her enter. "Qing, you did exceptionally well this time. The family will reward you." Even the elder Su could not help but commend her. Su Qing smiled slightly, bowing to everyone. "Thank you, Grandpa, and all my uncles for your support. I will ensure the family is well managed." "Qing, let me have a look at the contract," the elder Su requested. Su Qing approached the venerable Su Leioi without any hesitation and presented the contract before him. After perusing a few pages, a broader smile spread across his face. "Excellent. Our collaboration with Qingyun Group has been established. Now, allow me to announce the individual responsible for the subsequent dealings of this contract." Upon hearing this, Su Qing's expression immediately shifted. She had signed the contract, and naturally, she was meant to oversee the ensuing work. However, it was evident that the old master intended to assign the follow-up tasks to someone else. Consequently, the contract she had painstakingly secured would slip through her fingers and into another's hands. "Grandfather, what is the meaning of this?" Su Qing endeavored to maintain her composure, gazing quizzically at Su Leioi. "Qing, the responsibilities following this contract are rather burdensome, so I've decided to assign them to Mei. You may focus on other matters," he declared. Instantly, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted. Su Chong, with a stern countenance, interjected, "Father, is this not a bit too biased? Qing has worked tirelessly to secure this contract, and you hand it over to Mei. That seems rather unjust. What is wrong with that? Everyone is aware of Qing's capabilities, while Mei's skills are somewhat lacking. Why not delegate the follow-up to Mei? Su Feng internally reveled in the situation, though he maintained a facade of neutrality. With this contract as follow-up successfully managed, their family would reap substantial benefits. "Third brother, this is excessive," Su Chong retorted, unable to contain his frustration. Just then, Su Leioi spoke up, "Enough of this bickering. The contract will go to Mei. As for Qing, I happen to have a new contract with the Wang family, and that will be entrusted to you." In the conference room, Su Qing still wished to voice her objections, but Su Leioi waved his hand decisively. "That is settled then. Qing, come to my office to collect the contract. The meeting is adjourned." Silence enveloped the room. Su Qing's face turned pale, her heart seething with unexpressed fury. Yet, this was her grandfather's decision, and she could not alter it. The primary concern was to ensure it did not disrupt her wedding with Qian Fan. Following Su Leioi to his office, she closed the door behind her. "Qing, I understand your discontent, but there is little I can do," Su Leioi sighed deeply. Suinin felt sharply, fixing her gaze upon him. "Grandfather, our collaboration with Qingyun Group was facilitated by Qian Fan's assistance. enabling me to secure this contract. I only hope you will honor the conditions previously discussed. Su Leoi faltered momentarily before responding. Does Yun Qian Fan truly possess such abilities? Am I not aware of who he is? I have uncovered his background. What are the odds he knows someone from Qingyun Group? In truth, Su Leoi himself harbored uncertainty regarding Yun Qian Fan's true identity. The inquiry yielded results consistent with previous findings, revealing only that he was a retired soldier. What could a retired soldier possibly know of the upper echelons of Qingyun Group, let alone assist Su Qing in acquiring this contract? However, observing Su Qing's demeanor, it seems she was not fabricating her claims. Grandfather, are you suggesting you will go back on your word? Su Qing's expression darkened, her anger simmering. The promises made had shifted like the contract she had signed, now handed over to her second sister. I do not intend to go back on my word. If he can provide evidence of his assistance, I will consider the agreement fulfilled. What do you say? Su Leoi sat calmly, gazing at her with an unwavering gaze. Deep down, he fundamentally opposed Su Qing's union with Yun Qian Fan, and now that the contract was secured, his disapproval would only deepen. Very well. This time, I hope you will honor your word, grandfather. Su Qing's face was pale, her delicate hands clenched tightly. At this juncture, no matter how much she pleaded, her grandfather would not believe her unless she could produce evidence of Yun Qian Fan's support. Otherwise, her words would fall on deaf ears. Here is the contract with the Wang family. Take a look and then go sign with Manager Wang. Once this contract is finalized, you will be fully responsible for it. Su Leoi retrieved an unsigned contract from his drawer. Su Qing stepped forward, flipped open the document, and glanced through it. There were no apparent issues, but one name captured her attention, Wang Rue. It had been 2 or 3 years since they last connected, and she was astonished to find he had become the general manager of Wang Group. She recalled that Wang Rue had never disclosed his identity to her. Perhaps he had always been part of the Wang family. All right, you may go about your business. I shall take a rest. My age is beginning to take its toll. Su Leoi sighed. Grandfather, take care of your health. With that, Su Qing exited the old man's office, clutching the contract. As she reached the door, Su Mei approached with a beaming smile. Qing, what's the matter? You look quite unhappy, she remarked, her smile provoking an urge to slap her. Su Qing's expression turned icy. Su Mei, do not overstep. Upon hearing this, Su Mei scoffed. Qing, the contract is now in my hands. What do you do about it? The contract you labored to secure is now mine before it even had a chance to warm up. Isn't that frustrating? Ha. I relish seeing you like this. Suppressing her rage, Su Qing refrained from retaliating. She attempted to bypass Su Mei, but the latter blocked her path. What do you intend to do? Su Qing's face darkened, her tone sharp. If not for their professional setting, she would have retaliated without hesitation. I merely wish to inform you that your aspirations to marry that impoverished fellow named Yun are futile. Su Mei concluded with a cold laugh, twisting her slender waist as she departed. Su Qing stood rooted in place, her mind racing. After a prolonged moment, she took a deep breath and returned to her office. Pulling out her phone, she dialed Wang Rue's number. After several rings, a man's voice finally resonated through the receiver. Qing, long time no see. Wang Rue's voice was rich and magnetic, and hearing it eased some of Su Qing's anger. Yet, she remained cautious to maintain her distance, for she was now a mother. Wang Rue, it has been a while. Our company has a contract with yours that remains unsigned. I wonder if you have time to discuss it? After a brief silence, Wang Rue replied, Sure, I'm currently dining at Honghua Hotel. If you can make it, we can talk. All right, I'll come over now, Su Qing responded after a moment's contemplation. She hung up, inhaling deeply. It was merely a work-related discussion. Maintaining distance would suffice. Rising, she adjusted her attire before departing. In the villa, Yun Qian Fan quietly emerged from Yonyo's room. The child was growing up. It was time for her to start kindergarten. He would discuss this with Qing tomorrow. Returning to the living room, he retrieved a cigarette from the box and lit one up, inhaling deeply. He then pulled out his phone and called Zhang Kuei. Yin Yi, came Zhang Kuei's rough voice from the other end. Have you managed to investigate the matter I asked about? The Wu family dares to seek revenge. If that is the case, there is no need to let them live. I have indeed gathered information. I just received word that the father and son of the Wu family are dining at Honghua Hotel with other company executives. I will be picked up shortly. After saying this, Yun Qianfan hung up the phone. He then exited the living room and stepped into the yard, snapping his fingers. Instantly, 4 individuals emerged from various concealed corners. Yun Yi. The 4 stood before Yun Qianfan, bowing respectfully. I have urgent matters to attend to. Ensure that Nyo is well protected. Should any suspicious individuals appear, show no mercy. Yun Qianfan's tone was particularly frosty. Given the previous incident, he could not guarantee that no one would attempt to harm Nyo. These individuals were summoned specifically for her protection. Understood. We shall take our leave. He waved his hand, and the group dispersed, blending seamlessly into the shadows. To the ordinary eye, they were utterly invisible. Shortly thereafter, an SUV pulled up at the villa entrance. Zhang Kuei exited the vehicle and bowed. Yun Yi. Yun Qianfan nodded slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Let us proceed to Honghua Hotel. Chapter 44. Seeking revenge at Honghua Hotel. In room 9, Su Qing stood at the doorway, adjusting her attire slightly before pushing the door open. Inside the room sat a man clad in a casual suit, impeccably dressed. Upon hearing the door open, he turned to look. Qinger, you're here, Wang Rue exclaimed, rising with a smile. However, a faint scent of alcohol wafted into Su Qing's nostrils. Manager Wang, how do you do? Su Qing managed a faint smile, extending her hand. Wang Rue graciously accepted, displaying his gentlemanly demeanor. Please have a seat. He pulled out a chair for Su Qing. Seeing this, she felt it was impolite to refuse, especially considering the contract's worth in the millions. Qinger, we are not strangers. There is no need for such formality. Wang Rue chuckled lightly, appearing quite amiable. Yet, his peripheral gaze scrutinized Su Qing's attire. She remained as beautiful as ever, but now exuded an air of mature femininity. No, I merely wish to finalize this contract as soon as possible. Suing forced his might, her desire to leave growing stronger. Yet, the thought of needing 5 million to marry Yun Qianfan filled her with anxiety. No rush. Let us not hurry the collaboration. I'll have the waiter bring out the dishes. You must be hungry after rushing over, Wang Rue said, pressing the bell on the table. By the way, I heard Qianfan has returned? Yes, he just came back not long ago. Su Qing nodded, feeling reluctant to decline Wang Rue's inquiry. After all, it pertained to their forthcoming collaboration. I didn't expect him to return after so many years. I imagine he must have done well in the military to come back. I heard that he recently crashed the wedding of the Yang family's young master, and the father and son of the Yang family ended up dead. Is this connected to him? Upon hearing this, Su Qing's complexion paled. She was aware of the incident, but had never associated it with Yun Qianfan. If he were indeed involved, the authorities would undoubtedly have caught wind of it. Let us not dwell on that, Manager Wang. Let us focus on the collaboration. Su Qing redirected the conversation, retrieving the contract. Here, if everything is in order, please sign. She placed a pen on the table. At that moment, several waitstaff entered with trays. Let us set that aside for now and enjoy our meal. It has been quite some time since we've dined together. Wang Rue suggested with a light laugh, accepting the contract and pen. Su Qing glanced at the dishes on the table, all of her favorites, including many expensive items. Even the bottle of red wine was an 82 la fight. Manager Wang, I cannot partake in this meal. It's too extravagant, she declined. It's nothing. We haven't seen each other for years. I'll treat you. This amount is insignificant to me, Wang Rue replied lightly, then proceeded to pour a glass of red wine for Su Qing. Upon seeing the wine, Su Qing immediately stood. Manager Wang, I'm afraid I cannot drink during working hours. Hearing this, Wang Rue's expression darkened slightly. With such preparations, was she not intending to show him any respect? King Ye, after so long apart, you truly want tea, give me any face? This is red wine. It won't get you drunk, and won't interfere with your work. Moreover, we still need to sign the contract. His meaning was unmistakable. If she refused to drink, it implied a lack of respect, making the contract unnecessary. Knowing the implications of his words from her time in the business world, Su Qing felt an inner reluctance. An ominous feeling washed over her. Yet the thought of the 5 million bridal price left her feeling powerless. All right, I'll drink. Su Qing forced a smile, raising the glass of red wine and downing it in one go. Wang Rue smiled faintly, a subtle glimmer of something inscrutable flashing in his eyes. Outside Honghua Hotel, an SUV parked at the entrance. Yun Qianfan stepped out, surveying the Honghua Hotel before him, a cold light flickering in his gaze. Yun Yi, they are currently in room 10. Shall we head up? Zhang Kuei standing respectfully behind Yun Qianfan, inquired. Let us go. Yun Qianfan clasped his hands behind his back, with Zhang Kuei following closely. They ascended to the second floor, passing by room after room until they reached the door of room 10. Inside, sounds of jovial laughter echoed. With a smirk, Yun Qianfan pushed the door open. Instantly, the 7 or 8 individuals within froze. A stout man was the first to regain his senses, frowning. Who are you? Do you not know this is a private room? Yun Qianfan cast a glance at him, remaining silent, his gaze settling on Wu Yin and the man beside him. This has nothing to do with you. Leave. His voice was low yet clear, reaching the ears of the group. Immediately, they erupted into laughter. What are you? You dare tell us to leave? Do you believe a single phone call wouldn't prevent you from even walking out that door? The stout man continued to taunt. However, Wu Yin and Wu Zhuang's expressions shifted dramatically. It's him, Yun Qianfan. How dare he show his face here? Doesn't he fear for his life? Logically, Wang Mozi should have discovered Yun Qianfan's whereabouts long ago. How could he possibly allow him to appear here? Yun Qianfan, upon hearing their words, merely shook his head slightly. Zhang Kuei stepped forward, scanning the room before his gaze fell upon a platter of vegetables. He reached out, crushing it before their eyes. If you think your heads are tougher than this, then let us see you try. Aside from the Wu father and son, the rest of you can leave. You have 5 seconds. The plump man, upon seeing the crumpled steel frame, felt a shiver run down his spine. If it were his bones being crushed, would they not shatter? Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly rose and said, I apologize, everyone, but I must take my leave. After uttering these words, he maneuvered around Yun Qianfan and Zhang Kuei, exiting the private room. The others, witnessing this, dared not linger. It was evident that they were here seeking revenge, and their presence was nothing short of a death wish. Moreover, their affairs had no connection to him. Within moments, the private room was left with only Wu Yin, his son, and Yun Qianfan. Zhang Kuei closed the door and promptly locked it. Yun Qianfan casually pulled up a chair and sat down, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Wu Yin and his son. Wu Yin, has the lesson I imparted previously not sufficed? Seeking to harm my wife? Before Wu Yin could respond, Wu Zhuang's expression grew icy. You are Yun Qianfan? You poisoned my son. You are quite ruthless. Now, I offer you a chance. Hand over the antidote, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, with a mere phone call, you will not leave this establishment alive. Chapter 45. A deathly silence, is that so? Then allow me to extend an invitation for assistance. Yun Qianfan, unhurried, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and inhaling deeply. Meanwhile, Wu Yan's countenance darkened considerably. Arrogance. You, a retired good-for-nothing, have no reason to be so presumptuous. Since you have crossed the Wu family, I shall show you that some individuals are not to be trifled with. With that, he seized his phone and called Wang Mozi. After several rings, a low voice answered on the other end. What is it? At Hunghua Hotel, room 10. Bring some people over. Yun Qianfan is here. Just eliminate him, and I will add an additional 5 million. Wu Zhuang bellowed with a fierce countenance. He could no longer concern himself with anything else. Eliminating Yun Qianfan was worth any cost. However, Wang Mozi remained silent on the line. I'm sorry, but I cannot take this job. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Wu Zhuang's expression froze as he registered the dial tone, feeling utterly bewildered. Why did the call suddenly end? Yun Qianfan chuckled lightly, extinguishing his cigarette on the table. So, we're the people you called. If Wu Zhuang sought assistance from others, there might have been trouble. However, why would he choose Wang Mozi? If he knew that Wang Mozi was now aligned with Yun Qianfan, he would surely be devastated. Do not be so conceited, Wu Zhuang stammered, his composure faltering. How could Wang Mozi hang up on him? Did he not desire to earn the 15 million he was promised? Unable to contain himself, he called back, only to face even more despair. The phone was switched off. We're sorry. The user you're trying to reach is unavailable. The cold, mechanical voice felt like a dagger piercing Wu Zhuang's heart. Speak. How do you wish to die? Yun Qianfan rose, his hands clasped behind his back. Wu Yin stood up, trembling as he pointed at Yun Qianfan, his face a mask of terror. You dare to kill me? As soon as the words left his lips, a chopstick flew from Yun Qianfan's hand. Thud! It pierced Wu Yan's forehead like a bullet. A trickle of crimson blood slowly cascaded down his face. His body fell backward, and Wu Zhuang stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. By the time he regained his senses, his son lay lifeless at his feet, blood-soaked and with wide, unblinking eyes. Yin Qianfan, you dare to kill my son? I will make you pay. Wu Zhuang roared, grabbing a chair to strike Yin Qianfan. In response, another chopstick shot from Yin Qianfan's hand. Qing'er, let us toast to a brighter future ahead. Wang Rui raised his glass, his eyes glinting with an unusual intensity. Drink up. Once you're intoxicated, you will be mine. He thought to himself, I have longed to take action against you. Had I not been abroad for a year, would you have been able to escape? Wang Yihui shuklad ingvardly. Su Qing's cheeks flushed, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed. A bottle of Lafite had nearly been consumed by the two of them. Moreover, Su Qing had never possessed a strong tolerance for alcohol. Now, she was in no condition to continue. Wang Rui, I cannot drink anymore. I feel a bit dizzy. Let us discuss the contract instead. She gently shook her head, striving to regain clarity, but the more she moved, the dizzier she felt. One last drink. This truly is the final glass. Drink it, and I will sign immediately, ensuring a pleasant collaboration between our families. Wang Rui persisted in his insistence. Should all go as planned, Su Qing would surely be inebriated after this final glass, leaving her at his mercy. He had already prepared a room upstairs, awaiting her drunken state. Manager Wang, I genuinely cannot consume anymore. Su Qing's expression appeared increasingly dazed. And suddenly, she heard the name Yin Qianfan. Her heart skipped a beat, but the voice soon faded, as though it had never existed. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? In that moment, she thought she had heard Yin Qianfan's name. Before she could contemplate further, Wang Rui's cold voice pierced through her thoughts. Qing'er, if you do not drink this glass, it would mean you are disregarding my hospitality. If that is the case, we may as well abandon our partnership. Su Qing gazed at the red wine in her hand, her expression clouded. Yet, the thought of the 5 million dowry compelled her to endure. Manager Wang, I hope you will keep your word. By now, her speech had become somewhat slurred. I have always kept my word. Drink this glass, and I will sign. Wang Rui grinned wickedly as he observed Su Qing, watching as she gradually emptied her glass of red wine until it was completely drained. Excellent. It has been a while since we last met, and Qing'er's drinking capacity has certainly improved. Wang Rui laughed heartily, downing his own glass in one go. His eyes fixated on Su Qing, the alcohol igniting a fervor within him. He approached her step by step. Even as Su Qing retained some semblance of awareness, instinctively, she took a step back upon seeing him draw near. Manager Wang, what are you planning to do? There was an unmistakable tremor of fear in her voice. Qing'er, do you know that I have liked you for a long time? Back then, your heart was solely for Yin Qianfan. I wished to eliminate him and take you for myself. I never anticipated you would bear his child. I am filled with rage. But when you entered the private room, I felt you were mine. Do you understand? A woman who has given birth possesses a unique allure, especially someone like you, who can easily awaken a man's desires. At this point, Wang Rui had cornered her against the wall. What are you going to do? Su Qing longed to slap him, yet she lacked the strength to even raise her hand. Her mind clouded, her eyelids felt heavier by the moment. What do you think I intend to do? Wang Rui wore a sinister smile, licking his dry lips as he reached out to embrace Su Qing. Get away. Su Qing exerted all her strength to push him away, flinging open the door and dashing out of the room. Upon witnessing this, Wang Rui seemed poised to pursue her, but the scene before him momentarily rendered him speechless. Su Qing stood in the corridor, staring blankly at the far end, her gaze vacant. However, Wang Rui paid little heed to her state, mistakenly believing she had come to her senses. He stepped out of the room and pulled her into his arms. Opposite Suin, Yin Qianfan and Zhang Kuei had just exited room 10. To their surprise, they spotted Su Qing emerging from room 9. Both were taken aback, frozen in place. Before Yin Qianfan could utter a word, a man stepped out of the room and instinctively wrapped his arm around Su Qing's waist. Silence enveloped the corridor, a stillness as profound as death. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying, murderous intent surged from Yin Qianfan. Su Qing, Chapter 46. Niu-Niu's cries, Yin Qianfan's voice, chilling to the bone, echoed through the corridor. His piercing gaze bore into Su Qing, filled with a fury that could kill. It was no wonder she had felt the need to apply makeup that morning. Work? Had she come to the hotel? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? He might have never believed Su Qing could act in such a manner. At that moment, he finally saw her true self. Su Qing, startled by his frigid tone, regained her senses in an instant and realized a hand was resting on her waist. Her face turned deathly pale as she swiftly pushed Wang Rui away, striking him across the face. Wang Rui stumbled back 2 steps, finally recognizing the figure before him. Yin Qianfan. Qianfan, let me explain, it's not what you think. Su Qing began. But Wang Rui interjected with a cold laugh. Oh, isn't that Qianfan? Long time no see. Shall we share a drink? By the way, I've been taking care of Qing'er all these years. Upon hearing this, Yin Qianfan smiled, but it was a smile that pierced Su Qing's heart like a knife. In that moment, she felt as though her very breath was being snatched away. Her eyes brimmed with tears, reddening in an instant. Qianfan, please let me explain. It's not as you think. There's no need to explain. I trust what my eyes have seen. Each word was like a dagger, stabbing into Su Qing's chest. He approached her step by step, offering a faint smile, one that was both sorrowful and agonizing. I know. It's my fault for not returning to see you all these years. Perhaps I should never have left, but I never imagined things would turn out this way. Maybe I truly am not suited for you. Before he could finish, Wang Rui interjected again. Qianfan, it's rather inappropriate to discuss such matters with my woman. Don't you think? With that, Yin Qianfan unleashed a swift kick to Wang Rui's chest. The impact sent Wang Rui flying like a cannonball, as he coughed up blood mid-air, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. My apologies for interrupting your meal. With that, Yin Qianfan turned to leave. It's not what you think. Su Qing grasped Yin Qianfan's hand, tears cascading like pearls falling from a broken string. Please let me explain. It truly is not as you perceive. Yet, despair enveloped her. Yin Qianfan gently pried her hand away. I'm leaving. Su Qing stood there, crying inconsolably. She called out desperately to Yin Qianfan's retreating figure. Yin Qianfan. Why won't you let me explain? At the staircase, Yin Qianfan paused for a brief moment, but only for a second before he and Zhang Kuei descended. Su Qing, her face etched with anguish, sank to the ground, tears soaking her clothing. Why? Why won't you listen to my explanation? What have I done wrong? Downstairs, Zhang Kuei regarded Yin Qianfan with a complex expression. He was a loss for words. Yet he understood one thing. One must not meddle in others' affairs without understanding the full context. Yin Qianfan inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. He then retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it with a lighter. He took a deep drag before lowering his gaze to the intricate lighter in his hand. It was a gift from Su Qing when he enlisted, engraved with the words, "Wait for you." Yet upon seeing those words, Yin Qianfan smiled. He flicked the lighter, sending it soaring in a perfect arc into a nearby trash bin. Return to the villa. I need to say a few words to Nyonyo. Sanqui note teabidi. Understood. Half an hour later, the off-road vehicle stopped at the villa entrance. Yin Qianfan alighted and walked into the courtyard. He pushed open the door, entered the living room, ascended the stairs, and gently opened Nyonyo's bedroom door. As the door creaked open, he found Nyonyo sitting on the bed, her eyes brimming with tears, her face pale and swollen. The sight pierced his heart. Nyonyo, what is wrong? He stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace, tenderly wiping away her tears. Daddy, I'm so scared. Yin Qianfan stroked her small head, forcing a smile. What is Nyonyo afraid of? Nyonyo buried her head in Yin Qianfan's chest. Nyonyo had a nightmare. I dreamt that Daddy didn't want me and Mommy anymore, that Daddy left and didn't want Nyonyo. As she recounted her nightmare, Nyonyo could no longer contain her tears. Her innocent sobs echoed in the room, shattering his heart. Yin Qianfan felt a pang of pain, struggling to hold back his own tears. Nyonyo, don't worry, Daddy isn't go anywhere. I will always be with you. He gently patted her small head while wiping her tears away. Minutes passed before Nyonyo finally ceased her crying. Yin Qianfan set her down beside the bed, squatting down to gently tease her nose. Nyonyo, Daddy has to step out for a moment. Will you be good and wait for Mommy at home? She'll be back soon. Nyonyo shook her head resolutely, wrapping her arms around Yin Qianfan's neck. No, I don't want Daddy to go. Yin Qianfan felt a tightening in his chest and ruffled her hair. Nyonyo must be good. Mommy is outside and might be in trouble with bad people. So Daddy has to go fight them. Don't you want Mommy to be safe? Upon hearing this, Nyonyo immediately released her grip. No, I don't want Mommy to be bullied by bad people. Daddy, go fight them. Yin Qianfan managed to smile, discreetly wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. That is my good girl. Now, Daddy will leave, but you must be good at home and listen to Mommy, understood? With that, Yun Qianfan turned and exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Standing at the door, he remained lost in thought for an extended moment before finally managing a bittersweet smile. Entering the living room, he glanced at the toys on the sofa before turning to leave. In the courtyard, he snapped his fingers softly. Suddenly, 4 warriors appear before him. Yunyi, protect Nyonyo. If there is the slightest mistake, you shall bear the consequences. The voice was cold and devoid of any emotion, akin to the finality of life and death. The 4 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Yun Qianfan waved his hand, and they concealed themselves once more. Upon reaching the villa's exterior, Zhang Kuei bowed respectfully. Let's return to the war zone. At these words, Zhang Kuei's heart trembled. Yunyi, are you truly going back? His disbelief was palpable. How long had it been since Yunyi had just returned, only to leave again? Let us go. With that, Yun Qianfan was about to enter the vehicle. However, a tender cry echoed from the villa behind him. Daddy. Chapter 47. Is he my biological father? The innocent voice was as heartrending as a cuckoo's lament. It shattered one's heart. Yun Qianfan halted, turning abruptly. Unbeknownst to him, Nyonyo had rushed down the stairs and stood at the door, her pale little hand gripping the doorframe. Her eyes, swollen and red, crackled with unshed tears. In that moment, Yun Qianfan's heart shattered. Nyonyo, be good. Go back home. Daddy will return shortly. He fought against the pain within, offering a smile. Daddy, I'll wait for you at home. Nyonyo wiped her tears and waved her small hand at Yun Qianfan. Unable to bear it any longer, Yun Qianfan nodded heavily. All right, Nyonyo begot. Daddy will be back soon. With that, he entered the vehicle. Let's go. The off-road vehicle started and gradually disappeared from the villa's entrance. Nyonyo stood at the door, tears streaming down her face. In her eyes, there was only the towering silhouette of Yun Qianfan as he departed. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Kuei glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed Yun Qianfan raising a hand to wipe away his tears. His heart quaked. It was the first time he had seen Yunyi cry. In the past, Yunyi had single-handedly infiltrated enemy camps, claiming the heads of enemy generals. Covered in blood with 39 wounds, never uttering a sound. But now, Yunyi, are you all right? Zhang Kuei instinctively inquired. Yun Qianfan took a deep breath, calming his emotions. What happened today must not be spoken of. Sangue notet solemne. So, do we head back to the war zone, or? Yun Qianfan closed his eyes, leaning back in his seat. First, let's go to the war zone hospital. In another vehicle, Su Qing sat despondently in the back seat, her eyes swollen from crying. She was at a loss for words. Why did Yun Qianfan not grant her a chance to explain? Yin Mo drove in front, his expression grave. He was unaware of the details, but was certain that Su Jie and Yun Yi had quarreled. When he saw Yun Yi exit the hotel, the expression on his face was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. After more than 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the villa. The moment Su Qing stepped into the courtyard, her heart shattered. Nyonyo sat alone on the steps, her eyes puffy from tears. Upon seeing Su Qing enter, Nyonyo could not help but cry out, Mama! She ran into Su Qing's embrace. Unable to hold back her own tears, Su Qing crouched down, holding Nyonyo and weeping. Witnessing this scene, Yin Mo was at a loss for words, frozen in place. Mama, Daddy doesn't want Nyonyo anymore. Daddy has left. He doesn't want Nyonyo. Nyonyo feels so sad. Nyonyo clung tightly to Su Qing, her tears soaking Su Qing's clothing. Su Qing comforted her through her own sobs. Nyonyo, be good. Daddy has things to do. He must fight the bad people. Nyonyo, listen and do not cry. Yet, the more she spoke, the more heartbroken Su Qing became. This was all grandfather's fault. If he had not given the contract to Su Mei, she would not have been misunderstood by Yun Qianfan, nor would he have ignored her explanations. Hatred began to brew in her heart toward the Su family and everyone in it, including her former best friend, Luo Xiaoming. Why speak of things that were not true? She picked up Nyonyo and headed toward the living room. Mama, when do you think Daddy will come back? Nyonyo asked, her eyes red and swollen as she looked up at Su Qing. Su Qing wiped away her tears and forced a smile. Daddy will be back soon. Let's wait at home. Mama will go make you something to eat. Su Qing placed Nyonyo on the sofa and stood to head toward the kitchen. But after just a few steps, her vision became increasingly blurred. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Mama, at the war zone hospital, in Zhang Han's office. Is there still any of Nyonyo's blood left in the blood bank? Yun Qianfan lit a cigarette, his expression calm as he looked at Zhang Han. Zhang Han regarded Yun Qianfan with curiosity. Yunyi, what is the matter? There is no blood from Nyonyo in the blood bank anymore. What do you plan to do? He was puzzled, for Yunyi rarely visited the hospital. However, whenever he did, it was usually for significant matters. Did something urgent arise again? Yun Qianfan took a deep breath, his gaze complex. Do you believe that if my bone marrow does not match with Nyonyo's, she cannot be my biological daughter? Previously, during the surgery, Zhang Han had informed him that his bone marrow did not match with Nyonyo's. He understood that a mismatch did not necessarily mean a lack of biological connection. Yet now, doubt lingered in his heart. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? He hesitated to think further. Yunyi, you know that mismatched bone marrow between father and daughter is quite common. This cannot be a reference point. If you wish to conduct a paternity test, we will need a strand of Nyonyo's hair or her blood to make an accurate determination. Yun Qianfan nodded. Is that so? I understand. With that, he rose and headed toward the office door. However, Zhang Han suddenly spoke up. Yunyi, there is another possibility. Yun Qianfan halted, furrowing his brow, and sat back down. What do you mean? Zhang Han hesitated for 3 seconds before finally speaking. In previous cases, there was a particularly unique instance. A man suspected that his son was not his biological child and underwent a paternity test, only to find that the son was not his. The important part was that the child's blood relation was linked to the man's brother, meaning the child was the son of his biological brother. Yet he was the sole heir in the family, with no siblings. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that the man's mother had been pregnant with twins. But during the embryonic development, one of the embryos was absorbed by the other, essentially being consumed. In simple terms, the man's son inherited not his genes, but those of his brother, yet the child was undeniably his. Hearing this, Yun Qianfan was taken aback. Such a thing could happen? It seemed he had much to learn. The probability of such occurrences must be quite low. No? Yun Qianfan inquired softly, almost inaudibly. Upon hearing Zhang Han's response, he smiled faintly. I understand, he remarked before rising to depart from the office. Zhang Han gazed at Yun Qianfan's retreating figure, unable to suppress a sigh and a shake of his head. Although he was unaware of the specifics, it was evident that something significant had transpired. If Nyonyo were indeed not the biological child of Yunyi, the implications would be profound. Chapter 48. Depart in the dining room of the villa. Su Qing surveyed the lavish array of dishes spread before her, yet felt no appetite whatsoever. She had just endured a taxing ordeal, having fainted for several minutes. Fortunately, Nyonyo had poured her a glass of water, allowing her to regain some strength. Nyonyo, sitting beside her, did not touch her chopsticks either. Typically, the three of them would dine together, but now only mother and daughter remained. The man who had once been a part of their lives was absent. Mom, why hasn't Dad returned yet? I'm so hungry, Nyonyo said, her eyes lingering on the sumptuous feast before her, unable to resist the pangs of hunger. Being merely a child, she harbored no complex thoughts. When hungry, she wished to eat, and when weary, to sleep, devoid of any burdensome worries. Go ahead and eat, it's all right. There will still be food when your father comes back, Su Qing replied with a forced smile, gently ruffling Nyonyo's hair. However, Nyonyo stubbornly shook her head. No, I want to wait for Dad. Just then, the sound of brakes echoed from the entrance. Nyonyo's eyes sparkled with hope as she leapt off her chair and dashed toward the door, believing her father had finally returned. Yet upon reaching the entrance, she was met with the sight of the neighbor's car, her heart sinking with disappointment and tears welling in her eyes. Dad, why are you still not back? She murmured, her head bowed. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared before her, casting a shadow that obscured the setting sun. Instinctively, Nyonyo looked up, her face lighting up with joy. Dad! She opened her arms wide, eagerly awaiting Yun Qianfan's embrace. With a gentle smile, Yun Qianfan scooped her into his arms. You're such a good girl, he said, affectionately stroking her hair, a few strands slipping through his fingers and discreetly tucked away. Dad, why did you come back so late? Mom and I have been waiting for you forever. I'm so hungry, Nyonyo complained, patting her belly and pouting. Let us eat, Yun Qianfan replied, carrying her into the dining room. Su Qing stood by the table, her eyes red-rimmed. She had anticipated his return. Qianfan, she attempted to speak, but he interrupted with a calm, yet emotionless tone. Let us eat. The stab of pain in Su Qing's heart left her momentarily speechless as she filled bowls for Niao and him. After dinner, Niao clung to Yun Qianfan, begging him to play with her. He was delighted to indulge her, while Su Qing observed quietly from the side, filled with words she longed to share with him. Yet, Niao was still awake and too young to comprehend the complexities of their situation. At last, when the full moon hung in the night sky, Niao grew weary. After Su Qing bathed her, she carried her to bed. Yun Qianfan remained seated on the sofa, smoking a cigarette until Su Qing gently closed Niao's bedroom door and returned to the living room. Is Niao asleep? Yun Qianfan asked, his voice devoid of warmth, not even glancing at Su Qing. Yes, she is asleep, she responded. Upon hearing this, he rose from the sofa. I'll take my leave then. He turned to depart, but Su Qing stepped forward, grasping his hand tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. Are you truly unwilling to hear my explanation? Yun Qianfan inhaled deeply, turning to meet her reddened gaze. If you wish to explain, then please do. I am listening. His somewhat indifferent tone pierced Su Qing's heart, leaving her feeling desolate. In your eyes, am I truly that kind of person? She cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as she fixed her gaze upon him. Yun Qianfan's expression remained placid, devoid of any emotion. Had I not witnessed what I did, perhaps I would not have thought anything of it. But I did see it, and thus his meaning was clear. Had fate not revealed the truth to him, he might have remained oblivious to the doubts gnawing at him. In a fit of frustration, Su Qing laughed bitterly, her tears flowing uncontrollably. With a sudden slap, she struck her own face. If I have wronged you, then this slap is my apology, she declared, the sound reverberating in the empty living room. A crimson imprint of her fingers appeared on her pale cheek. A flicker of change passed through Yun Qianfan's eyes, yet his tone remained as cold and detached as before. That is your choice. There is no need for you to apologize. Each word struck Su Qing like a dagger to her heart. She raised her gaze, her bloodshot eyes brimming with despair. With a swift motion, she slapped Yun Qianfan across the face. Yun Qianfan, I misjudged you. From this day forth, we shall have no more ties. Niao does not require your care, and I will not remain here. I will take Niao back home. Every word she spoke felt like a hammer pounding against Yun Qianfan's chest. Her tone laced with desperation, as if to say, if you do not trust me, so be it. From now on, we are strangers. Yun Qianfan felt the sting of pain on his face, at a loss for what to say. He questioned himself internally, wondering if he had truly erred. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Take care of yourself, and of Niao. With that, he turned to leave. Behind him, Su Qing shouted in despair, get out. Brother, it has been 3 days. Why haven't they arrived yet? Inside the Mo family villa, Mo Lausen glanced at his phone with visible impatience. It's been 3 days. What is the rush? If all goes as planned, they should be arriving tonight. I must warn you, these individuals are not to be trifled with. Once they arrive, ensure that you speak to them with courtesy. Mo cautioned, his expression serious. In his quest to uncover the truth behind his younger brother's death, he had mobilized nearly all of his connections. The only conclusion thus far was that Mo Qingyun's demise was linked to the Yang family. The Yang father and son had been ambushed during their son's wedding, resulting in their deaths. The head of the Yang family was, in fact, the brother of his deceased brother's wife. They had already identified the perpetrator, Yun Qianfan, a mere soldier who had once had an illicit affair with the third miss of the Su family and even father-child. Brother, do you think this incident could have been orchestrated by Yun Qianfan? I've learned that he has recently returned from service, Mo Lausen remarked, his face darkening as he twirled a small knife in his hand. I cannot say for certain. However, a mere miss from the Su family should consider herself fortunate that our nephew has taken an interest in her. Since Xiaoxuan is no longer with us, let this woman accompany him in death. Mon's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. Having navigated the treacherous underworld for so long, he would not show mercy. Indeed, you should make a call to those under your command first thing tomorrow morning. Terminate all contracts with companies affiliated with the Su family. I want the entire Su family to beg on the streets. Mo Lausen let out a cold chuckle, acknowledging the task. Without delay, he took out his mobile phone to make the call. However, at that moment, the sound of brakes echoed from outside the villa. Nan's eyes brightened. They had arrived. Chapter 49. Already departed at dawn, a faint ray of light appeared on the horizon. In the director's office of the war zone hospital, Yun Qianfan stood by the window, gazing at the glimmer in the sky. He had been waiting here for a full night, eagerly anticipating the results of the tests. Zhang Han and his team had been in the laboratory for 10 hours without any sign of emerging. With a creak, the door opened, and Zhang Han, visibly exhausted, entered the office. Yin Yi, the results are in. Yin Qianfan turned sharply, fixing his gaze on Zhang Han. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Han managed a faint smile. Yin Yi, you may have indeed misunderstood your wife. Nyonyo is your biological daughter. At this revelation, Yin Qianfan's heart jolted. Had he truly erred? Had he lacked trust in her? Thank you. Please rest well. I shall take my leave, he said, exiting the office. Yet, Zhang Han called out to him, his expression serious. Yin Yi, may I ask you something? How many people are aware of your return? Yin Qianfan seemed to grasp Zhang Han's concern and chuckled lightly. Only a few are aware. With that, he departed from the office. In the parking lot below, Zhang Kuei was dozing in the car. Upon hearing footsteps, he quickly opened his eyes. The sky had brightened significantly. Yin Yi, he murmured, having no knowledge of the results after Yin Yi had spent an entire night upstairs. But that was not his place to inquire. Let us head back to the villa. As soon as he got into the car, he received a call from Chu Xiong. Yin Yi, we have a situation. Chu Xiong's tone was grave. Yin Qianfan furrowed his brow. What has happened? Miss Su was supposed to handle the subsequent work on our contract, but the Su family has assigned it to Su Mei, who now has full authority over it. Huh. The Su family is quite cunning. They claim to want Qing'er to return to the family, yet transfer her contract to someone else. In that case, inform the old man of the Su family that the contract is void. If they wish to pursue breach of contract compensation, let us see if they have the capability to claim it, Yun Qianfan concluded before hanging up. Upon returning to the villa, more than half an hour later, the vehicle stopped at the entrance. As Yun Qianfan stepped out, he pondered how to apologize to Su Qing. What if she refused to accept his apology? How would he explain himself? In the end, a bitter smile crossed his face. He had indeed acted too impulsively. Entering the courtyard, he noticed the faint traces on the ground, causing him to frown slightly. Zhang Kuei followed closely behind, observing the marks left by dragging. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned the 4 soldiers he had stationed to protect Nyonyo. What happened? Yun Qianfan inquired coldly. The 4 exchanged glances, each wearing a bitter smile. Finally, one soldier stepped forward to explain. Yin Yi, this morning at dawn, Madame left the villa with Nyonyo, carrying numerous bags. Yun Qianfan fell silent at this revelation. Entering the living room, he noted that Nyonyo's toys were missing, as were the used towels. On the table lay the bank card he had previously given to Yin Mo for purchasing a car, with a note that read, I will repay you what I owe. Upon reading those words, a wave of bitterness washed over Yun Qianfan. He pocketed the bank card and ascended the stairs. Pushing open Nyonyo's room, he found it completely empty. Save for the neatly made bed, all toys and Nyonyo's clothes had been taken. In his own and Su Qing's room, apart from his belongings, hers had also vanished. He dialed Yin Mo, who now served as Su Qing's dedicated driver. Since there was no car at the entrance, it was evident she had left by vehicle. Yin Mo answered on the other end. Where is she? Yin Mo sighed. Yin Yi, Su Jia has instructed me not to disclose. Yin Qianfan's expression darkened. Whose orders are you following? Yours, of course. But Su Jia has returned to the Su family and is currently residing in a very small room. Upon hearing this, Yin Qianfan abruptly hung up and left the villa. At the Mo family villa, Mo Nan stood up to shake hands with a towering man beside him, flanked by 3 men with Nepali kukris at their waists, each exuding a chilling aura. Pleasure doing business, Mo Nan stated. The towering man nodded, watching as they departed, and heaved a sigh of relief alongside Mo Laosan. Brother, are these 4 truly part of the underground forces? They seem utterly terrifying. Mo Laosan felt as if he were facing 4 lifeless corpses, devoid of warmth. Such an icy demeanor was undeniably real. What do you think? Mo Nan replied. They are indeed genuine underground forces, known as the Night Organization, specializing in unsavory tasks. It took me considerable effort to make contact. Each of these 4 demands over 5 million for their services. Mo Nan's expression soured slightly at the thought of the financial burden. Yet the memory of his brother's tragic death ignited a blaze of fury within him. Without their trio, the Mo family would not have reached its current stature. Brother, They won't directly target the police, will they? If they eliminate one fan, things could escalate dramatically. Montagnan chakot coitli. Or the police to us. With enough money. It doesn't matter if it's a mere minor officer like one fan or the chief of police. It's all the same. M.O. Lausen gasped at the audacity of the organization. So they dare to challenge even the chief. Enough. Let us wait for news at home. I've heard that a new conglomerate has acquired the former Yang family enterprise. You are aware of this? M.O. Nin lit a cigarette, reclining on the sofa as he spoke to M.O. Lausan. Yes, I only recently caught wind of it. It's called Qingyan Group, and the CEO is Chu Xiong. His origins are unclear, and we have yet to uncover his background. However, it seems he is quite wealthy, having refused collaboration with the Qian and Shui families, which is rather audacious. Perhaps he harbors enmity. M.O. Lausen nodded, having instructed his men to investigate the CEO's background upon learning of this news. Yet they found nothing, as if he had appeared out of thin air. I see. Let us send someone to Qingyan Group to discuss a potential investment of 50 million for 30% of their shares and see how they respond. M.O. Nan was somewhat taken aback. The Yang family was a top-tier second-rate clan. Acquiring full shares would require a few hundred million at the very least. This place called Chu Xiong possesses some remarkable capabilities. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to discuss this matter. Chapter 50. The crisis of the Su family at the upper echelons of the Su group within the conference room. The elder Su wore a grim expression. All the senior members of the Su family were present. Can anyone elucidate this situation to me? Why have so many companies terminated their contracts? Are we aware that the penalties from these breaches could lead to the bankruptcy of the Su group? At this moment, the members of the Su family fell silent, paralyzed by fear. If this issue is not resolved effectively, the Su family will face ruin. Father, as far as I know, the companies that have terminated their contracts with us seem to belong to the M.O. family. Su Feng spoke cautiously. Need you to state the obvious? I wish to inquire why the M.O. family is targeting us this time. We pose no threat to them, do we? The elder Su's face remained stern. The Su family had no impact on the M.O. family. If there were any repercussions, they would not act now. Grandfather, could this be related to Su Qing? We all know that Yang Yi, the head of the Yang group, has a sister named Yang Qian who married into the M.O. family. When Yang Sun and Su Qing were wed, there was an incident where someone attempted to abduct the bride, following which both father and son of the Yang family met with mysterious deaths. Su Mei's words trailed off, yet everyone grasped her implication. Clearly, this matter was aimed at Su Qing, and it bore an ominous intensity. It could be said that without support, the Su family would be utterly doomed. Su Qing's complexion shifted dramatically, fluctuating between shades of green and white, reflecting her distress. How is this related to me? The deaths of the Yang father and son remain unsolved by the authorities. Why am I being implicated? However, before she could finish, Su Mei continued, Su Qing, do not forget who attempted the abduction. That was your daughter's father, Yun Qianfan. Even if he did not orchestrate it, he cannot evade responsibility. Can he? Since it concerns Yun Qianfan, it naturally pertains to you as well. Each of Su Mei's statements bore weight, striking true like precious gems, seemingly poised to deliver a fatal blow to Su Qing, rendering her incapable of recovery. The elder Su listened with a darkened expression as all eyes turned towards Su Qing. Qing, since this matter involves you, you shall be responsible for negotiating with those companies. The elder Su's decree left Su Qing with no alternative. Furthermore, a significant event transpired yesterday. Young Master Wang Rui of the Wang family has died. Qing, did you not meet with Wang Rui to sign the contract yesterday? Do you know who was responsible? Upon this revelation, the attendees were taken aback. The focus shifted once more to her. I do not know. The figure of that man flashed through her mind, yet she was reluctant to bring him up, even to hear his name. This matter does not concern me. I shall handle the negotiations with the companies under the M.O. family. With that, Su Qing left the conference room, her face cold. This time, she even disregarded the elder Su's authority. Su Mei observed Su Qing's departing figure with a hint of a smirk. Su Qing, it appears you may never rise again. Regardless of your efforts, you have lost all standing within the Su family. However, scarcely had Su Qing exited the conference room when Su Mei's phone rang. Instantly, the expressions of those present tightened. Upon checking her phone, Su Mei quickly announced, "It is a call from General Manager Chu of Qingyan Group." With this statement, the demeanor of the Su family's upper management improved slightly. "Hello, is this Miss Su Mei?" A cold voice came through the line. "It is I. You must be General Manager Chu's secretary." May I inquire what this is regarding? General Manager Chu has instructed me to inform you that this contract is nullified, and we shall no longer cooperate with the Su family. After delivering her message, the call was abruptly terminated. The beeping sound of the disconnected call resonated loudly, leaving all present in stunned silence. The contract that had just been signed was now void. What sort of maneuver is this? Does Qingyun Group not fear incurring such substantial penalties? A contract worth 60 million carries a penalty of double that amount. That is 120 million. Has Qingyun Group lost their senses? Terminating the contract entails a penalty of 120 million. Su Chong was left speechless. This penalty alone could cover a significant portion of the compensation owed for the terminated contracts with other companies. The remainder could be entirely compensated. Is Qingyun Group aware of our financial struggles and intentionally offering us money? Su Feng could not help but chuckle. However, the elder Su's expression darkened in rage, slamming his palm on the table with a resounding thud, silencing the room. A pack of fools. Qingyun Group devoured the Yang Group in a single day. Do you think they care about this money? Even if they compensated you, would you dare accept it? The elder Su's words fell like a bucket of cold water, chilling everyone to the bone. If that were true, they would indeed hesitate to accept such penalties. Accepting it might spell the end for the Su family. Su Mei, what have you done to provoke Qingyun Group into terminating the contract? The elder Su glared at Su Mei in fury. Su Mei appeared flustered, asserting that she had done nothing. Grandfather, I have done nothing. I do not know why Qingyun Group chose to terminate. Enough. I do not wish to hear your excuses. If you cannot persuade Qingyun Group to retract their termination, you need not return to the company. Dismissed. It was evident that the elder Su was truly infuriated. Should they fail to compensate the numerous companies or lose the partnership with Qingyun Group, the Su family would indeed be doomed. The senior members of the Su family exchanged uncertain glances, feeling utterly lost. Outside the Su villa, Yun Qianfan remained seated in the car, hesitating to exit. Sankui, do you think I should go in? Zhang Kuei, seated in the driver's seat, offered a rueful smile. Young Master Yun, I believe you should enter. After all, Nyonyo is your daughter. Even if you do not consider Miss Su, you must think of Nyonyo. She is so young and cannot be without her father's love. Zhang Kuei, though older than Yun Qianfan, had his own children who were now grown. Yet, he possessed a wealth of experience that Yun Qianfan lacked. Is that so? Then I shall go in. With that, Yun Qianfan prepared to exit the vehicle. But Zhang Kuei interjected, Young Master Yun, perhaps you should first call Miss Su. Yun Qianfan paused, then retrieved his phone to dial Su Qing. The ringing persisted for a full minute without an answer. He sighed. She does not wish to take my call. I shall go in and check on Nyonyo. Meanwhile, at the base of the Su Group building, Su Qing held several contracts in hand, her phone tucked away in her bag, having just silenced it during the meeting. I shall start with the Jelen Company. She needed to discuss the termination of contracts with each company one by one. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she would exhaust every effort. Upon reaching the roadside, preparing to hail a taxi, a black SUV halted before her. Two men alighted from the vehicle, brandishing an unknown spray, and directed it toward her face. Su Qing inhaled deeply, feeling her eyelids grow exceptionally heavy and her body weak. Before she could utter a word, she was forcibly dragged into the car. Chapter 51. Selling for 300 million beside the Su family villa stood a modest house. Yun Qianfan ascended the staircase to the second floor. Gazing at the tightly shut door, he took a deep breath. Nyonyo, he called softly, yet his voice penetrated the confines of the room. Inside, the floor was adorned with a somewhat worn carpet. Nyonyo sat upon it, idly playing with her toys. Suddenly, upon hearing Yun Qianfan's voice, she sprang to her feet, her bright eyes brimming with excitement. Daddy, she exclaimed, rushing to the door and flinging it open. A smile graced Yun Qianfan's face as he enveloped Nyonyo in his arms, tenderly ruffling her hair. Did you miss Daddy? He inquired. Nyonyo nodded vigorously, her heart longing for her father. She buried her head in Yun Qianfan's chest, relishing the warmth emanating from him. Feeling the affection radiating from Nyonyo, Yun Qianfan inhaled deeply. It appeared that he had overthought the situation. When Su Qing returned that evening, he would lay everything bare to her. He had resolved to apologize first and then reveal his true identity. Nyonyo, would you like to go eat KFC with Daddy? Yun Qianfan asked, playfully pinching her chubby cheek. But it's very expensive. Mommy only takes me there once in a long while. Despite her words, her eyes sparkled with desire. No worries. Daddy has money. Whatever you wish to eat, Daddy will buy for you from now on, all right? He gently set Nyonyo down and took her small hand, leading her out of the room. At Qingyun Group, in Chu Xiong's office, another person was present besides him. Hello, Mr. Chu. I am Fong Tianhua, the owner of Haoqing Real Estate. I have a business proposal I would like to discuss with you. May I know if you're interested? Fong Tianhua had come with a mission. To his astonishment, Mr. Mo intended to spend 50 million to acquire 30% of Qingyun Group's shares, which was quite audacious. Chu Xiong smiled slightly. Haoqing Real Estate was a significant player in Yunchuan. They held 30% of the real estate in the region and were currently engaged in extensive development. Collaborating with them could prove beneficial. What kind of business do you wish to embark on with me? He inquired. Fong Tianhua smiled subtly. Mr. Chu, are you familiar with Mo's group? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Chu Xiong's eyes. Is someone from the Mo family here? He mused, quickly regaining his composure and laughing. Of course, I am well aware of the illustrious Mo group. I recall that Haoqing Real Estate is under their umbrella, correct? He was curious to see what the Mo family was plotting. Fong Tianhua's smile broadened. Since you are aware, it simplifies matters. To be direct, we wish to acquire 30% of your company's shares. Would you be willing to sell? Chu Xiong was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled faintly. Why not? A business that comes with cash is hard to refuse. But I wonder, how much are you willing to offer? The demand for 30% of the shares was indeed a bold move. However, if the price was right, he might consider it. The upper management has set the offer at 50 million, a firm price. I believe this is quite generous, given that your company is new to Yunchuan and unfamiliar with the business landscape. If you're willing to sell, we can manage this aspect for you. Fong Tianhua stated, his intentions clear. They had investigated Qingyun Group's origins and concluded that these individuals were not locals. Since they were outsiders, they would either adapt to the local customs or face severe consequences. If they refused, they could easily threaten that no company in Yunchuan would dare to collaborate with Qingyun Group. In a matter of months, Qingyun Group would surely falter. However, upon hearing this, Chu Xiong chuckled. Mr. Fong, 50 million is rather insufficient, don't you think? Here is what I propose. If you agree to my price, we can sign a contract. What do you say? Fong Tianhua paused, then smiled. 50 million indeed seemed low. Yet, from Chu Xiong's demeanor, there appeared to be a glimmer of opportunity. May I inquire what your asking price is? After pondering for a moment, Chu Xiong raised 3 fingers. 300 million, he declared. Fong Tianhua was taken aback. 300 million? Chu Xiong shook his head and chuckled. No, I meant 300 million. If you can come up with that amount, I will sell you 30% of Qingyun Group's shares. No, I could even part with 31%. Chu Xiong, sir. Finding it amusing that Fong Tianhua thought he could simply demand 30% of the shares. If this were a company, you would have already been dismissed. Very well. If Mr. Chu is unwilling to sell, we shall wait and see, Fong Tianhua retorted coldly, turning to leave. However, just as he reached the door, Chu Xiong's voice rang out. Please convey to your superiors that if they wish to meddle with Qingyun Group, they should carefully consider the consequences. Fong Tianhua exited the office without looking back. The matter was no longer negotiable. In the outskirts of Yunchuan, within an abandoned factory, Su Qing awoke to find herself bound to a stone pillar. Before her sat several men engaged in idle chatter. Who are you? Why did you capture me? Su Qing's face was pale as she struggled against her restraints, but to no avail. The 4 men seemed oblivious to her presence, ignoring her entirely. Suddenly, a weak voice emerged from beside her. Miss Su, do not struggle. It is futile. Turning her gaze, she noticed another man bound to a pillar, his body marred with injuries, blood staining his conspicuous constable uniform. Wendudu, Su Qing's expression shifted dramatically as she recognized him, realizing that he was the constable commander. He seemed to have endured a brutal beating, his face bruised and swollen. I didn't expect you to remember me, one fan replied with a wry smile, surprised that even Su Qing had been captured. But at least this meant he could survive, as Su Qing's partner was that man. Chapter 52, bound shortly thereafter. A vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of the abandoned factory. As the vehicle came to a halt, Mo Laosan and Mo Nin stepped out, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Within just a few hours, these 4 individuals had accomplished the unimaginable, capturing Wen Fan in the process. Brother, these people are truly formidable. even daring to apprehend the chief of the police station. Mo Lao San exclaimed, his face etched with disbelief. Mo Nan, his expression grave, understood that they needed to extract the truth about Qing Yun's demise from Wen Fan. With that, the two men ventured into the abandoned factory. Upon their arrival, the four individuals engaged in conversation fell silent. Those inside will inquire as they see fit. There are tools at hand. Do as you wish, kill or let live. The imposing leader stated coldly. Mo Nan, aware of their rules, refrained from further discourse and entered carrying an iron rod. When Wen Fan caught sight of Mo Lao San and Mo Nan, his eyes widened in disbelief. It's you. How dare you capture me? His face was ablaze with fury, astonished that these men were summoned by Mo Nan. Mo Lao San approached Wen Fan, brandishing the iron rod, and upon observing Wen Fan's bloodied visage, he swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap. Silence. You will answer my questions, or I shall end you. Mo Lao San was determined not to squander this opportunity. Wen Fan, gritting his teeth, fixed a fierce gaze on Mo Lao San. I believe you will meet a grim fate, he retorted. Before he could finish, Mo Lao San struck Wen Fan's leg with the rod. A sharp crack echoed through the desolate factory. The agonizing scream resonated like a wail of a dying animal. You dare threaten me even at death's door? Allow me to teach you how to speak. Mo Lao San's face twisted with malice as he prepared to strike again. But Mo Nin intervened. Enough. How can we interrogate him if he is dead? Meanwhile, Su Qing, witnessing the horrific scene, turned pale with fear, having never encountered such brutality. From the dialogue among the three men, she discerned their identities as the heads of the Mo family. Wendudu, I advise you to answer my questions honestly. If you cooperate, I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall not see the dawn, Missouri Nin stated calmly, his intent clear. He merely sought to uncover who had taken his brother's life. The fate of Wen Fan was already sealed. Anyone captured by the organization of An Yi was destined to perish, regardless of their innocence. Wen Fan, I have already warned you that the Mo family cannot contend with that person, he declared, his face ashen as he glared at Mo Nan. The identity of Yin Qianfan is not something a mere Mo family can provoke. Moreover, you have foolishly captured Yin Qianfan's wife. This time you're doomed. Wendudu. In Yin Chuan, there is no one my Mo family cannot confront. I shall grant you another chance. Reveal that person's identity. Mo Nan said, gripping a nearby rod. His gaze icy. Wen Fan stared defiantly at Mo Nan, his teeth clenched, torn between disclosing Yin Qianfan's identity or protecting himself and those present, excluding Su Qing. After a moment of contemplation, Wen Fan finally spoke. Mo Nan, since you wish to know, what harm is there in telling you? The one who killed your brother is Su Qing's husband. The one who came to abduct her, Yin Qianfan. Instantly, Mo Nan and Mo Lao San exchanged glances. Wen Fan, do you think I am unaware of Yin Qianfan's status? A mere soldier dares to harm someone from the Mo family? He must be courting death. Mo Lao San pressed the rod against Wen Fan's head, his demeanor threatening. Yet Wen Fan scoffed. Indeed, he is but a soldier, but that does not mean he lacks support. Upon hearing this, both Mo Lao San and Mo Nan's expressions shifted, simultaneously looking towards Su Qing, who was bound to another pillar. Outside a KFC, Yin Qianfan emerged with Nyo in tow, the child joyfully clutching a cup of chocolate ice cream. Are you full? He inquired, pleased to see her contented expression. I'm full, Daddy, let us go home, Nyo replied, gleefully grasping his hand. All right, let us return. However, as soon as they entered the vehicle, Yin Qianfan's phone rang. Seeing Su Qing's name flash on the screen filled him with delight, and he quickly answered. Hello, King Ya. But to his dismay, a man's voice responded. You must be Yin Qianfan. Yin Qianfan's countenance darkened. Who are you? You need not know who I am, but your woman is in my custody. If you wish for her to live, come alone to the chemical factory in the suburbs. I will be waiting for you. Remember, it must be just you. If anyone else comes, your woman will die. With that, the call ended abruptly. Yin Qianfan clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. His expression turned as frigid as ice. His intense demeanor chilled the atmosphere within the car, causing Zhang Kuei, who sat in the driver's seat, to shiver involuntarily. Glancing back, he witnessed Yin Qianfan's face, as cold as eternal frost. Yin Qianfan took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. He then lifted Nyo, gently brushing her nose. Nyo, Daddy has to step out for a moment. I will have Uncle Zhang take you home. Be good and wait for me, all right? Nyonyo's small face fell momentarily, but quickly brightened again. Okay, I'll wait for Daddy to come home. Yes, Nyonyo is the best. With that, Yin Qianfan exited the vehicle, approaching Zhang Kuei. Take a care, Nyonyo. Zhang Kuei nodded solemnly. Understood, as he watched the SUV disappear into the traffic. Yin Qianfan inhaled deeply. He then pulled out his phone and dialed Chu Xiong. Yin Yi, came Chu Xiong's respectful voice from the other end. Yin Qianfan lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before speaking in a chilling tone, put everything on hold. Call the 3rd Division and dispatch a 100-man squad. Spread out and ensure everyone is armed with heavy weaponry. Within an hour, surround the chemical factory in the outskirts of Yinchuan. Act immediately. Chapter 53. Endure a blow in Yinchuan. Not far from the abandoned chemical factory, a taxi sped down the street, eventually coming to a halt. Yin Qianfan paid the fare and stepped out, his gaze cold as he surveyed the long-abandoned factory. Approaching the entrance, he spotted 2 men waiting, idly toying with a Nepalese army knife as they trimmed the weeds. As I beheld Yin Qianfan approaching, my eyes narrowed slightly. Yin Qianfan? One of the slender men grinned widely, his Nepalese military knife sparking against the iron gate. So, you're the one who captured my wife? Yin Qianfan's tone was remarkably calm, his expression betraying no emotion. To him, these 2 were merely buffoons. He refrained from taking action, curious to discover who possessed such precise information to capture his wife. Monkey, take him inside, commanded another man, sheathing his knife and casting a cold glance at Yin Qianfan. Come with us. The man nicknamed Monkey stepped forward, intending to seize Yin Qianfan. Although Yin Qianfan initially considered evading, he ultimately halted his movement. With his hands restrained by Monkey, he was led into the chemical factory. Meanwhile, from a distant hill, Chu Xiong's face remained impassive as he slowly lowered his binoculars. He retrieved his radio transmitter, his voice icy as he commanded, "Everyone, keep a close watch on Master Yun and respond to his signals." Understood. Understood. Several squad leaders replied through the radio. Chu Xiong took a deep breath, astonished that Miss Su had been kidnapped. Moreover, the 2 individuals who had taken Master Yun inside were certainly no ordinary men. Typical underground fighters or bodyguards lacked such skill. It was highly probable that they belonged to a certain organization. To think that such a formidable group existed in the small locale of Yun Chuan warranted a thorough investigation. As Yin Qianfan was escorted into the factory, several individuals within immediately turned their attention toward him. Su Qing, bound to a stone pillar, felt tears welling in her eyes. She wished for Yin Qianfan not to come, yet he had arrived. Her heart ached at the thought of what might happen next. Conversely, one fan felt a wave of relief upon seeing Yin Qianfan, his eyes alight with excitement. Mo Nan, wielding a steel rod, approached Yin Qianfan with a cold demeanor. You are Yin Qianfan? You killed my brother and sister-in-law? As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Laosan could no longer contain himself and lunged forward, delivering a brutal kick to Yin Qianfan's abdomen. Yin Qianfan stumbled back involuntarily. I'll kill you. Mo Laosan's face twisted in rage as he raised his iron rod, poised to strike Yin Qianfan's head. Su Qing, witnessing this scene, cried out no, yet her plea came too late. With a resounding thud, the rod struck Yin Qianfan's head, blood trickling down his forehead and staining half his face. Nevertheless, Yin Qianfan remained silent, merely offering Su Qing a reassuring smile. I'm sorry, he murmured softly, his voice clear enough for Su Qing to hear. Even when Fan, bound nearby, shuddered at the sight. The esteemed Yin would allow himself to be struck? These men were doomed. Su Qing wept bitterly, her voice hoarse as she screamed, I don't want your apology. Just go away. Yet, Yin Qianfan chuckled softly, 3 fingers tracing the blood on his cheek. It's all right. I'm here to rescue you. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's sobs grew more intense. Rescue? I want to see just how capable you are. Mo Laosan disregarded Yin Qianfan's fate, convinced that all 3 of them were to perish. He swung his rod at Yin Qianfan once more. However, Mo Nan seized a rod, his gaze icy as he insisted, let him finish speaking. Mo Nan's eyes glinted with cold fury as he focused on Yin Qianfan. Yin Qianfan licked the blood pooling at the corner of his mouth, admitting, Mo Qingyun indeed perished in my hands, and your sister-in-law met her end by my whip, struck repeatedly for a grave mistake. She dared to harm my daughter. Her death was well-deserved. As he spoke, a grin crept across his face, one that exuded an unsettling aura. Meanwhile, the four men, idly conversing nearby, frowned. Brother Mo, I feel as if I've heard the name Yun Qianfan before. Monkey pondered, trying to recall where he had encountered the name. I think I've heard it too, but I can't quite place it, replied Shou Ma, his brow furrowed. The burly man, Hu Meng, appeared grave, stating, I have heard it as well, yet I cannot remember which figure it pertains to. They all contemplated the identity behind Yang Zhan. Who is behind you? Mo Nan's eyes glinted dangerously, his grip on the iron rod tightening. If this man had formidable backing, he was surely doomed today. The person behind me? Would you like to meet them? Yun Qianfan showed no concern for the anger etched on their faces. He simply lit a cigarette. Mo Nan's expression shifted. He raised his rod, pointing it at Yun Qianfan. Did you call for help? A thick cloud of smoke wafted from Yun Qianfan's lips. Call for help? Not at all. However, if you wish to meet my benefactor, I could arrange that for you right now. Damn it, I'll kill you. Mo Laosan disregarded everything and charged at Yun Qianfan, ready to strike him with the rod. This man was utterly insufferable. Even in such a state, he still had the audacity to smoke. Meanwhile, Su Qing, bound to the stone pillar, had tears streaming down her crimson cheeks, her voice rendered hoarse from crying. She could only watch helplessly as blood continued to flow from Yun Qianfan's forehead, silently weeping. As for Wan Fan, he dared not make a sound, knowing that death was imminent. I advise you not to move. Otherwise, there will be dire consequences, Yun Qianfan grinned, taking another drag from his cigarette. Are you trying to scare me? I'm not easily frightened. Mo Laosan dismissed Yun Qianfan's warning, raising his rod to strike. Yun Qianfan's gaze turned frigid as he flicked the cigarette, but with force. The butt exploded against Mo Laosan's face. Instinctively, Mo Laosan raised his hand to shield himself. But by the time he regained his senses, Yun Qianfan had already raised his right hand, shaped like a gun. Don't move. A single twitch could lead to death. Yun Qianfan even took the time to caution Mo Laosan. Yet, consumed by rage, he paid no heed. He lunged forward, ready to smash the rod against Yun Qianfan's head. Yun Qianfan's lips parted slightly as he uttered a sound, bang. His right hand, mimicking a firearm, rose effortlessly. The sharp, piercing sound echoed throughout the abandoned factory. Except for Yun Qianfan, who flinched, everyone else trembled. Mo Laosan, who had been standing next to Mo Nan, now lay lifeless on the ground, his head obliterated, the floor awash in a gruesome mixture of red and white, resembling an exploded watermelon. I warned you not to move, but you didn't listen. Now look what you've done. Mo Nan trembled in fear, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Yun Qianfan. What? What have you done? His face was smeared with the blood left behind from Mo Laosan's exploded head, and paired with his terrified expression, he resembled a coward. As soon as the words were spoken, the nearby Hu Meng and his companions swiftly drew their pistols, aiming them at Yun Qianfan. Each of them wore an expression of grave seriousness. Hu Meng's face was as dark as water, his voice chillingly cold. Who exactly are you? The black muzzle was pointed at Yun Qianfan, ready to fire if he dared to make a move. Yet, in truth, he was just as hesitant to act. The gunshot that had just sounded had tightened everyone's nerves. He understood that it was a heavy sniper from the military. Within a kilometer, a hit to the body would mean being severed in two, let alone a shot to the head. Mo Laosan was a prime example of this. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Just know this. If you dare to make a move, I can assure you that your heads will explode like watermelons. Yun Qianfan said with a slight smile, slowly lowering his hands. Upon hearing this, Hu Meng's fear deepened. It was evident that there was more than one person on the opposing side. I am quite curious. Your skills far exceed those of ordinary bodyguards. At the very least, you are all experts of the rank of Centurion. I find it perplexing that you would risk your lives for someone, Yun Qianfan remarked, the corners of his mouth lifting in a hint of derision. From the moment he was brought in by the monkey, he had sensed that these four were not ordinary individuals, and their organization was remarkably cohesive, akin to members of a mercenary group. Brother, we have no intention of being your enemies. I know you have many ambush people around. If you let us go, I will not harm them, Hu Meng said gravely, gesturing toward Su Qing and Wan Fan, who were bound to a stone pillar. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan's smile widened. How about this? I propose a wager. If you can kill either of those two before you meet your end, I will let you leave. At this proclamation, The expressions of everyone changed dramatically. Their eyes fixed on Yun Qianfan, incredulous, as if they thought he was jesting. Even Hu Meng and his companions were shaken. If this man was not mad, he possessed an absolute confidence that he could eliminate all four of them before they could even draw their guns. However, he did not believe it. Hu Meng's gaze darkened, and he spoke coldly. "You are rather overconfident, aren't you? Do you think I lack the capability? Then you may attempt it," Yun Qianfan replied, disregarding him and instead directing his gaze at Mo Nan. His eyes turned icy as he stepped forward and firmly grasped Mo Nan's throat. "Who gave you the audacity to touch my people?" Mo Nan's eyes widened in terror as he struggled to pry the hand from his neck, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape. His face turned beet red. "Let go of me." As soon as the words left his lips, Yun Qianfan delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen and then released his grip. Mo Nan staggered back, the sharp pain in his stomach forcing him to kneel, unable to utter a word. Just then, a piercing sound erupted. Bang! A man who had been approaching Su Qing was suddenly blown apart, his body severed in two, collapsing to the ground. Yun Qianfan turned to glance at the fallen man, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. "I warned you. It is best not to entertain any sinister thoughts, or you will meet a gruesome fate." With that, he strode directly towards Su Qing. However, Hu Meng suddenly raised his hand to fire. Unfortunately for him, another gunshot rang out. His arm, clutching the gun, was shattered and fell to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The remaining two men were drenched in cold sweat. Their companion was dead, and their leader's arm was broken. They were completely oblivious to the true nature of the being they had provoked. Yet, Yun Qianfan remained unfazed, walking up to Su Qing with an air of regret. "I apologize for being late." He reached out to untie her ropes. Su Qing rubbed her sore wrist, her eyes glistening with tears as she glared at Yun Qianfan. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Slap! A resounding slap echoed. "What are you doing here? Get lost. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is? If you die, what will happen to Nyonyo? What will happen to me?" Unable to contain her anguish any longer, Su Qing threw herself into Yun Qianfan's embrace, holding him tightly. Moments later, she broke free from his grasp, cupping his face in her hands and kissing him fervently. She paid no mind to the blood staining her hands, biting down forcefully on his lips. "It hurts." Yun Qianfan smiled faintly, gently patting her back. After what felt like an eternity, Su Qing finally released him, her lips marked with his blood. "Next time, I won't allow you to take such risks." Yun Qianfan pressed his lips together and smiled broadly. Understood. Though he voiced this, he internally vowed never to let Su Qing and Nyonyo face danger again. "Yunye," when Fan, bruised and battered, called out from the side. Yun Qianfan turned to him. "Wen Dudu, my apologies for dragging you into this." He then approached Wen Fan and untied his ropes. "Yunye, you don't need to say that. I am willing to go through fire and water for you," Wen Fan declared, pretending to kneel. However, Yun Qianfan shot him a glance, and Wen Fan immediately understood. "Qinger, you should leave with Ndudu. I will handle things here. I have not trained in vain these past few years. They are no match for me," Yun Qianfan said with a grin. Su Qing gazed deeply at him, knowing she was merely a burden in this situation. "I'll be waiting for you outside." With that, she and Wen Fan made their way toward the factory exit. At this moment, only Yun Qianfan and Mo Nan, the injured Hu Meng, and his two companions remained within the chemical plant. "Though we do not know your background, we are willing to concede. We hope you can spare us, and we will never be your enemies again," Hu Meng said, his hand wrapped in bandages. His face pale as he looked at Yun Qianfan. And if not, Yun Qianfan casually lit a cigarette, his expression calm as he regarded the three of them. "Or what? We of the Dark Knight organization will never let you go," Monkey shouted angrily, as they had never been threatened in such a manner. The Dark Knight organization had powerful figures backing them. Chapter 55. Dark Knight Organization. Dark Knight? Yun Qianfan furrowed his brow. This organization was unfamiliar to him. However, judging by the capabilities of these individuals, their influence must be extensive, undoubtedly supported by significant figures. Hu Meng's face was pale, having lost considerable blood and feeling weak, yet still maintaining his composure. "If you're willing to give our Dark Knight organization some face, we would be willing to assist you in any difficult matters in the future. This is my offer to you." Yun Qianfan chuckled. "Is that so? Let us first deal with him before we discuss further." He gestured toward Mo Nan, who was struggling on the ground. The latter's face turned ashen, fear evident in his voice. "No, you cannot kill me. I am the head of the MO family. I can offer you vast wealth. I am willing to give you all my assets. Just please spare my life." Regrettably, at such moments, wealth is not omnipotent. A gunshot rang out, and a crimson wound appeared on Mo Nan's forehead as he lay lifeless on the ground. "My esteemed guest, can we converse now?" Hu Meng slowly retracted his hand, his expression serene as he gazed at Yun Qianfan. Yun Qianfan glanced around before settling onto a dilapidated stone pedestal. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he inquired, "Could you enlighten me about your organization, the Yizuji?" Instantly, the expressions of several individuals shifted, exchanging glances. "You are unaware?" Hu Meng's retort caught Yun Qianfan off guard. "Should I be informed?" His brows furrowed and his countenance darkened. It appeared that many were aware of this organization, and their operations were extensive. When did such a group emerge in the Nanyu, and why was he oblivious to it? Hu Meng inhaled deeply. "Since you are uninformed, we shall refrain from sharing, for that is our principle. However, I can assure you that as long as the funds are sufficient, we can assist you even against nobles. As for this incident, it was our fault, and we shall offer our services free of charge this one time." Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan's eyes narrowed slightly. The audacity to confront nobles suggested that this organization had formidable backing. Yet, they had miscalculated their target. "It seems your organization is quite powerful, but I do not intend to let you off easily." A plume of smoke escaped his lips as a cold smile graced his features. "You." The faces of Hu Meng and his companions changed dramatically, and they prepared to strike. However, before they could fully raise their hands, they collapsed to the ground, their heads obliterated, leaving a gruesome mess. With a light flick, Yun Qianfan discarded the cigarette, but rubbing the slightly painful spot on his head. Damn, that hurt. The reason he endured that blow was to let Su Qing witness it. Otherwise, these worthless beings wouldn't even qualify to touch him. He departed from the chemical factory. At the entrance of the factory, Wen Fan and Su Qing awaited Yun Qianfan's emergence with palpable anxiety. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, startling them. Wen Fan swallowed hard, relieved he had not acted out against Yun Yi. Otherwise, he might have been the one lying on the ground. Su Qing, her expression fraught with complexity, gazed at the exit, puzzled as to why Yun Qianfan concealed so much from her. Were these individuals truly his friends? When Yun Qianfan finally appeared, he found the two waiting at the door. "Governor Wen, I leave matters here in your capable hands. I have a slight headache, so I shall take my leave." Yun Qianfan held his injured head, his pallor evident. Upon witnessing this, Su Qing rushed to support him. "Are you all right? Let's go to the hospital." Seeing Su Qing's worried demeanor warmed Yun Qianfan's heart. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." He swayed slightly, leaning against her shoulder. "Governor Wen, I must trouble you with this matter. I will take Qianfan to the hospital and return to express my gratitude when time permits." With that, Su Qing helped Yun Qianfan away. On a small hill adjacent to the chemical factory, Chu Xiong's gaze was icy as he commanded, "Withdraw the team." It appeared that an investigation into the organization was warranted. As evening descended, at the Su family villa, the family gathered in the living room. Everyone was grappling with pressure from the Mo family. If they could not compensate for the breach of contract within 3 days, they would have to sell the Su group, which might not suffice. "Qinger, you were tasked with liaising with the companies under the Mo family. Where have you been?" The elder Su glared at Su Qing with a dark expression. She had been unreachable all day, and had it not been for her return with Yun Qianfan to the nearby cottage that afternoon, they would still be in the dark. "Qianfan was injured, and I took him to the hospital," Su Qing replied, her irritation evident. Did they not see the bandage wrapped around Yun Qianfan's head? Niao stood beside Yun Qianfan, tightly gripping his hand. "Injured? He is just a worthless man. What does it matter if he dies? Let me tell you, if the Su family cannot weather this storm, it will be all your fault." Su Mei pointed an accusatory finger at Su Qing. According to their calculations, the breach of contract penalty amounted to 300 million. Even if the Su family sold the entire Su group, they could not gather such a sum. The sudden breach by Qingyun Group only added fuel to the fire. The Su family was now a flickering ember, on the verge of extinguishment. Indeed, if it were not for your useless husband attempting to abduct a bride, we would not be in this predicament. Why would the Mo family turn against us? Now look, the Su family is on the brink of bankruptcy. Are you satisfied? Su Feng glared at Su Qing with disdain. The gazes of the Su family members were all hostile towards Su Qing. Even her father wore a sullen expression. Just as Su Qing was about to speak, Yun Qianfan gently tugged at her hand. Is this the attitude of the Su family? Now everything is placed upon Qing'er's shoulders? Yun Qianfan scoffed coldly. He had witnessed the true colors of the Su family. When they needed Su Qing, they begged for her return. Now that trouble had arisen, she bore the entire burden. Was his wife merely their servant? You are nothing here. You have no right to speak. Besuyet Su Liang snupped harshly. In the eyes of the Su family, Yun Qianfan remained the same useless individual. What could a poor boy possibly do? Father-in-law, such words are uncalled for. What if I told you I could convince Qing Yun Group to re-sign a contract with us? Or perhaps invest 200 to 300 million into the Su family? Yun Qianfan grinned broadly. As soon as he spoke, Su Mei's piercing laughter filled the room. Ha ha ha. You crack me up. Do you think you're the CEO of Qing Yun Group? 200 to 300 million? Do you think this is like buying vegetables at the market? Chapter 56. Boastful words? In the living room, Yun Qianfan chuckled lightly. Ironically, he was indeed the CEO of Qing Yun Group. He merely acted as a hands-off manager. For him, 200 to 300 million was not a considerable amount. Yet, this was a matter he preferred to stay out of. Yun Qianfan, one may eat recklessly, but words must be chosen wisely. The elder Su remarked, his countenance darkening. 200 to 300 million? Do you really think it's as simple as collecting money? Su Chong sneered from his side. If you could indeed bring 200 to 300 million in investments to the Su Group, I would not utter a single word and gladly give my daughter to you. What do you say? To put it plainly, if Yun Qianfan possessed such capability, he would not still be lingering here. Su Qing's expression tightened, her small hand gripping his tightly. Yun Qianfan gently squeezed her palm, signaling her not to worry. All right, I shall lay my cards on the table. I am the CEO of Qing Yun Group. As soon as these words left his lips, the entire meeting room fell silent. Even Su Qing stared at him, bewildered. However, it was not long before everyone burst into laughter. Su Qing, you have truly found yourself a remarkable husband. Qing Yun Group belongs to him. Ha, this is utterly hilarious. Su Mei laughed until tears streamed down her face. Even the expression on Su Lizizi's face revealed a hint of derision. This statement might have been credible if directed at others. But the Su family was no mere facade. There were plenty of whispers circulating. Qing Yun Group was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared on the surface, possibly backed by significant figures. The claim that Yun Qianfan owned Qing Yun Group was nothing short of farce. Su Qing looked at Yun Qianfan, her disbelief evident. It was not that she doubted him, but that she could not bring herself to believe it. Up until now, the origins of Qing Yun Group remained a mystery to all the families in Yunchuan. Previously, Yun Qianfan had mentioned that Qing Yun Group belonged to a comrade of his, with Chu Xiong merely assisting with its management due to his lack of time. But now, Yun Qianfan claimed it was his, which seemed excessive. Qinger, do you trust me? Yun Qianfan gazed steadily at Su Qing. Su Qing pressed her lips together, remaining silent. However, beside her, Nyonyo piped up with a sweet voice, I believe in Daddy. After a brief moment of mockery, the room fell silent. All right, Yun Qianfan, this is a matter concerning the Su family. Our upcoming discussion will delve into some commercial secrets. So you should leave for now. Su Leizizi cast a glance at Yun Qianfan, his tone calm. Yet, Yun Qianfan did not take offense and slowly responded. It seems you no longer want that 2 to 3 billion investment? Instantly, the members of the Su family reacted. Who do you think you are? 2 to 3 billion can be tossed around casually? Hurry up and leave. You're just an eyesore here. This is a matter of the Su family, and you have no right to speak. Get out. Yun Qianfan shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Well, if you don't want it, I won't force you. Just remember not to seek me out later. With that, he turned to leave with Nyonyo. However, Su Leizizi interjected. Yun Qianfan, once is a chance. Twice is a lesson, but thrice is out of the question. You keep insisting that you can secure an investment of 2 or 3 billion from Qing Yun Group. What gives you such confidence? If you can indeed bring that investment to the Su family, I will personally grant you half of the Su family shares. But if you fail to do so, you will no longer be welcome at the Su family's door, and Qing'er will never marry you. This statement rendered the entire living room silent, with everyone staring at Su Leizizi in astonishment. Father, do you really trust this penniless boy? What qualifications does he have to bring in billions? Su Chong questioned, his face a mask of confusion, pointing at Yun Qianfan. Su Qing also looked at Yun Qianfan with deep concern. Hadn't he, that friend of his, already assisted him numerous times? Could he possibly be expected to offer 2 to 3 billion now? Qianfan, you should go back and not cause trouble, she whispered urgently to him. Yet, Yun Qianfan feigned ignorance, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he lit a cigarette. All right, although I truly do not covet half of the Su family shares, I will reluctantly accept the investment. I wonder, old master, do you want it now, tomorrow, or the day after? Whenever you want it, I will have it ready for you. Such arrogance. His words were brazen to the extreme. The Su family glared at him with expressions of indignation. Yun Qianfan, you. Su Mei was about to unleash a wave of ridicule, but Su Leiazizi slammed his hand on the table, his anger palpable. Fine, fine, fine. A gentleman's word is his bond. I demand the investment contract right now. I want to see what you are truly capable of. If you cannot deliver, you shall not enter the Su family door again. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan chuckled, genuinely amused, as he reached over to gently ruffle Nyonyo's hair. Nyonyo, go over to mommy. Daddy needs to make a phone call. Nyonyo obediently walked over to Su Qing. As Su Qing watched Yun Qianfan exit the living room, her heart raced with anxiety. His words were incredibly bold. If he could not deliver, what would happen? In the courtyard, Yun Qianfan exhaled a thick plume of smoke and dialed a number for Chu Xiong. Yunyi, are you still awake? Chu Xiong's voice came through, tinged with confusion. Draft an investment contract for me, 3 billion, and have it delivered to the Su family in half an hour. Understood. I will take care of it right away. After hanging up, Chu Xiong immediately instructed Zhao Yanran to draft the contract and drove over himself. Extinguishing his cigarette, Yun Qianfan re-entered the living room. Almost instantaneously, all eyes were fixed on him. What? You're back in less than a minute. Yun Qianfan, are you trying to make a fool of the Su family? Su Mei sneered, incredulous that Yun Qianfan had been gone for less than a minute. You just returned? Is it truly that simple to make a phone call? Even Su Qing regarded Yun Qianfan with skepticism. The speed seemed implausibly swift. Qianfan, you truly... Before she could finish, Yun Qianfan interrupted her. Old master, in half an hour, the contract will arrive at the Su family's doorstep. I hope you will honor your word. Yun Qianfan smiled slightly, revealing no hint of emotion. Upon hearing this, Su Leiazizi chuckled. Not only him, but the entire Su family seemed to doubt Yun Qianfan's capabilities. Yun Qianfan, you stated it yourself. Half an hour. If the contract does not arrive, you will no longer be welcome at the Su family. Are you certain you wish to make such grand claims? Chapter 57. I hope you do not kneel to beg me. Whether it is a grand claim or not, the truth will reveal itself in half an hour. I sincerely hope the old master does not retract his words, or else. The statement remained unfinished, but the chill in his tone sent shivers down everyone's spine. Or else what? Let me remind you, this is the Su family, not your impoverished self. Before Su Leiazizi could respond, Su Mei hastily stepped forward to assert her status. In Yunchuan, while the Su family was not the largest, they were certainly not to be trifled with. If one wished to act, they would need to weigh their own capabilities carefully. In her eyes, Yun Qianfan evidently lacked the necessary prowess. If you can indeed secure an investment of 2 to 3 billion, I will fulfill my earlier promise in its entirety. Finally, Su Leiazizi spoke. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan smiled slightly. That would be best. Yet Su Qing remained anxious, her brow furrowed. Approaching him, she whispered, Qianfan, are you? Do not worry. I have arranged for my brother to prepare it, and it will arrive in half an hour. Yun Qianfan replied with a grin, lifting Nyonyo into his arms and playfully brushing his nose against hers. Nyonyo, shall daddy take you to kindergarten tomorrow? Nyonyo, now 5 years old, was certainly overdue for kindergarten. She pouted, her eyes filled with confusion. Daddy, what is kindergarten? Su Qing felt a pang in her heart upon hearing this. She had never enrolled Nyonyo in kindergarten, and there were so many lessons she had yet to learn. Kindergarten is indeed a delightful place where one can engage in play with numerous little friends. Do you wish to go? Yun Qianfan gently rubbed her small head and smiled faintly. On the other side of the living room, Su Feng wore a grim expression, his heart filled with unease. As the saying goes, one should not fear 1,000 uncertainties, but rather dread a single possibility. If Yun Qianfan were to truly secure an investment of 2 billion, would not half of the Su family shares become Su Qing's? This was a scenario he did not wish to witness. How could it be possible? That good-for-nothing could attract $2 billion in investments? If that were the case, would he be unable to present $500,000 as a betrothal gift? Su Chong scoffed derisively from his side, his eyes brimming with disdain. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, including the words that old Master Su had nearly spoken. It seemed to be a valid point. If one could indeed bring in $2 billion in investments, how could they be incapable of providing $500,000 for a betrothal? The contradiction was palpable. As time ticked away, the Su family and Su Qing grew increasingly anxious. In contrast, Yun Qianfan remained unfazed, playfully frolicking with Nyonyo. Qianfan, the time is almost upon us, Su Qing remarked, glancing at her phone. It was nearly half an hour, yet there was still no news. I suspect someone cannot deliver and is deceiving us all, Su Feng remarked sarcastically from his side. Unmoved by the mockery of the Su family, Yun Qianfan chose not to retaliate, allowing their words to wash over him. As the moment drew closer, Su Qing's expression grew more tense, yet Yun Qianfan remained impassive, leaving her at a loss for words. The half-hour mark arrived. Yun Qianfan, you're not welcome in the Su family. Quickly leave, Su Chong declared, his face stern and his tone unfriendly. 29 minutes had elapsed. Where was the contract? The remaining minutes seemed impossible. At this, Yun Qianfan glanced at his phone, which had long been set to timer mode. Only half a minute remained. Was there not still 30 seconds left? He smiled slightly, then rose to light a cigarette. The expressions of old Master Su and the others shifted. What trickery was this young man up to? At such a critical moment, he still had the leisure to smoke, which seemed a flagrant disregard for their presence. Just as old Master Su was about to speak, a knock echoed from outside the door. Chu Xiong, the acting president of Qingyun Group, has arrived for a visit. The voice was not loud, yet it caused everyone to widen their eyes in disbelief. How could this be? Chu Xiong, the president of Qingyun Group, had truly come? Meanwhile, Yun Qianfan exhaled a cloud of smoke, precisely at the half-hour mark. Old Master Su immediately panicked, hurriedly instructing Su Feng and his brothers to open the door. Outside stood a man and a woman. The man was, of course, Chu Xiong, and the woman was Zhao Yanran. Mr. Chu's esteemed presence truly brings glory to the Su family. Please, come in. Su Chong and his brothers quickly invited Chu Xiong and his companion into the living room. Chu Xiong glanced around, a faint smile gracing his lips. Oh, so many people are here? Old Master Su promptly rose from his seat, a hint of a smile gracing his aged features. Mr. Chu, I sincerely apologize for not welcoming you properly. Chu Xiong waved his hand dismissively. Old Master, you are too courteous. My visit today is somewhat impudent, but the matter at hand is of great importance, so I hope you do not take offense. In truth, Chu Xiong was well aware of the Su family's current predicament. The recent suppression by the Mo family had nearly brought the Su family to the brink of bankruptcy. If the situation remained unresolved, the Su family would surely face ruin. Not at all, Mr. Chu. I wonder what important matter has prompted your visit. Old Master Su gestured, realizing that the Su family no longer held the standing to negotiate with Qingyun Group. I have heard that all companies under the Mo family's name have terminated contracts with the Su family, and the Su family bears all the consequences. I wonder. The sentence remained unfinished, yet those present understood its implications. However, Yun Qianfan found Chu Xiong to be overly verbose. Chu Xiong, there's no need for further pleasantries. Simply present the contract for them to sign, Yun Qianfan stated impatiently from his seat on the sofa. Yun Qianfan, how dare you? Su Mei exclaimed, her confidence bolstered by Chu Xiong's arrival. She refused to believe that Chu Xiong had been summoned by Yun Qianfan. Not only her, but the rest of the Su family also doubted that Chu Xiong had come at Yun Qianfan's behest. The only one who believed it was Su Qing. For Chu Xiong had once served as a driver for her and Yun Qianfan. That alone convinced her of his allegiance to Yun Qianfan. As for the money, she was skeptical, believing it to be borrowed from Yun Qianfan's so-called brother. Chu Xiong furrowed his brow, but remained silent. For Yun Qianfan had advised him to refrain from speaking too much prior to his arrival. Is that so? You truly wish for me to leave? Yun Qianfan asked with a grin. Leave? Get out of the Su family. Su Mei retorted. Upon witnessing this, Su Qing immediately attempted to step forward to defend Yun Qianfan, but he grasped her hand to halt her. I hope, later on, you will not find yourselves kneeling to plead with me, Yun Qianfan declared to the members of the Su family while cradling Nyo in his arms. Get lost. We would never need to plead with a poor wretch like you. The derisive remarks from Su Mei and the others continued, their faces twisted in contempt as they regarded Yun Qianfan. Very well. I fear some of you may be unable to resist the urge to kneel before me. Yun Qianfan replied, turning on his heel and exiting the living room with Nyo in his arms. Su Qing, her face filled with worry, glanced at the others before following suit. The expressions of Su Mei and the others darkened as they watched. Su Chong could not help but snort disdainfully. Before you're even married, you're already defending an outsider. You truly bring shame to the Su family. Throughout this, Chu Xiong had remained silent, quietly observing, for he understood the course of action he was about to take. Old Master Su wore a look of regret, offering an apologetic smile. My apologies, Mr. Chu, for the inconvenience. I shall sign the contract. With trembling hands, he reached for the contract on the table, preparing to sign. However, just as he grasped the pen, Chu Xiong interjected. I apologize, Old Master Su, but I have changed my mind. The investment contract is void, and we shall not be investing in the Su family. Upon hearing this, the Su family members were left in shock. What was happening? Had he suddenly changed his mind? Old Master Su panicked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Mr. Chu, what do you mean? Without the investment from Qingyun Group, the Su family will be finished. The members of the Su family were equally alarmed. Mr. Chu, have we perhaps failed to host you properly in some way that has caused offense? If so, we will rectify it immediately. Su Mei spoke with urgency. Chu Xiong smiled faintly. No, I merely wish to change my mind. With that, he turned to leave, yet paused after taking a single step. If you desire this investment contract, then you must seek out Yun Yi, for he has just been expelled by you. After uttering these words, he attempted to depart. However, the elder of the Su family, with a look of astonishment, called out, Mr. Chu, please wait. Chu Xiong halted in his tracks and turned back to inquire what further matter the elder had. The elder, with a furrowed brow, asked, Mr. Chu, the Yun Yi you mentioned, is he not Yun Qianfan? He is merely a poor boy. What merit does he possess to summon you? His confusion was shared by the others in the Su family. A poor boy? Indeed, Yun Yi is indeed impoverished. Yet his connections are unparalleled, far beyond your imagination. In other words, he possesses the power to elevate your Su family to the foremost clan in Yunchuan overnight. Or conversely, to reduce you to beggary. With that, Chu Xiong took his leave with Zhao Yanran, leaving the Su family members in a state of shock. Is this truly the case? How can it be? Not only Su Mei, but also Su Feng and Su Chong were rendered speechless. A poor boy like Yun Qianfan possesses such extensive connections? Even Qingyun Group could come to his aid to save the Su family? Father, Su Chong said worriedly, casting a concerned glance at the elder. He had not anticipated that Yun Qianfan possessed such capabilities. Who was it that had just ordered Yun Qianfan to leave? The elder's expression darkened as he scanned the room, causing everyone to fall silent, their gazes fixated on Su Mei. It was she who had driven Yun Qianfan and his family away. Mayer, and you, the third, this matter shall be entrusted to you both. If Yun Qianfan cannot forgive you and fails to bring in an investment from Qingyun Group, you will be expelled from the Su family. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Su Feng, filled with indignation, retorted, on what grounds? I have contributed so much to the Su family, yet you would cast me out with a mere word. Apologize to that poor boy? Absolutely not. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, the elder's face turned ashen with fury. I command you to apologize. If you refuse, I shall expel you this very moment. Before he could finish, he collapsed into a chair, his complexion pale, clutching his chest, gasping for breath. Grandfather! Father, what is wrong? The few individuals in the living room panicked. Quick! Call an ambulance. In a small house adjacent to the Su family's villa, Yun Qianfan gently placed Nyo on the bed, gazing at her tender little face with a hint of affection. Qianfan, have you borrowed money from your brother again? Su Qing asked, her brow furrowed, her expression somewhat displeased. Each time Yun Qianfan encountered difficulties, he would borrow money from his so-called brother. The last time, he had borrowed a considerable sum. This time, he had audaciously requested an investment of 200 million. Such an amount was beyond her wildest dreams. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan displayed a tinge of embarrassment. Isn't it your old man who is being too demanding? I had no choice. I didn't want to put you in a difficult position, so I mentioned it. It's nothing. It's just money. I will repay it later. Repay? That is out of the question. Using your own money for your wife does not require repayment. Can you even afford to repay it? This is not 200,000. It is 200 million. Su Qing retorted, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. As the saying goes, use what you have. If you do not have it, do not borrow from others. You are borrowing money, but incurring a debt of gratitude. Money may be easy to borrow, but favors are hard to repay. It's all right. My brother does not lack such a trivial amount. Yun Qianfan chuckled, speaking truthfully. Those who could be considered his brothers would not be in want of such funds. They were currently enjoying life in the capital. Not lacking? Su Qing glared, pinching Yun Qianfan's ear. Do you truly believe it is as easy as picking cabbages from a street? Ouch, that hurts. Yun Qianfan hastily begged for mercy, and Su Qing's ire began to dissipate. However, she added, if they do not come to plead with me, I will not agree to this investment. At worst, I will just drag you away. Yun Qianfan, undeterred, had already surmised that if he left, Chu Xiong would undoubtedly follow suit without further ado. Do you really think it is your money? The Su family is not as weak as you perceive. Before he could finish, they heard the blaring sirens of an ambulance outside, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. They exchanged glances and moved to the window, witnessing a throng of doctors in white coats rushing into the living room. In less than a minute, someone was carried out from the living room. Grandfather. Su Qing's expression shifted dramatically. Yun Qianfan also frowned, puzzled by how things had suddenly escalated. Watching the elder of the Su family being loaded into the ambulance, Su Qing immediately rushed to descend stairs. But Yun Qianfan restrained her, urging, let's observe first. However, Su Mei and the others arrived at the foot of the small house's stairs. Spotting Yun Qianfan and Su Qing peering out, she shouted angrily, how could you? Su Qing, look at what your man has done to grandfather. It is all your fault. If it were not for you, grandfather would not have ended up in the hospital. The following day, as dawn broke, the Su family anxiously awaited the conclusion of the surgery in the hospital corridor. Su Qing and Yun Qianfan were also present. Finally, around 9 o'clock, the doors of the operating room swung open, and several doctors clad in surgical garb emerged, shaking their heads in resignation. We are sorry. We did our best. We will transfer the patient to a VIP room, and you will have time to say your final goodbyes. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Su family members turned ashen. How could this be possible? The elder's health had always been robust. How could he suddenly be in such a state? Su Qing's father, Su Chong, stepped forward, seizing the attending physician by the collar, ready to lash out. Yet, the physician appeared equally helpless. Mr. Su, there was nothing we could do. The elder's heart condition struck too suddenly. When he arrived at the hospital, there was already no heartbeat. Moreover, his health was already poor. His lungs were severely compromised. We managed to revive him, but he has at most 2 days left. If you have anything to say, do so quickly. Su Chong, upon hearing this, stood there in a daze, releasing his grip. The attending physician could only depart with several assistants from the operating room entrance. How could this be? The elder had always been in good health. How could it have come to this? Su Qing stood frozen, her eyes filled with sorrow. Though she understood she was merely a pawn in the family, the elder had always favored her since childhood. Before her pregnancy, she had managed many of the family's affairs. However, upon learning of her pregnancy with Yun Qianfan's child, the elder's demeanor had grown considerably colder towards her. It is all your fault, you wretched woman. If it weren't for you, would grandfather have encountered such misfortune? Do you have the audacity to question how things have come to this? I could kill you. Su Mei, fuming with rage, strode forward, her hand poised to strike Su Qing. However, Yun Qianfan, with a cold gaze, swiftly seized her wrist. Are you seeking your own demise by striking my woman in my presence? His tone was chilling, and his eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent. Su Mei instinctively stepped back, but recalling her family behind her, her courage swelled. I'm hitting my sister. What concern is it of yours, outsider? You Haventy even married her, so how dare you claim her as yours? At this, Yun Qianfan let out a scoff. In front of the entire Su family, he delivered a resounding slap to Su Mei. Even Su Qing was taken aback. Now, do you comprehend my worth? Your grandfather's death has nothing to do with Qing'er. If it weren't for your constant scheming and your fixation on dividing the Su family's assets, would your grandfather have been driven to such a state? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Feng charged forward. You strike my daughter, I'll kill you. He lifted his leg and aimed a kick at Yun Qianfan. Unfortunately for him, Yin Qianfan was not one to be trifled with. He sidestepped the kick and nudged Su Feng's other leg. A crisp sound echoed as Su Feng landed awkwardly on the ground. Su Feng clutched between his legs, howling in agony. Su Mei, witnessing this, was instantly enraged. Yin Qianfan, how dare you lay a hand on my father? I will ensure your demise. With that, she immediately pulled out her phone to make a call. Yin Qianfan remained unfazed, merely observing in silence. Su Qing furrowed her brow, concern etched on her face. Qianfan, perhaps you should take Nyonyo home for now? My sister has recently started dating a young master from the Shui family, who is quite formidable and not someone average person would dare provoke. Hello, darling. I've been attacked. Sob, sob, sob. Su Mei's spine-chilling voice crackled through the line. What? Where are you? I'll come and kill him right now. A man's heavy breathing could be heard on the other end, as if he were engaged in some vigorous exercise. I'm at the city hospital. Hurry. Efu donte commission. Bq. Sobi. All right, I'm on my way. Hanging up the phone, Su Mei glared fiercely at Yin Qianfan. Yin Qianfan, you wait. I will make you pay. Yin Qianfan shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, I'll be waiting. Yet Su Qing was visibly anxious. The Shui family was not to be trifled with. Gently tugging at Yin Qianfan's sleeve, she urged him to leave. But Su Mei, ever perceptive, caught wind of her words. Want to leave? Not a chance. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Chong interjected. Everyone be quiet. The old man is still in the hospital room. What are you all arguing about? His face was dark, nearly dripping with tension. Su Yi, who typically refrained from speaking, finally chimed in. Enough. This is a hospital, not outside. Everyone needs to be quiet. As the second uncle of the Su family, he usually abstained from family disputes. He had been preoccupied with his own affairs, and it was only due to the old patriarch's grave condition that he had come forth. With the two speaking, the crowd fell silent. Half an hour later, outside the upscale hospital room, the members of the Su family gazed somberly at the patriarch of the Su family, who was on a respirator, their eyes filled with sorrow. Eldest brother, you have the will that the old man wrote, right? Now that he is nearing his end, it's time to take a look. Amidst the grief, Su Feng's sudden remark interrupted everyone's thoughts. Instantly, all fell silent. Third brother, what time is it? You don't care about the old man's condition and are already thinking about dividing the family assets? Su Ye's expression darkened, his tone laced with irritation. Su Chong's countenance also soured. He had, of course, read the contents of the will. However, the family shares were to be divided among the three brothers, and even Su Qing, Su Mei, and Su Shui had their portions. Moreover, their shares were substantial. But now, the old man was still alive. Discussing this was premature. You think a divine doctor will descend to save the old man? The Mo family is waiting for us to pay the breach of contract. Do you think our Su family has that capability? Su Feng scoffed, his eyes flashing with malice. He had long since arranged everything. Now, he was merely waiting for the old man to pass. Oh, does the second uncle know that the old man would pass away soon? Or was he prepared for this? Yin Qianfan had initially refrained from speaking, but Su Feng's eagerness to divide the estate raised suspicions of something nefarious. What do you mean by that, Yin Qianfan? Are you implying that I caused the old man's death? What do you think you are, to have the right to instruct me? Chapter 60, Summoned People. Gushi City. As the most opulent area in the entire southern region, it surpassed Yinchuan by several folds. Bang, bang, bang. In the courtyard of a luxurious villa, muffled sounds echoed. Before an enormous sandbag, a man stood bare-chested, glistening with sweat, his muscles bulging like an explosion. One punch after another landed heavily on the sandbag, which towered above him, swaying under the force of his blows. News has come from Yinchuan. A butler slowly entered, respectfully standing before the man. Anjun gradually halted his movements, inhaling deeply. His voice was icy as he inquired, "What happened?" The four members of whom Meng had been captured and all perished, including the employer. The Mo brothers from Yinchuan, also dead. According to the news, it seems military personnel were involved. The butler's tone was grave. Anjun's expression darkened. He grabbed a towel nearby and wiped the sweat from his brow. How could Hu Meng provoke military personnel? Hadn't I warned them repeatedly not to tangle with the military? He had long cautioned his subordinates against antagonizing military figures. Despite having a formidable background, everyone in the military has connections. Unless absolutely necessary, they should never be provoked. Hu Meng and the others surely understood not to touch military personnel. How did they get involved? I suspect it was because Hu Meng and his group didn't realize their employer was a military opponent. Furthermore, they nearly killed a captain named Wan Fan from the Yunchuan police station, and it was this captain who handled the aftermath. As for the specifics, they attacked the police station and were shot on the spot. Oof. And Zhen's eyes turned icy as he slammed his fist into the sandbag. Bang! Instantly, the sandbag burst open, sand spilling out in a cascade. A mere Yunchuan captain dares to lay a hand on my Dark Knight people? Seeking death. Go! Have Qing Shi and her 2 companions handle that captain for me, and find out who is behind this. Those who dare to kill my people will not find it so easy. The cold voice echoed in the butler's ears. The butler immediately stood at attention. Yes, I will contact Qing Shi and her team right away. Outside the hospital room in Yunchuan, the members of the Su family were seated on the long bench in the corridor, their expressions grim. However, Yun Qianfan remained indifferent. If it were not for Su Qing, the demise of the Su family would have no bearing on him. He had long since seen through their faces. Yun Qianfan, one must speak with evidence. You just defamed me. Do you believe I cannot sue you? Su Feng glowered at Yun Qianfan. The latter's previous remark had indeed caused a stir in Su Feng's heart. Initially, he feared that his misdeeds were exposed, but upon further reflection, he realized that this young man was merely speaking nonsense. For the past 3 years, he had invested considerable sums to procure poison from an old physician, intending to divide the Su family's fortune. This poison was not one that caused instant death, but rather a slow-acting toxin. He had been administering it to the old man St. for over 3 years. Coupled with the old man's pre-existing heart condition, once the poison took effect, death was inevitable. It was only due to advancements in modern medicine that the old man had survived a few extra days. Otherwise, he would have perished the previous evening. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan let out a cold chuckle. I never claimed it was you. Why are you so anxious? I merely expressed a suspicion. Could indeed be you? From the old man's appearance, he does not seem to suffer from heart disease. From the attending physician's words, Yun Qianfan deduced that the old man's heart issues had nothing to do with his lungs. Although he had met Su Qing's grandfather only a few times, he discerned that the old man did not smoke. Without smoking, the lungs are generally quite clean. Now, if his lungs had turned black, it could only imply one thing: he had been poisoned. This revelation caused the expressions of the Su family members to shift dramatically, their gazes converging on Su Feng, laden with suspicion. Third brother, there might be some truth to this young man's words. Have you truly done something to the old man? Su Ye's gaze was icy, his face sullen as a tempest. Although he did not often involve himself in family matters, he would not permit his own brother to harm their elder. At that moment, even Su Chong spoke up. Third brother, are you concealing something? You seemed rather off when you mentioned dividing the inheritance. This statement caused Su Feng's countenance to change, though he quickly regained his composure. Eldest brother, second brother, you choose to believe an outsider over your own flesh and blood? I am your brother. Su Feng's words instantly directed the family's ire towards Yun Qianfan. Naturally, Su Mei could not stand idly by as her father was maligned by Yun Qianfan. You audacious Yun Qianfan, how dare you slander my father? Prepare for a lawsuit. Once my boyfriend arrives, you shall see. In response, Yun Qianfan scoffed. Slander? If you wish to sue me, then by all means go ahead. It would be a fine opportunity to have a professional examination for your father to ascertain whether it is indeed heart disease. At that moment, a piercing voice rang out. Who dares to touch my woman? Come here and face your demise. Instantly, all eyes in the corridor turned to the elevator, where a brazen man with a nonconformist hairstyle approached, flanked by several bodyguards in black. Upon seeing him, Su Mei rushed forward, wrapping her arms around his, feigning distress. Darling, I was attacked, and so was my father. The man's expression darkened as he lit a cigarette. After inhaling deeply, he surveyed the Su family members. Who struck my beloved Shui Ouyang? Who dares to harm my father-in-law? Step forward. All gazes fell upon Yun Qianfan. With a slight smile, he rose slowly from his seat. It was I who struck him. And what of it? Shui Ouyang sneered, sizing Yun Qianfan up. Which hand did you use? Extend it, so I may break it. With a wave of his hand, several bodyguards stepped forward, standing before Shui Ouyang. Do you dare to call for reinforcements? Yun Qianfan chuckled softly, pulling out his phone. Shui Ouyang laughed wildly. And what if you call someone? In Yunchuan, there is no one I, Shui Ouyang, fear. I grant you a chance, call them. If they do not arrive, I shall break your legs. Indeed, in Yinchuan, few could intimidate the Shui family, provided they were not of particularly formidable status, such as the chief of the police department or the mayor. The likes of others were hardly worth the Shui family's concern. Su Qing furrowed her brow, regarding Yun Qianfan with increased worry. Yet Yun Qianfan remained unfazed as he dialed Wen Fan's number. Shortly, a weary voice answered, "Hello, it's me." Instantly, Wen Fan perked up. "Young Master Yun, what can I do for you?" Wen Fan was anxious, for whenever this esteemed figure called him, it was rarely for good news. He wondered what dilemma this time required his intervention. Surely he hadn't eliminated another prominent family, had he? If so, who would dare show their face in Yinchuan? In just half a month, the Yang family, Wu family, and Mo family had all perished. 3 notable families in Yinchuan, all leaders now gone to meet the Reaper. Without a doubt, it was this esteemed figure's doing. No trouble, just a minor dispute. Bring a few people to the municipal hospital. I will be waiting for you on the 6th floor of the inpatient department. With that, Yun Qianfan ended the call. Wen Fan, left holding the phone, felt helpless. He was still bandaged from a previous incident, and yet here he was again called to action. However, he thought to himself, if this esteemed figure wished for him to resign, it would merely take a word. Serving this man could lead to unforeseen advancements in his own career. "Come in," Wen Fan called out, and a junior officer entered. "Brother Wen, gather a few men. We are heading to the municipal hospital." As he spoke, Wen Fan had already risen from his seat, exiting the office. 6th floor of the inpatient department. "I say, are you jesting with me? It's been over 10 minutes, and your people have yet to arrive. I give you 3 more minutes. If they do not show up, I will break your limbs." Shui Ouyang threatened Yun Qianfan while affectionately engaging with Su Mei. Su Mei nestled against Shui Ouyang, her face one of satisfaction, occasionally casting a fierce glance at Yun Qianfan, seemingly indicating that no one could save him today. Meanwhile, the patient's family members, patients, and medical staff retreated to their offices. The Shui family was not to be trifled with. A single misstep could lead to disaster. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. A chime echoed from the elevator. The crowd turned their gaze. Upon seeing the officers from the police station, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. They had anticipated that Yun Qianfan would enlist some ruthless individuals to deal with Shui Ouyang, but to their surprise, he had called upon the police instead. Who dares to cause trouble in the hospital? Seize them all. The voice arrived before the man did. Wen Fan strode in with 7 or 8 subordinates, exuding an imposing presence. Upon spotting Yun Qianfan, he immediately greeted him with respect. "Master Yun." Yun Qianfan gestured towards Shui Ouyang and his companions standing opposite him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Governor Wen, you must help me with this. These individuals are quite fierce and have threatened to break my limbs. I am truly terrified." Wen Fan shuddered at the words. Who would have the audacity to speak to this esteemed figure in such a manner? Wasn't he that courting death? He turned around, and his expression changed instantly. Shui Ouyang let out a derisive laugh, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Oh, young man, you possess some skill to have summoned Governor Wen. However, you underestimate the power of the Shui family. Even with Governor Wen present, I can still break your limbs. Do you believe it?" Upon hearing this, Wen Fan's expression darkened. This second young master of the Shui family must be quite foolish. A moment's thought would reveal that if this esteemed person had summoned him, he was no ordinary individual. "Young Master Shui, for my sake, let this matter go." Yet, despite this plea, Wen Fan dared not provoke Shui Ouyang. This was not merely due to fear. The Shui family was notoriously protective of their own in Yinchuan. Upon hearing Wen Fan's words, Shui Ouyang's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, a smirk appearing on his face. "Very well. Today I shall grant Governor Wen a favor and spare your life. However, though your death may be averted, you cannot escape punishment. Kneel and bow 3 times, and I shall let you go." Upon hearing the first part of his statement, Wen Fan sighed in relief, grateful that no conflict had erupted. However, the latter part sent him into a panic, cold sweat pouring down his back. This was escalating. As expected, Yun Qianfan stepped forward, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this?" Shui Ouyang paused momentarily at his words. "What? Are you testing my patience? Break his limbs." With a wave of his hand, several bodyguards in black moved forward to seize Yun Qianfan. However, Wen Fan would not allow this to happen. "I dare anyone to try," he thundered, his voice echoing through the corridor. Instantly, the bodyguards halted. After all, this man was still the governor of the police. They could not afford to provoke him. Young Master Shui, are you truly refusing to grant me this favor? Before he could finish his sentence, Yun Qianfan's hand rested firmly on Wen Fan's shoulder. Allow me. Wen Fan trembled, his eyes filled with resignation. This was it. Even if Shui Ouyang did not die, his limbs would surely be broken. So you wish to break my limbs? Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Let us step outside for proper discussion. There are elderly and children here, and I wish to avoid bloodshed. As he spoke, Yun Qianfan maintained a smile, yet a glint of coldness shone in his eyes. Shui Ouyang laughed heartily. All right, you have guts. I shall give you this chance. Let us descend and talk it over. Qianfan. Su Qing looked at Yun Qianfan with a face full of anxiety, reaching out to grasp his hand. It's fine, he replied with a slight smile, patting her hand reassuringly. However, Wen Fan had other thoughts, directing his subordinates to follow Yun Qianfan downstairs. He rushed to the hospital reception to prepare stretchers. The reason would soon become clear. At the back door of the municipal hospital, Wen Fan and his group stood beside Yun Qianfan, facing Shui Ouyang and his bodyguards. Young Master Shui, are you truly unwilling to grant me this favor? Wen Fan still wished to avoid harm coming to this foolish young man. Otherwise, he would struggle to explain himself to his superiors. Wen Fan, even if your superior were to arrive today, I would not grant him face. Shui Ouyang retorted coldly, his fierce gaze fixed on Yun Qianfan. You're lucky to be alive today. With that, he signaled his bodyguards to advance toward Yun Qianfan. Seeing this, Wen Fan could only shake his head helplessly. Master Yun, could you be a bit gentler? Do not worry. I shall exercise restraint, Yun Qianfan replied with a light chuckle. Several minutes later, the intensive care unit of the hospital had gained a few more occupants. In the hospital lobby, Wen Fan stood respectfully beside Yun Qianfan. Master Yun, the Shui family is notoriously protective. Should I issue them a warning? If the Shui family learned that Shui Ouyang had been so severely injured, the scene would undoubtedly be catastrophic. As for the bodyguards, they would fare no better, suffering mere injuries. There is no need. I prefer to keep my identity concealed. Let them investigate at their leisure. By the way, did you find any leads on those individuals I asked you to look into last time? Yun Qianfan lit a cigarette, his eyes narrowing slightly. The last time Su Qing was captured, the 4 individuals involved were from a so-called dark organization. He had instructed Chu Xiong to investigate, but there had yet to be any developments. As for Wen Fan, he had merely mentioned it casually. If even Chu Xiong had found nothing, it was unlikely that Wen Fan would uncover anything either. Master Yun, I do have some information, but it's of little use. Wen Fan's expression bore a hint of helplessness. He had indeed gathered some information. Let us hear it. Yun Qianfan exhaled a puff of smoke, speaking slowly. These individuals are not locals from Yunchuan. They hail from Guiyang City. Guiyang City? Yun Qianfan furrowed his brow. Guiyang City, a provincial city in the southern region. However, what difference did it make if they were from Guiyang City? Their origins were undoubtedly suspect, and they were likely part of an organization operating within the military district. Since they had provoked him, they should be prepared for eradication. All right, I understand. You may head back now, and remember, do not disclose my identity. Wen Fan nodded heavily, affirming, I understand, Master Yun. After Wen Fan departed, Yun Qianfan returned to the inpatient department. At this moment, Su Qing and the others had already entered the room where the old man lay. The expression on the face of the Su family's patriarch was pale, sustained only by a respirator. However, when Su Feng and Su Mei saw Yun Qianfan enter the ward unscathed, their expressions shifted dramatically. Su Qing, on the other hand, let out a long sigh of relief. You're all right? Su Mei seemed incredulous. She had finally secured a powerful ally in the Shui family. Yet now, Yun Qianfan had returned without a scratch. What? Am I not all right? Are you disappointed? Yun Qianfan smiled slightly, then turned his gaze to the old man lying in the hospital bed. Judging by the old man's vitality, it seemed he would not last much longer. I don't believe it. My boyfriend Wu Ti let you off so easily. What did you do? To her surprise, Yun Qianfan scoffed. Su Mei, are you a fool? Do you think anyone dares to provoke the governor of the police? Not long ago, a commotion erupted downstairs, where your boyfriend and his bodyguard are likely now at the hospital. Su Mei, in a state of panic, gazed incredulously at Yun Qianfan. This is impossible. You must be joking. Before she could finish her sentence, the doctor who was bringing medication glanced at the group. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to argue, please do so outside. The patient needs to rest. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Su Chong cast a glance at Yun Qianfan. All right, let us head home. In the car, Su Qing clutched Yun Qianfan's hand tightly. Qianfan, will my grandfather be all right? Yun Qianfan sighed deeply and shook his head slightly. Qinger, do you wish to hear the truth or a lie? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, looking at Yun Qianfan with confusion. After 3 seconds of silence, she replied, I want to hear the truth. Your grandfather will not last until tomorrow morning at the latest. His words trailed off, but the implication was all too clear. Given the old man's current condition, it would be difficult for him to survive until dawn. Tears welled up in Su Qing's eyes. Was there truly no way to save him? Seeing Su Qing's sorrowful expression, Yun Qianfan gently patted her back. In truth, he did possess a solution, yet the cost would be more than the entire Su family's assets combined. However, he could not bear to witness Su Qing's heartbreak. There is a way, but the price is the entirety of the Su family's wealth. Can you ensure that your uncle and father will agree? Upon hearing this, Su Qing abruptly lifted her gaze to meet Yun Qianfan's eyes. He did not shy away, but looked back at her with calmness. She knew that Qianfan would not deceive her. Is it true? Do you really have a way? Yun Qianfan nodded gently. It was only 10 in the morning. There were still over 10 hours until tomorrow morning. Surely, they could make it in time. His greatest fear was that the person he needed to summon was far from Yun Chuan, rendering it impossible. I know a renowned physician who can treat your grandfather, but his fees are exorbitant. Therefore, when we return, if you can persuade your uncle and father, that will suffice. In fact, if Su Qing were willing, he could summon the esteemed Dr. Yao immediately. However, he wished to gauge the Su family's attitude first. Su Qing's expression dimmed. How could they possibly relinquish such wealth? Hearing this, Yun Qianfan fell silent. Setting aside everything else, the Su family would never abandon their assets, even if they had lost much without investing in the Su family. Their inheritance would be reduced to mere penalties. At the Shui family villa, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face heavy with concern. This man was Shui Qinghua, the head of the Shui family. Through sheer determination, he had elevated the Shui family to the status of venerable clans such as the Mo and Qian families within a short span of a decade. No one knew how he had achieved this. Who had he angered? Just moments ago, he had learned from a steward that his second son had been brutally assaulted, leaving him in a hospital bed. The steward respectfully spoke. It appears to be the husband of the Su family's third miss, Su Qing, a mere impoverished youth named Yun Qianfan. However, this youth has been in the military for 6 years and has only recently returned. I suspect he may have some connections. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to harm the second young master. Shui Qinghua's expression darkened, revealing a hint of menace. A retired pauper dares to lay hands on my son. Investigate this lad's background. If he lacks any formidable connections, eliminate him. Understood, sir. The steward bowed and departed. Once alone, Shui Qinghua took a deep breath and dialed a number. Before long, an elderly voice echoed from the other end. Mr. Shui, long time no see. Shui Qinghua smiled slightly. Indeed, it has been a while, General Hai. Do you have time to join me for a meal? The afternoon weather was oppressively hot, with the sky overcast, a prelude to an impending downpour. The will clearly stated that each of the 3 brothers would receive 20% of the shares, while the 4 siblings would each receive 10%. Su Feng beamed at the contents of the will, eagerly anticipating the sale of his shares. However, Su Chong wore a somber expression, and Su Yi appeared troubled. Su Qing stood to the side, her demeanor complex. She glanced back at Yun Qianfan, who offered her an encouraging look. Bolstered by Yun Qianfan's support, Su Qing took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Father, uncle, eldest sister, second sister, little brother. There's a way to save Grandpa's life. At this declaration, all eyes turned to Su Qing. Su Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Su Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? Have you not seen your grandfather's condition? The hospital has stated he has only 2 days left. How could he be saved? It is possible. Her succinct response held great weight. Qing'er, you might be speaking out of turn. Su Chong frowned. Although he was skeptical, he wanted to hear Su Qing's proposal. Qing'er, if you have a solution, please share it. As long as it is within our power, we can consider it. Su Yi chimed in as well. First, Let me state the prerequisites. To save Grandpa, we must liquidate all of the Su family's assets, including this villa. Impossible. No way. That is utterly unthinkable. Not only Su Feng, but also Su Chong and Su Mei voiced their disapproval in unison. Hearing their responses, Yun Qianfan shook his head slightly. Clearly, persuading them to part with their family's assets was an unattainable goal. Su Qing looked at her father, her eyes reddening. Dad, if there is a way to save Grandpa, are you unwilling to help? Money can be earned again, but once a person is gone, they are truly lost. Silence enveloped the room as everyone remained quiet. They understood the profound truth, yet they were unwilling to act. Qing'er, things are not as simple as you think. Before he could finish, Su Qing erupted with anger, shouting, enough. She then dashed out of the villa. Seeing this, Yun Qianfan, too, took Nuonyuo and left the villa. In a nearby house, Su Qing sat alone on the bed, tears occasionally streaming down her face. Nuonyuo leapt from Yun Qianfan's arms and rushed into Su Qing's embrace, her beautiful eyes gazing up at her. Mommy, don't cry. Su Qing managed a faint smile, lifting Nuonyuo and wiping her tears. Mommy isn't crying. Yun Qianfan took a deep breath. Qing'er, I need to step out for a moment. With that, he turned and exited the room. Outside the villa, he pulled out his phone, looking at a number he hadn't dialed in ages, and pressed call. Half a minute later, an aged voice came through. Kid Yun, it's been a long time since you called. The tone bore a hint of amusement. Dr. Yao, where are you now? I wish to seek your assistance for a medical condition. Yun Qianfan spoke with an unusual reverence, even more respectful than towards a monarch. This was because his life had been saved by Yao Lao. Without Yao Lao, he would have likely perished long ago. You wish to know my whereabouts? I am where you seek me, came Yao Lao's calm voice from the other end of the phone, as if he had anticipated Yun Qianfan's call. Yao Lao, are you in Yinchuan? Where exactly are you? I am on my way. Yun Qianfan's countenance suddenly became animated. It had been 4 years since he last saw Yao Lao, and he was genuinely eager to reunite. I am at the Antique Street. Do come, Yao Lao replied. Without hesitation, Yun Qianfan hung up the phone and instructed Yin Mo to drive to the Antique Street. In the Xuanbu Fang's office, one fan was wiping cold sweat from his brow while responding to the Grand Commander. Sir, hi. I assure you, this matter is not my doing. It was that individual's doing. Fortunately, he had anticipated that the Grand Commander would inquire about this issue, given the strong ties between the Shui family and his superior. Who exactly is that person? On the other end, Haifu's voice was ominous. That individual knew he was the second young master of the Shui family, and still dared to act so ruthlessly. Breaking limbs is a bit excessive. Had it not been for Shui Xinghua's invitation to dinner, I would have remained oblivious to this matter. Sir Hai, we lack the authority to investigate that person's identity, and we simply cannot uncover it, Wen Fan replied helplessly. Could a mere junior commander delve into the identity of the Yun Wang? It was preposterous. Not only the Yun Wang, but even those around him were beyond his reach to investigate. Ridiculous. You, a commander of the Xuanbu Fang, lack the means to pursue this? Do you take me for a fool? Hearing the furious outburst from the phone, Wen Fan instinctively held the device further away from his ear. Sir Hai, I truly cannot uncover it. Perhaps you could use your own standing to investigate? Wen Fan cautiously suggested. The tone from the other end of the line noticeably softened. If I cannot uncover his identity, you might as well resign. With that, the call ended. Gazing at the disconnected phone, Wen Fan was filled with disdain. A Grand Commander wishing to discover the identity of the Yun Wang? Absurd. Let him figure it out himself. He muttered under his breath before returning to the paperwork at hand. Moments later, a knock echoed from outside the office. Come in. A rather plump man entered, wearing a grim expression. Commander Wen, what a breeze we have here. Upon seeing him, Wen Fan immediately rose from his seat. Sir Hai, what brings you here? The man before him was none other than Grand Commander Haifu. I came to investigate that individual's identity. He strode over to Wen Fan's side. Wen Fan respectfully cleared the seat for him. Haifu deftly opened a website and entered his credential number. Now, provide me with that person's name and identification number. Wen Fan did not withhold the information and relayed it immediately. Haifu shot him a fierce glare before clicking the query button. Ding! A message appeared on the computer screen. Insufficient privileges to access this information. Upon seeing those words, Haifu's corpulent body trembled. His authority as a Grand Commander was inadequate? What a farce! Could it be a mistake? Wen Fan, having seen the screen, could barely suppress a chuckle. The Grand Commander wished to uncover the identity of the Yunwang. Even the Grand Commander of the Nanyu Province S. Xuanbu Fong lacked that privilege. Did you misread it? Hai Fu asked, incredulously regarding Wen Fan. Sir Hai, how could I misread? I informed you earlier that I do not possess the authority to investigate that individual's identity. Chapter 64. It is you. Yun Xianfan, the antique street of Yunchuan, has always been a favored locale for both the affluent and the common folk. The adage goes, one thought can lead to heaven or hell. The realm of antiques is rife with forgeries. At a modest stall, an elderly man with a head of white hair, adorned with a slightly worn waist pouch, sat on a small stool, leisurely puffing on a pipe. Before him lay an array of small items, predominantly jade pendants and drinking vessels. Occasionally, a passerby would express interest in a trinket, only to be met with the old man's exorbitant starting price of $1 million, sending them fleeing in shock. Outside on the street, Yun Xianfan and Yin Mo alighted from their vehicle. Observing the bustling antique street, a smile graced Yun Xianfan's face. Yao Lao had few hobbies, primarily enjoying leisurely strolls through the antique street or selling a few trinkets, albeit at prices most could not afford. Yin Yi, who are you here to see? Yin Mo inquired curiously. You hurried me here. I'm baffled as to whom you are so eager to meet. Aside from Su Jie and Yon Yo, who else could prompt such urgency in Yun Yi? A savior, Yun Xianfan replied succinctly, which immediately silenced Yin Mo. A savior? He could hardly fathom that Yun Yi had ever been saved by another. No wonder Yun Yi appeared so anxious. As they reached the midpoint of the antique street, a commotion erupted around a stall, tightly packed with onlookers. Old man, this item is a fake. I'll offer you 30,000, which is generous enough. What is this? Are you refusing my gracious offer? A derisive laugh resounded from within the crowd. The others stood silent, unable to discern the authenticity of the small object the man held. 300,000, take it or leave it. If not, return it to its place, or you may find yourself in trouble later. A calm voice reached Yun Qianfan's ears. His eyes brightened. It was indeed Yao Lao. Ah, old fool, do you know who I am? In this antique street, it is only I, Wang Ba, who troubles others. No one dares to challenge me. With that, he was eager to witness who would dare oppose him. No sooner had he spoken than a cold voice emerged from the rear of the crowd. Put down the item, kneel, and apologize, and I may allow you to leave. Wang Ba's expression instantly soured. Who dares to speak? Show yourself. The crowd turned in unison. Standing at the rear were Yun Qianfan and Yin Mo. You brat. Were you looking for trouble just now? Wang Ba approached, assessing Yun Qianfan and Yin Mo from head to toe. A mere nobody dared to stand up for the old man. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. It was I who spoke, Yun Qianfan said, glancing at the bronze wine cup in his hand and smiling faintly. With a swift motion, he reclaimed the bronze wine cup. Wang Ba was momentarily stunned. How had the boy snatched it from him? His expression darkened immediately. You seek death. Hand it over. He lunged forward, attempting to seize the wine cup from Yun Qianfan as grasp. However, Yun Qianfan paid him no mind, subtly sidestepping his outstretched hand as he made his way towards Yao Lao. Wang Ba's expression hardened as he raised his fist, aiming a strike at Yun Qianfan's head. Regrettably, before his fist could reach Yun Qianfan, he felt a severe kick to his abdomen, causing him to stagger backward several steps. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Mo had already taken the position that Yun Qianfan had just vacated, slowly retracting his foot with an expression of indifference. Ouch! Wang Ba clutched his stomach, his face as pale as a ghost. The few subordinates beside him were rendered speechless, bewildered at how this individual had managed to strike their leader's abdomen. What are you standing there for? Charge at him! Wang Ba barked at his still-dazed subordinates. It was only then that they snapped back to reality and rushed towards Yin Mo. Before the stall of the old medicine master, Yun Qianfan gently placed his wine cup on the table. Yun Xiaozai has met the old medicine master, he said, clasping his fists in respect and bowing deeply. The old medicine master lightly stroked his beard, a faint smile gracing his lips. It has been a while, Yun Xiaozai. How have you been lately? Yun Qianfan rose, revealing a slight smile. I dare not trouble the old medicine master to worry. I have been doing reasonably well. The old medicine master slowly stood up. All right, I know your time is limited. Let's depart. As he spoke, he began to gather the small items on the table into his waist pouch. Yun Qianfan also lent a hand, and in less than half a minute, everything was packed. Meanwhile, Yin Mo had appeared behind him, grasping the bruised and battered Wang Ba. Yin Mo called out. Only then did Yun Qianfan turn around and cast a glance at Wang Ba. Kneel and apologize, and I shall spare you. Wang Ba dared not utter a single word and immediately knelt before the old medicine master. I'm sorry, I was wrong. After saying this, he forcefully knocked his head against the ground. The old medicine master waved his hand, allowing it to pass. Hurry and get lost. Yun Qianfan snapped, causing Wang Ba to shiver in fear and scramble away. However, the old medicine master's gaze fell upon Yin Mo, an expression of surprise flickering in his eyes. Oh, Yun Xiaozai, this little fellow possesses remarkable talent. I am in need of an heir. Why not him? Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan's eyes widened in disbelief. Old medicine master, you cannot be jesting. You wish to take Yin Mo as your disciple? It was worth noting that when he had sought to be accepted as a disciple, the old medicine master had refused him. Now he was actively expressing a desire to take Yin Mo under his wing. I am sorry, elder. I'm already under Yun Ye's tutelage. Yin Mo began to refuse, but was abruptly kicked by Yun Qianfan. The force of the kick caused Yin Mo to buckle at the knees, falling before the old medicine master. I could not persuade the old medicine master to accept me as a disciple. Yet you, by sheer luck, are offered this opportunity. Do you dare to refuse? Yun Qianfan glared fiercely at Yin Mo. Yin Mo's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Yun Qianfan's words. Even Yun Yi had failed to become a disciple of the old medicine master? How terrifying was that? 2 hours later, disciple, the 6-inch gold needle. The old medicine master's expression was grave as he sat beside the ailing Su Laozai's bed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yin Mo hastily produced a 6-inch gold needle and handed it over. Yun Qianfan stood nearby, his expression tense, as the gold needle pierced a certain acupoint of Su Laozai. The old man suddenly opened his eyes, his throat convulsing as if he were trying to expel something. Quick as a flash, Yun Qianfan yanked the breathing apparatus from Su Laozai's mouth. The moment the machine was removed, Su Laozai spat out a mouthful of black blood. With a splatter, a foul-smelling black blood clot stained the white sheets, while Su Laozai's previously ashen face regained a hint of color. Weary yet grateful, he gazed at Yun Qianfan, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Qianfan, is it you? Chapter 65. The next place, Su family old man. How do you feel? Yun Qianfan asked with a slight smile, observing Su Laozai's restored complexion. A flicker of guilt crossed Su Laozai's face. Qianfan, I did not expect that in the end, it would be you who saved me. Previously, the Su family had imposed exceedingly harsh demands upon Yun Qianfan. Had he been a mere impoverished youth, he could not have met their expectations. Yet now, the tables had turned, and the old man was indebted to him for his life. A hint of shame colored Su Laozai's features. You are too kind, elder. You are Qing Er's grandfather. It is only right that I act thus. Yun Qianfan noted that the old man's temperament seemed less severe than before. In contrast, Su Qing's uncles and aunts were solely fixated on dividing the family wealth. Alas, I misjudged you. You and Qing truly are a match made in heaven. I had been too incredulous before. I owe you an apology, Su Laozai said, and Yun Qianfan quickly waved his hand. Elder, you are too polite. After all, no one wishes for Qing to marry a poor boy. To his surprise, Su Laozai shook his head. No matter, while I still have a few days left, I have decided to let you marry Qing first. Just to witness your union would bring me great joy. A bitter smile crossed Su Laozai's lips, as if he were aware of his dwindling time. Yun Qianfan paused, glancing at the old medicine master. The old medicine master rose slowly, shaking his head. The poison has severely corroded most of his internal organs. There are methods to save him, but time is of the essence. Even if I returned, it will be too late. Hearing this, Yun Qianfan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even the old medicine master would be at a loss. Old medicine master, is there truly no way? Before he could finish, Su Laozai, lying on the bed, interrupted. Qianfan, do not trouble this esteemed elder any longer. I am weary. The family matters can be left to you younger generations. Could you fetch me some paper and a pen? Realizing what the old man intended, Yun Qianfan remained silent for a few seconds before exiting the hospital room. The old medicine master and Yin Mo followed suit. Outside the room, the old medicine master sighed. Qianfan, the poison has already eroded much of his insides. There's a way to save him, but it would take too long. Even if I were to return, it would be too late. It is all right, old medicine master. This is the old man's choice, and I respect it. Yun Qianfan nodded. In truth, he had not expected the old man to relinquish his will to live. Perhaps he was simply weary. Take care, lad. This child I shall take with me. In a few years, I will have him come find you. The old medicine master patted Yun Qianfan's shoulder. Yin Mo knelt before Yun Qianfan. Yin Yi, I will study diligently under the master. When I have completed my training, I will return to follow you. Yun Qianfan smiled slightly. Rise. As he watched Yin Mo get up, he placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Learn well from the old medicine master. If you do not, I will show you what for when you return. Yes. Yin Mo stood tall and straight. All right, we shall take our leave now. Next time, I will come to collect payment from you, lad. The old medicine master chuckled as he led Yin Mo away. Once the two had disappeared into the elevator, Yun Qianfan took out his phone and called Su Qing. The voice on the other end sounded somewhat fatigued. Qianfan, where have you been? Why haven't you returned? Qing I am at the hospital. Please come over. The old man has some words to share with you. In the evening, Wen Fan left the police station. Utterly exhausted. After a tiring morning, he found himself berated for an entire afternoon by Hai Fu Cho, which only fueled his frustration. Damn at fatso. If I ever take your position, I shall berate you for a whole day. How dare you? If I were to reveal Yun Ye's true identity, it would surely terrify you to your core. As Wen Fan muttered a few curses under his breath, he made his way to the parking lot, preparing to drive home to rest. However, the moment he opened the car door, he froze in place. Get in. The sight of the dark gun in the hand of the man in the passenger seat sent chills down Wen Fan's spine. He swallowed hard and quickly got into the car, shutting the door behind him. It was only after he settled in that he realized there were two more individuals in the back seat. Drive. At the icy command from the man beside him, Wen Fan complied, terrified that any misstep might result in his own demise. After the vehicle had been on the road for over 10 minutes, they turned onto a secluded street. Stop. A voice from the back ordered, and the car halted at the roadside. Taking a deep breath, Wen Fan cautiously inquired, What do you gentlemen seek from me? The individual in the back seat spoke up. I ask you, who is responsible for the deaths at the abandoned factory? The chilling tone made Wen Fan's scalp prickle. Although he could not see the man, he felt as though he were being stalked by a venomous serpent. Gentlemen, surely you have mistaken me for someone else? I merely handled a collection of corpses. I do not know who struck the fatal blow. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sudden chill in his thigh. Unbeknownst to him, a dagger had been plunged into his leg, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Do not scream, or you shall meet a gruesome end. The man in the passenger seat's warning silenced Wen Fan immediately. The excruciating pain drained the color from his face. Who are you? You need not know who we are. Just answer my question. Who killed the individuals at the abandoned factory? The man in the back seat reiterated, his voice as cold as before. I truly do not know. Gentlemen, before he could finish, the man in the passenger seat slammed his hand down upon the dagger embedded in Wen Fan's thigh. With a sickening crunch, the sharp blade pierced through his femur, pinning his leg to the seat. A heart-wrenching scream echoed within the vehicle. Blood flowed freely, as if it were of no consequence. For the last time, speak. The man in the back commanded again, his patience wearing thin, and his tone laced with lethal intent. Wen Fan's heart quaked, his face growing even paler. Yet he managed a cold laugh. I will die regardless of whether I speak or not. So why should I divulge anything? Huh? You believe you can extract information from me? Dream on. If I perish, you shall not escape either. You will die even worse than I. Before he could finish, a bullet pierced through his forehead, shattering the windshield. Instantly, the glass cracked. The man in the back, who had remained silent until now, opened his eyes, which glimmered with the sharpness of a viper. Next, Sujia. Chapter 66. A deathly encounter outside the hospital. Su Qing gazed with reddened eyes at the newly drafted will of her grandfather, her heart heavy with sorrow. The will clearly stated that the previous document was null and void, and that the Su Corporation was to be managed by Su Qing, with all shares of Su Lai transferred to her name. Other members of the Su family were to follow Su Qing's directives, with the option to leave the corporation if they so wished. The will concluded with her grandfather's name and seal. This is your grandfather's choice. He hopes you will manage the Su Corporation well, ensuring that his legacy does not falter. Yun Qianfan stood beside her, offering gentle words of comfort. There was little more he could do. If even Yao Lao could not help, then there truly was no hope left. However, if this news were to come to the attention of other family members, it could lead to unforeseen complications. It was easy to predict they would deem it a forgery. But I have recorded the entire process. Even if they deny it, the evidence remains. I understand. Su Qing leaned into Yun Qianfan's embrace, quietly sobbing. Yun Qianfan sighed deeply, gently patting her back. Let's return home for now. We can come back tomorrow. Su Qing nodded softly, and together they left the hospital. In the car, silence enveloped them. This time, Yun Qianfan took the wheel. Yin Mo had gone to study with Yao Lao, leaving him as the designated driver. Su Qing sat in the passenger seat, her mood somber. To alleviate the heavy atmosphere, Yun Qianfan turned on the radio. Breaking news. Wen Fan, the chief of the Yinchuan police station, has been brutally murdered in the old city, with the assailant armed with a firearm. Residents are urged to remain vigilant. As the broadcaster's words faded, the color drained from Yun Qianfan's face. Su Qing also looked up sharply at him. How little time has passed? The man they saw just this morning has now been murdered in broad daylight? Qianfan. One doo-doo. Su Qing's face was a mixture of shock and confusion. Yun Qianfan took a deep breath, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I do not know either. Let's return home first. I will call a friend to find out what transpired. Regardless, Wen Fan has aided me on several occasions. I suspect his death is connected to the so-called Dark Knight organization. It is highly likely they have sent someone to Yinchuan. If so, both Su Qing and Niu may be in danger. Indeed, concern etched deeper into Su Qing's features. If the murderer dares to kill even the chief of police, who else could they possibly fear? At the Su family villa, an off-road vehicle parked at the entrance. 3 men clad in black stepped out. The leader's gaze was icy as he surveyed the villa before him. Since Lorden has entrusted them with this task, they would execute it flawlessly. Is this the Su family villa? Qing Shi asked coldly. One of the others nodded, a sneer escaping his lips. I never expected Yinchuan to harbor experts capable of taking down the 4 brothers. How rare indeed. Qing Shi inhaled deeply. Let us proceed. The 3 men effortlessly scaled the high wall, entering the villa's courtyard. They paid no mind to the small house nearby, dismissing it as merely a servant's quarters or a storage room. However, at that very moment, Zhang Ke, who was in the small house playing with Niu, felt an immediate shift in the atmosphere. Yin had asked him to look after Niu for a while, but he never anticipated an intrusion. Moreover, the intruders possessed formidable skills, which raised his suspicions. Niu, stay at home and do not wander off, all right? Uncle Zhang will be out for a moment. Zhang Kuei smiled gently, affectionately ruffling Niu's hair. Niu obediently nodded. All right, Uncle Zhang. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhang Kuei rose and approached the window. With a single hand push, he leaped effortlessly into the courtyard, his footsteps as silent as a cat. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Su family? Zhang Kuei's expression was frigid, his eyes radiating a faint glimmer of murderous intent. In an instant, the 3 members of the Qing Shi, who had their backs turned to Zhang Kuei, underwent a drastic change in countenance. They sensed that the man behind them possessed strength far superior to their own. Before they could utter a word, 4 figures materialized directly in front of them. Ever since Yun Qianfan and Su Qing vacated their previous villa and returned here, the 4 warriors who had been protecting Niu also arrived at the Su family villa. In that fleeting moment, the faces of the Qing Shi turned pale, for they had not detected the presence of these 5 individuals. Run! Qing Shi bellowed, immediately sprinting in one direction, while the other 2 darted in another. Yet, they greatly underestimated the prowess of Zhang Kuei and the 4 warriors. With a powerful stride, Zhang Kuei appeared beside Qing Shi, delivering a swift kick. The latter instinctively raised his hands to shield his chest, but the overwhelming force propelled him backward. A dull thud echoed through the air, and Qing Shi felt as if his hands were about to shatter, the searing pain nearly causing him to scream. As he regained his balance, his trembling hands reflected the terror in his eyes as he gazed at Zhang Kuei. Who are you? He stammered. Just then, his 2 companions were also overpowered by the 4 warriors. It was evident that they were no match for them. Who I am is of little consequence. Since you have arrived, there is no need for you to depart. Zhang Kuei coldly snorted and struck again. The other 4 warriors simultaneously charged at the remaining 2. Faced with this overwhelming force, Qing Shi's group was thrown into disarray. With a growl, he decided to fight back. He reached for his waist, intending to draw his gun, but Zhang Kuei was quicker. He lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Qing Shi's chest. The fierce wind from the blow caused Qing Shi's expression to shift dramatically. This punch would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Abandoning the thought of drawing his weapon, he retaliated with a kick. However, regret soon washed over him. The impact of his foot colliding with Zhang Kuei's fist produced a sharp crack. His foot was broken, and he lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. Just as he attempted to draw his gun, Zhang Kuei was already at his side, a sharp dagger poised at his throat. Move and you die. Qing Shi halted his actions. He turned his head to glance at Bai Xiong and Lao Ying, who had also been subdued. From beginning to end, the three had not managed to last even 2 minutes. In the car, Yun Qianfan received a call from Zhang Kuei. At that moment, he and Su Qing were merely minutes away from the villa. A frown creased his brow as he answered. Yin Yi, someone has infiltrated the Su family villa, and I have captured them. I am currently at the back mountain. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan's expression darkened immediately. Understood. I will be there shortly. Chapter 67. Offending Yun Qianfan is fatal. Qing'a, please return home to accompany Nyon Yo. I have a matter to attend to. After exiting the car, Yun Qianfan smiled at Su Qing. Her delicate brows furrowed with concern as she gazed at him. Where are you going? She had always suspected that Yun Qianfan's identity was extraordinary, yet she lacked concrete evidence. Just stepping out to handle a few matters. I will be back soon. Yun Qianfan gently cupped her face and placed a kiss upon her rosy lips. All right, return home to keep Nyon Yo company. Tomorrow, we will take her to kindergarten together. The sweetness of the moment lingered in the air. Su Qing's cheeks flushed as she shot him a playful glare, thinking him to be incorrigible. After a moment of hesitation, her face turning crimson, she urged, come back early. I'll be waiting for you at home. With that, she entered the villa. Observing Su Qing's bashful demeanor, Yun Qianfan felt a twinge of shyness himself. It seemed as though they had not shared such moments in quite some time. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, his expression darkened. With Wen Fan recently killed, an infiltration into the Su family was not merely coincidental. It was evident that the assailants were targeting him. It seemed the Dark Knight organization was indeed formidable, managing to trace him so swiftly. He lit a cigarette and glanced at the moving figures within the small house, making his way toward the back mountain. At the signal tower in the back mountain, the moonlight bathed the earth in a silvery glow, illuminating everything clearly even without artificial light. Zhang Kuei and the two warriors had already bound the three intruders with ropes, awaiting Yun Ye's instructions. What was your purpose in infiltrating the Su family? Zhang Kuei sat on a nearby stone, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the trio. This was the third time he had posed this question, yet they remained silent, seemingly preparing for something. Speak, and perhaps you shall find some relief. Otherwise, you will regret it soon enough. When Yun Yi arrives, your fate is sealed. After a lengthy silence, Qing Shi took a deep breath. Who are you? Yin Chuan surely does not have experts such as you. Zhang Kuei chuckled. There are matters you are not yet qualified to know. Perhaps your superiors are aware. Zhang Kuei was well aware of the Dark Knight organization, having conducted his own investigations, but it appeared that this organization was adept at concealing itself. Besides knowing that it had a base in Guiyang, they remained largely in the dark. Presently, Chu Xiong was still investigating. Perhaps in a few days, clarity would emerge. Qing Shi fell into silence. Could it be that there were figures in Yunchuan that even the Dark Knight organization was unaware of? This seemed impossible. They possessed extensive knowledge of all the families and officials in Yunchuan, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, they knew nothing of these individuals before them. As they contemplated this, Zhang Kuei and the two warriors straightened their postures, observing the figure that was slowly approaching them. When Yun Qianfan drew near, the three immediately bowed respectfully. Yun Yi. Yun Qianfan nodded, patting the shoulders of the two warriors. You may return now. Yes. The two warriors acknowledged and sprinted down a mountain. Upon witnessing this scene, Qing Shi's pupils constricted. The speed and control exhibited by these two warriors indicated that their strength was undoubtedly on par with his own. With a snap, Yun Qianfan lit another cigarette and turned to Zhang Kuei. Have you extracted any information? Zhang Kuei shook his head. These three seem to have undergone specialized training. They will not speak easily. However, it is not difficult to deduce that they are likely members of the Dark Knight organization. Hearing this, Yun Qianfan exhaled a cloud of smoke, slowly squatting down to meet the gaze of the three. A heavy glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. I did not seek you out, yet you dare to come to me. Quite bold indeed. As the words fell from his lips, he delivered a punch to one of the man's calves. The impact was so forceful that it shattered the bone, leaving an indentation in the ground. A person capable of shattering leg bones remained utterly silent. Upon witnessing this, Yun Qianfan's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, there exists a measure of fortitude. However, Qingshi felt a chill run down his spine. The force of this punch undoubtedly surpassed that of Zhang Kuei, perhaps by several magnitudes. You must be the leader among you, Yun Qianfan remarked, turning his gaze towards Qingshi. A tremor coursed through Qingshi, who refrained from responding, knowing full well that their fate was grim. The aura surrounding this individual was even more terrifying than that of Lorden. No words, is it? Yun Qianfan smiled faintly before extending his hand towards Zhang Kuei. Zhang Kuei comprehended his intent and promptly drew forth a dagger, presenting it to him. The dagger settled into Yun Qianfan's grasp as he regarded the three individuals. Are you aware of what rending punishment entails? Upon hearing this term, Zhang Kuei instinctively turned his head aside. Conversely, the presence of Qingshi and his companions caused them to shudder in trepidation. Gazing at the smile on Yun Qianfan's face felt akin to staring into the abyss of a demon. You can administer rending punishment? The man beside Qingshi, known as Lao Ying, spoke with palpable fear, his eyes filled with dread. Rending punishment is a form of torture reserved for particularly formidable foes. Akin to Ling Qi, yet far more horrifying. It encompasses 88 blades, each aimed at the most sensitive areas of the body. After enduring all 88 strokes, death does not come swiftly. Instead, the victim is left to witness their own blood ebb away, a sight they had once regrettably witnessed. The individual had divulged everything after merely enduring 8 strokes. They could hardly fathom the terror that 88 blades would bring. What do you think? Yun Qianfan smiled subtly, his dagger piercing a specific point beneath Lao Ying's ribs. A wave of agonizing pain surged into his brain, prompting a scream to escape his lips. I offer you a chance. Reveal all that you know, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I wish to see who among you can withstand the 88 blades. Yun Qianfan's smile remained, yet to the three, it appeared more terrifying than a ghoul emerging from the underworld. The trio trembled, exchanging glances as if reaching a silent consensus. The moment their eyes met, Yun Qianfan anticipated their intent. Yet, he was still a step behind. In a flash, the blade severed Qingshi's lips, revealing a ruptured poison sac. The venom having already been ingested. By Xiong and Lao Ying convulsed violently, blood gushing from their mouths, and within mere seconds, they collapsed to the ground. As for Qingshi, he too was losing blood rapidly, aware that he had merely bought himself a few extra minutes. Who exactly are you? Yun Chuan. There's no such figure as you. Qingshi stared intently at Yun Qianfan, his final moments not devoid of curiosity about his identity. Yun Qianfan's expression darkened, astonished that these three possessed such archaic methods. It seemed the Dark Knight organization was even more formidable than he had imagined. He cast a cold glance at Qingshi, his voice chillingly resolved. The Dark Knight organization, is it? To provoke me, Yun Qianfan, is to invite certain death. Upon hearing this name, Qingshi's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling as he raised his hand, blood staining his fingers. You are the Wang of Yun. Chapter 68. Anew will it dawn the following day. The Su family received distressing news. Old Master Su had passed away. In the Su family villa, a mourning hall was hastily arranged. At the center stood a high-quality Nanmu coffin, within which the old master lay peacefully, his face pale, yet still exuding a semblance of kindness. Surrounding him were members of the Su family and numerous senior executives of the Su group. Post the news. The old master has departed. He will be laid to rest in 3 days, Su Chong stated gravely to those nearby. Su Qing tightly grasped Yun Qianfan's hand. Her eyes reddened with tears, her delicate form trembling slightly. Yun Qianfan maintained a calm demeanor, one hand holding Su Qing's while the other embraced Nyo. He had not anticipated missing the old master's final farewell. Qianfan, what should I do now? Should I announce grandfather's will? Su Qing's grip tightened as she spoke, her eyes betraying her anxiety. The grandfather had bequeathed all his shares to her, effectively placing the weight of the entire Su group upon her shoulders. However, her second uncle, third uncle, and even her father, along with Su Mei, would not acknowledge this. Yun Qianfan surveyed the assembly, recognizing them as the upper echelons of the Su group. Then it shall be announced, he encouraged. Speak freely. I am here, and the old master has already prepared for this. Nodding, Yun Qianfan's demeanor remained composed. Bolstered by his support, Su Qing found her courage. Releasing Yun Qianfan's hand, she stepped forward. Father, second uncle, third uncle, and all esteemed executives of the company. Since you are all present, there are matters I wish to address. Instantly, all eyes were fixated on Su Qing. Qing, or what do you wish to say? Su Chong's brow furrowed, his expression darkening. The others appeared perplexed, questioning what needed to be said in such a solemn setting. I must speak of grandfather's will. Su Qing inhaled deeply, scanning the crowd. What? The room erupted in confusion, all eyes turning to Su Chong. Grandfather's will has long been arranged. Are you suggesting you do not wish to claim your shares? Su Mei scoffed, her eyes filled with derision. Qing, the old masteress will is in my possession. What is it that you wish to convey? Su Chong queried, puzzled, as he had always held the old masteress will. Father, grandfather has drafted a new will, rendering the one you possess null and void. A wave of shock rippled through the morning hall. Su Feng was the first to react. Su Qing. What nonsense are you spouting? The old masteress will has long been established. What do you mean by this? Do you possess another will? You are correct, second uncle. I indeed have another will from grandfather, one that he penned just yesterday. Su Qing declared, producing the will written by her grandfather the previous afternoon before the assembly. As she gazed upon the familiar handwriting, her heart ached, tears streaming down her cheeks, especially upon seeing the crimson fingerprint at the end, which further deepened her sorrow. Impossible. How could grandfather draft a new will? Moreover, he was unable to speak yesterday, let alone write. Su Mei glared at Su Qing with indignation, her eyes slowly filling with doubt. Not just her, but even Su Chong and the others were skeptical of the authenticity of the will in Su Qing's hands. Qing, what are you talking about? The old master could not have rewritten his will. Su Chong's expression darkened as he fixed a piercing gaze on Su Qing. Unperturbed, she focused on the will, reciting each word deliberately. From this day forth, the will previously established by me, Su Lai, is rendered void. The will is hereby established, stating as follows. The Su group shall be taken over by Su Qing, with all shares under its name assigned solely to her. All other members of the Su family shall heed Su Qing's directives. Should anyone refuse, they are free to leave the Su group and seek their own paths, with Su Qing barred from preventing their departure. The signatory, Su Lai, on the date of XX month, XXXX year. As the final words were spoken, Su Qing was rendered inconsolable. However, the moment the declaration was made, it was met with vehement opposition from all present. Impossible. This will must be a forgery. King your grandfather would be heartbroken to know you forged this will. Not only Su Feng and Su Mei, but even Su Qing's own father believed the will to be counterfeit. After all, the Su group is a vast enterprise, and now it has been reduced to a single owner in Su Qing. How could they possibly accept such a reality? Even if the will were genuine, they would still claim it to be false. Yun Qianfan seemed to have anticipated this reaction, carrying Nyo forward and surveying the crowd. I knew you would not believe. He then produced his phone from his pocket, revealing a video he had recorded earlier. The footage clearly depicted Su Lai writing the will from the very first word. Minutes later, as the recording concluded, Yun Qianfan scoffed. What now? In front of the old master, do you still refuse to acknowledge it? His sharp retort caused the Su family members to flinch. Nonsense. The video in your hand is also a fake. I tell you, Su Qing, I do not recognize this will. I only acknowledge the one in your father's possession. Su Feng's face reddened with fury. Having finally rid himself of the old man, he was loath to see Su Qing benefit from it. Whether this will is genuine or not, you all know in your hearts. I have no desire to say more. I simply wish for grandfather to rest in peace. Su Qing wiped the tears from her eyes, her countenance pale as she lowered her head. Yet this was far from over. A smirk played on Yun Qianfan's lips as he took a step forward. Rest in peace. I doubt the old master will ever know who truly caused his demise. This statement fell like a heavy bomb upon the tranquil surface of the lake. Yun Qianfan, what do you mean? Su Yi shot up, fixing an intense gaze upon him. Clearly, there were implications within his words. Su Chang also regarded Yun Qianfan with a dark expression. Yun Qianfan, one may speak freely over meals, but one must not speak carelessly. This is the Su family, and you are not yet our son-in-law. Speak out of turn again, and I shall have you thrown out. At this, Yun Qianfan's gaze turned icy. I am not yet your son-in-law, I understand. However, Su Qing is my beloved, Nyo is my daughter, and her grandfather is my grandfather. The old master died under mysterious circumstances, and you fools are here squabbling over shares. Why not act like decent human beings? If the old master were to witness your behavior, he would surely strike you down. With that, he produced a laboratory report from his breast pocket and flung it towards Su Yi. In his view, only Su Yi among the Su family was somewhat respectable. Look closely and see for yourself the true cause of the old master's death. Under the scrutiny of all, Su Yi opened the laboratory report. A quick glance revealed the final findings. Name, Su Lai. Age, 78. Cause of death, poisoning. In an instant, his expression changed dramatically. Second brother, what is going on? Su Changingkard, noticing Su Yi's sudden behavior. Su Yi inhaled deeply, his eyes ablaze with fury. The old master's cause of death was poisoning, and it had persisted for 3 long years. What? This is impossible. Not only Su Chang, but even Su Mei and the others were taken aback. Su Qing's gaze shot up to Yun Qianfan. Qianfan, what is the meaning of this? All eyes converged on Yun Qianfan, who had unexpectedly produced a laboratory report. It seemed he had anticipated such a situation, for he simply shook his head. Originally, I had no intention of involving myself in the old master's affairs. However, with Qing'er present, I am compelled to act. I previously mentioned that the old master's illness was quite suspicious. Even with a heart condition, if treated promptly, there should be no mortal danger. Yet, this time, danger arose, and his body was laden with toxins, with a latency period extending over 3 years, only to culminate just 2 days ago. Each word seemed to narrate the injustice of the old master's death. The prolonged poisoning was clearly the result of foul play from those close to him. As for the identity of the perpetrator, Yun Qianfan had a hunch. His gaze fell upon Su Feng, whose prior reactions had been notably peculiar. Su Feng, sensing Yun Qianfan's scrutiny, shouted, Yun Qianfan, why are you looking at me? Do you think I would kill my own father? Despite his bravado, cold sweat trickled down his brow. He never anticipated that Yun Qianfan would possess a report regarding the old master's demise. Huh, third uncle, if you have nothing to hide, why would you care that I am watching you? With so many people here, why would I fix my gaze solely on you? This proclamation sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd. All eyes shifted to Su Feng, filled with skepticism. Su Ye's expression hardened as he advanced step by step towards Su Feng. Third brother, what is going on? Did you cause our father's death? Su Feng, caught off guard by the unfolding situation, instinctively recoiled as Su Yi approached, stumbling over a stone and falling to the ground. Witnessing this, the onlookers realized that Su Feng was unlikely to escape unscathed. Yet, Su Feng appeared to have come to a realization, letting out a maniacal laugh. What if it was me? Do I hold any power in this family? That old man should have died long ago. All the resources go to you, what I have. I earned through my own efforts. Why should I not reap the rewards of his death? He pointed at Yun Qianfan, his eyes blazing with hatred. If it weren't for you, my plans would have succeeded long ago. I hate you. I hate you. His anguished cries echoed within the morning hall, amplifying the eerie atmosphere surrounding the coffin at its center. In the latest news report, it was announced that Su Lai, the former president of the Su Group, had passed away, with the funeral scheduled for the following day. Who would ultimately take control of the Su Group? This news swept through Yunchuan. In the Shui family villa, Shui Qinghua turned off the television, his brow furrowed. It had been 2 days since he had last heard from Hai Fu, and he was starting to worry. Moreover, was not the Su Group the family of his son's girlfriend? However, what troubled him further was the death of one fan. The passing of a governor would undeniably trigger a significant reaction. If his son had acted rashly and was responsible for one fan's death, the implications could be dire. Even he may not be able to protect his own son. With this thought in mind, Shui Qinghua hastily took out his phone, preparing to call Shui Ouyang. Just as he retrieved his device, a familiar number caught his eye. His expression darkened as he pressed the answer key. Shui Zong, your audacity is remarkable. You dare to kill even a governor. Are you prepared for the consequences? Can you bear what follows? The voice on the other end, Hai Fu, was particularly frigid. The previous evening, after reprimanding Wen Fan, he returned home only to receive news from his subordinates that Wen Fan had been murdered and the assailants were armed with firearms. Upon hearing this news, he was left dumbfounded. In Yun Chuan, who would dare to kill a governor of the patrol department? He immediately dispatched personnel to investigate. Yet they uncovered nothing substantial. However, upon reflection, he recalled that Shui Qinghua's son, Shui Ouyang, had just been attacked the day before, and Wen Fan was present during the incident. Could it be that Wen Fan's inaction had provoked Shui Ouyang's wrath, prompting him to eliminate Wen Fan? The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed, which is why he called Shui Qinghua. "Haidu, do you truly believe my son would engage in such an act? Does he not understand the gravity of the situation?" Shui Qinghua's expression darkened, as he too was uncertain whether his son was involved. If it were indeed him, he would have to prepare money for a hasty escape. "I cannot say. However, it is best if it is not him. If I find out otherwise, you know the repercussions. I must warn you, Wen Fan was to be the next Grand Governor. He was to succeed me upon my retirement. Now he is dead. The death of a Grand Governor carries immense significance, and you are well aware of this." A shiver ran through Shui Qinghua. Wen Fan was to be the next Grand Governor? If it were indeed his son, the consequences would be dire. "Understood. If he is the culprit, I will personally execute him." A fierce glint emerged in Shui Qinghua's eyes. A son lost can be replaced. He was still in his 40s. Yet, should the Shui family suffer significant repercussions, the loss would be irreparable. "It's good that you understand. By the way, regarding the individual you asked me to look into," at this point, Hai Fu hesitated, pondering whether to disclose the identity of that person, which even he was unable to ascertain. Noticing Hai Fu's silence, Shui Qinghua furrowed his brow and pressed, "Haidu, who is that person?" Hai Fu exit, a troubled expression crossing his face. "Very well, I shall tell you. The identity of that person is beyond my reach. Their background is even more profound than we can imagine. If you wish to prevent the Shui family from being ruined by your son, it would be best to offer an apology in person. They are not someone we can afford to offend." On the day of Old Master Su's funeral, attendees comprised prominent figures from Yunchuan. The ceremony was conducted with due solemnity, devoid of any disturbances, which was precisely what the Su family desired. As for Su Feng, he had been taken away by the patrol department and did not even attend the funeral. Presently, the Su family was entirely under Su Qing's control, and the others were obliged to heed her directives. After the funeral concluded, everyone returned to their respective affairs. Su Qing busied herself with the investment plans for Qing Yun Group. However, with Yun Qianfan's covert assistance, 200 million in funds were swiftly injected into the Su family business. After compensating some breach of contract fees, there were still remaining funds. At Yangguang Kindergarten, "Teacher, I will trouble you with Nyonyo from now on." Now that kindergarten had commenced, it was time for Nyonyo to begin her studies. "Rest assured, we will take good care of Nyonyo," the teacher assured. Yun Qianfan knelt to look at Nyonyo, smiling gently. "Nyonyo, be good at school. Daddy will come to pick you up after class." "I will be good, Daddy." Nyonyo nodded obediently, unlike other children who cried and fussed. "All right, go on in with your teacher." Yun Qianfan lightly brushed her nose with his fingers, then smiled as Nyonyo followed her teacher into the kindergarten before he drove away. With a soft click, Yun Qianfan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, his brow furrowing. "Have there been any updates on the Dark Knight organization?" The driver, Zhang Kuei, shook his head, his expression grave. "We're still investigating, Yin Yi. I suspect there are other powerful figures behind this organization. Over the past few days, he and Chu Xiong have been looking into the Dark Knight organization, but have yet to uncover any concrete information. It is as if they never existed at all. The inability to find any information was clearly an impossibility. It seemed this organization was anything but ordinary." Yun Qianfan exhaled a cloud of smoke, his demeanor somber. "Yin Yi, should we utilize your status to investigate this organization?" Zhang Kuei inquired while driving. After a moment of silence, Yun Qianfan shook his head. "Not for now. There are those who do not wish to see me released. I prefer to keep my identity concealed for the time being." He shook his head again. Certain individuals would not want him out of prison. If they learned of his release, they would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics against him. While he could bear the consequences, any repercussions affecting Su Qing and Nyonyo would be unacceptable. "Yin Yi, do those individuals still not relent? After the monarch sentenced you to 3 years in Blue Sea Prison, it should be evident how much the monarch values you. Are they still unaware? Zhang Kuei had some understanding of the situation. In the realm of Shenzhou, there were 3 kings and 1 monarch, King Yun, King Feng, and King Yi. Among the 3 kings, there was no hierarchy. King Yi maintained a neutral position, avoiding conflict with King Yun and King Feng. Originally, King Yun had no intention of clashing with the other 2 kings. However, over a year ago, an audacious Sanqing Feng Shui under King Feng had brazenly executed a general from the Dragon War army simply because the general disobeyed his orders. This enraged King Yun, who then single-handedly invaded King Feng's territory and executed the Sanqing Feng Shui in front of him. King Feng and King Yun battled for 2 hours without a clear victor. Just as they were about to fight to the death, the monarch intervened. After separating the 2, and due to the death of the individual at King Yun's hands, it was deemed necessary to stabilize military morale by sending King Yun to Blue Sea Prison for 3 years. Now, only a year and a half had passed, and the monarch had secretly allowed King Yun to return home for a visit. Zhang Kuei, some matters are not as simple as you perceive. Yun Qianfan sighed deeply. There were things Zhang Kuei and the others were unaware of, and it was unnecessary for them to know. Knowing too much would not benefit them. I understand, Yun Yi. Zhang Kuei nodded, ceasing to speak. If Yun Yi wished to inform him, he would do so freely, since he remained silent. It signified that Zhang Kuei did not need to know. Let us go. He originally intended to visit the Su family group, but a sudden phone call interrupted his thoughts. King Ye, Qianfan, the head of the Shui family, Shui Qinghua, wishes to meet with you. The head of the Shui family? Yun Qianfan was momentarily taken aback. Didn't I just interrupt Shui Ouyang's hands and feet? His father, instead of seeking revenge, wishes to meet me? Oh, I do not know him. Yun Qianfan smiled subtly. I'm not sure about that, and currently, Shui Qinghua is at our company, insisting on seeing you. How about you come over and meet him? On the other end of the line, Su Qing was equally puzzled, wondering when Qianfan had become acquainted with the head of the Shui family. Fine. I was just planning to come over to have a look. After hanging up the phone, Yun Qianfan instructed Zhang Kuei to head to Su Shi Group. Half an hour later, Yun Qianfan arrived at Su Qing's office. As he pushed the door open, he saw Su Qing conversing with a man. Upon noticing Yun Qianfan, the man hastily rose to his feet. You must be young Master Yun, correct? Shui Qinghua gazed at Yun Qianfan with astonishment, not expecting him to be so young. Who are you? Yun Qianfan extended his hand symbolically. I sincerely apologize. My son, Shui Ouyang, has caused you trouble. I am his father, Shui Qinghua. After speaking, Shui Qinghua bowed deeply to Yun Qianfan in front of Su Qing. Su Qing was taken aback. What was happening? For what he said, it seemed that the young master of the Shui family had been beaten by Yun Qianfan. It turns out that is the case. No worries. Shui Gongzi merely has a bit of a temper. A beating will suffice. Just as she finished speaking, Su Qing pinched the soft flesh at Yun Qianfan's waist, causing him to grimace in pain. But Mr. Shui has just signed a 50 million deal with us at Su Shi Group. Su Qing shot him a fierce glare, seemingly urging him to apologize to Shui Qinghua. However, Shui Qinghua, being quite astute, understood Su Qing's intent. That 50 million order was essentially compensation he intended to offer Yun Qianfan. If he had not been unable to find Yun Qianfan's contact information, that 50 million would have already been handed over in cash. No need for such courtesy, Mr. Su. Shui Qinghua quickly waved his hand. At that moment, Su Qing's secretary entered. Su Zong. Seeing this, Su Qing glared fiercely at Yun Qianfan, as if to say he should treat Mr. Shui well. Once she left the office, it fell silent. Yun Qianfan cast a glance at Shui Qinghua, his tone turning somewhat icy. Who informed you? Shui Qinghua's heart sank. Young Master Yun, you must be the chief constable's subordinate, right? He cannot ascertain my identity, but he likely knows it is not simple, hence he sent you to apologize. Am I correct? Yun Qianfan nonchalantly seated himself on the sofa, lighting a cigarette, his gaze calmly fixed on Shui Qinghua. The latter was internally shaken. How did he know? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts. Standing beside Yun Qianfan, he spoke respectfully, Young Master Yun, I hope you can spare my inept son's life. This 50 million order is my compensation to you. Yun Qianfan smiled slightly, stating, had I wished for him to vanish, he would not have survived until now. You comprehend my meaning, do you not? I understand. After saying this, he took out pen and paper to draft an investment contract. The investment amount was 100 million. Once completed, Shui Qinghua cautiously glanced at Yun Qianfan. Young Master Yun, would this be acceptable? Yun Qianfan nodded. The head of the Shui family was indeed perceptive. If the Shui family harbored thoughts of retaliation, then their existence would be rendered unnecessary. Just then, Su Qing re-entered. Upon seeing Yun Qianfan seated on the sofa smoking, and Shui Qinghua writing a contract beside him, she furrowed her brow. Qianfan, what are you doing? Yun Qianfan promptly extinguished the cigarette and stood up from a sofa. I'm assisting you in negotiating the contract. Look, mister. Shui sees potential in our Su Sure Group and is preparing to invest 100 million to acquire 3% of our shares. Upon hearing this, Shui Qinghua nearly choked on his own blood. 100 million for merely 3% of the shares? He had initially considered negotiating for 20%, but now it seemed impossible. With Yun Qianfan speaking, if he dared to ask for more, he would surely face dire consequences. Yes, young Master Yun is absolutely correct. Su Zong, I have high hopes for your Su Sure Group. This 100 million investment for 3% of shares, I trust my judgment is sound. Shui Qinghua rose, smiling as he handed over the freshly written contract. Su Qing was left in shock. 100 million for merely 3% of the shares? What kind of joke is this? The entire value of the Su family combined is barely 200 million. Her expression shifted to confusion. Mr. Shui, did you perhaps make a mistake? It should be 30%, right? Hearing this, Shui Qinghua immediately shook his head, insisting no. It is indeed 3%. I did not err. At this point, Su Qing was utterly astonished, casting a look of deep suspicion towards Yun Qianfan. However, Yun Qianfan pretended to be oblivious, turning his head away. Faced with this, Su Qing could only give him a helpless glance. After the contract was signed, Shui Qinghua took out an invitation letter from his pocket. Young Master Yun, Su Zong, this is an invitation to our Yun Chuan business gathering. It was originally intended for Su Leiazizi, but please accept it, and my condolences. Su Qing gazed at the golden lettering on the invitation, her eyes filled with astonishment. This is the invitation to the Yun business gathering? In previous years, the Su family had also received such invitations. However, ever since her pregnancy, the Su family's reputation had dwindled time and again, and they had not received an invitation to the Yun business in recent years. Unexpectedly, this time they were invited. Shui Qinghua nodded. Yes, this time I sincerely invite both of you to attend. Many families will participate, fostering exchanges among the major businesses in Yunchuan. Suing beamed, thanking Mr. Shui profusely, stating they would surely attend on time. The significance of this invitation was immense. Being able to strike deals with various companies at the gathering would be monumental for the Su family. No need for thanks, young Master Yun, Su Zong. I shall take my leave now. We shall meet at the Yun business gathering. After Shui Qinghua departed, Yun Qianfan curiously inquired, Qing'a, what is this Yun business gathering? Su Qing delicately placed the invitation into her handbag, then excitedly explained, the Yun business gathering is essentially a meeting among major families in Yunchuan to promote commercial development. It is said that owners from other major cities will also attend. The Su family used to receive invitations, but as she spoke, Su Qing glanced at Yun Qianfan, who awkwardly smiled in response. He understood her implication. No worries, we can participate openly this time. After securing the invitation, Su Qing looked at him with a hint of curiosity. Did you just say something to Mr. Shui? Why would he offer to buy 3% of my Su family shares at such a high price? Just as he was about to explain, Yun Qianfan's phone rang. Taking it out, he saw it was a call from Chu Xiong, and his expression instantly darkened. Yun Yi, there's news. However, it is necessary to discuss it in person as the phone is rather inconvenient. On the other end of the line, Chu Xiong's voice sounded grave, as if foreboding ill tidings. I understand, he replied. After hanging up, Yun Qianfan broke into a grin. By the way, I have matters to attend to and may not return for a while. Remember to pick up Nyo after work. With that, Yun Qianfan dashed away. Su Qing could only shake her head helplessly, pondering why her man kept everything from her. In Guyong City, within a luxurious villa, a loud crash reverberated through the air. Enjun's expression was as dark as water as he slammed his palm onto the tempered glass table, shattering it into a myriad of fragments scattered across the floor. He had just learned from the butler that Qing Shi and her group had vanished for 4 days. They had yet to return, and it was feared they might not come back. And there's another piece of news. The governor of Yinchuan has been eliminated by Qing Shi and her associates. However, since then, there's been no word from them. Their last known location was the Su family in Yinchuan, the butler respectfully informed. The Su family? Are there any notable individuals there? And Jun lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. The butler fell silent for a few moments before responding. I have investigated all members of the Su family and found no issues. However, the third young lady, Su Qing, has connections with a lad named Yun Qianfan, who has recently returned after serving over 6 years. Yun Qianfan? And Jun's expression darkened, his brows furrowing. That name sounded familiar. The butler cautiously reminded him, and that lad shares the same name as the Yun Wang. And Jun immediately discarded his cigarette, but his face changing dramatically. Yun Wang? Could that lad be Yun Wang himself? He could not help but spit out a deep breath. The butler's expression tightened slightly. It should not be. I've looked into his background. He is merely a poor boy from the countryside, recently retired after 6 years of service, without any official title. It is likely just a coincidence in names. Upon hearing this, Jun finally relaxed. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, investigate why he disappeared shortly after appearing at the Su family. Also, conduct a thorough investigation on Yun Qianfan. I have a feeling that things are not as simple as they seem. The butler nodded, yes, and by the way, there's a business meeting in Yunchuan in a few days. An invitation has been sent. Would you like to attend? And Jun waved his hand dismissively. I shall not attend. Let Yi replace me. Half an hour later, at Qing Yin Group, in Chu Xiong's office. Yi, after several days of investigation, I have gathered some information. Though it is rather convoluted, Chu Xiong's expression was not particularly pleasant. He had entrusted company affairs to Zhao Yanran while he delved into the Dark Knight organization. In the end, he discovered that the Dark Knight organization was connected to a minor prince from the Yunchuan region. There seemed to be some link between them, though not extensive. Moreover, the movements of the Dark Knight organization's members were exceedingly clandestine, eluding the grasp of ordinary officials. Go on, Yun Qianfan urged. His brow slightly furrowed as he flicked the ash from his cigarette. Chu Xiong took a deep breath. Based on the identities of the people in the abandoned factory, I traced them down and received news yesterday that they had appeared in Yunchuan 3 years ago. They were associated with a minor prince named Zhao and from the southern region's military zone, who has a marquis backing him, named Zhou Wan. As for the marquis's identity, I found that he has connections with many individuals, but I do not know who his true patron is. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan's brow furrowed slightly. Minor prince? Marquis? It is of little consequence. However, given the connection to the Dark Knight organization, I must take action. Yi, should I summon that minor prince to meet you? There's no need. You should go personally. Where's the address? Anticipating Yun Qianfan's decision, Chu Xiong retrieved a document from his pocket. This document contained all the deeds of Zhao, and many of which were unsavory, including the mistreatment of a young lady from a minor family, resulting in the family's demise. The young lady was currently imprisoned in Zhao and's villa. Due to her status, even the police dared not intervene, choosing to turn a blind eye. After reviewing the document, a glimmer of cold light crossed Yun Qianfan's eyes. He must pay for his actions. Zhang Ke, who stood nearby, also glimpsed the contents of the document, clenching his fists in anger. Such a beast does not deserve to live. Zhang Ke gritted his teeth. Yun Qianfan tossed the document to Zhang Ke, his tone frigid. Let us go meet this so-called minor prince. I wish to see who dares to protect him. Yes. Zhang Ke tucked the document into his pocket. Yunye, there is one more thing. Chu Xiong interjected as Yun Qianfan and Zhang Ke prepared to leave. Yun Qianfan halted, casting a puzzled look at Chu Xiong. What is it? Chu Xiong pondered for a moment. The Mo family is currently leaderless, and the Qian family has begun to aggressively acquire the Mo family's assets, while also prohibiting major companies from collaborating with our Qing Yin Group. The company is facing some difficulties. The Qian family? What is their background? The Qian family appears to have close ties with several prominent families in Gaiyang City and seems intent on monopolizing most of Yunchuan's industries. At this, a cold smile crept onto Yun Qianfan's lips. Is that so? A mere minor family dares to monopolize an entire city's industries? How audacious! Seek out the head of the Shui family, Shui Qinghua, and inform him that I intend to collaborate with him to swallow most of Yunchuan's industries. He will be more than willing. and we shall eliminate the Qian family in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiong stared at him in astonishment. Yin Yi previously, our Qin Yin group had rejected cooperation with both the Qian and Shui families. Yun Qianfan paused slightly before recalling that the Shui family had recently extended an olive branch, indicating a readiness for collaboration. This matter shall be entrusted to you, he concluded, leaving the office with Zhang Kuei. In a villa on the outskirts of Yinchuan, Zhaoan lounged on an opulent sofa, bare-chested, a glass of red wine in hand, gently swirling the liquid while squinting slightly. After taking a sip, he grasped the chin of the woman seated beside him. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, once she is in my hands, she is all the same. He suddenly yanked the woman's hair, lifting her head, and bit down hard on her red lips, causing her to cry out in pain. Be obedient, and I shall treat you well. Otherwise, you will learn of my true nature. A cruel smile danced across Zhao En's face. Meanwhile, outside the villa, an off-road vehicle came to a stop at the entrance. Yun Qianfan and Zhang Kuei descended from the vehicle, gazing upon the opulent villa before them. It seemed considerable sums had been invested here. A faint smile graced Yun Qianfan's lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Zhang Kuei stood silently by his side. Wordless. Halt. This is a private area. Unauthorized presence is prohibited. Two young guards stationed at the entrance intoned coldly, wielding specialized batons with icy stares. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan chuckled lightly, his demeanor abruptly shifting to one of seriousness. What if I choose to force my way in? Instantly, the guards' expressions changed dramatically, and they swung their batons. Stop. Otherwise, we are authorized to use force against you. Yun Qianfan remained silent, quietly retrieving a cigarette, igniting it with a soft snap. Zhang Kuei's eyes hardened as he stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch to one guard's head. The remaining guard reacted swiftly, raising his baton to strike Zhang Kuei. However, Zhang Kuei retaliated with a swift kick to the guard's chest. The impact sent the guard flying, crashing heavily to the ground, incapacitated for the time being. Let us go. Yun Qianfan exhaled a cloud of smoke. Yet, just as they took a step forward, a piercing alarm blared. Turning back, they saw the kick guard clutching a remote. His finger pressed against the button. Zhang Kuei's expression darkened, ready to advance and sever the guard's neck. However, Yun Qianfan gestured for him to stop. Enough. Zhang Kuei acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. From all directions, over 20 guards armed with iron rods emerged, their faces a mask of cold determination, fixating on Yun Qianfan and Zhang Kuei. Meanwhile, Zhao En, alerted by the alarm, wore a grim expression. He forcefully kicked away the woman beneath him, donned a coat, and retrieved his handgun from a hidden compartment beneath the table. He was eager to ascertain who dared to threaten his men. As he flung open the living room door, his expression shifted drastically. A burly man stood in the courtyard, flanked by more than 20 of his subordinates, all incapacitated. Nearby, another man sat calmly smoking, his demeanor unruffled. You are Zhao Wangya, I presume? Yun Qianfan discarded his cigarette, but, regarding the weapon-wielding Zhao En with a collected expression, Zhao En's face darkened, clearly taken aback that the intruder knew his name. Who are you? He demanded, gripping his weapon tightly, his countenance as dark as a stormy sea. A thick cloud of smoke escaped Yun Qianfan's lips as he smiled slightly. If you don't mind, may we discuss this inside? However, Zhao En had little inclination for dialogue. He immediately leveled his weapon at Yun Qianfan. After injuring so many of my men, you still wish to negotiate? What makes you think you're worthy? His finger rested ominously on the trigger, eyes glinting with murderous intent. These two were formidable. They were undoubtedly not to be trifled with. Facing the chilling barrel of the gun, Yun Qianfan maintained a serene smile, a glint of icy resolve in his eyes. I advise you not to point that at my head. The consequences may be beyond your capacity to bear. Zhao En erupted in laughter. Do you think you are someone significant? The consequences are mine to bear. He dismissed Yun Qianfan's warning with disdain, convinced that no one in Yunchuan could defy him. Not even the city lord would dare challenge him. If you doubt my words, I implore you to test them. Yun Qianfan's smile remained unwavering. Then you shall meet your demise. Zhao En's expression hardened as he pulled the trigger. Bang! The deafening sound reverberated. In Zhao En's mind, the moment he squeezed the trigger, the man across from him would be a corpse. Yet, to his astonishment, the man remained composed. The cigarette, but now fallen to the ground. The opponent's fingers deftly pinched the bullet. Aside from foreign enemies, you're the first in Shinjo to dare fire at me. Quite bold. Yun Qianfan's laughter was chilling, his eyes filled with frost. Across Shinjo, even the Wind King and Leaf King would not dare to aim their weapons at him. This bullet is yours. With a flick of his wrist, the bullet sliced through the air, striking Zhao En's wrist. Zhao En dropped his weapon, instinctively reaching down to retrieve it, only to find Zhang Kuei suddenly before him, delivering an elbow strike to his head. Bang! Zhao En was sent sprawling, crashing through the living room door, while Zhang Kuei seized the fallen handgun. As Yun Qianfan and Zhang Kuei entered the living room, they discovered a woman within, her face a mask of terror and fear as she gazed at them. Yun Qianfan furrowed his brow upon seeing her. Turning to Zhao En, who lay sprawled on the floor, his coat now open, revealing his torso, he inquired, "Are you the daughter of a Liu family?" Upon hearing this, the woman shuddered. Raising her head to meet Yun Qianfan's gaze, her eyes filled with a plea. "Are you here to rescue us?" Indeed. Yun Qianfan's eyes darkened as he observed the scars on her body from cigarette burns and the marks of whips, his fists clenching involuntarily. "I'm not. Liu Yuanyuan is in the room upstairs." The woman's face brightened with hope as she pointed toward the upper floor. Following her gaze, Yun Qianfan noted the presence of several rooms, each labeled with different names, one of which belonged to Liu Yuanyuan. This indicated that more than one girl was imprisoned by Zhao, and Yun Qianfan closed his eyes, a surge of murderous intent coursing through him. "Tell them to get dressed and return home." He inhaled deeply. The woman, however, displayed a bittersweet smile. "Return home? We have no home to go back to." As her words fell, Zhang Kuei slammed his fist upon a glass table, shattering it into pieces. This beast. Yun Qianfan did not intervene, merely gesturing for the woman to leave. "You should go now. The scene may become rather bloody." Upon hearing this, the woman stood and moved toward the room. At that moment, Yun Qianfan noticed a rope around her neck. "Zhang Kuei, bring him to me." Yun Qianfan seated himself on the sofa, his expression as frigid as ice. Zhang Kuei swiftly approached Zhao En, seizing him by the collar and dragging him to Yun Qianfan's side. Zhao En, dazed from Zhang Kuei's kick, was bleeding from his mouth and nose. "You dare touch me, I will have you all killed." As soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Kuei delivered a resounding slap across Zhao En's face, several yellowed teeth flying from his mouth. "Are you awake now?" After receiving a sharp slap, Zhao En appeared to regain some clarity. His eyes, filled with fury, fixed upon the two individuals before him. "Dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? I am Zhao Wangya." Yun Qianfan snapped his fingers and calmly observed Zhao and Zhang Kuei, well aware of Yun Ye's intentions. Retrieved a dossier from his pocket and tossed it onto the floor before Zhao En. "The crimes listed here are sufficient to warrant 10 death sentences. Take a good look. You may not have another chance." Lighting a cigarette, Yun Qianfan took a deep drag. Zhao En glanced at the document, his expression shifting instantaneously. "Who are you? How do you know this?" He could hardly believe how these two had obtained information he had long commanded to be destroyed. "You need not know who we are. But before you meet your end, I have one last question. What is your relationship with the Anya Zuji?" Yun Qianfan exhaled a cloud of smoke. Gazing at Zhao En with a calm demeanor, in his eyes, Zhao En was already a dead man. Upon hearing the term Anya Zuji, Zhao En trembled. "How do you know about Anya Zuji?" This time, Zhang Kuei offered him no reprieve, delivering a swift kick that shattered Zhao En's calf. "One more chance, speak." Yun Qianfan inquired once again. However, Zhao En erupted into a derisive laughter. "Dream on if you think I'll divulge anything about Anya Zuji. I will never betray the organization." Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan rose from the sofa. "Very well. Since you refuse to speak, I shall inquire of the person behind you. I trust he knows more than you. Zhang Kuei, take him on his journey." He turned to leave, but a clear voice rang out. "Sir, please stop." Yun Qianfan furrowed his brow and looked up to the second floor. He was unaware that 7 or 8 girls had gathered at the staircase. "Sir, please grant us an opportunity. We wish to avenge ourselves." Chapter 74. One last apology outside Zhao En's villa. Several beautiful girls deeply bowed to Yun Qianfan and Zhang Kuei. "Thank you, sir, for allowing us to avenge our blood feud." In truth, even Yun Qianfan was taken aback by the audacity of these girls to confront Zhao En. The scene was, even for him, somewhat brutal. However, reflecting on the girls' experiences here, he felt it was a small price to pay. Enough, you may leave. I shall handle matters here. Yin Qianfan nodded slightly. The women exchanged glances, then departed the villa in 2 cars from Zhao En's garage. Once they were gone, Yin Qianfan lit a cigarette. After inhaling deeply, he instructed Zhang Kuei to call the police to handle the situation. Exhaling a dense cloud of smoke, he gazed at the guards standing in the courtyard. These guards had long since lost the will to resist. If these 2 dared to confront a prince, they were utterly insignificant. I know you are all from Ananya Guards, but I hope you will keep a tight lid on today's events. Yin Qianfan's tone was chilling. Over 20 guards stood silently nearby, all speechless. Are you curious about my identity? Noticing their puzzled and bewildered expressions, Yin Qianfan smiled faintly. Zhang Kuei, let them see clearly. Turning his back, he climbed into the car. Zhang Kuei stepped forward, producing a badge from his waist and raising it high. At the sight of the badge, the guards trembled, immediately dropping to their knees. We have seen the esteemed one. Zhang Kuei said nothing further, merely pocketing the badge. Looking at the kneeling crowd, he coldly declared, not a word of this must leave your lips. Those who disobey shall be executed. Afterward, Zhang Kuei joined Yin Qianfan in the car. Shall I now seek Zhou? Yin Qianfan gazed toward the horizon where the day was fading. Never mind. We shall go tomorrow. Let us pick up Niao from kindergarten. In the evening, outside Yangwang kindergarten, many parents stood waiting. It was Yin Qianfan's first experience with such a scene, and he shook his head in helplessness. After stepping out of the car, he instructed Zhang Kuei to wait while he approached the kindergarten entrance, awaiting Niao's emergence. One by one, children were led out by their teachers, each escorted away by their respective parents. The crowd gradually thinned. However, when Yin Qianfan spotted Niao being led out by her teacher, his expression darkened. Niao's clothes were stained with grease, her once white dress now filthy, and there were scratches on her rosy cheeks. Just as he prepared to question the teacher upon her arrival, he witnessed another boy, led by a different teacher, kick Niao squarely on the backside. Instantly, a muddy shoe print marred her white dress. Astonishingly, the teacher merely offered a gentle reminder without reprimanding the boy. The boy laughed and shouted, Niao is ugly. Niao is strange. Nobody loves her. She is a monster. Nearby parents frowned slightly, with some unable to restrain themselves from murmuring, honestly, how could such a child be allowed in school? It's utterly disgraceful. Isn't this a proper kindergarten? How could such children be present? However, before they could finish, a stout man pushed through the crowd. Who dares to say my son lacks manners? Upon his utterance, the surrounding individuals fell silent. Seeing their silence, the stout man sneered disdainfully, a bunch of trash. My father is the dean of the Education Institute. If you dare to speak out again, I'll ensure your children can't attend school in Yinchuan. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Yin Qianfan's eyes. As the teacher guided Niao to the entrance, she finally looked up and saw him. Daddy! Niao could no longer contain her pent-up grievances, throwing herself into Yin Qianfan's embrace and crying loudly. He held her gently, stroking her little head. Don't cry, Niao. Tell Daddy who bullied you. Instead, Niao cried even harder. Yin Qianfan's face darkened as he turned to the teacher who had brought Niao out. Can you provide me with an explanation? The teacher forced a smile. I'm sorry, Niao's father. The children were just playing and accidentally got her clothes dirty. Is that so? I want to see the surveillance footage. Yin Qianfan's smile was chilling. On the very first day of school, she's bullied. What will happen as time goes on? Just as he finished speaking, he felt a kick on his calf. Looking down, he saw the boy who had kicked Niao making a face at him before dashing behind the stout man. The stout man affectionately ruffled the boy's hair. Come on, son, Daddy will take you for KFC. After saying this, he turned to leave, pretending not to notice his son's actions. Many parents around them were filled with indignation but dared not speak out. Because they have already made their identity clear, who would dare to cause trouble? Stop. Yin Qianfan's voice was calm, yet beneath that calmness surged a tide of fury. He could hardly bring himself to raise a hand against his own daughter. And now she had been bullied at school, showing signs of distress on her small face. Any parent would surely feel anger in such circumstances. The stout man turned around, revealing a hint of a cold smile. What is it? Apologize. Yin Qianfan's expression remained indifferent. However, upon hearing this, the stout man burst into laughter. Brother, are you an idiot? My father is the dean of the Education Institute. Do you want your daughter to stop attending school? Even the surrounding parents and teachers were taken aback. Was he truly unafraid of the consequences for his daughter's education? Say it again, apologize. Yun Qianfan's demeanor remained unruffled, devoid of any apparent anger. Yet the stout man was the first to lose his temper. He immediately stepped forward with his son, sizing Yun Qianfan up. What are you? You want me to apologize? Before he could finish, a teacher nearby sensed the escalating tension and quickly intervened. It's fine, Mr. Jean. You may leave. I will handle this. After speaking, the teacher cast a meaningful glance at Yun Qianfan, as if to warn him that he was not someone to be trifled with. It was no joke. Jin Xiao was the son of Jin Wu, the dean of the Education Institute. In Yun Chuan, who would dare disrespect Jin Wu? Nevertheless, Yun Qianfan disregarded her entirely, his icy gaze fixed on Jin Xiao. This is the final time. Apologize. Apologize? Who are you? Do you want me to apologize because you feel like it? Jin Xiao did not care about the circumstances, glaring at Yun Qianfan with disdain. Behind him, the little boy was making faces at Yun Qianfan and sticking out his tongue, occasionally kicking Yun Qianfan's pants leg, smudging them. Since your child is unrestrained, I shall take it upon myself to discipline him. With that, Yun Qianfan lifted his leg and kicked Jin Xiao's calf. The impact was not particularly strong, yet Jin Xiao was still pushed backward, resulting in his son being inadvertently kicked away. The parents and teachers gathered at the kindergarten entrance were left in shock. Boo-hoo. The little boy fell to the ground, his arm sporting fresh scratches. The sharp pain compelled him to cry out. Yun Qianfan had shown restraint. Otherwise, the stout man's leg could have been severely injured. Jin Xiao, writhing in agony, glared fiercely at Yun Qianfan. You dare hit my son? I will make you pay. With that, he swung his fist toward Yun Qianfan's face. However, Yun Qianfan swiftly seized his fist, applying a slight pressure that instantly twisted Jin Xiao's expression into one of pain. Ouch! Let go, it hurts! He attempted to pull his hand away, but the more he struggled, the more it pained him. His hand, resembling a pig's trotter, sank under the force, demonstrating the strength of Yun Qianfan's grip. I already told you to apologize. Now apologize and get lost. Do you understand? Yun Qianfan's gaze remained frigid as he stared down Jin Xiao. You want me to apologize? Before he could finish, Yun Qianfan tightened his grip even further. Jin Xiao felt as though his bones were about to shatter. No. I apologize. He half kneeled on the ground, tears brimming in his eyes. I'm sorry. I was wrong. I will educate my son properly in the future. Yun Qianfan regarded him for a moment before releasing his grip. However, the moment he did, Jin Xiao swung another punch at Yun Qianfan. Damn you! Yun Qianfan was now irked. He raised his fist and countered. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing echoed through the air, sending chills down the spines of the gathered parents and teachers. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig reverberated in their ears. Jin Xiao, clutching his injured hand, curled up on the ground in agony. You are asking for it. With that, Yun Qianfan scooped up Niao and prepared to leave. However, the teacher who had brought Niao out called after him, her expression grim. Niao's father. Yun Qianfan frowned. What is it? He held little regard for these teachers, especially since they had done nothing to protect Niao from bullying at school. Niao does not need to come to school tomorrow. Our kindergarten cannot accommodate her. The teacher's face darkened. She understood that failing to act in this manner would result in dire consequences for them. If Jin Xiao and his father reported the incident, they would be forced to resign. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan smiled, albeit coldly. Is this your kindergarten's policy? To treat children differently? The children of officials are children, while the children of common folk are not. The teacher scoffed. Mr. Niao, that statement is quite excessive. Do you have any evidence? It was absurd. How could a child from an ordinary family compare to the grandson of the dean of the Education Institute? Had there not been so many witnesses, she would have already told Yun Qianfan to leave. So many people have seen it. What further evidence do you need? Yun Qianfan remained calm, merely gazing at the teacher. What a masterful display of dishonesty. Unbeknownst to him, the teacher turned to the gathered parents. Parents, did you see our teacher treating anyone differently? We treat everyone equally. Upon hearing this, the crowd averted their gazes. Who would dare speak up? A careless word could jeopardize their children's education. Yun Qianfan seemed to have anticipated this behavior. Smiling slightly, no matter, do you represent your kindergarten, or are you merely acting on your own and expelling my daughter? The teacher immediately replied with arrogance, "Of course. I represent our kindergarten. What? Do you still wish to enroll your child here?" Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan shook his head. "I would rather not associate with such a disreputable kindergarten." With that, he turned to leave with Nyonyo. However, Jin Zhao's furious voice called out from behind, "Just wait. If my daughter can attend school in Yinchuan, I will take your surname." Yun Qianfan halted, glancing back at Jin Zhao, who had managed to rise to his feet. He chuckled softly. "Take my surname? You lack the qualifications." With that, he turned and got into his vehicle, disappearing quickly. In the dead of night, outside a lavish villa, Zhou had just hung up the phone, his brow furrowed. There are such figures in Yinchuan? Could they have just come down from above? That seemed unlikely. If someone had come down, he would have already received word. The recent call had been from Jun, who had shared shocking news that a significant figure had emerged in Yinchuan, one with a seemingly formidable background. For safety's sake, the caller had advised him to investigate this person's identity thoroughly. Zhou pondered for a moment, preparing to call Hai Fu for assistance in gathering information. Just then, he received a call from one of his subordinates. "Lord Zhou, there's been an incident." Listening to the grave tone of the subordinate on the other end of the line, Zhou's expression darkened. "Speak." After a few seconds of silence, the person on the other end finally replied, "Prince Zhao has died in his villa." "What?" Zhou immediately rose from the sofa, his face clouded with anger. Who did this? Although Zhao was his subordinate, he was still a prince, and there were many matters that required his attention. Yet now, he had been eliminated, and within his own villa no less. "We cannot ascertain anything." The guards responsible for protecting Prince Zhao dare not speak. They only mention that the assailant's background is formidable enough to suppress the entire southern region. Zhou was taken aback. Suppress the entire southern region? What nonsense is this? Even a general would not dare to utter such words. In the entire Shenzhou, aside from a mere 3 princes, who would have the audacity to assert such a claim? After a long contemplation, Zhou's expression turned grim. "You need not involve yourselves in this investigation. I shall handle it myself." Hanging up the phone, Zhou leaned back against the sofa. Staring at the ceiling, his mind raced through various names, yet each one was swiftly dismissed. Who could it be? The following morning, what shall we do about Qianfan and Nyonyo's schooling? In the living room, Su Qing looked worriedly at Yun Qianfan. It was Saturday, which meant no work, and Nyonyo was not required to attend school. However, after learning from Yun Qianfan the previous night that Nyonyo had been expelled from kindergarten, her anxiety was palpable. "It's fine. We'll find another kindergarten." Yun Qianfan replied with a slight smile, seemingly unperturbed. Finding another kindergarten is not so simple. After all, that child is the son of the Education Institute's director. If he doesn't allow Nyonyo to attend, which kindergarten in Yinchuan would dare accept her? Su Qing's eyes held a hint of reproach, yet she did not oppose his stance. As her own daughter, if she were being bullied at school, she too would be furious. "Rest assured, in Yinchuan, who would dare prevent my daughter from attending school? I shall ensure they regret it." Yun Qianfan grinned. Su Qing shot him an exasperated glance, teasing, "You just love boasting, don't you? I will consult my friends to see if they have any solutions." Yun Qianfan nodded in agreement. "By the way, tomorrow is the Yunshang banquet. You can't possibly go dressed like that," Su Qing suddenly recalled. Yun Qianfan did not have an appropriate outfit, as his clothes appeared outdated and somewhat shabby. "What? Do you find me unworthy?" Yun Qianfan turned his head, smiling at Su Qing. She chuckled softly, "You do have a bit of a dated style." Just as she finished speaking, Yun Qianfan playfully lifted her chin and leaned in, planting a kiss on her lips. Su Qing pretended to resist, but was held firmly by Yun Qianfan. Just as their moment deepened, a high-pitched, innocent voice interrupted. "Daddy, what are you doing?" Both of them jolted upright, hastily composing themselves. Yun Qianfan smiled at Nyonyo, who was perched on the bed. "Your mother got sand in her eyes, so I was blowing out for her. Is Mommy okay?" Nyonyo jumped off the bed and rushed into Su Qing's embrace. "Mommy, why is your face so red? Are you sick?" Nyonyo gently touched Su Qing's flushed cheeks, which were as red as a ripe apple. Su Qing shot Yun Qianfan a fierce glare. "Mommy is fine. Nyonyo, go wash your face and brush your teeth. Mommy will make breakfast for you and Daddy." Upon hearing this, Nyonyo obediently hopped off Su Qing. Once Nyonyo was gone, Su Qing shot Yun Qianfan another stern look, her cheeks still flushed. "Can't you be more mindful of the occasion?" With that, she turned and headed towards the kitchen. Yun Qianfan smiled slightly, preparing to turn on the television when his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Chu Xiong. Yunye, the head of the Shui family has agreed to our collaboration and is currently planning to swallow the Mo family's assets. However, the Qian family is acting quickly, so the assets that might fall into our hands are scarce. Yin Qianfan walked to the window and inhaled a deep breath of fresh air. It matters not. I have a task for you. Use your identity to investigate all the information regarding the marquee behind Zhao, and Chu Xiong hesitated for a moment. Yin Yi, could this attract unwanted attention from above? If they discover your identity, it may lead to undesirable consequences. No worries. They all still believe I am languishing in Blue Sea Prison. Yun Qianfan replied, a hint of a cold gleam in his eyes. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. Just before hanging up, Yun Qianfan added, also, please find me a quiet villa. I dislike being disturbed. After ending the call, Yun Qianfan contemplated that this place was still too small. He did not wish to reside in the Su family's villa either. Once he purchased a new villa, he would bring her and Nyonyo over. In Gushy City, within a lavish villa, and Yi, there is serious trouble. The butler rushed into the living room, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. At the dining table, and Zhen was leisurely sipping his morning tea. Upon seeing the butler's distress, his expression immediately soured. Do you not know I dislike being disturbed while eating? The icy tone made the butler tremble, and he promptly knelt. But in Yi, the matter is rather grave. This situation warranted his interruption of Zhen's breakfast. And Zhen furrowed his brow and set down his tea. Speak. As he picked up a raw egg, gently squeezing it, the egg cracked, and the yolk and egg white flowed into a cup. Prince Zhao has been murdered, found dead in his own villa. Upon hearing this, Zhen's actions froze. He stared intently at the butler. Are you jesting? A prince was killed in his own home? How is that possible? One must understand the weight a prince carries. His death would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar. I dare not lie. This news just arrived from Yinchuan. The butler quickly clarified, shaking his head. He would not risk spreading false information. Such a blunder could cost him his life. And Zhen's gaze sharpened as he poured the contents of the cup into his mouth. After finishing, he waved his hand dismissively at the butler. The butler bowed and exited the living room. And Zhen's expression was grim as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Lord Zhou, what is happening? He was calling Zhou Wan, as Zhao and was his subordinate, and he should have been informed of this incident. Zhou Wen's voice was tinged with darkness. I am unaware as well. The investigation is ongoing. However, there is something you may or may not want to hear. Speak. From the guards under Zhao Wen, I learned that the individual who killed him possesses an identity so powerful that it could suppress the entire southern region. Upon hearing this, both men fell into a heavy silence. They all felt that this was somewhat implausible. However, those guards did not possess the audacity to deceive them. After all, merely eliminating Zhao and without addressing the guards was sufficient to indicate that the adversary bore no fear of his retaliation. If he dared to seek vengeance, he would undoubtedly provoke the most intense counterattack. The identity that suppressed the entire southern region was the opponent possibly at the Jiuxing Shui level, and Zhen found it hard to believe that someone with such stature would still resort to hiding. I haven't caught up yet, but I'm still investigating. It shouldn't be long before I have news, Zhou said gravely. Understood, and Zhen replied, ending the call with a somewhat pained expression. Steward, he called out. The steward promptly entered from outside. And Yi, have you investigated that young man's background thoroughly? Qing Shi and his companions have all perished at the Su family. Yet there is still no resolution to this matter. After all this time, has nothing been uncovered? And Yi, we have yet to ascertain the young man's identity. But we are close. Chapter 77, Arrogance, Yinchuan City. Zhongwu Shopping Mall. Su Qing and Yun Xianfan were shopping with Nyonyo. In just a couple of days, the Yunshang banquet would take place, and Su Qing intended to prepare a suit for Yun Xianfan. Otherwise, wearing casual attire would come across as disrespectful to the event. Daddy, I want ice cream, Nyonyo exclaimed, gazing longingly at the ice cream shop in the distance as Yun Xianfan held her. All right, Daddy will buy you some. Yun Xianfan laughed, carrying Nyonyo towards the ice cream store. Su Qing watched them with a smile of contentment on her face. After purchasing the ice cream, the trio ascended to the second floor. They strolled around until they entered a brand-name suit store. The styles in the store were plentiful, and Su Qing examined the options while selecting clothes for Yun Xianfan. How about this one? Su Qing picked up a deep blue suit. Yun Xianfan glanced at it and shook his head, chuckling, forget it, Pick me a black one instead. I fear that in blue, I might overshadow those owners. Su Qing rolled her eyes at him, stifling a laugh. You? Overshadow? Try it on. However, the female salesperson interjected. Madam, the suits here are quite expensive. If you're unsure about purchasing, it is best not to try them on. From a moment the three entered the store, she had looked down upon them. Their attire was rather ordinary, and even the handbag the woman carried was merely worth a few thousand yuan. The man was even more unremarkable. All his clothes combined barely amounted to a few hundred yuan. The price tags on these garments were in the tens of thousands. It was baffling how they dared to try them on. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan couldn't help but laugh. If I don't try it, how will I know if it fits? If it doesn't fit, why would I purchase it? No matter where one goes, there are always those who look down on others. The female salesperson smirked slightly. Sir, if you can afford it, feel free to try. If not, please exit to the left and look elsewhere. The sarcasm in her words was unmistakable. Clearly, she believed the man could not afford such a price. Su Qing's expression darkened, and she was about to speak up. However, Yun Qianfan stopped her. Su Qing was puzzled as to why he was holding her back. Do you think I can't afford it? Yun Qianfan asked the female salesperson, maintaining a slight smile. Sir, if you can afford it, you may choose to customize. The style and specifications can be tailored to your requirements. The salesperson was not foolish. She knew her commission on a single sale was meager. However, for a custom piece, the price would start at over 100,000, allowing her to earn a commission of over 10,000. If this man could afford it, why not choose to customize? Yun Qianfan chuckled. You are rather astute. In that case, a custom piece is not out of the question. The salesperson was taken aback, incredulous as she looked at Yun Qianfan. Sir, are you joking? She thought that Yun Qianfan could not possibly afford such an expense. Yun Qianfan's expression darkened slightly. What? Do you doubt my capabilities? The salesperson quickly shook her head, scoffing. No, sir. Whether you have the means is irrelevant to me. If you wish to customize, please follow me. If you are not purchasing, kindly exit to the left. Upon hearing this, Su Qing could no longer contain herself. I wonder where you derive your confidence. Even if I don't buy, can I not at least try on the suit? Qianfan, let us go. She tugged at Nyo and Yun Qianfan, preparing to leave. Yun Qianfan did not resist. Indeed, there was no need to remain in such a store. However, perhaps they were hurrying too much, as Nyo stumbled, causing her ice cream to fly from her hand. By sheer misfortune, it landed squarely on a black suit. Su Qing's face changed, and Yun Qianfan was also momentarily stunned. It seemed they were not leaving after all. Nyo stood still, looking up at Yun Qianfan, and extended her tongue to taste the cream at the corner of her mouth. Daddy, did I do something wrong? Her little hands twisted together, her eyes filled with innocence. Yun Qianfan laughed, picking Nyo up. It's all right. All right? Who says it's all right? You've soiled this suit. Compensation is a necessity. The female salesperson stormed forward, her face dark with anger as she glared at the three. Su Qing took a deep breath and approached to check the price of the black suit, which was 128,000. Instantly, her complexion shifted. It wasn't that she couldn't afford such an amount. It was simply that some funds were off limits, as they were meant for her marriage with Yun Qianfan, and her available resources were limited. What? Can't afford it? Even if you can't, you still must compensate. Observing Su Qing's expression, the salesperson's tone grew harsher. She could discern that Su Qing likely could not come up with that sum. Can't afford it? Who told you I couldn't? Yun Qianfan stepped forward, glancing at the price tag of the black suit. 128,000. Quite expensive. He reached out to take the suit down for a closer look. The salesperson immediately stepped forward and snatched the suit from his hands. Who told you to touch it? The material of this suit is made from the finest fabric in the world. I tell you, either you compensate or you purchase it. Yun Qianfan smiled slightly, of course. I will buy it, but I find such trash beneath my notice. Swipe the card. He then pulled out a bank card from his pocket. Su Qing quickly reached out to stop him, whispering in his ear, don't forget, you still owe your friends a lot of money. If you spend so extravagantly now, when will you ever pay them back? She remembered that Yun Qianfan had borrowed a considerable sum from his friends. Now, spending so much on a suit seemed impractical. The female salesperson, too, had not expected that Yun Qianfan genuinely had the means. Stunned, she took the bank card from him and walked to the front desk to swipe it gently. Payment successful. Her expression changed, and afterward, she returned with the card and the suit, saying, Sir, here are your card and the suit. Yun Qianfan cast a glance at the salesperson. accepted the bank card and the bag containing the suit. Let's go. The female salesperson stood at the door, watching the three leave. However, as they reached the trash bin not far from the store, they came to a halt. The female salesperson was taken aback, wondering what they were doing. Yun Qianfan pulled out the black suit from his pocket, eyeing the dusty pair of expensive leather shoes. In front of the female salesperson, he crouched down and began to wipe his several $100 shoes with the black suit. The female salesperson was stunned, bewildered by his actions. That suit was worth over 100,000 yuan. Yet, the spectacle was not over. After polishing his shoes, Yun Qianfan unceremoniously tossed the suit into the trash bin and left with Su Qing and Nyo without a backward glance. How audacious! Chapter 78. Good dogs don't block the way in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. Today marked the commencement of the Yunshang banquet, held at the Shengshi Huading Grand Hotel. At 2 in the afternoon, Su Qing and Yun Qianfan, accompanied by Nyo, made their way to the Shengshi Huading Hotel. Upon arriving at the parking lot, they were greeted by a plethora of luxury cars: Ferraris, Porsches, Bentleys, and Rolls-Royces. In stark contrast, Zhang Kuei's unmarked SUV appeared rather unremarkable. After parking, Su Qing and Yun Qianfan headed to the top floor of Shengshi Huading. The rooftop was an expansive outdoor venue, adorned with a red carpet stretching from the elevator entrance to the doors. It exuded luxury, sophistication, and grandeur. As the trio exited the elevator, they were immediately intercepted. "Sir, please present your invitation." Typically, small companies did not qualify for entry here. Only those who received invitations were permitted. Su Qing produced the invitation and handed it over. The attendant glanced at it, then fixed her gaze on Yun Qianfan. "I'm afraid this gentleman is not appropriately attired and cannot be admitted." In an effort to simplify matters, he had opted not to purchase a suit, instead choosing a visually appealing dress for Su Qing and several outfits for Nyo, while he wore casual attire. Su Qing furrowed her brows, her lovely face displaying irritation. Just as she was about to argue with the attendant, Yun Qianfan smiled slightly, asking, "What must I do to gain entry?" The attendant regarded him and replied, "At the very least, you should wear a tie." "Atia? I don't have one on me." "How about this?" Yun Qianfan said, pulling out a stack of cash from his pocket. "Will this be enough to buy your tie?" The attendant was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the situation before Yun Qianfan had already yanked the tie off her neck. "Now that I have a tie, can I enter?" He grinned, holding the attendant's tie in his hand. She first glanced at the cash in her hand, then looked at the tie held by Yun Qianfan. "Well, I suppose that's acceptable." Su Qing was somewhat dazed, staring at him in disbelief. Is this truly permissible? In reality, entry was feasible even without a tie, as the invitation did not stipulate a requirement for formal attire. It was merely that Yun Qianfan had chosen to neglect his appearance. "Let us go." Yun Qianfan observed the still-dazed Su Qing and waved his hand in front of her eyes. She finally snapped back to reality, shooting him a disapproving glare. The three stepped onto the red carpet, entering the banquet hall. Inside, numerous business owners were engaged in lively conversations, and upon noticing the newcomers, their attention was drawn to the trio. A mixture of astonishment, confusion, and curiosity was evident on various faces. "Isn't that the new president of the Su family, Su Qing? It's been a while." Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in his 50s approaching with a composed demeanor, embodying maturity and steadiness. However, upon seeing this man, Su Qing's expression darkened immediately. Yun Qianfan, noticing her change in demeanor, narrowed his eyes slightly. This man seemed to have a connection to Qing. "Su boss, aren't you going to introduce us?" Qianjun stepped in front of Su Qing, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a glass of red wine, smiling as he regarded Yun Qianfan. He recognized that this man was the one who had caused Su Qing's pregnancy several years ago. Little did he expect him to return, especially since recent events in Yunchuan appeared to involve this man. "Qianzong." Su Qing's face was stern as she prepared to introduce them. But Yun Qianfan stepped forward, calmly addressing Qianjun. "Are we that familiar with each other? Is an introduction necessary?" "Good dogs don't block the way. Kindly step aside." The moment those words were spoken, Qianjun's expression transformed dramatically. Not only him, but the surrounding business owners also appeared taken aback. How dare Su family's son-in-law insult the second-in-command of the Qian family? It was common knowledge that the Qian family had become the leaders in Yunchuan. If the Qian family did not allow the Su family to rise, the Su family could very well face ruin. This son-in-law of the Su family was courting disaster by speaking to Qianjun in such a manner. Oh, I remember now. You must be the young man who made Su boss pregnant all those years ago. After all this time, I thought you had perished on the battlefield. Now that you have returned, have you managed to achieve any position of authority, or are you preparing to marry Su boss? The question was a dagger aimed directly at Yun Qianfan, eliciting cold laughter from the crowd. Observing the young man, it was clear that he had merely survived. Like a pawn on the battlefield, fortunate to have returned. Yun Qianfan smiled brightly at Qianjun. What I have achieved is of no concern to you. My relationship with my wife is none of your business. Or should I assume you are unwell and require my assistance in finding a doctor? The words elicited gasps from the attendees, nearly causing them to spew their drinks. Incredible. The young man's retorts were truly exceptional. Su Qing's face alternated between red and pale. How could he be so irreverent? She had witnessed Yun Qianfan's sharp tongue during their meeting, and it was nothing short of remarkable. No one present had been able to counter his remarks. Qianjun, infuriated, clenched his jaw and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I have 2 sons and a daughter. How could that not suffice?" Yun Qianfan retrieved a cigarette and lit it, taking a deep drag. "Is that so? Have you conducted a paternity test? Perhaps they aren't even your biological children. In this day and age, some people are blissfully unaware of the infidelities above their heads while raising others' children. How pitiful." With that, Qianjun could no longer contain himself, smashing his wine glass to the ground, shattering it into pieces. He trembled with rage, pointing at Yun Qianfan, at a loss for words. Yet it was far from over. Yun Qianfan continued, "Look at you, clearly agitated. Shouldn't you rush home and take your children for a paternity test? You might just uncover a hidden truth." At this, not only did Qianjun find himself speechless, but everyone present was left utterly astonished. Is there such a maneuver? In just a few sentences, one can be cornered, leaving no room for rebuttal. Enough said. I shall return home promptly to see if perhaps your wife is indulging in infidelity. Yun Qianfan waved his hand dismissively at Qianjun, displaying evident impatience. However, at that moment, another voice resonated from the entrance. Who dares to block the doorway? Do they not know that good dogs do not obstruct the path? Chapter 79. You are not qualified at the elevator entrance. Jin Wu was slowly leading his grandson and Jin Xiao forward. Yet, Jin Xiao gazed at that familiar silhouette, feeling an unsettling sense of recognition. Upon hearing those words, Yun Qianfan turned to look back, only to find the plump individual he had confronted a few days prior at the kindergarten gate, accompanied by an elderly man and his son. The rotund man had a bandage wrapped around his hand. "It's you, cursed brat." As Jin Xiao laid eyes on Yun Qianfan, his expression turned icy. Jin Wu, standing beside him, frowned and inquired, "Do you know him?" Jin Xiao nodded, pointing angrily at Yun Qianfan. "Dad, it's this brat who struck my son." Yun Qianfan narrowed his eyes, surprised to encounter this hefty individual here. However, when Nyo saw the young boy, she visibly recoiled in fear, hiding behind Yun Qianfan. "Long time no see, Director Jin." Upon spotting Jin Wu, Qianjun stepped past Yun Qianfan to greet him with a handshake. "Mr. Qian, it has been a while. How have you been?" Jin Wu naturally recognized Qianjun and returned the handshake. "Of course, though I find this situation rather unfortunate." Qianjun's countenance darkened as he turned towards Yun Qianfan. Jin Wu then raised his gaze to Yun Qianfan, his expression calm. "Young man, did you strike my grandson?" At Jin Wu's inquiry, the assembled business leaders fell silent. This son-in-law of the Su family dared to lay hands on the grandson of Director Jin? Was he not concerned for his own well-being? Director Jin had considerable connections. Even Qianjun would show him some deference. Su Qing's expression also soured as she gently tugged at Yun Qianfan's sleeve. He lightly patted her hand, signaling that all was well. Then he turned his attention back to Jin Wu, smiling slightly. "Director Jin, you are the head of the Education Institute, correct?" Jin Wu furrowed his brow, questioning. What of it? This lad had the audacity to address him so directly. It was rather disrespectful. Everyone else present referred to him as Director Jin. As the head of the Education Institute, if your son lacks upbringing, that is one matter, but if your grandson is also ill-mannered, I truly wonder how you came to hold this position. Did you curry favor with those above you to secure your role? The room fell silent upon his words. After confronting Qianjun's second-in-command, he was now poised to offend Jin Wu as well. Was he intent on making enemies of all the prominent figures present? However, before he could finish, Qian Jun retorted angrily, impudent. How dare you speak to Director Jean in such a manner? Do you think no one can rein you in? Jin Wu's expression darkened as well. In Yunchuan, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a way. Yun Qianfan was indeed the first. This is intriguing. He observed Yun Qianfan quietly. What? Do you believe that after decades of serving as the director of the Education Institute, you are untouchable? Yun Qianfan scoffed, exhaling a plume of smoke slowly. Do not attempt to wield your age as a weapon before me. Furthermore, I advise you not to refer to me as young man, for you lack the qualification. With that, Yun Qianfan picked up Nyo and, along with Su Qing, made his way to an empty spot nearby. The expressions of the numerous business leaders present shifted dramatically. Arrogance and hubris were vividly manifested in Yun Qianfan. Jin Wu's face darkened further. How audacious! He snorted coldly before leading his grandson and Jin Xiao to another section. The banquet had yet to commence, and he intended to address Yun Qianfan properly once it began. As time passed, one by one, the business leaders entered the venue. Chu Xiong, as the acting president of Qingyun Group, naturally arrived as well. Upon entering the hall and surveying the surroundings, he noticed Yun Qianfan and Su Qing seated not far away. However, the atmosphere in the room felt peculiar, as there were no others surrounding Yun Qianfan. The entire venue appeared to have been divided into two factions, one side represented by Yun Qianfan, and the other led by Jin Wu and Qian Jun, surrounded by numerous businessmen. Chu Xiong's arrival drew considerable attention. Many eager to collaborate with Qingyun Group approached him for greetings. Mr. Chu, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am the owner of XX Company. Such exchanges were abundant. Yet Chu Xiong merely offered perfunctory responses before making his way toward Yun Qianfan's location. As the crowd witnessed Chu Xiong approaching Yun Qianfan, their eyes widened in astonishment. What could this mean? Did Chu Xiong know someone from the Su family? Everyone watched as Chu Xiong reached Yun Qianfan, slightly bowing. Master Yun, Mi Su. Nyo-Nyo's face brightened at the sight of Chu Xiong. Un so ju. Chu Xiong smiled gently, retrieving a piece of chocolate from his pocket. You're such a good girl, Nyo-Nyo. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Nyo-Nyo joyfully accepted the chocolate he offered. Please find a seat. The others have not yet arrived. Yun Qianfan nodded, swirling the wine glass in his hand, a faint smile gracing his face. Indeed, Chu Xiong nodded and took a vacant seat beside Yun Qianfan. This scene left Qian Jun and the others in a state of disbelief. The reputation of Qingyun Group had long been established in Yunchuan, rivaling that of the Mo, Qian, and Shui families. Now, the president of such an illustrious company chose to sit alongside an obscure individual. They found it hard to fathom. How could this be? The president of Qingyun Group was treating the son-in-law of the Su family with such deference. Could it be that the son-in-law of the Su family had a close relationship with Mr. Chu? Unthinkable. What status did Mr. Chu possess? And what status did the Su family's son-in-law hold? How could they possibly be acquainted? The businessmen surrounding Qian Jun whispered amongst themselves. Jin Wu's brow furrowed as he queried, Mr. Qian, what is the background of the president of Qingyun Group? Qian Jun shook his head. I am uncertain. I had someone investigate, but the origins of Qingyun Group are quite obscure, and I could not uncover anything. He had sought information about Qingyun Group since its inception, but had found nothing. Oh, so many have arrived? It seems I'm fashionably late. A man's voice echoed from the entrance. Everyone looked up in unison. Shui Qinghua strode in, escorting an exceptionally alluring woman. Mr. Shui, it has been a while. Qian Jun greeted upon seeing Shui Qinghua. Others followed suit, offering their salutations. Mr. Shui, Mr. Shui. Shui Qinghua laughed heartily. You are all too kind. His gaze swept across the room and landed on Yun Qianfan, Su Qing, and Chu Xiong from Qingyun Group, causing his expression to shift subtly. The atmosphere in the room seemed rather precarious, having divided into opposing factions. However, he was well aware of Yun Qianfan's remarkable background. In the presence of the gathered assembly, who would dare to act arrogantly towards Yun Qianfan? Without uttering a word, he strode towards the direction of Yun Qianfan, accompanied by the woman at his side. At that moment, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Mr. Shui, are you perhaps mistaken? Qian Jun sensed something amiss. Shouldn't Shui Qinghua have been approaching him instead of retreating to seek out that young man? If the president of Qingyun Group had a connection with Yun Qianfan, it was surprising yet not entirely unfathomable. given his unfamiliarity with the group's inner workings. However, the Shui family was undeniably one of the three prominent families of Yinchuan. How could they possibly associate with a mere son-in-law of the Su family? This was evidently quite peculiar. Shui Qinghua turned with a smile. Mr. Qian, your side is rather crowded. It's a bit cramped, so I shall forego joining you. With that, he made his way directly towards Yun Qianfan. Young Master Yun, Miss Su. Shui Qinghua greeted them with a pleasant demeanor. Su Qing, ever polite, rose from her seat. Mr. Shui, please have a seat. Yun Qianfan remained unfazed, seated in his position without a hint of movement. Find somewhere to sit, he remarked, which earned him an eye roll from Su Qing, though she refrained from commenting further. Eventually, Shui Qinghua took a seat beside Chu Xiong. Meanwhile, among those aligned with Qian Jun, several were affiliated with the Shui family subsidiaries. They exchanged glances before gravitating towards Shui Qinghua, as they were indeed his associates. Consequently, Qian Jun's side diminished in number. His expression darkened as he pondered whether this young man possessed some formidable background. Did Shui Qinghua already know this? Had he preemptively established rapport? Yet, he quickly dispelled that thought. What did it matter if he had connections? Once his own guests arrived, they would all have to bow before him. As he glanced at his phone, he noted the time. They should be arriving soon. Everyone is here. I see I'm not late after all. His resonant voice drew the attention of many. On the red carpet, a slightly portly man approached with a robust presence. Governor Hai, you have finally arrived. Qian Jun promptly stood to greet Hai Fu, the chief governor of the Yinchuan Patrol Office, a figure not to be trifled with. Even he had to show respect. Mr. Qian, it has been a while. You seem to have gained some weight. It appears you have been quite prosperous. Hai Fu greeted Qian Jun with a hearty laugh. Observing the situation, it was clear to all present. Not all, just the same old me. Governor Hai, please this way. It would be wonderful to catch up, especially with Dean Jean present as well. Qian Jun slightly bowed, extending a hand to invite Hai Fu. Dean Jean Wu, seated nearby, also rose with a smile. Governor Hai, it has been some time. Shall we share a drink? Seeing Jean Wu, Hai Fu returned the greeting with a smile. I won't trouble Dean Jean. Mr. Shui wishes to discuss some matters with me, so I will join you all for a drink later. He then proceeded towards Yun Qianfan and the others. At that moment, everyone was astonished. How could it be possible that two significant figures, arguably three, had seated themselves beside Yun Qianfan? Who exactly was this individual? As Qian Jun witnessed this scene, his expression turned icy. Even Jean Wu furrowed his brow. Was Hai Fu disregarding his authority? Hai Fu approached Yun Qianfan. You must be young Master Yin. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Indeed, you and Miss Su are a match made in heaven. Yun Qianfan was somewhat taken aback by Hai Fu's presence. Wasn't this a gathering of Yinchuan's merchants? Why were officials in attendance? Governor Hai, you are too kind. Please have a seat. The banquet is about to commence. Yet, Yun Qianfan did not put on airs. Hai Fu said nothing further and sat beside Shui Qinghua. Shui Qinghua observed and concluded that most of the guests had indeed arrived. He then stood and addressed Qian Jun. Mr. Qian, now that everyone is here, shall we begin? Originally, this banquet was a collaborative effort between the Mo, Qian, and Shui families. However, following the demise of the Mo family, only the Shui and Qian families remained a host. Mr. Qian, there is no rush. I still have a distinguished guest yet to arrive. Qian Jun chuckled coldly as he slowly rose. Everyone, may I have your attention? I have an important announcement to share. Instantly, the previously buzzing crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on Qian Jun. I have the honor of inviting the young chairman of Anwen Group from Guyong City, Master Yi, son of the Marquis of Intown, to join our banquet. He hoped that when Master Yi arrived, everyone would offer a warm round of applause. At this proclamation, many faces turned pale. The mere mention of the chairman of Anwen Group was enough to astonish them. Anwen Group was one of the most powerful conglomerates in the entire southern province, involved in nearly every sector of commerce. Establishing a connection with them would undoubtedly propel one to greatness. Moreover, the young chairman had the backing of a marquis. This was the crucial point. Who would dare provoke someone with such a powerful patron? In an instant, everyone's minds began to race. Even Shui Qinghua's expression shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated Qian Jun's ability to invite such a prominent figure. Stealing a glance back at Yun Qianfan, he wondered if there would be any change in his demeanor. Unfortunately, Yun Qianfan remained unfazed, seated comfortably and playfully engaging with Nyonyo. Shui Qinghua's heart raced. Could it be that this young man was also related to a marquis? Otherwise, why would he show no reaction? Taking a deep breath, Shui Qinghua decided to wait and see how the marquis' son would behave. Qianjun glanced across the table at Yun Qianfan, a cold smirk forming in his heart. When Master and Yi arrived, he was eager to see just how long Yun Qianfan could maintain his arrogance. The crowd waited with bated breath for the arrival of the so-called marquis' son. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the elevator doors opened. A young man wearing sunglasses stepped out, flanked by 2 tall and muscular bodyguards, also donning shades. Their prominent muscles suggested extraordinary strength. The crowd's attention immediately turned towards them, and Qianjun quickly stood, a respectful expression on his face. Master, and you have arrived. Upon seeing this, the other executives promptly stood and applauded. Welcome, Masterin. The sound of enthusiastic applause echoed throughout the venue, and Yi raised his hand to gently calm the crowd. Thank you. I have merely come to take a look. He then removed his sunglasses and scanned the room, his gaze landing on Yun Qianfan, who was still seated, entertaining Nyonyo. And Ye's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Qianjun, noticing this, immediately turned towards Yun Qianfan and scolded, Yun Qianfan, do you not see Masterin? Why do you not pay your respects? Do you wish to rebel? Chapter 81. Did your father never tell you? Yun Qianfan, upon hearing Qianjun's furious reprimand, finally lifted his gaze. He casually scratched his ear, wondering where the barking dog had come from. Qianjun's expression immediately darkened, and even Shui Qinghua and Hai Fu beside him were taken aback. This gentleman's arrogance was astonishing. Disregarding even the son of the marquis, Chu Xiong sneered disdainfully. To him, not only was the marquis' son insignificant, but even the marquis himself would have to kneel before him. Let alone Yun Qianfan's elevated status. Even a general of the 9 stars would have to bow before him. What do you think you are? How dare you act recklessly before young Masterin? Qianjun stepped forward, pointing at Yun Qianfan. However, and Yi waved his hand. Interesting. I didn't expect such a character to emerge from the small place of Yunchuan. And Yi observed Yun Qianfan, who was seated, and let out a cold chuckle before approaching him with 2 bodyguards. The crowd gasped. Was young Master preparing to teach this audacious Yun Qianfan a lesson? Chu Xiong furrowed his brows and slowly rose from his seat. If Yi dared to act, he would undoubtedly make this fellow kneel before Yun Yi within 3 seconds. Yun Qianfan looked up as Yi approached, smiling as he asked, Is there something you need? And Yi glanced at Yun Qianfan and then at the adorable girl in his arms, intending to pinch her cheek. However, the girl instinctively burrowed into Yun Qianfan's embrace, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear. And Yi, undeterred by his failure, turned his attention to Su Qing, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. He had not anticipated that such a gem would exist in such a small locale as Yunchuan. Miss, would you care for a drink? I am Yi, the chairman of an one group and the son of Marquis Injun. With that, he snapped his fingers. Qianjun promptly brought 2 glasses of red wine and respectfully handed them to Yi. And Yi presented one of the glasses to Su Qing in front of Yun Qianfan. Su Qing's expression turned complex as she glanced at Yun Qianfan, uncertain whether to accept. After all, the strength of an one group was evident. A partnership could undoubtedly elevate the Su family. However, before she could take the glass, Yun Qianfan stood up. I give you 3 seconds to drink both glasses yourself. His smile remained, yet it was tinged with an icy demeanor, and his tone was laced with authority. Chu Xiong inhaled sharply. It seemed Yin Yi was truly angered. Upon hearing this, and Yi laughed derisively. You do possess some audacity, speaking to me in such a manner. Here's the deal. Drink both glasses, and let your wife spend a night with me, and I shall graciously spare your life. His voice turned cold. If you refuse, you will enter standing and leave horizontally. The 2 bodyguards behind and Yi stepped forward, emanating an oppressive aura. Su Qing's complexion changed instantly. And Yi was the son of the marquis, and no matter how formidable Yun Qianfan's brother was, he could not possibly compare to the marquis. Moreover, Yun Qianfan had already owed several favors to Ye's friend. If trouble arose again, it would be untenable. Young Masterin, let me take that drink, she said, reaching for the glass in Ye's hand. But a chilling voice interrupted. Did I permit you to drink? Su Qing's outstretched hand recoiled instinctively as she glanced at Yun Qianfan, whose expression had grown cold, his gaze sharp and unmistakably fierce. It seems you seek your own demise. Very well, I shall send you to hell. And Yi smirked, waving his hand. The bodyguards advanced, ready to seize Yun Qianfan. Young master, and please calm down. Hai Fu, sensing the escalating tension, stepped forward to mediate. The bodyguards halted, casting their gazes at Hai Fu, while Yi regarded him with a darkened expression. Were you? Hai Fu's face paled momentarily, but quickly regained composure. Young master, I am Hai Fu, the chief constable of Yinchuan. Could you perhaps grant me a favor and let this go? No sooner had he spoken than Hai Fu received a resounding slap across the face. The sound echoed sharply, causing everyone present to flinch. Qian Jun inwardly sneered. How dare mere chief constable expect deference from young master? And Yi rubbed his palm, looking disdainfully at Hai Fu. A lowly chief constable dares to ask for my leniency? Get lost, or I will deal with you as well. He withdrew his hand, his expression filled with contempt. Hai Fu's face flushed crimson as he covered the spot where he had been struck, unable to vent his anger. Knowing Yi was the son of the Marquis, and he casually found a seat, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. He pointed at Yun Qianfan. Drag him over here. The bodyguards moved to seize Yun Qianfan's arms. However, just as they reached out, they were interrupted. Chu Xiong seized their wrists, his expression icy. The bodyguards, seeing someone obstructing them, immediately lunged forward with a knee strike aimed at Chu Xiong's chest. If landed, it would surely cause severe injury. They were quick, but Chu Xiong was quicker. At the moment they lifted their knees, he released his grip, bending his arm to strike their thighs with his elbow. The bodyguards' faces changed dramatically, but it was already too late. They collided with Chu Xiong's elbow, feeling a sharp pain in their chests as they stumbled backward several steps. Chu Xiong slowly retracted his hand, standing coldly before Yun Qianfan. The onlookers were stunned. No one expected the CEO of Qingyun Group would intervene at this moment, and he appeared quite formidable, even outmatching the two bodyguards brought by Yi. And he narrowed his eyes, noting, you possess some skill. However, to protect your master, it seems improbable. With that, he pulled out a black handgun from his waist, aiming it at Chu Xiong. Make a move, and I will end you. The crowd gasped at the sight of the firearm, their faces paling. Just like that, he pulled out a gun. Chu Xiong's expression darkened, poised to act. Yet, a cold voice emerged from behind him. Did your father never tell you not to brandish weapons in front of civilians? Chapter 82. Apologize on your knees in 3 days at the banquet. Silence reigned. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. All eyes were fixated on the handgun in Ye's hand, fearing that a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. After all, this was no trivial matter. One careless moment could lead to a matter of life and death. Chu Xiong stepped aside, allowing Yun Qianfan and Yi to face each other across the table. What are you? If I make a move, so what? And Yi sneered, deliberately disengaging the safety of his weapon in front of everyone. A palpable tension filled the room as cold sweat trickled down foreheads. Did this young master and truly intend to eliminate Yun Qianfan before their very eyes? Huh. Even your father would not dare speak to me in such a manner. Do you believe that? Yun Qianfan chuckled quietly, maintaining an air of calm as he sat on the chair, with Nyo perched curiously upon his lap. Meanwhile, Chu Xiong stood nearby, his gaze icy as he fixated on Yi. If he dared to pull the trigger, he would surely meet his end. You are courting death. And Yi rose menacingly, the dark muzzle of his gun aimed directly at Yun Qianfan. Utter another word, and I will ensure your demise. In Ye's eyes, Yun Qianfan was merely a foolhardy jester, daring to utter words about his own father. Little did he realize, in Yun Qianfan's perspective, and Yi was equally a jester. Is that so? Then I wager that your gun is devoid of bullets. Yun Qianfan smiled slightly, setting Nyo down and rising from his seat. Do not move. If you dare, I will blow your head off. And Yi barked, his face contorted with rage as he aimed at Yun Qianfan's head. His hand trembled slightly, for indeed, his weapon was empty. In Shenzhou, aside from the police and soldiers, no one else was permitted to carry arms, lest they face severe consequences. This very gun had been a request from his father, yet it lacked ammunition. Is that so? I will approach you now. Let us see. With that, Yun Qianfan took a step forward towards Yi. However, Su Qin grasped his hand anxiously. Do not go closer, I am afraid. She feared that a misfire could spell disaster. Yun Qianfan smiled reassuringly. It will be fine. He advanced steadily towards Yi, his eyes devoid of fear. All present watched in astonishment as Yun Qianfan's audacity defied belief. Did he truly not fear death? However, the two bodyguards, previously repelled by Chu Xiong, swiftly intervened, positioning themselves before Yi. Halt! One bodyguard commanded sternly. Yet Yun Qianfan continued unfazed, inching forward. I said stop, when Yun Qianfan was merely 2 steps away. Both bodyguards struck simultaneously. However, before their fists could reach him, a tremendous force struck their heads, sending them flying, dazed and on the verge of unconsciousness. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. What had just transpired? They had failed to comprehend how the two bodyguards had been dispatched so swiftly. Even Yi stood dumbfounded, incredulous as he gazed at Yun Qianfan before him. Go ahead, try and shoot, Yun Qianfan said with a slight smirk, his hands tucked into his pockets. Let me inform you, my father is the Marquis of Gaiyang. If you dare to act against me, do you believe that? Before he could finish, Yun Qianfan swiftly slapped Yi across the face. The resounding crack echoed in the ears of all present. Aside from Chu Xiong, everyone else stood agape, astonished by Yun Qianfan's audacity in striking the son of a marquis. Did he not fear retaliation? Do you understand the consequences of pointing a gun at me? Yun Qianfan grinned, his eyes chillingly cold. And Yi, despite being the son of a marquis and trained in combat, swung a punch towards Yun Qianfan's face. However, as his fist rose, Yun Qianfan seized it. Still wanting to fight? With his left hand gripping Ye's fist, his right hand delivered another slap to Ye's face, causing it to swell rapidly, the imprint of his fingers vividly apparent. I will kill you, Yi screamed, swinging his left fist towards Yun Qianfan's ribs. It was futile. A sharp crack echoed as Yun Qianfan lowered his leg, stating, I warned you not to play tricks with me. Ye's left hand had been shattered by a knee strike. The anguished scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig reverberated through the banquet hall. Silence enveloped the room, as all present trembled internally. It was over. This incident had escalated immensely, and they all feared the repercussions. Even Hai Fu's pupils contracted in shock. And Yi was the son of a marquis. Who was this individual that dared to strike without hesitation? He had broken Ye's hand. If the marquis sought vengeance, could they withstand the consequences? Shui Qinghua was drenched in cold sweat as he wiped his forehead, internally lamenting their predicament. Qianjun stood by, scarcely daring to breathe. Today, I do not wish to deal with you. However, upon my return, relay a message to your father. And Zhen, he has 3 days to come and kneel before me to apologize. Otherwise, he shall bear the consequences. Yun Qianfan released Ye's hand, a smile gracing his lips. At this proclamation, everyone shuddered. For a marquis to kneel in apology to the son-in-law of the Su family, it was evident that this matter would not be resolved easily. And Yi, with one hand dangling, glared at Yun Qianfan with an expression of fury. Very well. I shall inform my father truthfully. I hope you are prepared for your coffin. And Yi departed the banquet hall, flanked by bodyguards, under the watchful eyes of all. Meanwhile, Yun Qianfan appeared unbothered, lifting Niao as he asked, Niao, would you like seafood? Niao placed a finger on her lips, her big eyes sparkling with desire. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan turned to Shui Qinghua. All right, let the dishes be served. Shui Qinghua, trembling, wiped the cold sweat from his face. Yes, let's serve the dishes. Not only he, but all present were shaken, returning to their previous positions with trepidation. Qianfan, you have truly stirred up a great deal of trouble this time, Su Qing remarked, her face etched with concern and reproach. Yet Yun Qianfan dismissed her worries with a wave. It is a trivial matter. There is nothing my brother cannot handle. Su Qing observed his carefree demeanor, unsure of what to say. Would the Marquis indeed come to apologize in 3 days? Chapter 83. The Mo Family. The next stage, the entire banquet was filled only with the clatter of cutlery. Those present shared a singular thought: to leave this place as swiftly as possible. This was undoubtedly a den of misfortune. To become entangled here would spell disaster. From the beginning to the conclusion of the banquet, merely half an hour elapsed. After this brief span, nearly everyone had already departed. Only 7 or 8 individuals remained at the banquet. Qinger, you should take Niao home. I have some matters to attend to and will return shortly, Yun Qianfan stated while wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. Chu Xiong nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Master Yun, come back early. I'll be waiting for you at home, Su Qing said, gripping Nyo-Nyo's small hand, casting a worried glance at Yun Qianfan. "It's fine. Just go back." Yun Qianfan waved his hand dismissively. After Su Qing and Nyo-Nyo departed with Chu Xiong, the gathering grew even smaller. Present now were only Qianjun, Haifu, Shui Qinghua, and Jin Wu. "President Qian, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave," Jin Wu remarked, sensing the atmosphere turning tense. However, having arrived, would Yun Qianfan allow him to depart? "Director Jin, correct? Please do not rush away. I have matters to discuss with you." Yun Qianfan's tone grew frosty as he approached Qianjun and Jin Wu. Jin Wu's expression darkened, uncertain of what Yun Qianfan intended. Lighting a cigarette, Yun Qianfan took a deep drag before he spoke slowly. "I do not wish to elaborate on your son's actions against me, but my daughter needs to attend school. Can you assist?" This statement was far from a request. It was a command. Jin Wu's countenance soured, his tone chilling. "I'm afraid I cannot assist with this matter. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave," he said, moving towards the elevator, unwilling to entangle himself with Yun Qianfan. This man dared to strike Yi. What else might he be capable of? If Lord Ho learned of his connection to Yun Qianfan, Jin Wu's position as director would be jeopardized. "Is that so? Well then, I have heard that a certain account under your name possesses over 60 million in assets. TSK, the director's monthly salary barely exceeds 20,000. I wonder how many years it would take to accumulate such wealth." Jin Wu halted abruptly at the door, his face fluctuating between shades of green and white, his eyes reflecting growing fear. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered, staring intently at Yun Qianfan. He was well aware of how that 60 million had been acquired. But how did Yun Qianfan know? "Oh, Director Jin, weren't you leaving? Why the sudden hesitation?" Yun Qianfan scoffed, pulling out a chair to sit. Jin Wu inhaled deeply. "Young Master Yun, if you have something to say, please be direct. There is no need for such circumlocution." With a resounding thud, Yun Qianfan slammed his palm on the table, speaking calmly. "I have no interest in your trivial matters. I merely wish for my daughter to attend school peacefully. If she cannot enter kindergarten tomorrow, I believe the Integrity Commission will come knocking at your door." A shiver ran through Jin Wu, and fear finally flickered in his eyes. If the Integrity Commission investigated him, he would spend the rest of his life behind bars. "Very well, I will handle it immediately. Tomorrow, your daughter will certainly be able to attend class." With that, Jin Wu hurriedly exited. Qianjun glanced at Yun Qianfan, feeling trapped. Neither leaving nor staying seemed viable. This man dared to strike even young Master, and who else would he not confront? "President Qian, I've heard that your family has recently acquired quite a few assets from the Mo family. Is that not so?" A plume of smoke escaped Yun Qianfan's lips as he smiled at Qianjun. Initially, he had no intention of troubling Qianjun. He was merely a minor player unworthy of his direct engagement. Yet, since their paths had crossed, he found it convenient to address the matter. "Young Master Yun, if you have something to convey, please do so plainly," Qianjun replied, maintaining a level of composure unlike Jin Wu's panic. "I do not wish to say much. I only want to remind you that if you choose to be a dog, do so obediently and refrain from biting indiscriminately, for some may very well crush you underfoot. The Mo family is the next to fall. Should you dare to spread this news, the Qian family may find itself obsolete." With that, Yun Qianfan rose and departed. Shui Qinghua and Hai Fu exchanged glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had only just realized that it was Yun Qianfan who had dealt with the Mo family. As Yun Qianfan approached the elevator, they hurriedly followed. Meanwhile, Qianjun stood frozen in place, the weight of Yun Qianfan's words echoing ominously in his mind. The Mo family is the next to fall. Later that night in Guyong City, Zhun was sipping tea in the living room when suddenly the front door was thrust open, and he stumbled into the room, supported by 2 bodyguards. "Master," and Zhun's expression turned icy upon seeing Ye's bandaged hand. The bodyguards exchanged concerned glances, unsure of how to address the situation. And Yi withdrew his hand, his face pale. "You may leave," he instructed the bodyguards, who exchanged looks before exiting the living room. "Father," and Yi approached Zhun, lowering his gaze. "What happened?" And Zhun's voice was frigid. Who would dare to harm his son in Guyong City? Yet now, his son had suffered a broken hand, a blatant affront to his authority. And Yi recounted the events, embellishing the tale to suggest that Yun Qianfan had instigated the confrontation. He described his own impulsiveness in attempting to retaliate. only to be bested by Yun Qianfan and his bodyguards, resulting in his injury. Oof. In such a small place as Yunchuan, someone dares to lay hands on you. It seems my absence has led some to forget my might, and Zhen's countenance darkened as he slammed his palm on the table. Father, there's more. That scoundrel uttered disrespectful words toward you, and Yi said, secretly reveling in his father's anger, believing the young man's fate was sealed. Speak. And Zhen's face turned a deep shade of anger, his temples throbbing. He said you must visit him within 3 days and kneel to apologize or face dire consequences. With that, Zhen kicked the table, sending it crashing against the wall. What audacity! Has my reputation become so ineffective? Very well. I shall see what kind of character resides in Yunchuan. The following day, Su Qing went to work while Yun Qianfan took Niu to kindergarten. Once again at Yangwang Kindergarten. However, this visit was vastly different from the last. The previous negligent teachers had been replaced by new staff, and Jin Wu's grandson had transferred to another school. Daddy, remember to pick me up? Niu called to Yun Qianfan as she was led inside by her teacher. Do not worry, Yun Qianfan replied, waving as he watched her enter before he got into the car. Where are we headed, young master? Zhang Kuei inquired from the driver's seat, curiosity evident in his voice. Isn't Zhou a supporter of Zhaoan? You should pay him a visit. The matter concerning the Yi organization has been weighing heavily on Yun Qianfan's mind. He feels a persistent unease until this thorn is removed. Indeed, Zhang Kuei pressed the accelerator and sped away. Meanwhile, within Zhou Wen's villa, he reclined on the sofa, his expression exceedingly grim. Several days had passed without him uncovering any information. However, there was a silver lining, and Zhen was coming to Yunchuan. He had heard the reason, and Zhen's son had his hand broken in Yunchuan, and there were threats demanding an apology. Zhou Wen was curious about the individual bold enough to act in such a manner. Even he would not risk a confrontation with Zhen. They were both marquises of equal standing. Each had their own backing, and conflict would only arise if their supporters clashed. Otherwise, peace would prevail. Come in, Zhou Wen called out towards the door. A steward promptly entered. Sir, do you have any instructions? Investigate who injured Yi at yesterday's Yunshang banquet, Zhou Wen commanded. He was eager to discover who possessed such audacity. Yes. The steward respectfully exited the room. Moments later, he returned. Report, sir. It was a son-in-law from the Su family, named Yun Qianfan. He reportedly served in the military for several years and has only recently returned. Zhou Wen's brow furrowed slightly at this revelation before he waved his hand, signaling the steward to leave. As the steward departed, Zhou Wen remained deep in thought, his brow knitted. Yun Qianfan? The name seems somewhat familiar. Yet how could Amir's son-in-law from the Su family dare to assault Zhen's son? Could it be that he had powerful backing? Zhou Wen struggled to fathom how a son-in-law from second-tier family could have the capacity to confront the son of a marquis. Even with support, such an act would be reckless unless the backing was formidable enough to overshadow a marquis. However, could a young man with just a few years of military service truly have such connections? Pondering this, he retrieved his phone and called a subordinate. Investigate the identity of Yun Qianfan, who has served in the military for several years. Understood. After a brief wait, a puzzled voice responded, Sir, this individual appears to be somewhat unusual. Zhou Wen's expression darkened. What do you mean? The records indicate he is merely a poor boy from Gujin village in Shuiwang town. Yunchuan, but we cannot locate any information about his military service. What? Zhou Wen's brow tightened. How could I, as a marquis, fail to find the records of a mere soldier? This was inconceivable. Recheck thoroughly, Zhou Wen commanded coldly. Yes. After a brief pause, the subordinate's voice returned. Sir, there truly are no records. It seems he has no documentation. Zhou Wen contemplated this, then hung up the phone. Several years of service with no records? Absurd. Regardless of who they were, military service would always leave a trace. Yet he could find none. There were only two possibilities. Either this young man never served, or his identity was of such high rank that they were not permitted to inquire. The latter was impossible. A few years of service could not confer such status. Hence, it must be the former. Zhou Wen sighed in relief. It appeared to be a fabricated identity. Yet, the audacity of a son-in-law from a second-tier family to assault Zhen's son was tantamount to courting death. Just then, the steward returned, bowing. Sir, there is someone outside requesting an audience. Zhou Wen's brow furrowed. Who is it? He claims to know Prince Zhao. And upon hearing this, Zhou Wen immediately stood, taking a deep breath, his expression darkening. Let him in. Yes. The steward left the living room and approached the iron gate. Young sir, our marquis requests your presence. Yun Qianfan smiled slightly. Thank you. He then proceeded toward the villa, accompanied by Zhang Kuei. Upon entering the hall, he saw a man seated on the sofa. Marquis Zhou, Yun Qianfan, with an air of familiarity, sat down on the adjacent sofa. Zhou Wen scrutinized the young man before him, his brow furrowed in thought, attempting to recall where he had seen him before. After a lengthy contemplation, he could not place him. Who are you? Faced with an individual of uncertain identity, Zhou Wen did not dare to press further. Moreover, since this person knew Zhao Wen and was aware of his identity, it implied that he was no ordinary character. Yun Qianfan grinned. I apologize, but my identity is not convenient to disclose. Zhou Wen's expression soured slightly, yet he refrained from saying more, his tone turning somewhat cold. What brings you to me? Yun Qianfan took his time to respond, lighting a cigarette. Drawing a deep breath, he released a plume of smoke. I merely wish to inquire about the origins of the Yi organization. Zhou Wen abruptly stood, his demeanor growing hostile. The existence of the Yi organization was known to very few in Yinchuan. Barely a handful were aware of it. Yet this young man seemed to claim knowledge, indicating he had come prepared. Are you seeking to negotiate with the Yi organization, or is it something else? Yun Qianfan shook his head with a smile. No. Such a worthless organization is beneath my notice. I simply wish to eradicate it. At this declaration, Zhou Wen's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively reached for his waist. But as his hand brushed against it, a dagger flew towards him, drawing a thin line of blood across his face. Zhang Kuei slowly lowered his hand, his gaze icy. Yun Qianfan flicked off the ash from his cigarette, chuckling. Marquis Zhou, I advise you not to move recklessly. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril. Zhou Wen's face darkened, his expression as turbulent as a stormy sea. He touched the icy sensation on his face, a streak of crimson staining his fingers. From the earlier encounter, he recognized he was outmatched. Even with a weapon, he stood little chance. Who are you, really? Why trouble me? Zhou Wen's voice was frigid. The two visitors were clearly not benign. Escaping their grasp alone seemed nearly impossible. I have made my intentions clear. Yun Qianfan exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze steady upon Zhou Wen. I merely seek information regarding the Yi organization. If you provide me with the truth, I shall grant you a chance to live. Zhou Wen's expression turned icy. Do you dare to kill me? If I refuse to speak, do you truly think you can end my life? A marquis has many supporters behind him. Unless one possesses a rank of Wuxing Shui or above, one cannot disregard the rules and simply eliminate a Howie. However, upon hearing this statement, Yun Qianfan merely smiled faintly. If that is your belief, then so be it. You must be speculating about my identity, but let me assure you, there is no need to guess. You will not succeed. Observing the smile on Yun Qianfan's face, Zhou Wen felt a twinge of apprehension. This young man is rather arrogant. Isn't he? Can a Howie be so easily dispatched? Yet, he dared not take the risk of wagering on the identity of this individual, uncertain whether he truly surpassed the Wuxing Shui rank. My knowledge regarding the Anya organization is quite limited, I must confess. I am aware that they have a branch in Guyong, which accepts commissions and payments to undertake tasks for others. However, I am truly unaware of who oversees it from behind the scenes. Zhou Wen's forehead was beaded with cold sweat, for he had already noticed the man standing beside the young man, who had produced a flying dagger. He had no doubt that should he utter another falsehood, that dagger would be embedded in his brow. Is that so? I shall grant you another opportunity to speak the truth. If I do not hear the truth again, this knife swish. Before he could finish his sentence, the flying dagger grazed Zhou Wen's neck, a trickle of blood oozing from the wound. Next time, it will be your head. With that final remark, Yun Qianfan's tone suddenly turned frigid. His icy gaze fell upon Zhou Wen, who felt as if he were being targeted by a ferocious tiger, his entire back drenched in cold sweat. This young man is even more terrifying than that man. Might I address you as my esteemed elders? Zhou Wen changed his address from Your Excellency to elders, for he was acutely aware that the backgrounds of these two individuals were formidable to an alarming degree. What I know is that there are 3 high stationed at the Anya organization branch in Guyong. As for generals, I truly do not know. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianfan furrowed his brow. 3 high stationed? It appears that the Anya organization is quite substantial. Moreover, Guyong is merely a branch. Does this imply that the Anya organization has branches throughout Shenzhou? His expression darkened, indicating the necessity for further investigation. Which three highs? His gaze shifted once more to Zhou Wan, whose complexion suddenly grew complex. He was torn, uncertain whether to speak. Once uttered, the consequences would be dire. Those behind him would undoubtedly not spare him. Yet if he remained silent, he would face misfortune. The elders are Anjin Howie, Su Wei Howie, and Wang Shan Howie. Reluctantly, Zhou Wan finally divulged. At this moment, preserving his life was the utmost priority. Anjin, does his son go by the name Yi? Yin Qianfan suddenly recalled that at the banquet yesterday, the father of Yi seemed to be named Zhun. Hearing this, Zhou Wan was momentarily stunned, followed by an internal shudder. Could this young man be the one who confronted Yi at the banquet? If that were the case, the matter would not be so simple. Esteemed elder, you were interrupted before you could finish your statement yesterday. You guessed correctly. I was the one who broke Ye's hand. Having received the answer, Zhou Wan fell silent. Tomorrow, Zhun will bring his son here. It is uncertain how he will react upon meeting this esteemed elder. You must have contact with him. When will he arrive? Yin Qianfan extinguished the cigarette in his hand and slowly rose. He will arrive tomorrow, Your Excellency, Zhou Wan replied with a slight bow. Very well, Zhang Kuei. Provide him with a means of contact. Once they arrive tomorrow, have them call me. Remember, should they learn of my identity in advance, you must find a place to bury yourself. With that, Yin Qianfan turned and departed. Zhang Kuei left Zhou Wan with a contact number and followed Yin Qianfan out. Zhou Wan gazed at the telephone on the table, wearing a bitter smile. Who have I offended to suddenly encounter such a significant figure in this small place of Yinchuan? In the conference room of the Su Group, Su Qing was in a furious rage. Glancing at the financial statements in her hand, her face turned ashen with anger. Just yesterday, when she attended the banquet with Yun Qianfan, a company had unexpectedly terminated their contract, and she received no prior notice before the company disbursed $50 million in compensation. This $50 million was an investment from the Shui family. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, that amount would scarcely suffice for compensation. Su Qing, do not presume that just because you have assumed grandfather's position, you can dictate to us. This $50 million is a debt the Su Group is obliged to repay. Even if I informed you, what difference would it make? Finally, Su Mei spoke up. Her expression was particularly frosty. Not only had Shui Ouyang ended their relationship, but her father had also been imprisoned by Yun Qianfan. Even Su Qing was attempting to exert authority over her, and she harbored deep resentment. Resentment towards Suing. Resentment towards Yun Qianfan. Everything should have belonged to her. Su Mei, is this how you address the chairman? Suing glared coldly at Su Mei. Even though Su Mei was her sister, given the past grievances, she could easily use her position as chairman to demote her to a mere cleaning staff in the company. The only reason she refrained from doing so was to avoid providing outsiders with a spectacle. Chinger, enough is enough. The money has already been compensated. The group still possesses ample funds. We can earn it back. As Su Qing's father, Su Chong also interjected. However, his remarks were not in defense of Su Mei, but because he was the one who ultimately signed for the $50 million. Moreover, a portion of that money had found its way into his own pocket. Father, you were the final signatory on this matter, weren't you? Why didn't you give me a call? Chapter 86, Collective Contract Termination. Su Chong, serving as the company's president in Su Qing's absence, was responsible for handling most affairs. However, to say that $50 million had been lost without Su Qing's knowledge was alarming. Upon reviewing the accounts today, she discovered the company funds had indeed diminished by $50 million. Upon hearing this, Su Chong's expression immediately darkened. Must I, as your father, seek your approval for every action? Do I not possess even this little authority within the company? He attempted to assert his paternal authority over Su Qing. Regardless of the situation, he was her father, and she could not possibly humiliate him before so many people. Su Chong, this is the company, not our home. At home, you may command me, but in the company, that will not suffice. This time, Su Qing was genuinely enraged, her pretty face paling. Were it not for the fact that Su Chong was her father, she would have expelled him from the company long ago. This matter could escalate significantly. Furthermore, she had reviewed the termination contract, which clearly indicated that it was a unilateral breach by the other party. How did it end up being the Su Group's breach? The compensation should rightfully be owed by the other party. Very well. It seems I am too old. I shall no longer occupy this presidential position. You can find someone else to take it." With a resounding slap on the table, Su Cheng, his face flushed with anger, turned on his heel and left. Su Qing did not intervene. She merely watched her father depart in silence. A glance around revealed no one was unrelated to the matter at hand. It was imperative to raise any concerns now, so I can replace personnel. Grandfather entrusted the company to me, and I refuse to let it perish under my stewardship. Upon uttering these words, a heavy silence enveloped the room. With no one resigning, I hereby declare, in my capacity as chairperson, the dismissal of Su Mei from her position as general manager, appointing her instead as the manager of the administrative department. Su Mei, do you have any objections? Su Qing's gaze fixed coldly upon Su Mei, her expression chillingly severe. Su Mei's face flushed with indignation, yet she dared not utter a word. If you choose silence, I shall take it as acquiescence. I will uncover the truth behind this matter, and should I find any link to you, consider resigning of your own accord. Without another word, Su Qing turned on her heel and departed. This issue must be thoroughly investigated. Moreover, 50 million is no trifling sum. She sensed there was more to this than met the eye. In Guyang City, within the upper echelons of Anwen Group, and Yi sat in his executive chair, his right hand bandaged. Secretary, a beautiful secretary, clad in uniform and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, entered. "Mr. N, how may I assist you?" she inquired, bowing slightly in respect. However, and Yi did not even glance her way. "How many companies are collaborating with us in Yinchuan?" The secretary consulted her documents and replied softly, "There are 8, including the Qian and Mo families. However, the Mo family has fallen into decline, and we have jointly acquired their assets with the Qian family, totaling 12 subsidiaries, making 19 in total." And Yi scoffed lightly. 19? Is it? That should suffice. Issue a notice to sever all collaborations with the Su family in Yunchuan. Remember all of them. He had learned from Qian Jun about the family of that young man. A mere insignificant family dared to challenge him? The beautiful secretary hesitated momentarily before bowing and affirming. "Understood, Mr. N." Within half an hour, numerous companies in Yunchuan received notifications from Anwen Group. The content was straightforward. All collaborations with Su Shi Group were to be terminated without any justification. This was clearly a maneuver to drive Su Shi Group to its demise. Yet, all the executives who attended the banquet were well aware of the underlying circumstances, making this entirely predictable. Consequently, these executives promptly contacted their subordinates, instructing them to dissolve contracts with Su Shi Group. On the top floor of Qian Shi Group, Qian Jun also received the announcement from Anwen Group. Yet, he found himself in a quandary. The words of Yin Qian Fan echoed in his mind. The Mo family is next. Those words seemed etched into his very bones. Impossible to forget. Now, and Yi was poised to launch a thorough purge against the Su family. Although this was merely business competition, would Yin Qian Fan truly remain indifferent? Moreover, Qin Yin Group was aligned with Su Shi Group. However, the critical issue was not that. It was whether Yin Qian Fan could withstand the wrath of a nobleman. If he could endure, and Qian Jun chose not to sever ties with the Su family, he would likely not become a target of retribution. Yet, if he faltered and failed to end the collaboration with the Su family, he would face the fury of Anwen Group. In a dilemma, Qian Jun pondered for long while before finally resolving to sever all ties with the Su family. He retrieved his phone and called his subordinate. From now on, terminate all collaborations with Su Shi Group and demand compensation. After hanging up, Qian Jun leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. He was uncertain if this decision was correct, but he had to make a choice. In Su Qing's office, a flurry of phone calls inundated her. Unsurprisingly, all the calls were from companies wishing to dissolve contracts with Su Shi Group. A sheen of perspiration formed on her brow. What was happening? Why were so many companies suddenly terminating contracts? Leaning back in her chair, her gaze turned distant. 12 companies were intent on dissolving their agreements with Su Shi Group, each citing various reasons. Most alarmingly, these companies demanded substantial penalties for breach of contract. With the current financial standing of Su Shi Group, they could not afford such sums. Even liquidating the entire firm would not suffice. Ringing again, another call came through. "Hello." Su Qing answered wearily. "Is this Miss Su?" A deep voice resonated from the other end. "Yes, may I ask who this is?" Su Qing inhaled deeply, trying to regain her composure. "I'm Wan Te, the general manager of Qian Shi Group. Due to your company's product quality not meeting our standards, We are now unilaterally terminating our contract and demanding a penalty of 3 times the order amount, totaling 324 million yuan. A summons has already been sent to your company. Please be attentive. The line went dead before Su Qing could respond. Stunned, she stood frozen, the phone slipping from her grasp. The Qian family, too, intended to breach their contract? The penalty amounted to over 300 million. As night fell, Su Qing returned home, her weary body slumping onto a chair. Her eyes were devoid of vitality. "Mommy, you're back," Nyonyo exclaimed, rushing into Su Qing's embrace, a small red flower in hand. "Look, Mommy, this is the little red flower my teacher gave me today, saying I was very well behaved at school." With great effort, Su Qing managed a faint smile, gently stroking Nyonyo's little head. "Nyonyo is so good." Sensing her mother's troubled expression, Nyonyo set down the flower, pouting her lips and tilting her head. "Mommy, what's wrong? Did Nyonyo do something wrong?" Su Qing snapped back to reality upon hearing this. She smiled slightly, caressing Nyonyo's cheek. "No, Mommy is very happy. Nyonyo is amazing for receiving a little red flower." Seeing her mother smile, Nyonyo joyfully raced around the room with her flower. Just then, Yin Qian Fan emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron, carrying 2 dishes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised ribs. "Dinner is served." He placed the dishes on the table and set aside his apron. Turning to Su Qing, he noticed her pale complexion. "Qinger, what is wrong?" At his inquiry, Su Qing shook her head, forcing a smile. "It's nothing, just a bit tired." Observing her demeanor, Yin Qian Fan did not press further. During dinner, Nyonyo made a point to serve Su Qing a piece of rib. "Mommy, you've worked hard. Enjoy some meat." Su Qing smiled faintly, but her heart was heavy. She felt that this life might not last much longer. It seemed the entire Su Shi Group was on the brink of collapse. Apart from Qingyan Group and Shui Shi Group, nearly all companies in Yinchuan had terminated their contracts with Su Shi Group. Yin Qianfan sensed an unusual glint in Su Qing's eyes, which indicated that something was amiss within the company. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone the discussion until after dinner. Following their meal, Yin Qianfan played with Nyonyo for a while until the little girl grew weary. Su Qing bathed Nyonyo and tucked her into bed, ensuring she was snug beneath the covers. Upon returning to the living room, she found Yin Qianfan already smoking a cigarette. "Why aren't you resting?" Su Qing asked with a bittersweet smile. Yin Qianfan chuckled slightly. "Is there something you wish to share with me?" She hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. Perhaps reluctant to trouble Yin Qianfan's friend again. "Qianfan, I can tell you, but you must not trouble your friend, all right?" Yin Qianfan smiled knowingly. Even if Su Qing remained silent, he could uncover the truth. However, he preferred to hear it from her own lips. "Very well, I promise not to involve my friend," he assured her. With his affirmation, Su Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. The Su Corporation may face bankruptcy, and it could be a total collapse. Apart from President Chu and President Shui's companies, which have not terminated contracts with us, nearly all the other prominent families' companies have demanded to dissolve their agreements with the Su Corporation today alone. I estimate the penalties for breach of contract to exceed at least 1 billion. As she uttered this figure, a tremor coursed through Su Qing's delicate frame. 1 billion. Selling the entire Su Corporation, combined with previous investments from the Shui family and Qingyan Group, would still leave them approximately 300 million short. Hearing this, Yin Qianfan's expression darkened. The situation was indeed peculiar. So many companies demanding to terminate contracts in a single day suggested someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes. 1 billion, you say? That's not insurmountable. Yin Qianfan exhaled a plume of smoke, concealing his expression. Not insurmountable? Su Qing countered. "We already owe your friend so much. This time, no matter what, you must not borrow money from him, even if it means our family must resort to begging on the streets." At her words, Yin Qianfan burst into laughter, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. "Silly girl, what are you thinking? Would I allow you two to beg? Rest assured, within 2 days, I will have those companies that terminated their agreements begging to collaborate with the Su Corporation." At his declaration, Su Qing abruptly turned to face him. "Qianfan, you promised me you wouldn't seek your friend's assistance." Yin Qianfan gently pinched her cheek. "Why promised, I will fulfill. I will not seek my friend's help. You have my word." Su Qing nodded lightly, leaning against Yin Qianfan's embrace. The following morning, after taking Nyonyo to school, Yin Qianfan sat in his car and called Chu Xiong. "Master Yin?" came the voice on the other end. Investigate why so many companies in Yunchuan have terminated their agreements with the Sioux Corporation. Yun Qianfan's gaze turned icy. If his suspicions were correct, it was likely Yi who had instigated this. Understood. By the way, Master Yun, the villa you asked me to look at is ready. It's located at Wanglongpo. Shall I send you the contact information for the person in charge? If not for Chu Xiong mentioning it, Yun Qianfan might have forgotten entirely. Please do send it to me. After hanging up, Yun Qianfan leaned back in his seat. Zhang Kuei, call the team and dispatch a squad of 200 to wait outside Zhou Wen's villa in the southern suburbs. No conflicts are to arise without my orders. Yes. Zhang Kuei took out his phone and called his squad. Master Yun, everything is arranged. At that moment, Yun Qianfan received the location and contact number from Chu Xiong. Let us go directly to Wanglongpo. The vehicle sped away. Master Wen, trouble is brewing. Someone has come knocking. The butler rushed into the living room, his face a mask of panic. Zhou Wen, having barely finished his breakfast, immediately turned grave. What nonsense! Who dares to intrude upon my territory? The butler swallowed hard. Master Wen, it's a fully armed squad of 200, equipped with heavy weaponry. Zhou Wen was instantly struck with fear, dropping the bread from his hands. What did you say? A fully armed squad of 200? Are you sure you are not mistaken? As soon as he spoke, Zhou Wen felt the ground tremble as if a large force approached his location. He dashed out of the living room and into the courtyard, only to find the entire area surrounded. Dragon guards, armed to the teeth, stood emotionless and cold. Zhou Wen felt his legs weaken at the sight of them. Their imposing presence indicated they were battle-hardened warriors. Yet he could not fathom why these dragon guards had besieged his villa. Just as he was about to inquire, his phone rang. Seeing the number, he involuntarily shuddered. He quickly pressed the answer button, speaking reverently, "My lord, have they arrived? My lord, are these your subordinates?" "Yes." After Injun and his son arrive, remember to make this call. Chapter 88. Wanglong Villa Wanglongpo, renowned as the most prosperous location in Yunchuan, boasts a villa at its summit that has yet to be sold. It is not that the wealthy lack funds. Rather, no one dares to contend for ownership of this villa. Few possess the audacity to reside in such a prestigious location in front of all the powerful figures of Yunchuan. However, just yesterday, news spread throughout the upper echelons of Yunchuan that the villa at the peak of Wanglongpo had finally been sold. Many speculated about the identity of the individual bold enough to purchase it, for luxury vehicles were parked outside the villa. Flanking the entrance stood 8 young women in matching service attire, while an elder resembling a butler positioned himself before them. Their sole purpose for being there was to welcome the new owner of the villa. Moments ago, they received word that the villa's proprietor was en route, prompting them to prepare for the reception. "Everyone, perk up and perform well. Is that understood?" The butler commanded the 8 maids. "Understood," they replied in unison, bowing respectfully. Just as they anxiously awaited, a Ferrari sped toward them. The butler and the maids exchanged startled glances, their brows furrowing. "This car is worth over 3 million. Since when do such individuals dare to buy the Wanglong Villa?" The vehicle halted at the entrance, and a young man emerged alongside a strikingly attractive woman. The woman, beaming with joy, linked her arm through his, while the man, brimming with excitement, led her toward the villa. "Rin Fan, is this really your villa? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" the woman asked, her smile radiant. "Of course it is. Do you think I would jest with you?" Rin Fan replied with a chuckle. However, deep down, he was in a state of turmoil. After much effort, he had finally obtained the key to this villa from his uncle. Having recently started a new relationship, he felt compelled to put on a grand show to honor the prestigious Wanglong Bieshu. "Wow, you are amazing." The woman, with a charming smile, planted a kiss on his cheek, sending waves of exhilaration through Ren Fan's heart. He resolved to make the most of this evening. When the villa's steward spotted the couple, his brow furrowed. "Isn't that Renzong's nephew? What brings him here?" Ren Fan, upon noticing the steward, felt a shock of surprise. "Isn't that Lu Quan, my uncle's trusted assistant? What is he doing here? And why are there so many servants?" Before he could process this, a voice interrupted. "Young Master Ren, what brings you here?" Faced with Lu Quan's inquiry, Ren Fan quickly released the woman's hand and hurried to Lu Quan's side, whispering, "Uncle Lu, I got the key to this villa from my uncle. I just want to bring my girlfriend here to experience something new." Lu Quan frowned. "That's not permissible." Ren Fan's expression shifted to one of displeasure, but he understood his uncle's high regard for Lu Quan. "Please, just let me take a quick look inside. It's just a glance." His tone was pleading, yet unfortunately, Lu Quan remained firm in his refusal. You must understand. The actual owner of the villa will be arriving shortly. If they see someone inside, even your uncle won't be able to protect you. Before Ren Fan could respond, the woman nearby chimed in, Darling, what are you discussing with the steward? Let us go inside. I can't wait. Her soft voice stirred something within Ren Fan. Resolutely, he turned to Lu Quan and snapped, You're just a steward. Mind your own business. He then attempted to push past Lu Quan, who stood firmly at the entrance. His expression grave. Young Master Run, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Quan received a sharp slap from Ren Fan. Just do your job. I don't need your guidance. Ren Fan's domineering demeanor delighted the woman beside him, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she clung tightly to his arm. Darling, you're so assertive. I love it. Feeling the heat radiating from her touch, Ren Fan reveled in the moment, glaring at Lu Quan. Get out of my way, or I will deal with you. Just then, the sound of an approaching engine caught everyone's attention as an unfamiliar off-road vehicle slowly rolled up to the villa. Yun Xianfan and Zhang Kuei stepped out of the car, and upon seeing the expansive villa, Yun Xianfan smiled faintly. Not bad. Meanwhile, Lu Quan's heart raced upon recognizing Yun Xianfan. This must be the rightful owner. Having navigated the complexities of society for decades, he had encountered many types of individuals, but never anyone with such an aura. Lu Quan quickly approached Yun Xianfan and inquired, Sir, may I ask who you are? Yun Xianfan glanced at him before surveying the nearby servants. It's acceptable. Let us proceed inside. Lu Quan, realizing he was in the presence of the villa's owner, responded. Yes, Steward Lu Quan will escort you inside. However, just as he was about to lead Yun Xianfan into the villa, a mocking voice interrupted. Who does this person think he is, arriving at Wanglong Bieshu in such a shabby vehicle? Ren Fan cast a condescending look at Yun Xianfan, his nostrils flaring in disdain. In his eyes, anyone wishing to purchase this villa should at least arrive in a car worth tens of millions. Yet this individual drove a vehicle devoid of any brand, a piece of rubbish from who knows where. Lu Quan, in his confusion, mistook this man for the villa's owner, a clear sign of folly. Yun Xianfan frowned. Addressing Lu Quan, who is he? Before Lu Quan could reply, Ren Fan stepped forward with the woman beside him and sneered. Why should I tell you who I am? Get lost. This place isn't for you. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Yun Xianfan, undeterred, lit a cigarette and smiled at the young man before him, intrigued by the audacity of someone who would bring a romantic interest to his own villa. Ren Fan, do you believe I want to call your uncle right now? Leave at once. Lu Quan reprimanded, sensing the rising anger emanating from Yun Xianfan. However, it seemed the moment had passed. That won't be necessary. Zhang Ke, dispose of him. Chapter 89. You've mistaken the target on the highway for luxurious off-road vehicles sped along. In the lead vehicle, Zhun and Yi sat together. Father, why are we meeting Lord Zhouwen? Yi queried, puzzled as to why his father chose to meet Zhou directly instead of confronting the young man himself. Zhun cast a sidelong glance at him, calmly explaining, Yun Chuan is his territory. We must inform him of our arrival. Zhouwen is the only lord here in Yun Chuan, and it is customary to pay him a visit. Otherwise, if someone were to stir trouble here,
it would reflect poorly on him. And he rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat lost, as he was familiar with such customs. Regardless,
Zhouwen held a status equal to his father's, and maintaining face was essential. After a brief 15 minutes, the four vehicles arrived at the road outside Zhouwen's villa. However, upon seeing the numerous dragon guards surrounding the villa, Zhun's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly pulled out his phone to call Zhouwen. Lord Zhou, what else with all these dragon guards outside your villa? He was alarmed. With so many heavily armed guards present, he feared something significant was occurring. Lord, have you arrived? Zhouwen's tone seemed pleasantly surprised. I'm at the entrance, but no worries, those are my dragon guards. Things have been a bit unsettled lately, so I had them come to ensure security. Please come in. I'll be waiting at the door. After concluding the call, Zhouwen dialed Yun Xianfan. At that moment, Yun Xianfan was strolling through the interior of Wanglong Bieshu. The back garden was a delightful space for nurturing fish and flowers, a sanctuary for self-cultivation. Lu Quan beamed as he guided Yun Xianfan through the villa. Yet, as they transitioned from the front yard to the back, Yun Xianfan only uttered two words, not bad. No further comments followed. Lu Quan was intrigued by this young man, who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. and wondered about his background that would allow him to acquire such a villa. Suddenly, Zhang Kuei's phone rang, prompting him to pause and answer. "Hello, may I ask, are you an adult?" The voice on the phone was that of Zhou Wan, filled with respect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuei glanced at Yun Qianfan. Yun Qianfan halted his steps and declared, "That is enough for today. You may withdraw. I require no servants." With that, he waved to Zhang Kuei, and the two made their way toward the villa's exit. Lu Quan was taken aback. Could it be that such a grand villa truly required no servants? Or perhaps this esteemed individual intended to find his own help? Nevertheless, such matters were beyond his concern. He merely needed to follow the directives of this dignitary. "Lord Anjin." "It has been a long time," Zhou greeted, smiling as he approached Anjin, who entered from outside the villa. Anjin, too, wore a beaming smile. "Lord Zhou, it has indeed been many years. How have you been?" Zhou replied, "Quite well, though it is unfortunate about one of my subordinates. Every lord typically has 2 or 3 princes under their command, yet Zhou had only one. The death of Zhao and it made it exceedingly difficult to recruit someone trustworthy. However, none of this mattered now, for those 2 esteemed individuals were already on their way. The Anjin father and son were likely to encounter significant trouble, a matter beyond his control." Glancing at the dozen or so Long Wei standing behind Anjin and Yi, he felt a twinge of disdain. Could a mere handful of them contend with the 200 heavily armed Long Wei outside? In the living room, Anjin and Zhou discussed recent events. Has Lord Zhou uncovered the identity of the assassin who murdered Prince Zhao? The death of a prince could not fail to attract the attention of higher authorities. However, to this day, no news had trickled down. Was this not exceedingly strange? Zhou shook his head, yet he was well aware that Zhao and Estimize was undoubtedly linked to those 2 esteemed individuals. Otherwise, they would not have come seeking him. "By the way, how do you intend to handle the matter concerning young Master Yi?" Zhou inquired, glancing at Yi, whose hand was bandaged. A slight smile graced his lips. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Anjin's expression turned icy. "A mere son-in-law of a second-rate family dares to harm my son. I shall not let him off easily. He even expects me to kneel and apologize? Huh. Some have surely forgotten my existence after all these years." Anjin's fist clenched tightly, his bulging muscles indicating his formidable prowess. And Yi, too, seethed with anger. "How dare he break my hand? I will ensure he lives the rest of his life as a cripple." He had never suffered such humiliation before. A mere Yun Chuan dared to insult him. It was simply an invitation to death. Zhou chuckled, then turned his gaze back to Anjin. "Lorden, have you not considered that the person in question may possess a remarkable identity? I have heard that numerous significant events have transpired in Yunchuan lately, seemingly linked to one individual. Moreover, it appears that those skilled within the organization have been eliminated by this very person." His words were sufficiently clear. It was now up to Anjin to comprehend their implication. If he remained oblivious, no further explanation would suffice. "What do you mean by this, Lord Zhou? Do you know who that person is?" Anjin's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze becoming filled with suspicion toward Zhou. He felt as though the other was hinting at something. Just then, the living room door swung open. "He indeed knows my identity," Yun Qianfan announced, entering the room with Zhang Kuei, a broad smile adorning his face as he regarded the Anjin father and son. Upon seeing Yun Qianfan, and he sprang up from his seat. "You, how dare you come here? You are seeking death. Today I shall end you." This time, and he was prepared. He swiftly reached for his waist, drawing a handgun and aiming it at Yun Qianfan. Bang! A deafening gunshot reverberated throughout the villa. Yet the scene seemed to freeze. Zhou and Anjin's eyes widened in disbelief as they fixated on Yun Qianfan's hand, where he held a bullet between his fingers. "Impressive, you possess great courage. Alas, you have targeted the wrong person," Yun Qianfan remarked with a faint smile. As his words fell, an army of heavily armed Long Wei surged into the living room, filling the space. They positioned themselves behind Yun Qianfan, weapons trained on Anjin and Yi. Chapter 90. Death sentence. Yi was stunned. Anjin was equally bewildered. Catching a bullet with bare hands? Is this a performance? Anjin, still in disbelief, rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to find that the scene before him was all too real. He swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Yun Qianfan. Meanwhile, Zhou, drenched in cold sweat, had risen from the sofa. In the presence of Anjin's astonished and fearful gaze, he suddenly knelt. "I, Zhou, Have the honor of meeting you, my lord. Yun Qianfan smiled slightly and nonchalantly discarded the bullet, turning his attention to Zhou Wen. That will suffice. Your presence is no longer necessary. Just listen from the sidelines. Granted permission by Yun Qianfan, Zhou Wen cautiously rose and stepped behind him. And Yi and Anjin, however, were in a state of utter panic. Who are you? And Yi stammered, his hands trembling around the gun, which inadvertently slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. As he bent down to retrieve it, he was met with the barrels of several heavy weapons pressed against his forehead. Yun Qianfan smirked, observing in Yi. A commoner dares to wield firearms. Your audacity is commendable. Zhang Kuei, what is the penalty for a commoner firing a weapon? Zhang Kuei's expression was icy as he replied, death sentence. The mere utterance of those words sent a shiver through Ye's body. He stared at Yun Qianfan, exclaiming, I am not a commoner. I am a son of a lord. Yun Qianfan paid him no mind, instead fixing his gaze upon Anjin. Lord Anjin, you tell me, is your son not a commoner? Faced with this inquiry, Anjin's complexion fluctuated between green and white. In Shenzhou, there exists an iron decree. The emperor and commoners are equally culpable for their crimes. Although their titles as lords were earned through numerous merits, merits cannot outweigh transgressions, especially since this was his son's offense, not his own. It is. Anjin managed to utter the word with great difficulty. In the next moment, Yun Qianfan's expression turned cold. Take him out and execute him. In an instant, two soldiers advanced, reaching for Yi. Yet Anjin could not bear to watch his son being taken away. Get away from him. He charged forward, fists flying toward the two soldiers. The soldiers lacked his strength and were on the verge of being felled by a single blow when Zhang Kuei intervened, pulling the soldiers aside to avoid the fatal strike. Seizing the opportunity, Anjin grabbed his son and pulled him behind himself. What a touching display of paternal love. Yun Qianfan clapped his hands and chuckled lightly. However, his tone suddenly turned cold. Do you understand that the emperor is subject to the same laws as commoners? He is doomed. I assert that even the monarch cannot save him. Those who defy the law shall be executed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuei's eyes widened in shock. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch directly at Anjin's chest, unyielding as a mountain and swift as a thunderclap. Get lost, Anjin roared, raising his fist to counter the blow. Yet, in the face of Zhang Kuei, he was simply too weak. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Anjin's arm was dislocated by the strike, his fingers fracturing painfully. Zhang Kuei reached out, intending to seize Yi. However, Anjin would not allow this to happen. He lifted his right leg and executed a side kick, the sound slicing through the air. You seek your own demise. Zhang Kuei snorted coldly, clenching his fist and striking down at Anjin's foot. This time, Anjin could no longer withstand the force. He staggered backward 5 or 6 steps before collapsing onto the sofa. Looking up, he saw that Yi had been captured by 2 heavily armed soldiers. Father, save me. I do not wish to die. Ye's face was filled with terror as he struggled desperately. Yet, with his meager strength, escape was impossible. Consumed by rage, Anjin rose to charge forward. However, as he stood, excruciating pain shot through his foot. His bones had been shattered by that punch. How dare you? If you dare harm my son, I will ensure you pay in blood. Anjin's eyes blazed with fury, fixating on Yun Qianfan. Regrettably, Yun Qianfan seemed indifferent to his threats, waving his hand dismissively. The 2 heavily armed soldiers immediately understood his command and dragged Yi toward the exit. Anjin lunged forward, but as he took a step, he fell to the ground. No! Bang! The sharp crack of a gunshot resonated in everyone's ears. Zhou Wen, standing beside Yun Qianfan, was so startled that he trembled, his back drenched in cold sweat. Yet, he dared not speak a word in defense of Anjin, for it would mean his own demise. Upon hearing the gunshot, Anjin fell silent. Yeah! Suddenly, he roared skyward, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Yun Qianfan. If you have the courage, kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure you pay in blood. He understood that this young man before him was of significant status. But so what? Would he dare to kill him? A marquis would need to be at least a 5-star general to disregard the rules and commit such an act. Otherwise, he would face severe punishment. Rest assured, I will send you to meet your son, but not yet, for I have many questions to pose to you. Yun Qianfan settled leisurely onto the adjacent sofa, casually lighting a cigarette. Taking a deep drag, He exhaled a cloud of smoke. Now tell me, who is behind the Yi organization? At this inquiry, Zhen's expression shifted dramatically. I do not know. Seemingly anticipating Zhen's response, Yun Qianfan remained unperturbed. Besides you, there are also Ho Wei and Wang Shan, right? There must be a general overseeing your operations, correct? Upon hearing this, Zhen's gaze fell upon Zhou Wen, his expression akin to that of a predator. Zhou Wen, filled with helplessness, urged, Zhen, I advise you to speak up. Zhou Wen, you dare betray the organization. The superiors will not spare you. Zhen howled. He was astonished that Zhou Wen had betrayed them. It is known that betrayal leads to certain death. I have no choice. If I speak, I might survive a while longer, perhaps avoiding death. But if I do not, you may never see me again. Zhou Wen felt a deep sense of helplessness, fully aware of the consequences of betraying the organization. Yet, had he remained silent, he would have perished the previous day. You. Zhen's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with fury. There is no need for such theatrics, whether you speak or not. I will uncover the truth. If you confess, I may grant you a swift end. If you do not, I will make you experience the agony of torture. As these words escaped his lips, not only Zhang Kuei, but every soldier present in the living room, including Zhou Wen and Zhen, trembled in fear. Zhen's eyes filled with terror as he stared at Yun Qianfan, his voice trembling as he spoke. How could you possibly know of torture? Who exactly are you?